The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Page Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tommy Howell. The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Page Mitchell. A row of Lombardy poplars stood in front of my great-aunt Gertrude's house on the bank of the Sheepscot River. In personal appearance, my aunt was surprisingly like one of those trees. She had the look of hopeless anemia that distinguishes them from fuller-blooded sorts. She was tall, severe in outline, and extremely thin. Her habiliments clung to her. I am sure that had the gods found occasion to impose upon her the fate of Daphne, she would have taken her place easily and naturally in the dismal row, as melancholy a poplar as the rest. Some of my earliest recollections are of this venerable relative. Alive and dead, she bore an important part in the events I am about to recount, events which I believe to be without parallel in the experience of mankind. During our periodical visits of duty to Aunt Gertrude in Maine, my cousin Harry and myself were accustomed to speculate much on her age. Was she 60? Or was she 60? We had no precise information. She might have been either. The old lady was surrounded by old-fashioned things. She seemed to live altogether in the past. In her short half-hours of communicativeness, over her second cup of tea, or on the piazza where the poplars sent slim shadows directly toward the east, she used to tell us stories of her alleged ancestors. I say alleged because we never fully believed that she had ancestors. A genealogy is a stupid thing. Here is Aunt Gertrude's reduced to its simplest forms. Her great-great-grandmother, 1599 to 1642, was a woman of Holland who married a Puritan refugee and sailed from Leyden to Plymouth in the ship Anne in the year of our Lord 1632. This pilgrim mother had a daughter, Aunt Gertrude's great-grandmother, 1640 to 1718. She came to the eastern district of Massachusetts in the early part of the last century and was carried off by the Indians in the Penobscot Wars. Her daughter, 1680 to 1776, lived to see these colonies free and independent, and contributed to the population of the coming republic not less than 19 stalwart sons and comely daughters. One of the latter, 1735 to 1802, married a Wiscasset skipper engaged in the West India trade with whom she sailed. She was twice wrecked at sea, once on what is now Seguin Island, and once on San Salvador. It was on San Salvador that Aunt Gertrude was born. We got to be very tired of hearing this family history. Perhaps it was the constant repetition and the merciless persistency with which the above dates were driven into our young ears that made us skeptics. As I have said, we took little stock in Aunt Gertrude's ancestors. They seemed highly improbable. In our private opinion, the great-grandmothers and grandmothers and so forth were pure myths, and Aunt Gertrude herself was the principal in all the adventures attributed to them, having lasted from century to century while generations of contemporaries went the way of all flesh. On the first landing of the square stairway of the mansion loomed a tall Dutch clock. The case was more than 8 feet high and a dark red wood, not mahogany, and it was curiously inlaid with silver. No common piece of furniture was this. About 100 years ago there flourished in the town of Brunswick a horologist named Carey, an industrious and accomplished workman. Few well-to-do houses on that part of the coast lacked a Carey timepiece, but Aunt Gertrude's clock had marked the hours and minutes of 2 full centuries before the Brunswick artisan was born. It was running when William the Taciturn pierced the dikes to relieve Leyden. The name of the maker, Jan Lipperdam and the date 1572 were still legible in broad black letters and figures reaching quite across the dial. Cary's masterpieces were plebeian and recent beside this ancient aristocrat. The Jolly Dutch moon, made to exhibit the phases over a landscape of windmills and polders, was cunningly painted. A skilled hand had carved the grim ornament at the top, a death's head transfixed by a two-edged sword. Like all timepieces of the 16th century, it had no pendulum. A simple Van Wyck escapement governed the descent of the weights to the bottom of the tall case. But these weights never moved. Year after year, when Harry and I returned to Maine, we found the hands of the old clock pointing to the 3:15, as they had pointed when we first saw them. The fat moon hung perpetually in the third quarter, as motionless as the death's head above. There was a mystery about the silenced movement and the paralyzed hands. Aunt Gertrude told us that the works had never performed their functions since a bolt of lightning entered the clock, and she showed us a black hole in the side of the case near the top, with a yawning rift that extended downward for several feet. This explanation failed to satisfy us. It did not account for the sharpness of her refusal when we proposed to bring over the watchmaker from the village, or for her singular agitation once she found Harry on a stepladder, with a borrowed key in his hand, about to test for himself the clock's suspended vitality. One August night, after we had grown out of boyhood, I was awakened by a noise in the hallway. I shook my cousin. "Somebody's in the house," I whispered. We crept out of our room and on to the stairs. A dim light came from below. We held breath and noiselessly descended to the second landing. Harry clutched my arm. He pointed down over the banisters, at the same time drawing me back into the shadow. We saw a strange thing. Aunt Gertrude stood on a chair in front of the old clock, as spectral in her white nightgown and white nightcap as one of the poplars when covered with snow. It chanced that the floor creaked slightly under our feet. She turned with a sudden movement, peering intently into the darkness and holding a candle high toward us, so that the light was full upon her pale face. She looked many years older than when I bade her good night. For a few minutes she was motionless, except in the trembling arm that held aloft the candle. Then, evidently reassured, she placed the light upon the shelf and returned again to the clock. We now saw the old lady take a key from behind the face and to proceed to wind up the weights. We could hear her breath quick and short. She rested a band on either side of the case and held her face close to the dial, as if subjecting it to anxious scrutiny. In this attitude she remained for a long time. We heard her utter a sigh of relief, and she half turned toward us for a moment. I shall never forget the expression of wild joy that transfigured her features then. The hands of the clock were moving. They were moving backward. Aunt Gertrude put both arms around the clock and pressed her withered cheek against it. She kissed it repeatedly. She caressed it in 100 ways, as if it had been a living and beloved thing. She fondled it and talked to it, using words which we could hear but could not understand. The hands continued to move backward. Then she started back with a sudden cry. The clock had stopped. We saw her tall body swaying for an instant on the chair. She stretched out her arms, in a convulsive gesture of terror and despair, wrenched the minute hand to its old place at 3:15, and fell heavily to the floor. 2. Aunt Gertrude's will left me her bank and gas stocks, real estate, railroad bonds, and city sevens, and gave Harry the clock. We thought at the time that this was a very unequal division, the more surprising because my cousin had always seemed to be the favorite. Half in seriousness, We made a thorough examination of the ancient timepiece, sounding its wooden case for secret drawers and even probing the not complicated works with a knitting needle to ascertain if our whimsical relative had bestowed there some codicil or other document changing the aspect of affairs. We discovered nothing. There was testamentary provision for our education at the University of Leyden. We left the military school in which we had learned a little of the theory of war and a good deal of the art of standing with our noses over our heels, and took ship without delay. The clock went with us. Before many months, it was established in a corner of a room in the Breedstraat. The fabric of Jan Lipperdam's ingenuity, thus restored to its native air, continued to tell the hour of 3:15 with its old fidelity. The author of the clock had been under the sod for nearly 300 years. The combined skill of his successors in the craft at Leyden could not make it go, neither forward nor backward. We readily picked up enough Dutch to make ourselves understood by the townspeople, the professors, and such of our 800 and odd fellow students as came into intercourse. This language, which looks so hard at first, is only a sort of polarized English. Puzzle over it a little while, and it jumps into your comprehension like one of those simple cryptograms made by running together all the words of a sentence and then dividing in the wrong places. The language acquired and the newness of our surroundings worn off, we settled into tolerably regular pursuits. Harry devoted himself with some assiduity to the study of sociology, with especial reference to the round-faced and not unkind maidens of Leyden. I went in for the higher metaphysics. Outside of our respective studies, we had a common ground of unfailing interest. To our astonishment, we found that not 1 in 20 of the faculty or students knew or cared a sliver about the glorious history of the town, or even about the circumstances under which the university itself was founded by the Prince of Orange. In marked contrast with the general indifference was the enthusiasm of Professor von Stopp, my chosen guide through the cloudiness of speculative philosophy. This distinguished Hegelian was a tobacco-dried little old man, with a skull-cap over features that reminded me strangely of Aunt Gertrude's. Had he been her own brother, the facial resemblance could not have been closer. I told him so once when we were together in the Stadhuis, looking at the portrait of the hero of the siege, the Burgomaster van der Werf. The professor laughed. "I will show you what is even a more extraordinary coincidence," said he, and leading the way across the hall to the great picture of the siege, by Warmers, he pointed out the figure of a burgher participating in the defense. It was true. Von Stopp might have been the burgher's son. The burgher might have been Aunt Gertrude's father. The professor seemed to be fond of us. We often went to his rooms in an old house in the Roppenbergstraat, one of the few houses remaining that antedate 1574. He would walk with us through the beautiful suburbs of the city, over the straight roads lined with poplars that carried us back to the bank of the Sheepscot in our minds. He took us to the top of the ruined Roman tower in the center of the town, and from the same battlements from which anxious eyes 3 centuries ago had watched the slow approach of Admiral Boisson's fleet from the submerged polders, he pointed out the great dike of the Landscheiding, which was cut that the oceans might bring Boisson's Zealanders to raise the leaguer and feed the starving. He showed us the headquarters of the Spaniard Valdez at Leiderdorp, and told us how heaven sent a violent northwest wind on the night of the 1st of October, piling up a water deep where it had been shallow, and sweeping the fleet between Zetterwood and Zwijten up to the very walls of the fort at Lemmen, the last stronghold of the besiegers and the last obstacle in the way of succor to the famishing inhabitants. Then he showed us where, on the very night before the retreat of the besieging army, a huge breach was made in the wall of Leyden, near the Cowgate by the Walloons from Lammen. "Why," cried Harry, catching fire from the eloquence of the professor's narrative. "That was the decisive moment of the siege." The professor said nothing. He stood with his arms folded, looking intently into my cousin's eyes. "For," continued Harry, "had that point not been watched, or had defense rallied and the breach been carried by the right assault from Lammen, the town would have been burned and the people massacred under the eyes of Admiral Bossot and the fleet of relief. Who defended the breach?" Von Stopp replied very slowly, as if weighing every word. "History records the explosion of the mine under the city wall on the last night of the siege. It does not tell the story of the defense or give the defender's name. Yet no man that ever lived had a more tremendous charge than fate entrusted to this unknown hero. Was it chance that sent him to meet that unexpected danger? Consider some of the consequences had he failed. The fall of Leyden would have destroyed the last hope of the Prince of Orange and of the Free States. The tyranny of Philip would have been re-established. The birth of religious liberty and of self-government by the people would have been postponed, who knows for how many centuries. Who knows that there would be or could have been a Republic of the United States of America had there been no United Netherlands? Our university, which has given to the world Grotius, Scaliger, Arminius, and Descartes, was founded upon this hero's successful defense of the breach. We owe to him our presence here today. Nay, you owe to him your very existence. Your ancestors were of Leyden. Between their lives and the butchers outside the walls, he stood that night." The little professor towered before us, a giant of enthusiasm and patriotism. Harry's eyes glistened and his cheeks reddened. "Go home, boys," said Von Stopp, "and thank God that while the burghers of Leyden were straining their gaze toward Zoeterwoude and the fleet, there was one pair of vigilant eyes and one stout heart at the town wall just beyond the Cow Gate." 3. The rain was splashing against the windows one evening in the autumn of our third year at Leyden, when Professor Van Stopp honored us with a visit in the Breedstraat. Never had I seen the old gentleman in such spirits. He talked incessantly. The gossip of the town, the news of Europe, science, poetry, philosophy, were in turn touched upon and treated with the same high and good humor. I sought to draw him out on Hegel, with whose chapter on the complexity and interdependency of things I was just then struggling. "You do not grasp the return of the itself into itself through its other self?" he said, smiling. "Well, you will sometime." Harry was silent and preoccupied. His taciturnity gradually affected even the professor. The conversation flagged, and we sat a long while without a word. Now and then there was a flash of lightning succeeded by distant thunder. "Your clock does not go," suddenly remarked the professor. "Does it ever go?" "Never since we can remember," I replied. "That is, only once, and then it went backward. It was when Aunt Gertrude—" Here I caught a warning glance from Harry. I laughed and stammered. "The clock is old and useless. It cannot be made to go." "Only backward," said the professor, calmly, and not appearing to notice my embarrassment. "Well, and why should not a clock go backward? Why should not time itself turn and retrace its course?" He seemed to be waiting for an answer. I had none to give. "I thought you Hegelian enough," he continued, "to admit that every condition includes its own contradiction. Time is a condition, not an essential. Viewed from the absolute, the sequence by which future follows present and present follows past is purely arbitrary. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. There is no reason in the nature of things why the order should not be tomorrow, today, yesterday. A sharper peal of thunder interrupted the professor's speculations. The day is made by the planet's revolution on its axis from west to east. I fancy you can conceive conditions under which it might turn from east to west, unwinding, as it were, the revolutions of past ages. Is it so much more difficult to imagine time unwinding itself, time on the ebb instead of on the flow, the past unfolding as the future recedes, the centuries countermarching, the course of events proceeding toward the beginning, and not, as now, toward the end? But, I interposed, we know that as far as we are concerned, We know, exclaimed von Stopp, with growing scorn. Your intelligence has no wings. You follow in the trail of Comte and his slimy brood of creepers and crawlers. You speak with amazing assurance of your position in the universe. You seem to think that your wretched little individuality has a firm foothold in the absolute. Yet you go to bed tonight and dream into existence men, women, children, beasts of the past or of the future. How do you know that at this moment you yourself, with all your conceit of 19th century thought, are anything more than a creature of a dream of the future, dreamed, let us say, by some philosopher of the 16th century? How do you know that you are anything more than a creature of a dream of the past, dreamed by some Hegelian of the 26th century? How do you know, boy, that you will not vanish into the 16th century, or 2060, the moment the dreamer awakes? There was no replying to this, for it was sound metaphysics. Harry yawned. I got up and went to the window. Professor von Stopp approached the clock. "Ah, my children," said he, "there is no fixed progress of human events. Past, present, and future are woven together in one inextricable mesh. Who shall say that this old clock is not right to go backward?" A crash of thunder shook the house. The storm was over our heads. When the blinding glare had passed away, Professor Van Stopp was standing upon a chair before the tall timepiece. His face looked more than ever like Aunt Gertrude's. He stood as she had stood in that last quarter of an hour when we saw her wind the clock. The same thought struck Harry and myself. "Hold!" we cried, and he began to wind the works. "It may be death if you—" The professor's sallow features shone with the strange enthusiasm that had transformed Aunt Gertrude's. "True," he said, "it may be death. But it may be the awakening. Past, present, future, all woven together. The shuttle goes to and fro, forward and back." He had wound the clock. The hands were whirling around the dial from right to left with inconceivable rapidity. In this whirl we ourselves seemed to be borne along. Eternities seemed to contract into minutes, while lifetimes were thrown off at every tick. Van Stopp, both arms outstretched, was reeling in his chair. The house shook again under a tremendous peal of thunder. At the same instant, a ball of fire, leaving a wake of sulphurous vapor and filling the room with dazzling light, passed over our heads and smote the clock. Van Stopp was prostrated. The hands ceased to revolve. 4. The roar of the thunder sounded like a heavy cannonading. The lightning's blaze appeared as the steady light of a conflagration. With our hands over our eyes, Harry and I rushed out into the night. Under a red sky, people were hurrying toward the Stadhuis. Flames in the direction of the Roman tower told us that the heart of the town was afire. The faces of those we saw were haggard and emaciated. From every side we caught disjointed phrases of complaint or despair. "Horseflesh at 10 shillings the pound," said one, and "bread at 16 shillings. "Bread indeed," an old woman retorted. "It's 8 weeks gone since I've seen a crumb. My little grandchild, the lame one, went last night. Do you know what Gekabechi, the washerwoman, did? She was starving. Her babe died, and she and her man—" A louder cannon burst cut short this revelation. We made our way on toward the citadel of the town, passing a few soldiers here and there, and many burghers with grim faces under their broad-brimmed felt hats. "There is bread plenty yonder where the gunpowder is, and full pardon, too. Valdez shot another amnesty over the walls this morning." An excited crowd immediately surrounded the speaker. "But the fleet!" they cried. "The fleet is grounded fast on the Greenway polder. Boissot may turn his one eye seaward for a wind till famine and pestilence have carried off every mother's son of ye, and his ark will not be a rope's length nearer. Death by plague, death by starvation, death by fire and musketry. That is what the burgomaster offers us in return for glory for himself and kingdom for Orange." "He asks us," said a sturdy citizen, "to hold out only 24 hours longer, and to pray meanwhile for an ocean wind." "Ah, yes," sneered the first speaker. "Pray on. There is bread enough locked in Peter Adrianson van der Werf's cellar. I warrant you that it is what gives him so wonderful a stomach for resisting the most Catholic king." A young girl with braided yellow hair pressed through the crowd and confronted the malcontent. "Good people," said the maiden, "do not listen to him. He is a traitor with a Spanish heart. I am Pieter's daughter. We have no bread. We ate malt cakes and rapeseed like the rest of you till that was gone. Then we stripped the green leaves from the lime trees and willows in our gardens and ate them. We have eaten even the thistles and weeds that grew between the stones by the canal. The coward lies." Nevertheless, the insinuation had its effect. The throng, now become a mob, surged off in the direction of the burgomaster's house. One ruffian raised his hand to strike the girl out of the way. In a wink the cur was under the feet of his fellows, and Harry, panting and glowing, stood at the maiden's side, shouting defiance in good English at the backs of the rapidly retreating crowd. With the utmost frankness, she put both her arms around Harry's neck and kissed him. "Thank you," she said. "You are a hearty lad. My name is Gertrude van der Wert." Harry was fumbling in his vocabulary for the proper Dutch phrases, but the girl would not stay for compliments. "They mean mischief to my father." And she hurried us through several exceedingly narrow streets into a 3-cornered marketplace dominated by a church with 2 spires. "There he is," she exclaimed, "on the steps of St. Pancras." There was a tumult in the marketplace, the conflagration raging beyond the church, and the voices of the Spanish and Walloon cannon outside the walls were less angry than the roar of this multitude of desperate men clamoring for the bread that a single word from their leader's lips would bring them. "Surrender to the king," they cried, "or we will send your dead body to Lammen as Leyden's token of submission." One tall man, taller by half a head than any of the burghers confronting him, and so dark of complexion that we wondered how he could be the father of Gertrude, heard the threat in silence. When the burgomaster spoke, the mob listened in spite of themselves. "What is it you ask, my friends? That we break our vow and surrender Leyden to the Spaniards? That is to devote ourselves to a fate far more horrible than starvation. I have to keep the oath. Kill me if you will have it so. I can die only once, whether by your hands, by the enemy's, or by the hand of God. Let us starve if we must, welcoming starvation, because it comes before dishonor. Your menaces do not move me. My life is at your disposal. Here, take my sword, thrust it into my breast, and divide my flesh among you to appease your hunger. So long as I remain alive, expect no surrender." There was silence again while the mob wavered. Then there were mutterings around us. Above these rang out the clear voice of the girl whose hand Harry still held, unnecessarily, it seemed to me. "Do you not feel the sea wind? It has come at last, to the tower, and the first man there will see by moonlight the full white sails of the prince's ships." For several hours I scoured the streets of the town, seeking in vain my cousin and his companion. The sudden movement and the crowd toward the Roman tower had separated us. On every side I saw evidences of the terrible chastisement that had brought this stout-hearted people to the verge of despair. A man with hungry eyes chased a lean rat along the bank of the canal. A young mother with 2 dead babes in her arms sat in a doorway to which they bore the bodies of her husband and father, just killed at the walls. In the middle of the deserted street I passed unburied corpses in a pile twice as high as my head. The pestilence had been there, kinder than the Spaniard, because it held out no treacherous promises while it dealt its blows. Toward morning the wind increased to a gale. There was no sleep in Leyden. No more talk of surrender, no longer any thought or care about defense. These words were on the lips of everybody I met. "Daylight will bring the fleet." Did daylight bring the fleet? History says so, but I was not a witness. I know only that before dawn the gale culminated in a violent thunderstorm, and that at the same time a muffled explosion, heavier than the thunder, shook the town. I was in the crowd that watched from the Roman mound for the first signs of the approaching relief. The concussion shook hope out of every face. "Their mine has reached the wall." But where? I pressed forward until I found the burgomaster, who was standing among the rest. "Quick," I whispered. "It is beyond the Cow Gate, and this side of the Tower of Burgundy." He gave me a searching glance and then strode away without making any attempt to quiet the general panic. I followed close at his heels. It was a tight run of nearly half a mile to the rampart in question. When we reached the Cow Gate, this is what we saw. A great gap where the wall had been, opening to the swampy fields beyond. In the moat outside and below, a confusion of upturned faces, belonging to men who struggled like demons to achieve the breach, who now gained a few feet and now were forced back. On the shattered rampart, a handful of soldiers and burghers formed a living wall where masonry had failed. Perhaps a double handful of women and girls serving stones to the defenders and boiling water in buckets, besides pitch and oil and unslaked lime, and some of them quoiting tar and burning hoops over the necks of the Spaniards in the moat. My cousin Harry leading and directing the men, the burgomaster's daughter Gertrude encouraging and inspiring the women. But what attracted my attention more than anything else was the frantic activity of a little figure in black who, with a huge ladle, was showering molten lead on the heads of the assailing party. As he turned to the bonfire and kettle which supplied him with ammunition, his features came into full light. I gave a cry of surprise. The ladler of molten lead was Professor Van Stop. The burgomaster, Van der Werf, turned at my sudden exclamation. "Who is that?" I said. "The man at the kettle." "That," replied Van der Werf, "is the brother of my wife, the clockmaker, Jan Lipperdam." The affair at the breach was over almost before we had time to grasp the situation. The Spaniards who had overthrown the wall of brick and stone found the living wall impregnable. They could not even maintain their position in the moat. They were driven off into the darkness. Now I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Some stray missile must have hit me while we watched the fight. "Who has done this thing?" demanded the burgomaster. "Who is it that has kept watch on today while the rest of us were straining fools' eyes toward tomorrow?" Gertrude Van der Werf came forward proudly, leading my cousin. "My father," said the girl. "He has saved my life." "That is much to me," said the burgomaster, "but it is not all. He has saved Leyden, and he has saved Holland." I was becoming dizzy. The faces around me seemed unreal. Why were we here with these people? Why did the thunder and lightning forever continue? Why did the clockmaker, Jan Lipperdam, turn always toward me the face of Professor von Stopp? "Harry," I said, "come back to our rooms." But though he grasped my hand warmly, his other hand still held that of the girl, and he did not move. Then nausea overcame me, my head swam, and the breach and its defenders faded from sight. 5. 3 days later, I sat with one arm bandaged in my accustomed seat in Van Stopp's lecture room. The place beside me was vacant. "We hear much," said the Hegelian professor, reading from a notebook in his usual dry, hurried tone, "of the influence of the 16th century upon the 19th. No philosopher, as far as I am aware, has studied the influence of the 19th century upon the 16th. If cause produces effect, does effect never induce cause? Does the law of heredity, unlike all other laws of this universe of mind and matter, operate in one direction only? Does the descendant owe everything to the ancestor, and the ancestor nothing to the descendant? Does destiny, which may seize upon our existence for its own purposes, bear us far into the future, never carry us back into the past?" I went back to my rooms in the Bredestraat, where my only companion was the silent clock. End of the clock that went backward.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
The Crystal Man by Edward Page Mitchell. Read by Tommy Howell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crystal Man by Edward Page Mitchell. Rapidly turning into the Fifth Avenue from one of the cross streets above the old reservoir at 11:15 on the night of November 6th, 1879, I ran plump into an individual coming the other way. It was very dark on this corner. I could see nothing of the person with whom I had the honor to be in collision. Nevertheless, the quick habit of a mind accustomed to induction had furnished me with several well-defined facts regarding him before I fairly recovered from the shock of the encounter. These were some of the facts. He was a heavier man than myself, and stiffer in the legs, but he lacked precisely 3 inches and a half on my stature. He wore a silk hat, a cape or cloak of heavy woolen material, and rubber overshoes or arctics. He was about 35 years old, born in America, educated at a German university, either Heidelberg or Freiburg, naturally of hasty temper, but considerate and courteous in his demeanor to others. He was not entirely at peace with society. There was something in his life or in his present errand which he desired to conceal. How did I know all this when I had not seen the stranger, and when only a single monosyllable had escaped his lips? Well, I knew that he was stouter than myself and firmer on his foot, because it was I, not he, who recoiled. I knew that I was just 3.5 inches taller than he, for the tip of my nose was still tingling from its contact with the stiff, sharp brim of his hat. My hand, involuntarily raised, had come under the edge of his cape. He wore rubber shoes, for I had not heard a footfall. To an observant ear, the indications of age are as plain as in the tones of the voice as to the eye in the lines of the countenance. In the first moment of exasperation of my maladroitness, he had muttered "ox," a term that would occur to nobody except a German at such a time. The pronunciation of the guttural, however, told me that the speaker was an American German, not a German-American, and that his German education had been derived south of the River Main. Moreover, the tone of the gentleman and scholar was manifest even in the utterance of wrath. That the gentleman was in no particular hurry, but for some reason anxious to remain unknown, was a conclusion drawn from the fact that, after listening in silence to my polite apology, he stooped to recover and restore to me my umbrella, and then passed on as noiselessly as he had approached. I make it a point to verify my conclusions when possible, so I turned back into the cross street and followed the stranger toward a lamp part way down the block. Certainly I was not more than 5 seconds behind him. There was no other road that he could have taken. No house door had opened and closed along the way, and yet, when we came into the light, the form that ought to have been directly in front of me did not appear. Neither man nor man's shadow was visible. Hurrying on as fast as I could walk to the next gaslight, I paused under the lamp and listened. The street was apparently deserted. The rays from the yellow flame reached only a little way into the darkness. The steps and doorway, however, of the brownstone house, facing the street lamp, were sufficiently illuminated. The gilt figures above the door were distinct. I recognized the house. The number was a familiar one. While I stood under the gaslight, waiting, I heard a slight noise on these steps, and the click of a key in a lock. The vestibule door of the house was slowly opened and then closed with a slam that echoed across the street. Almost immediately followed the sound of the opening and shutting of the inner door. Nobody had come out. As far as my eyes could be trusted to report an event hardly 10 feet away and in broad light, nobody had gone in. With the notion that here was scanty material for an exact application of the inductive process, I stood a long time wildly guessing at the philosophy of the strange occurrence. I felt that vague sense of the unexplainable which amounts almost to dread. It was a relief to hear steps on the sidewalk opposite and turn to see a policeman swinging his long black club and watching me. This house of chocolate brown, whose front door opened and shut at midnight without indications of human agency, was, as I have said, well known to me. I had left it not more than 10 minutes earlier, after spending the evening with my friend Bliss and his daughter Pandora. The house was of the sort in which each story constitutes a domicile complete in itself. The second floor or flat had been inhabited by Bliss since his return from abroad, that is to say, for a 12-month. I held Bliss in esteem for his excellent qualities of heart, while his deplorably illogical and unscientific mind commanded my profound pity. I adored Pandora. Be good enough to understand that my admiration for Pandora Bliss was hopeless. And not only hopeless, but resigned to its hopelessness. In our circle of acquaintance, there was a tacit covenant that the young lady's peculiar position as a flirt wedded to a memory should be at all times respected. We adored Pandora mildly, not passionately, just enough to feed her coquetry without excoriating the seared surface of her widowed heart. On her part, Pandora conducted herself with signal propriety. She did not sigh too obtrusively when she flirted, and she always kept her flirtations so well in hand that she could cut them short whenever the fond, sad recollections came. It was considered proper for us all to tell Pandora that she owed it to her youth and beauty to put aside the dead past like a closed book, and to urge her respectfully to come forth into the living present. It was not considered proper to press the subject after she had once replied that this was forever impossible. The particulars of the tragic episode in Miss Pandora's European experience were not accurately known to us. It was understood in a vague way that she had loved while abroad and trifled with her lover, that he had disappeared, leaving her in ignorance of his fate and in perpetual remorse for her capricious behavior. From Bliss I had gathered a few sporadic facts, not coherent enough to form a history of the case. There was no reason to believe that Pandora's lover had committed suicide. His name was Flack. He was a scientific man. In Bliss's opinion, he was a fool. In Bliss's opinion, Pandora was a fool to pine on his account. In Bliss's opinion, all scientific men were more or less fools. That year I ate Thanksgiving dinner with the Blisses. In the evening I sought to astonish the company by reciting the mysterious events of the night of my collision with the stranger. The story failed to produce the expected sensation. 2 or 3 odious people exchanged glances. Pandora, who was unusually pensive, listened with seeming indifference. Her father, in his stupid inability to grasp anything outside the commonplace, laughed outright, and even went so far as to question my trustworthiness as an observer of phenomena. Somewhat nettled, and perhaps a little shaken in my own faith in the marvel, I made an excuse to withdraw early. Pandora accompanied me to the threshold. "Your story," said she, "interested me strangely. I, too, could report occurrences in and about this house, which would surprise you. I believe I am not wholly in the dark. The sorrowful past casts a glimmer of light, but let us not be hasty. For my sake, probe the matter to the bottom." The young woman sighed as she bade me good night. I thought I heard a second sigh, in a deeper tone than hers, and too distinct to be a reverberation. I began to go downstairs. Before I had descended half a dozen steps, I felt a man's hand laid rather heavily upon my shoulder from behind. My first idea was that Bliss had followed me into the hall to apologize for his rudeness. I turned around to meet his friendly overture. Nobody was in sight. Again the hand touched my arm. I shuddered in spite of my philosophy. This time the hand gently pulled at my coat sleeve as if to invite me upstairs. I ascended a step or two, and the pressure on my arm was relaxed. I paused, and the silent invitation was repeated with an urgency that left no doubt as to what was wanted. We mounted the stairs together, the presence leading the way, I following. What an extraordinary journey it was! The halls were bright with gaslight. By the testimony of my eyes, there was no one but myself upon the stairway. Closing my eyes, the illusion, if illusion it could be called, was perfect. I could hear the creaking of the stairs ahead of me, the soft but distinctly audible footfalls synchronous with my own, even the regular breathing of my companion and guide. Extending my arm, I could touch and finger the skirt of his garment, a heavy woolen cloak lined with silk. Suddenly I opened my eyes. They told me again that I was absolutely alone. This problem then presented itself to mind. How to determine whether vision was playing me false, while the senses of hearing and feeling correctly informed me, or whether my ears and touch lied while my eyes reported the truth. Who shall be arbiter when the senses contradict each other? The reasoning faculty? Reason was inclined to recognize the presence of an intelligent being, whose existence was flatly denied by the most trusted of the senses. We reached the topmost floor of the house. The door leading out of the public hall opened for me, apparently of its own accord. A curtain within seemed to draw itself aside, and hold itself aside long enough to give me ingress to an apartment wherein every appointment spoke of good taste and scholarly habits. A wood fire was burning in the chimney-place. The walls were covered with books and pictures. The lounging chairs were capacious and inviting. There was nothing in the room uncanny, nothing weird, nothing different from the furniture of everyday flesh-and-blood existence. By the time I had cleared my mind of the last lingering suspicion of the supernatural, these phenomena were perhaps not inexplicable. All that I lacked was the key. The behavior of my unseen host argued his amicable disposition. I was able to watch with perfect calmness a series of manifestations of independent energy on the part of inanimate objects. In the first place, a great Turkish easy-chair wheeled itself out of a corner of the room and approached the hearth. Then a square-backed Queen Anne chair started from another corner, advancing until it was planted directly opposite the first. A little tripod table lifted itself a few inches above the floor and took a position between the two chairs. A thick octavo volume backed out of its place on the shelf and sailed tranquilly through the air at the height of 3 or 4 feet, landing neatly on top of the table. A finely painted porcelain pipe left a hook on the wall and joined the volume. A tobacco box jumped from the mantelpiece. The door of a cabinet swung open, and a decanter and wine-glass made the journey in company, arriving simultaneously at the same destination. Everything in the room seemed instinct with the spirit of hospitality. I seated myself in the easy chair, filled the wine-glass, lighted the pipe, and examined the volume. It was the Audiobook de Gerber of Bucius of Vienna. When I had replaced the book upon the table, it deliberately opened itself at the 443rd page. "Are you not nervous?" demanded a voice, not 4 feet from my tympanum. The voice had a familiar sound. I recognized it as the voice that I heard in the street on the night of November 6th, when it called me an ox. "No," I said, "I am not nervous. I am a man of science, accustomed to regard all phenomena as explainable by natural laws, provided we can discover the laws. No, I am not frightened." "So much the better. You are a man of science, like myself." Here the voice groaned. "A man of nerve, and a friend of Pandora's." "Oh, pardon me," I interposed. "Since a lady's name is introduced, it would be well to know with whom, or with what, I am speaking." "That is precisely what I desire to communicate," replied the voice. "Before I asked you to render me a great service, my name is, or was, Stephen Black. I am, or have been, a citizen of the United States. My exact status at present is as great a mystery to myself as it can possibly be to you. But I am, or was, an honest man and a gentleman, and I offer you my hand." I saw no hand. I reached forth my own, however, and it met with the pressure of warm, living fingers. "Now," resumed the voice, after this silent pact of friendship, "be good enough to read the passage at which I have opened the book upon the table." Here is a rough translation of what I read in German. "As the color of the organic tissues constituting the body depends upon the presence of certain proximate principles of the third class, all containing iron as one of the ultimate elements, it follows that the hue may vary according to the well-defined chemico-physiological changes. An excess of hemotin in the blood globules gives a ruddier tinge to every tissue. The melanin that colors the choroid of the eye, the iris, the hair, may be increased or diminished according to laws recently formulated by Chart of Basel. In the epidermis, the excess of melanin makes the negro, the deficient supply the albino. The hemotin and the melanin, together with the greenish-yellow biliverdine and the reddish-yellow urocacine, are the pigments which impart color character to tissues otherwise transparent or nearly so. I deplore my inability to record the result of some highly interesting histological experiments conducted by that indefatigable investigator, Frolicker, in achieving success in the way of separating pink discoloration of the human body by chemical means. "For 5 years," continued my unseen companion when I had finished reading, "I was Frolicker's student and laboratory assistant at Freiburg. Bucius only half guessed at the importance of our experiments. We reached results which were so astounding that public policy required they should not be published, even to the scientific world. Frolicker died a year ago, last August. I had faith in the genius of this great thinker and admirable man. If he had rewarded my unquestioning loyalty with full confidence, I should not now be a miserable wretch. But his natural reserve and the jealousy with which all savants guard their unverified results kept me ignorant of the essential formulas governing our experiments. As his disciple, I was familiar with the laboratory details of the work. The master alone possessed the radical secret. The consequence is that I have been led into a misfortune more appalling than has been the lot of any human being since the primal curse fell upon Cain. Our efforts were at first directed to the enlargement and variation of the quantity of pigmentary matter in the system. By increasing the proportion of melanin, for instance, conveyed in food to the blood, we are able to make a fair man dark, a dark man black as an African. There was scarcely a hue we could not impart to the skin by modifying and varying our combinations. The experiments were usually tried on me. At different times I have been copper-colored, violet blue, crimson, and chrome yellow. For one triumphant week I exhibited in my person all the colors of the rainbow. There still remains a witness to the interesting character of our work during this period." The voice paused, and in a few seconds a handbell upon the mantel was sounded. Presently an old man with a close-fitting skull-cap shuffled into the room. "Caspar," said the voice in German, "show the gentleman your hair." Without manifesting any surprise, and as if perfectly accustomed to receive commands addressed to him out of vacancy, the old domestic bowed and removed his cap. The scanty locks thus discovered were of a lustrous emerald green. I expressed my astonishment. "The gentleman finds your hair very beautiful," said the voice, again in German. "That is all, Caspar." Replacing his cap, the domestic withdrew with a look of gratified vanity on his face. "Old Caspar was Frolica's servant, and is now mine. He was the subject of one of our first applications of the process. The worthy man was so pleased with the result that he would never permit us to restore his hair to its original red. He is a faithful soul, and my only intermediary and representative in the visible world. Now," continued Flack, "to the story of my undoing. The great histologist with whom it was my privilege to be associated next turned his attention to another and still more interesting branch of the investigation. Hitherto he had sought merely to increase or to modify the pigments in the tissues. He now began a series of experiments as to the possibility of eliminating those pigments altogether from the system by absorption, exudation, and the use of chlorides and other chemical agents acting on organic matter. He was only too successful. Again, I was the subject of experiments which Frolica supervised, imparting to me only so much as the secret of this process as was unavoidable. For weeks at a time I remained in his private laboratory, seeing no one and seen by no one excepting the professor and the trustworthy Caspar. Herr Frolica proceeded with caution, closely watching the effect of each new test and advancing by degrees. He never went so far in one experiment that he was unable to withdraw at discretion. He always kept open an easy road for retreat. For that reason I felt myself perfectly safe in his hands and submitted to whatever he required. Under the action of the etiolating drugs which the professor administered in connection with powerful detergents, I became at first pale, white, colorless as an albino, but without suffering in general health. My hair and beard looked like spun glass, and my skin like marble. The professor was satisfied with the results, and went no further at this time. He restored me to my normal color. In the next experiment, and in those succeeding, he allowed his chemical agents to take firmer hold upon the tissues of my body. I became not only white, like a bleached man, but slightly translucent, like a porcelain figure. Then again he paused for a while, giving me back my color and allowing me to go forth into the world. 2 months later I was more than translucent. You have seen floating those sea radiates, the medusa or jellyfish, their outlines almost invisible to the eye. Well, I became in the air like a jellyfish in the water, almost perfectly transparent. It was only by close inspection that old Caspar could discover my whereabouts in the room when he came to bring me food. It was Caspar who ministered to my wants at times when I was cloistered. "But your clothing," I inquired, interrupting Flack's narrative, "that must have stood out in strong contrast with the dim aspect of your body." "Ah, no," said Flack. "The spectacle of an apparently empty suit of clothes moving about the laboratory was too grotesque even for the grave professor. For the protection of his gravity, he was obliged to devise a way to apply his process to dead organic matter, such as the wool of my cloak, the cotton of my shirts, and the leather of my shoes. Thus I came to be equipped with the outfit which still serves me. It was this stage of our progress, when we had almost attained perfect transparency, and therefore complete invisibility, that I met Pandora Bliss. A year ago, last July, in one of the intervals of our experimenting, and at a time when I presented my natural appearance, I went into the Schwarzwald to recuperate. I first saw and admired Pandora at the little village of St. Beacene. They had come from the falls of the Rhine, and were traveling north. I turned around and traveled north. At the Stern Inn, I loved Pandora. At the summit of the Feldberg, I madly worshipped her. In the Holland Pass, I was ready to sacrifice my life for a gracious word from her lips. On Hornisgrund, I besought her permission to throw myself from the top of the mountain into the gloomy waters of the Mummelsee, in order to prove my devotion. You know Pandora. Since you know her, there is no need to apologize for the rapid growth of my infatuation. She flirted with me, laughed with me, drove with me, walked with me through byways in the green woods, climbed with me up acclivities so steep that climbing together was one delicious, prolonged embrace, talked science with me, and sentiment, listened to my hopes and enthusiasm, snubbed me, froze me, maddened me, all at her sweet will, and all while her matter-of-fact papa dozed in the coffee rooms of the inns over the financial columns of the latest New York papers. But whether she loved me, I know not to this day. When Pandora's father learned what my pursuits were and what my prospects, he brought our little idyll to an abrupt termination. I think he classified me somewhere between the professional jugglers and the quack doctors. In vain I explained to him that I should become famous and probably rich. "When you are famous and rich," he remarked with a grin, "I shall be pleased to meet you at my office in Broad Street." He carried Pandora off to Paris, and I returned to Freiburg. A few weeks later, one bright afternoon in August, I stood in Frolica's laboratory, unseen by 4 persons who were almost within the radius of my arm's length. Caspar was behind me, washing some test tubes. Frolica, with a proud smile upon his face, was gazing intently at the place where he knew I ought to be. 2 brother professors, summoned on some pretext, were unconsciously almost jostling me with their elbows as they discussed I know not what trivial question. They could have heard my heartbeat. "By the way, Herr Professor," one asked as he was about to depart, "has your assistant, Herr Flack, returned from his vacation?" This test was perfect. As soon as we were alone, Professor Frolica grasped my invisible hand, as you have grasped it tonight. He was in high spirits. "My dear fellow," he said, "tomorrow crowns our work. You shall appear, or rather not appear, before the assembled faculty of the university. I have telegraphed invitations to Heidelberg, to Bonn, to Berlin. Schrotter, Haeckel, Steinmetz, Lavallo will be here. Our triumph will be in presence of the most eminent physicists of the age. I shall then disclose the secrets of our process, which I have hitherto withheld even from you, my co-laborer and trusted friend. But you shall share the glory. What is this I hear about the forest bird that has flown? My boy, you shall be restocked with pigment and go to Paris to seek her with fame in your hands and the blessings of science on your head." The next morning, the 19th of August, before I had risen from my cot bed, Caspar hastily entered the laboratory. Herr Flack, he gasped. "The Herr Doctor Professor is dead of apoplexy." The narrative had come to an end. I sat a long time thinking, what could I do? What could I say? In what shape could I offer consolation to this unhappy man? Flack the Invisible was sobbing bitterly. He was the first to speak. "It is hard, hard, for no crime in the eyes of man, for no sin in the sight of God. I have been condemned to a fate 10,000 times worse than hell. I must walk the earth a man, living, seeing, loving, like other men, while between me and all that makes life worth having there is a barrier fixed forever. Even ghosts have shapes. My life is living death, my existence oblivion. No friend can look me in the face. Were I to clasp to my breast the woman I love, it would only be to inspire terror inexpressible. I see her almost every day. I brush against her skirts, and I pass her on the stairs. Did she love me? Does she love me? Would not that knowledge make the curse still more cruel? Yet it was to learn the truth that I brought you here. Then I made the greatest mistake of my life. Cheer up, I said. Pandora has always loved you. By the sudden overturning of the table, I knew with what vehemence Flack sprang to his feet. His two hands had my shoulders in a fierce grip. Yes, I continued, Pandora has been faithful to your memory. There is no reason to despair. The secret of Frolicker's process died with him. But why should it not be rediscovered by experiment and induction ab initio, with the aid which you can render? Have courage and hope. She loves you. In 5 minutes you shall hear it from her own lips. No wail of pain that I ever heard was half so pathetic as his wild cry of joy. I hurried downstairs and summoned Miss Bliss into the hall. In a few words I explained the situation. To my surprise, she neither fainted nor went into hysterics. Certainly I will accompany you, she said with a smile which I could not then interpret. She followed me into Flack's room, calmly scrutinizing every corner of the apartment, with the set smile still upon her face. Had she been entering a ballroom, she could not have shown greater self-possession. She manifested no astonishment, no terror, and when her hand was seized by invisible hands and covered with kisses from invisible lips, she listened with composure to the torrent of loving and caressing words which my unfortunate friend poured into her ears. Perplexed and uneasy, I watched the strange scene. Presently Miss Bliss withdrew her hand. Really, Mr. Flack, she said with a light laugh, you are sufficiently demonstrative. Did you acquire the habit on the continent? Pandora, I heard him say, I do not understand. Perhaps, she calmly went on, you regard it as one of the privileges of your invisibility. Let me congratulate you on the success of your experiment. What a clever man your professor, what is his name, must be? You can make a fortune by exhibiting yourself. Was this the woman who for months had paraded her inconsolable sorrow for the loss of this very man? I was stupefied. Who shall undertake to analyze the motives of a coquette? What science is profound enough to unravel her unconscionable whims? Pandora! He exclaimed again in a bewildered voice. What does it mean? Why do you receive me in this manner? Is that all you have to say to me? I believe that is all, she coolly replied, moving toward the door. You are a gentleman, and I need not ask you to spare me any further annoyance. You're hard as quartz, I whispered as she passed me in going out. You are unworthy of him. Flack's despairing cry brought Caspar into the room. With the instinct acquired by long and faithful service, the old man went straight to the place where his master was. I saw him clutch at the air, as if struggling with and seeking to detain the invisible man. He was flung violently aside. He recovered himself and stood an instant listening, his neck distended, his face pale. Then he rushed out of the door and down the stairs. I followed him. The street door of the house was open. On the sidewalk, Caspar hesitated a few seconds. It was toward the west that he finally turned, running down the street with such speed that I had the utmost difficulty to keep at his side. It was near midnight. We crossed avenue after avenue. An inarticulate murmur of satisfaction escaped old Caspar's lips. A little way ahead of us we saw a man standing at one of the avenue corners, suddenly thrown to the ground. We sped on, never relaxing our pace. I now heard rapid footfalls a short distance in advance of us. I clutched Caspar's arm. He nodded. Almost breathless, I was conscious that we were no longer treading upon pavement, but on boards and amid a confusion of lumber. In front of us were no more lights, only blank vacancy. Caspar gave one mighty spring. He clutched, missed, and fell back with a cry of horror. There was a dull splash in the black waters of the river at our feet. End of The Crystal Man.
The Eyes Have It, by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing's known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paper-backed book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment, I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd that I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised, and that's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was, in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race. Obviously non-terrestrial. Yet, to the characters in the book, it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leapt up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently, she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will, eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things. Beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously. Splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being further, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. poor Bibney has lost his head again," which was followed by, "and Bob said he has utterly no guts." Yet Bibley got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one a normal person, reveals herself as being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded it, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with him by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leapt to my feet. But not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travel had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick.
The Gallery by Rog Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. The Gallery by Rog Phillips. Aunt Matilda needed him desperately, but when he arrived she did not want him, and neither did anyone else in his hometown. I was in the midst of the fourth draft of my doctorate thesis when Aunt Matilda's telegram came. It could not have come at a worse time. The deadline for my thesis was 4 days away, and there was a minimum of 5 days of hard work to do on it yet. I was working around the clock. If it had been a telegram informing me of her death, I could not have taken time out to attend the funeral. If it had been a telegram saying she was at death's door, I'm very much afraid I would have had to call the hospital and order them to keep her alive a few days longer. Instead, it was a tersely worded appeal. Arthur, stop. Come at once. Stop. Am in terrible trouble. Stop. Do not phone. Stop. Aunt Matilda. So there was nothing else for me to do. I laid the telegram aside and kept on working on my thesis. That is not as heartless as it might seem. I simply could not imagine Aunt Matilda in terrible trouble. The end of the world I could imagine, but not Aunt Matilda in trouble. She was the classic, flat-chested, ageless spinster living alone in the midst of her dustless bric-a-brac and spode in a frame house of the same vintage as herself at the edge of the classic small town of Sumac, near the southwest corner of Wisconsin. I had visited her for 2 days over a year ago, and she had looked exactly the same as she had when I stayed with her when I was 6 all summer, and there was no question but what she would some day attend my funeral when I died of old age, and she would still look the same as always. There was no conceivable trouble of terrestrial origin that could touch her, or would want to, and, as it turned out, I was right in that respect. I was right in another respect, too. By finishing my thesis, I became a Ph.D. on schedule, and if I had abandoned all that and rushed to Sumac the moment I received the telegram, it could not have materially altered the outcome of things. And Aunt Matilda, hanging on the wall of my study, knitting things for the Red Cross, will attest to that. You, of course, might argue about her being there. You might even insist that I am hanging on her wall instead, and I would have to agree with you, since it all depends on the point of view, and as I sit here typing I can look up and see myself hanging on her wall. But perhaps I had better begin at the beginning, when, with my thesis behind me, I arrived on the 4:15 milk run. as they call the train that stops on its way past Sumac. I was in a very disturbed state of mind, as anyone who has ever turned in a doctorate thesis can well imagine. For the life of me, I couldn't be sure whether I had used symbol or token on line 7, sheet 23 of my thesis, and it was a bad habit of mine to unconsciously interchange them unpredictably, and I knew that Dr. Walters could very well vote against acceptance of my thesis on that ground alone. Also, I had thought of a much better opening sentence to my thesis, and was having to use willpower to keep from rushing back to the university to ask permission to change it. I had practically no sleep during the 14-hour run, and what sleep I did have had been interrupted by violent starts of awaking with the conviction that this or that error in the initial draft of my thesis had not been corrected by the final draft. And then, of course, I would have to think the thing through and recall when I had made the correction before I could go back to sleep. So I was a wreck, mentally, if not physically, when I stepped off the train onto the wooden depot platform that had certainly been built in the Pleistocene era, with my ox-blood two-suiter firmly clutched in my left hand. With snorts of steam and the loud clanking of loose drives, the train got under way again, its whistle wailing mournfully as the last empty coach car sped past me and retreated into the distance. As I stood there, my brain tingling with weariness, and listened to the absolute silence of the town triumph over the last distant wail of the train whistle, I became aware that something about Sumac was different. What it was, I didn't know. I stood where I was a moment longer, trying to analyze it. In some indefinable way, everything looked unreal. That was as close as I could come to it, and of course, having pinned it down that far, I at once dismissed it as a trick of the mind produced by tiredness. I began walking. The planks of the platform were certainly real enough. I circled the depot without going in, and started walking in the direction of Aunt Matilda's, which was only a short 8 blocks from the depot, as I had known since I was 6. The feeling of the unreality of my surroundings persisted, and with it came another feeling of an invisible pressure against me, almost a resentment, not only from the people, but from the houses and even the trees. Slowly, I began to realize that it couldn't be entirely my imagination. Most of the dozen or so people I passed knew me, and I remembered suddenly that every other time I had come to Aunt Matilda's they had stopped to talk with me, and I had had to make some excuse to escape them. Now they were behaving differently. They would look at me absently, as they might any stranger walking from the direction of the depot. Then their eyes would light up with recognition, and they would open their lips to greet me with hearty welcome. Then, as though they just thought of something, they would change, and just say, "Hello, Arthur," and continue on past me. It didn't take me long to conclude that this strange behavior was probably caused by something in connection with Aunt Matilda. Had she perhaps been named as correspondent in the divorce of the local minister? Had she, of all people, had a child out of wedlock? Things in a small town can be deadly serious, so by the time her familiar frame house came into view down the street, I was ready to keep a straight face, no matter what, and reserve my chuckles for the privacy of her guest room. It would be a new experience to find Aunt Matilda guilty of any human frailty. It was slightly impossible, but I had prepared myself for it. And that first day her behavior convinced me I was right in my conclusion. She appeared in the doorway as I came up the front walk. She was breathing hard, as though she had been running, and there was a dust streak on the side of her thin face. "Hello, Arthur," she said when I came up on the porch. She shook my hand as limply as always, and gave me a reluctant duty peck on the cheek, then backed into the house to give me room to enter. I glanced around the familiar surroundings, waiting for her to blurt out the cause of her telegram, and feeling a little guilty about not having come at once. I felt the loneliness inside her more than I ever had before. There was a terror way back in her eyes. "You look tired, Arthur," she said. Yes, I said, glad of the opportunity she had given me to explain. I had to finish my thesis and get it in by last night. 2 solid years of hard work, and it had to be done or the whole thing was for nothing. That's why I couldn't come 4 days ago. And you seemed quite insistent that I shouldn't call. I smiled to let her know that I remembered about party lines in a small town. It's just as well, she said. And while I was trying to decide what the antecedent of her remark was, she said, "You can go back on the morning train." "You mean the trouble is over?" I said, relieved. "Yes," she said, but she had hesitated. It was the first time I had ever seen her tell a lie. "You must be hungry," she rushed on. "Put your suitcase in the room and wash up." She turned her back to me and hurried into the kitchen. I was hungry. The memory of her homey cooking did it. I glanced around the front room. Nothing had changed, I thought. Then I noticed the framed portrait of my father and his 3 brothers was hanging where the large print of a basket of fruit used to hang. The basket of fruit picture was where the portrait should have been, and it was entirely too big a picture for that spot. I would never have thought Aunt Matilda could tolerate anything out of proportion. And the darker area of wallpaper where the fruit picture had prevented fading stood out like a sore thumb. I looked around the room for other changes. The boat picture that had hung to the right of the front door was not there. On the floor under where it should have been, I caught the flash of light from a shard of glass. Next to it, the drape framing the window was not hanging right. On impulse, I went over and peeked behind the drape. There, leaning against the wall, was the boat picture, with fragments of splintered glass still in it. From the evidence it appeared that Aunt Matilda had either been trying to hang the picture where it belonged, or taking it down, and it had slipped out of her hands and fallen, and she had hidden it behind the drape and hastily swept up the broken glass. But why? Even granting that Aunt Matilda might behave in such an erratic fashion, which was obvious from the evidence, I couldn't imagine its sensible reason. It occurred to me, facetiously, that she might have gone in for pictures of musclemen, and seeing me coming up the street, she had rushed them into hiding and brought out the old pictures. That could account for the evidence, except for one thing. I hadn't dallied. She could not possibly have seen me earlier than 60 seconds before I came up the front walk. Still, the telegrapher at the depot could have called her and told her I was here when he saw me get off the train. I shrugged the matter off and went to the guest room. It, too, was the same as always, except for one thing, a picture. It was a color photograph of the church, taken from the street. The picture was in a frame, but without glass over it, and was about 18 inches wide and 30 high. It was a very good picture, very lifelike. There was a car parked at the curb in front of the church, and someone inside the car smoking a cigarette, and it was so real I would have sworn I could see the streamer of smoke rising from the cigarette, moving. The odor of good food came from the kitchen, reminding me to get busy. I opened my 2-seater and took out my toilet kit and went to the bathroom. I shaved, brushed my teeth, and combed my hair. Afterward, I popped into my room just for a second to put my toilet kit on the dresser and hurried to the dining room. Something nagged at the back of my mind all the time I was eating. After dinner, Aunt Matilda suggested I'd better get some sleep. I couldn't argue. I was already asleep on my feet. Her fried chicken and creamed gravy and mashed potatoes had been an opiate. I didn't even bother to hang up my clothes. I slipped into the heaven of comfort of the bed. I closed my eyes, and the next minute it was morning. Getting out of bed, I stopped in mid-motion. The picture of the church was no longer on the wall, and as I stared at the blank spot where it had been, the thing that had nagged me during dinner last night finally leapt into consciousness. When I had dashed into the room and out again last night on the way to the dining room, I had glanced briefly at the picture and something had been different about it. Now I knew what had been different. The car had no longer been in front of the church. I lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the bed. I thought about that picture and simply could not bring myself to believe the accuracy of that fleeting impression. Aunt Matilda had slipped into my room and removed the picture while I slept. That was obvious. Why had she done that? The fleeting impression that I couldn't be positive about would give her a sensible reason. I studied my memory of that picture as I had closely studied it. It had been a remarkable picture. The more I recalled its details, the more remarkable it became. I couldn't remember any surface gloss or graining to it, but of course I had not been looking for such things. Only an expert photographer would notice or recognize such technical details. My thoughts turned in the direction of Aunt Matilda and her telegram. Her source of income, I knew, was her part of the estate of my grandfather, and amounted to something like $30,000. I knew that she was terrified of touching 1 cent of the capital, and lived well within the income from good sound stocks. I took her telegram out of the pocket of my coat, which was hanging over the back of a chair. Come at once. Stop. Am in terrible trouble. The only kind of terrible trouble Matilda could be in was if some swindler talked her out of some of her capital, and that definitely would not be easy to do. I grinned to myself at the recollection of her worrying herself sick once over what would happen to her if there was a revolution and the new government refused to honor the old government bonds. Things began to make sense. Her telegram, then those pictures moved around in the front room, and the one she had forgotten to hide in the guest room. If the other pictures were anything like it, I could see how Aunt Matilda might cash in on part of her securities to invest in what she thought was a sure thing. But sure things are only as good as the people in control of them. Many a sure thing has been lost to the original investors by stupid decisions, leading to bankruptcy, and many a seemingly sure thing has fleeced a lot of innocent victims. Slowly, as I thought it out, I became sure that that was what had happened. Then why Aunt Matilda's about face, hiding the pictures and telling me to go back to Chicago? Had she threatened whoever was behind this and gotten her money back? Or had she again become convinced that her financial venture was sound? In any case, why was she trying to keep me from knowing about the pictures? I made up my mind. Whether Aunt Matilda liked it or not, I was going to stay until I got to the bottom of things. What Aunt Matilda evidently didn't realize was that no inventor who really had something would waste time trying to find backing in a place like Sumac. Getting dressed, I decided that first on the agenda would be to find where Matilda had hidden those pictures and get a good look at them. That was simpler than I expected it to be. When I came out of my room, I stuck my head in the kitchen doorway and said good morning to her, and she leapt to her feet to get some breakfast ready for me. It was obvious that she was anxious to get me fed and out of the house. Then I simply took the 2 steps back, past the bathroom door to her bedroom, and went in. The pictures were stacked against the side of her dresser. The one of the church was the first one. It was on its side. With a silent whistle of amazement, I bent down to watch it. The car was not parked at the curb in it, but there were several children walking along, obviously on their way to school. And they were walking. Moving. I picked up the picture. It was as heavy as it should be, but not more. A faint whisper of sound seemed to come from it. I put my ear closer and heard children's voices. I explored with my ear close to the surface, and found that the voices were loudest when my ear was closest to the one talking, as though the voices came out of the picture directly from the images. All it needed to be perfect was a volume control somewhere. I searched, and found it behind the upper right corner of the picture. I twisted it very slowly, and the voices became louder. I turned it back to the position it had been in. The next picture was of the railroad depot. The telegrapher and baggage clerk were going around the side of the depot towards the tracks. A freight train was rushing through the picture. Even as I watched it in the picture, I heard the wail of a train whistle in the distance, and it was coming from outside, across town. That freight train was going through town, right now. I put the pictures back the way they had been, and stole softly from Aunt Matilda's bedroom to the bathroom, and closed the door. No wonder Aunt Matilda invested in this thing, I said to my image in the mirror as I shaved. Picture TV would make all other TV receivers obsolete. Full color TV at that, and with some new principle in stereophonic sound. What about the fact that neither picture had been plugged into an outlet, probably run by batteries? What about the lack of weight? Obviously a new TV principle was involved. Maybe it required fewer circuits and less power. What about the broadcasting end? The cameras? Permanently set up? What about the broadcast channels? There had been 10 or 12 pictures. I'd only looked at 2. Was each a different scene? 12 different broadcasting stations in Sumac? It had me dizzy. Probably the new TV principle was so simple that all that could be taken care of without millions of dollars worth of equipment. A new respect for Aunt Matilda grew in me. She had latched onto a money-maker. It didn't hurt to know that I was her favorite nephew, either. With my Ph.D. in physics and my aunt as one of the stockholders, I could probably land a good job with the company. What a deal! By the time I finished shaving, I was whistling. I was still whistling when I went into the kitchen for breakfast. "You'll have to hurry, Arthur," Aunt Matilda said. "Your train leaves in 45 minutes." "I'm not leaving," I said cheerfully. I went over to the bright breakfast nook and sat down, and took a cautious sip of coffee. I grunted my approval of it, and looked around toward Aunt Matilda, smiling. She was staring at me with wide eyes. She looked as haggard as though she had just heard she had a week to live. "But you must go," she croaked, as though my not going were unthinkable. "Nonsense, you old fox," I said. "I know a good thing as well as you do. I want to get a job with that outfit." She came toward me with a wild expression on her face. "Get out!" she screamed. "Get out of my house! I won't have it! You catch that train and get out of town! Do you hear?" "But, Aunt Matilda," I protested. In the end, I had to get out, or she would have had a stroke. She was shaking like a leaf, her skin mottled and her eyes wild, as I went down the front steps with my bag. "You get that train, do you hear?" was the last thing she screamed at me as I hurried toward Main Street. However, I had no intention of leaving town with Aunt Matilda upset that way. I'd let her have time to cool off, then come back. Meanwhile, I tried to get to the bottom of things. A thing as big as wall TV in full color and stereophonic sound must be the talk of the town. I'd find out where they had their office and go talk with them. A career with something like that would be the best thing I could ever hope to find, and getting in on the ground floor. It surprised me that Aunt Matilda could be so insanely greedy. I shook my head in wonder. It didn't figure. I had breakfast at the hotel cafe and made a point of telling the waitress, who knew me, that it was my second breakfast, and that I had intended to catch the morning train back to Chicago, but maybe I wouldn't. After I finished eating, I asked if it would be okay to leave my suitcase behind the counter while I looked around a bit. She showed me where to put it, so it would be out of the way. When I paid for my breakfast, I half turned away, then turned back casually. "Oh, by the way," I said, "where's this wall TV place?" "This what?" she said. "You know," I said. "Color TV, like a picture you can hang on a wall." All the color faded from her face. Her eyes went past me, staring. I turned in the direction she was staring, and on the wall above the plate glass front of the cafe was a picture. That is, there was a picture frame and a pair of dark glasses that took up most of the picture, with the lower part of a forehead and the upper part of a nose. I had noticed it once while I was eating and had assumed it was a display ad for sunglasses. Now I looked at it more closely, but could detect no movement in it. It still looked like an ad for sunglasses. "I don't know what you're talking about," I heard the waitress say, her voice edged with fear. "Huh?" I said, turning my back to look at her. "Oh, well, never mind." I left the cafe with every outward appearance of casual innocence. But inside I was beginning to realize, for the first time, the possibilities and the danger that could lie in the use of this new TV development. That had been a Big Brother is watching you setup back there in the cafe, except that it had been a girl instead of a man, judging from the style of sunglasses and the smoothness of the nose and forehead. I had wondered about the broadcasting end of things. Now I knew. That had been the TV eye, and somewhere there was a framed picture hanging on the wall, bringing in everything that took place in the cafe, including everything that was said. Everything I had said, too. It was an ominous feeling. Aunt Matilda had almost had a stroke trying to get me out of town. Now I knew why. She was caught in this thing and wanted to save me. 4 days ago she had probably not fully realized the potentiality for evil use of the invention, but by the time I showed up, she knew it. Well, she was right. This was not something for me to tackle. I would keep up my appearance of not suspecting anything, and catch that train Aunt Matilda wanted me to catch. From way out in the country came the whistle of the approaching milk run, the train that would take me back to Chicago. In Chicago I would go to the FBI and tell them the whole thing. They wouldn't believe me, of course, but they would investigate. If the thing hadn't spread any farther than Sumac, it would be a simple matter to stop it. I'd hurry back to the cafe and get my suitcase and tell the waitress I'd decided to catch the train after all. I turned around. Only I didn't turn around. That's as nearly as I can describe it. I did turn around. I know I did. But the town turned around with me, and the sun and the clouds and the countryside. So maybe I only thought I turned around. When I tried to stop walking, it was different. I simply could not stop walking. Nothing was in control of my mind. It was more like stepping on the brakes and the brakes not responding. I gave up trying, more curious about what was happening than alarmed. I walked 2 blocks along Main Street. Ahead of me I saw a sign. It was the only new sign I had seen in Sumac. In ornate neon script it said, "Portraits by Lana." I don't know whether my feet took me inside independently of my mind, or not, because I was sure that this was the place and I wanted to go in anyway. Not much had been done to modernize the interior of the shop. I remembered that the last time I had been here, it had been a stamp collector headquarters run by Mr. Mason and his wife. The counter was still there, but instead of stamp displays, it held a variety of standard portraits, such as you can see in any portrait studio. None of the TV portraits were on display here. The same bell that used to tinkle when I came into the stamp store tinkled in back of the partition when I came in. A moment later, the curtain in the doorway of the partition parted, and a girl came out. How can I describe her? In appearance, she was any one of 1,000 smartly dressed brunettes that wait on you in quality photograph studios, and yet she wasn't. She was as much above that in cut as the average smartly dressed girl is above a female alcoholic after a 10-day drunk. She was perfect. Too perfect. She was the type of girl a man would dream of meeting some day, but if he ever did, he would run like hell because he could never hope to live up to such perfection. "You have come to have your portrait taken?" she asked. "I am Lana." "I thought you already had my portrait," I said. "Didn't you get it from that eye in the hotel cafe?" "It's not the same thing," Lana said. "Through an eye you remain a variable in the Mantram complex. It takes the camera to fix you, so that you are an iconic invariant in the Mantram." She smiled and half turned toward the curtain she had come through. Would you step this way, please?" she invited. "How much will it cost?" I said, not moving. "Nothing, of course," Lana said. "Terrestrial money is of no use to me, since you have nothing I would care to buy. And don't be alarmed, no harm will come to you, or anyone else." A fleeting expression of concern came over her. I realize that many of the people of Sumac are quite alarmed, but that is to be expected of a people uneducated enough to still be superstitious. I went past her through the curtain. Behind the partition I expected to see out of this world scientific equipment stacked to the ceiling. Instead, there was only a portrait camera on a tripod. It had a long bellows and would take a plate the same size as that picture of the church I had seen. "You see," Lana said, "it's just a camera." She smiled disarmingly. I went toward it casually, and suddenly I stopped as though another mind controlled my actions. When I gave up the idea I had had of smashing the camera, the control vanished. There was no lens in the lens frame. "Where's the lens?" I said. "It doesn't use a glass lens," Lana said. "When I take the picture, a lens forms just long enough to focus the elements of your body into a mantram fix." She touched my shoulder. "Would you sit down over there, please?" "What do you mean by a mantram fix?" I asked her. She paused by the camera and smiled at me. "I use your language," she said. "In some of your legends you have the notion of a mantram, or what you consider magical spell. In one aspect the notion is of magical words that can manipulate natural forces directly. The notion of a devil doll is a little closer. Only instead of actual substance from the subject, hair, fingernail parings, and so on, the mantram matrix takes the detailed force pattern of the subject through the lens when it forms. So, in your concepts, what results is an iconic mantram. But it operates both ways. You'll see what I mean by that." With another placating smile, she stepped behind the camera, and without warning, light seemed to explode from the very air around me, without any source. For a brief second I seemed to see, not a glittering lens, but a black, bottomless hole form in the metal circle at the front of the camera. And, an experience I am familiar with now, I seemed to rush into the bottomless darkness of that hole and back again, at the rate of thousands of times a second, arriving at some formless destination, and each time feeling it take on more of form. "There, that wasn't so bad, was it?" Lana said. I felt strangely detached, as though I were in two places at the same time. I told her so. "You'll get used to it," she assured me. "In fact, you will get to enjoy it. I do, especially when I've made several prints." "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "Who are you? What are you?" "I'm a photographer," Lana said. "I'm connected with the Natural History Museum of the planet I live on. I go to various places and take pictures, and they go into exhibits for the people to watch." She pulled the curtain aside for me to leave. "You're going to let me leave, just like that?" I said. "Of course," she smiled again. "You're free to go wherever you wish, to your aunt's or back to Chicago. I was glad to get your portrait. In return, I'll send you one of the prints. And would you like one of your aunt's? Actually, when she came in to have her picture taken, it was for the purpose of sending it to you. She was my first customer. I've taken a special liking to her and given her several pictures." "Yes," I said, "I would like one of Aunt Matilda." When I emerged from the shop, I discovered to my surprise that the train was just pulling into the depot. An urge to get far away from Sumac possessed me. I trotted to the cafe to get my bag, and when the train pulled out, I was on it. There's little more to tell. In Chicago, once again, I spent a most exasperating 2 days trying to inform the FBI, the police, or anyone who would listen to me. My fingers couldn't dial the correct phone number, and at the crucial moment each time I grew tongue-tied. My last attempt was a letter to the FBI, which I couldn't remember to mail, and when I finally did remember, I couldn't find it. Then the express package from Sumac came. With fingers that visibly trembled, I took out the 2 framed pictures, one of Aunt Matilda in the process of dusting front room. All of her pictures that she had hidden from me were back in their places on the walls. While I watched her move about, she went into the sewing room, and there I saw a picture on the wall that looked familiar. It was of me, an opened express package at my feet, a framed picture held in my hands, and I was staring at it intently. In the picture I was holding, Aunt Matilda looked in my direction and waved, smiling in the prim way she smiles when she is contented. I understood. She had me with her now. I laid the picture down carefully and took the second one out of the box. It was not a picture at all. It was a mirror. It couldn't be anything except a mirror, and yet suddenly I realized it wasn't. The uncanny feeling came over me that I had transposed into the mirror and was looking out at myself. Even as I got that feeling, I shifted and was outside the mirror looking at my image. I found that I could be in either place by a sort of mental shift, something like staring at one of the geometrical optical illusions you can find in any psychology textbook in the chapter on illusions, and seeing it become something else. It was strange at first. Then it became fun. And now, as I write this, it is a normal thing. My portrait is where it should be, on the medicine cabinet in the bathroom, where the mirror used to be. But I can transpose into any of the copies of my portrait, anywhere. To Aunt Matilda's sewing room, or to Lana's private collection. The only thing is, it's almost impossible to tell when I shift, or where I shift to. It just seems to happen. The reason for that is that my surroundings, no matter in what direction I look, are exactly identical with my real surroundings. My physical surroundings are duplicated exactly in all my portraits, just as Aunt Matilda's are in the portrait of her that hangs on my study wall. She is the invariant of each of her iconic mantrams, and her surroundings are the variables that enter and leave the screen. I am the invariant in my own portraits, wherever they are. So, except for the slight twist in my mind that takes place when I shift, that I have learned to recognize from practice in front of my mirror each morning when I shave, and except for the portrait of Aunt Matilda, I would never be able to suspect what happens. If Lana had taken my picture without my knowing it, and I had never seen one of her collection of portraits, nor ever heard of an iconic mantram, I would have absolutely nothing to go on to suspect the truth that I know, except for one thing. I don't know quite how to explain it, except that I must actually transfer to one of my portraits, and, transferring, I am more real than, what shall I call it, the photographic reproduction of my real surroundings. Then, sometimes, the photographic reproduction, the iconic illusion, that is my environment when I am in one of the portraits of me, fades just enough so that I can look out into the reality where my portrait hangs, and see, and even hear the watchers as ghosts in my solid reality. Quite often I can only hear them, and then they are voices out of nowhere, sometimes addressing me directly, just as often talking to one another and ignoring my presence. But when I can see them too, they appear as ghostly but sharply clear visions that seem to be present in my solid-looking environment, there, but somewhat transparent. I have often seen and talked to Lana in this manner, in her far-off world, where I am part of her private collection. In fact, I can almost always tell when I shift to my portrait in her gallery, because I am suddenly exhilarated and remain so until I shift back, or to some other portrait. That is so even when she is not there, but out on one of her many photographic expeditions. When she is there, and is watching me, and my thoughts are quiet and my mind receptive, she becomes visible. A ghost in my study or the lab where I work, or, if I am asleep, in my dreams, like an angel or a goddess, and we talk. Back to the physical reality. Of course, no one else can hear her voice. My real body is going through its routine work almost automatically, but my mind, my consciousness, is focused into my portrait in Lana's gallery, and we are talking. And of course, in the real world, I am talking too, but my associates can't see who I'm talking to, and it would be useless to try to explain to them. So I'm getting quite a reputation as a nut. Can you imagine that? But why should I mind? My reality has a much broader and more complex scope than the limited reality of my associates. I might be fired or even sent to a state hospital, except for the fact that Lana foresees such problems and teaches me enough things in my field that are unknown to Earth, so that my employers consider me too valuable to lose. If this story were fiction, the ending would have to be that I am in love with Lana and she with me, and there would be a nice conclusive ending where she comes back to Earth to marry me and carry me back to her world, where we would live happily ever after. But the truth of the matter is that I'm not in love with Lana, nor she with me. Sometimes I think I am her favorite portrait, but nothing more. But really, everything is so interesting. Lana's gallery, where I hang, the museum, where there are new faces each time I look out, and new voices when I can't see out. Aunt Matilda's sewing room, where she is at the moment, and all sumac as she goes about her normal pattern of living. It is a rich, full life that I live, shifting here and there in consciousness, while my physical body goes about its necessary tasks, as often unguided as not. What a reputation I'm getting for absent-mindedness, too! And out of it all has come a perspective that, when I feel it strongly, makes me feel almost like a god. In that perspective, all my portraits, and there are many now, on many worlds and in many places on this world, blend into one. That one is the stage of my life, but not a stage, really, a show window. Yes, that is it, a show window, where the watchers pass. I live in a show window that opens out in many worlds and many places that are hidden from me by a veil that sometimes grows thin, so I can see through it, and from the other side of that veil, even when I cannot see through it, come the voices of the watchers as they pass by or pause to look at me. And I am not the only one. There are others, more and more of them, as Lana comes back on her photographic expeditions for the museum. None that I have met understand what it is about as fully as I do. Some have an insight into the true state of things, but very, very few. But that is understandable. Lana can't give the same time to them that she gives to me. There aren't that many hours in a day, and, you see, I am her favorite. If I were not, she would never have permitted me to tell you all this, so I must be her favorite. Doesn't that make sense? I am her favorite. End of The Gallery by Roger Phillips Graham.
The Glory of Ippling by Helen M. Urban. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. The Glory of Ippling by Helen M. Urban. There's an axiom in the galaxy. The more complicated the machine, the bigger mess it can make. Like the time the planetary computer for Bukabita flipped its complete grain future series. The computer ordered only 15 acres, and Bukabitans had to live for a full year off the government's stored surplus, thus pounding down the surplus, forcing up the price, eliminating the subsidy, and balancing the Bukabitan budget for 15 years. an unprecedented bit of nonsense that almost had permanent effects. But a career economist with an eye for flub-up and complication managed to restore balanced disorder, bringing Bucabita back to normalcy. Or like the time a matter duplicator receiver misread OCH3CH3OH to turn out a magnificently busted blonde sphygmomano razor with an HOCH3OH replacement, putting a strain on the loyalty of a billion teenage girls dedicated to Doyle Ogilvy worship. Doyle she insisted she was Doyle he, as it took quite a while for her hormones to overcome the memory of his easy, eyelash-flapping, tone-torturing microphone conquests. Put a strain on his wardrobe, too. No machine, of course, can compare for complexity with any group of humans who have been collected into machine-like precision of operation. Take one time when an Ipplinger cultural contact group was handed a Boswellister with VIP connections and orders to put him to an assignment for his maturity. Boswellister sat patiently. He squirmed emotionally up and down his backbone, but he affected a disdainful appearance of patience in view of the importance of his and his papa's positions compared with the pawn-like minusculity of the audiences. The blonde terror strode majestically down the aisle of the open-air sports arena, preceded by 24 harem-darling dancing girls. The orchestra wailed an oriental sinuosity of woodwinds and drums, accompanying the hip-switching, nearly naked slow by benefit of makeup-eyed, black-haired beauties. 15 heavyweights, draped in leopard skins, had preceded the dancers to set up the blonde terror's tub on a polar bear rug in the center of the ring. A dozen luscious water carriers had emptied their jars into the tub. Soap and towels, oils and perfumes, mirror and comb were arranged on top of a lushly ornamented box that stood by one of the corner posts. The blonde terror vaulted the ropes and stood in the ring, popping his muscles, waiting for his handmaidens to remove the 5 layers of elaborately decorated robes that were draped over his supermanly body. Boswellister cringed slightly, inwardly, speculating that the blonde terror really was a muscled man. All that man, nearly 7 feet tall, bronzed, developed, imperious, condescending, to notice just slightly the adulations of the women in the packed arena. The blonde terror stepped into the tub, carrying out his advertised boast of being the cleanest wrestler in the ring, a boast he was unable to prove with ring action through the exigencies of typecasting, for the blonde terror was the villain. The blonde terror muscled down into the tub. He was scrubbed, then rinsed. He stood out onto the white fur rug and sneeringly allowed his handmaidens to pat him dry and powder him down. They held up the large hand mirror and allowed him to view his handsomeness while his short-cropped blonde curls were carefully combed. "Now," Boswellister spoke the order into the lapel receiver. On the Ipplinger starship, a communications tech slapped home a switch, and the Solito-Vision circle settled over the blonde terror's head, a halo of solid light for a complex Ipplinger signal reaction device. "Hail Ippling!" Boswellister shouted. Boswellister strained forward, clutching the seat arms. It had to work. His equation must be right. The symbol had the proper cultural connotations. It was bound to capture the audience, put them in the right mood of awestruck superstitious reverence, make the revelation of the great circle of the Ipplinger starship overhead a thing of wonderment and devotion focus. The blonde terror should now look upwards, guide the eyes of the audience, bring them to the recognition. After all, as Boswellister, and according to his great-grandfather, and his papa too. But the blonde terror gazed appreciatively into the mirror, smiling slyly at the audience. The crowd roared its applause for the trick lighting effect. You could depend on the blonde terror. No matter how many times you'd seen his act, he always managed to come up with something new. Now, for the opening of the new $1 million Ventura Boulevard open-air sports arena, the blonde terror had done it again. Boswellister shouted. He pointed. He stared upwards, trying to draw the crowd with his vehemence. But he couldn't capture one gaze, no matter what he did. He poked the man seated next to him, but the surly fool snarled, "Shut up! The hatchet man's goin' into his act." Boswellister moaned. There it was, sailing in the night sky, illuminated with soft etherealness to give the proper effect to these superstition-ridden people. All they had to do was glance up and accord to Ippling the superiority that was Ippling's, and they would be brought gently, delicately into galactic contact, opening out their narrow ways into the broad ways of the galactic universal worlds, with Boswellister to lead them. But he couldn't make the play. Not a head would tilt up. The TV cameras that should be scanning the great lighted circle of the Ipplinger starship had swung to the entrance, waiting for the hatchet man. And here he came, down the aisle like a bolt of Chinese lightning. He vaulted the ropes, leapt to the tub, overturned it, and was gone back up the aisle before the blonde terror could retaliate. Bathwater sopped the piles of robes and made a mess out of the bearskin rug. But the ring attendants carted everything off, removed the waterproof canvas from the ring mat, and prepared to get the match under way. The blonde terror paced in his corner, waving his hand mirror, challenging the hatchet man to quick, bloody death. And every few moments he'd stop to gaze admiringly into the mirror, running his hand along the edge of the solid band of light, grabbing all the credit for Ipplinger electronic science. He turned on cue to give the TV audience a full-face close-up. Boswellister cursed himself for choosing the blonde terror. That cynical, egocentric muscle arch was too pleased with himself to have any room in his thoughts for proper superstitious awe, and too stupid to recognize the superior science in back of the halo device. "Remove the device," Boswellister ordered. There was no point in allowing it to stay, and that band of solid light, immovably in place on the wrestler's head, made a perfect battering ram for head-butting mayhem. Boswellister paid no attention to the gladiators at mat. He left his seat as soon as the device was removed and walked out onto Ventura Boulevard. He went over his cultural equation, trying to find the flaw. In the year he had spent on the preliminary survey, he had assessed this cultural equation to the last decimal point of surety. He had absolute faith in these people's superstitions. He knew what to expect, but somewhere the equation had been off. He should have chosen a quieter event, he guessed. The audience had been too well schooled in the acceptance of the spectacular. What he needed was a more acute contrast, and suddenly he had it, the burlesque runway. He had watched it many times, and there was one girl, a big-bodied blonde with mild eyes. He checked his watch and hurried his pace. It was about time for Dottie's turn on the runway that extended out from the front of the gambling house. With satisfaction, Boswellister called up the memory of Dottie's Peel act. This would be a natural, and he couldn't think why he hadn't decided on it right away. In many ways, Dottie was a big girl. In clothes, she could never be the fashion ideal, but she certainly made a good thing out of nakedness. Her soft, heavy white breasts made old men blanch and young men start to grab. She was tall, with a narrow waist, flaring hips, long, curvy legs and arms, with those big, innocent blue eyes, wearing high heels and an ounce of flimsy, up there on the burlesque runway. Boswellister groaned. She wouldn't date Boswellister a second time, no matter what he promised, and his promises had included many things she'd never before heard of. Boswellister squirmed momentarily. It was too bad there wasn't a better crowd. Most of the boulevard's regulars were at the arena opening, but there were a few loiterers standing along the curb, watching the free show. And all he had to do was make a beginning, Boswellister felt. He was sure that everything would roll by itself after that. He had faith in his superstition equation. Dottie peeled. She seemed headed for complete nakedness at any moment, but to Boswellister's surprise, the revealing costume contained more pieces than he had remembered. Any moment now, he whispered to the Solido tech. Now, wait. There. That should be the last piece. Settle the device around her head, he ordered. Then he groaned and countermanded the order. He had remembered Dottie's details, not her act. For at the last moment, she slipped to the wings, dropping the last switch of lace to slide down one long, white, outthrust leg. Oh, blessed Ippling! There was his ship, floating majestically overhead, but no one would give it a glance. He pointed to it. These men must follow his excited gestures and look up, but they were busy calling suggestions to the line of ponies who had taken over the runway. Buswellister felt as if he were standing in a desert, surrounded by a mob of phantoms from his own imagination. The crying voice of the gambling house barker rode in over the clang and brass of jazzy music. But he couldn't turn the tip. As soon as the line girls left the over-the-sidewalk runway, the idlers moved on down the street to take in the next spot's free outdoor lure show. Boswellister leaned against the wall and watched the barker wipe his sweat-soaked forehead. He felt kinship with the man in his failure. The manager came out and talked to the barker for a moment. Boswellister overheard, "Dottie didn't draw one customer. A buck ain't to be made these days." The barker replied, shaking his head, "They're oversold, Marv. The giveaway is all they want." Boswellister turned away and walked towards his motel. They wanted the giveaway, but the Glory of Ippling he had to give made no impression. He felt desperate. He had to make one more try. His family position demanded obedience from the starship officers and crew. He stopped for a moment and gave a swift command into the lapel pickup, then went on to his motel room. The next morning, full of confidence after a good breakfast, he headed for the intersection of Laurel Canyon and Ventura Boulevards. There he would make his stand. The boulevards swarmed with women shoppers. Cars and trucks roared by. The spectacular signs and free lure show runways were closed down, for ballyhoo of a different character had taken their place for the daytime. Boswellister stopped for a moment to watch a demonstrator work before a huge, block-long, glittering drugstore. The demonstrator went into his pitch. "Money back. Now watch. Into a wet glass I pour a small amount of medically tested calcibizidine. See how the calcibizidine clings to the sides of the wet glass." The pitchman smiled with flawless teeth, and the women smiled back at him. His shoes were waxed and buffed. His hair fell in a black curl across his high forehead. His gardenia dripped dew like the ones in the box by his elbow. Each bottle of calcibizidine came complete with an intimate smile from the pitchman, a fresh gardenia pinned on the breast by his clever fingers, and a trial sample bottle, just for $6.95 plus tax. In the exact same manner, calcibizidine clings to the lining of your stomach and intestines, giving positive relief from burning pain and acid indigestion. This puzzled Boswellister, and he remarked in a voice that seemed overloud, "But who has glass insides?" The women giggled and turned away. The pitchman's scowl was a menace, his voice bitter. "Go on, scram, you queered my tip." Boswellister slipped away while the pitchman started to collect a new crowd. He popped into the entrance of the drugstore, and as always stood momentarily amazed by the bewildering variety of merchandise: gardening implements, paper goods, dishes and glassware, whiskey, calcibizidine, a huge display of baby dolls that performed every human function but reproduction. Then he gasped and walked towards the inside demonstration. There, presided over by a fake medical man, dressed in operating room regalia, including mask, rubber gloves, and stethoscope, there, right in the middle of the block-long drugstore, a demonstration of the newest educational doll was taking place. The doll, stretched out on a miniature hospital delivery table, was being delivered of a replica newborn infant. Again and again the "doctor" performed the delivery, alternately inserting the doll baby into the doll mama and removing it. Boswellister flushed and walked quickly away. He had no doubt of the toy's educational value, but nevertheless he sighed deeply. When Boswellister reached the corner of Ventura and Laurel Canyon, he made his stand on the southeast corner, facing the hills over which the Ipplinger starship would come to hover over the intersection and be revealed by him. He contacted Control and ordered the halo focus for his head. He reached up and felt the circle planted firmly over his brow. He smiled to himself and went into his pitch. "People of Earth," he began in a quavering voice. Then he remembered the calcibizidine demonstrator, firmed up his tones, and started again. "People of Earth, listen to the message from the stars." "Selling horoscopes," a woman answered her child's question. "What's a horoscope, Mama?" "A bunch of hooey," she snapped in reply, scowled at Boswellister, and jerked her child complainingly down the street behind her. "People of Earth," Boswellister stated commandingly. He grasped a man's arm, saying, "Stand still a moment, friend, and hear the promise of Ippling. Glory beyond your imagination can be yours with the ascendancy of Ippling in this world of tears and sorrows." The man jerked away. "What the hell, Mac?" He looked searchingly at Boswellister and muttered, Geez, a nut. He stood back from Boswellister to listen, smilingly superior, tolerantly waiting to be entertained. A woman dragging a toddler stopped, then several other people stopped to see, until Boswellister had about 10 people standing around him. "People of Earth," he started again, but he was interrupted by a cackling voice from the rear. "Where else?" The small crowd laughed and started to move away, but Boswellister stood straight and commanded them, "Listen! Wait for a moment and learn your glorious destiny." "Now," he said quietly into the lapel pickup, and the great donut circle of the Ipplinger starship sailed in close over the hills. A line of brush fire followed the starship. Boswellister held up his hands and pointed. "Behold the glory of Ippling that can be yours." He held on to the halo, trying to get them to follow the symbolism. "Look upwards!" he screamed at them, but they watched the brush fire that swept the hilltop. It was a goodie. It would wipe out a number of homes. He grabbed a boy by the arm and demanded, "Look at the Ipplinger starship! Behold the glory of Ippling!" The 10-year-old sneered, "Yeah, that's the 1993 Lockheed X-69 P-37 experimental ship. I got a model last week." "No, lad, the Ipplinger starship, come to Earth to bring the blessings of Ippling's culture to this backwards planet. Ippling will save you from wars and ills, from poverty and hatred. Ippling will be your destiny. Follow me, Boswellister. Ippling will lead you to the stars. Glory for all." Boswellister patted the boy on the head. "Keep your hands off me, you big stiff." Boswellister gulped and pointed upwards. "See the Ipplinger starship." "Ah, shut up." His mother jerked his arm in reproof. "How many times I gotta tell you not to say shut up? Say shut up. S-H-U-T-U-P. "Ah," said the boy in disgust, "everybody knows starships are big rockets." He'd said the final word. He had no more interest in Boswellister, for the fire engines were coming. They sirened down Ventura and turned up Laurel Canyon, their heavy motors, air horns, and sirens drowning out Boswellister's speech. Cars had piled up at the intersection to wait for the fire engines to make their swing, and Boswellister leapt to the middle of the intersection as soon as the trucks had turned. He held his arms and went into his People of Earth spiel again, but angry, blasting horns cut his voice to nothing. The drivers pressed close in on him, pinpointing him in the middle of the intersection. Shouts and jeers and horns, the roaring scream of fire engines, people running and shouting. Ventura, Laurel Canyon was a cacophonous maelstrom. A traffic officer screeched his cop cycle to a halt and made his way to the center of the mass of tangled traffic. He blew his whistle and waved his arms, ordering Boswellister to the sidewalk, but Boswellister refused to move. He had his mission on Earth. Boswellister shouted over the piled-up noise, waving his hand to the sky, calling to them to follow his lead to the glory of Ippling. The officer grabbed his coat collar and hustled him to the sidewalk. "You're under arrest." "You can't arrest me." Boswellister squirmed and jerked away. He shouted, "Follow me," and he ran north, a good part of the crowd after him. He shrieked an order into the pickup while he ran over the bridge towards Moore Park. A woman spotted the Ipplinger starship that followed overhead. "Free samples!" she screamed, and those who had lagged behind fell into a run, with the crowd following Boswellister. The northwest corner of Laurel Canyon and Moore Park had been cleared of houses for the erection of a new billion-dollar shopping center, and the ground was smooth and bare. Here, in the center of the 5-acre construction site, the Ipplinger starship settled to Earth. The Ipplinger Supreme Starship Commander was panic-stricken. He had to rescue Boswellister from that sample-seeking mob. If Boswellister should be trampled and injured, each screamed demand. Picked up by Boswellister's lapel microphone, sent the Supreme Commander's blood pressure up another notch, and the moment the ramp was unshipped, he hit the ground. Officers and crewmen quickly lined up to pipe Boswellister aboard, but the crowd pushed in close, forcing Boswellister to the rear as they screamed for their free samples. 2 bulky crewmen stood embattled by the entrance port, strong-arming the kids who tried to storm through the port and inside. "Space Angels inside!" That was their battle cry as they tried to wriggle under the legs of the crewmen. "You sellin' oat bombs?" one screamed in the commander's ear, then reached up to snatch off a shoulder patch. Boswellister stood in the rear of the crowd and wrung his hands while the crowd clamored for their samples. "Give us a pitch, then pass out the stuff." "Look at that ship. Ain't it a dilly? What you sellin'? Wheat snaps? Bring on the dames!" They pressed in close to the starship, running their hands over the slick metal surface. "Boy, what a prop! Bet it costs $1,000,000. What you sellin', mister?" "Sanity!" Buswellister shouted from the rear. His men tried to hold their ranks, but the crowd broke the lines, jerking the medals off their chests for souvenirs. Buswellister was almost babbling by the time the commander and his men battled their way to him. "You saw it all! You know," Buswellister protested. "That blonde hair and his harem darlings, and those violence-avid ruffians in the audience. Dottie, the stripper, with her lip-licking oglers. That Calzabizadine pitchman, oozing allure and implied invitation. My equation, my precious equation, buried under a mass of pills, lotions, toys, food, clothes, and everything sold with a bump and grind." They fought to the ship with him, while the crowd opposed each step, yelling for entertainment, for TV cameras, for samples of anything. "How could I have missed it?" Buswellister moaned. "I should have sold them with sex, right from the beginning." "What do you do, handsome? Sing?" A bundle-clutching housewife breathed into his face, stepping on the commander's foot as she shoved in close to Buswellister. "Take me home!" Buswellister beseeched the commander. The officers and crew, tattered, demedaled, bruised, and completely defeated in morale, formed a flying wedge and drove for the safety of the ship. The ramp retracted, the port closed, then opened briefly to eject a nosy boy, closing finally on the demands and the mocking laughter and the clangor of arriving police cars. "Raise ship!" the commander ordered. He sopped at the blood from his gashed arm and said to his first officer, "Somebody in that mob used a knife to go after those service stripes." The first shuddered, "Ugly brutes." Buswellister leaned against the corridor bulkhead and sighed as the Ipplinger starship rose from the ground. How could he explain to his papa? All his brothers had won their worlds. He would do it. He squared his shoulders. After all, he was a Buswellister. Buswellister 14, no less, a son of Gefroldchan IX himself, the Prince of Ippling World 64, or Royal Prince of the Central Ippling. He walked resolutely to the control room, riding the crest of his refurbished dignity. "Put me down on that planet we spotted last year," he ordered. "What was that star map number?" "GSR 285139-FRA. 592-105-RU-13, his alert assistant astronomical officer answered, reading the number from a prepared memorandum. Buswellister hesitated. Should he reprimand the officer for anticipating his failure, or compliment him for his efficiency? Buswellister backed water and went to his room to learn the language he'd need, while the officers pulled their own demoralized spirits together so they could go to work on the crew when the news broke that they weren't going home. They made a quick passage to their destination, and Buswellister, well rested, well fed, hypnotically tutored, supplied with communicators, a synthesizer for his food, and a portable equation writer strapped to his back, and his irrepressible, dauntless belief in himself and triumphant operation, stepped from the ramp onto this newest world of his princely destiny. "Circle in orbit," he ordered. "I'll call you when I need you." Buswellister walked confidently down the road to town. He congratulated himself on having learned, also on his wise humility in admitting the fact of his having learned. He smiled now at the naivete with which he had approached his first try at establishing a realm for his Ipplinger princedom rights. He had been so full of illusions that he had landed openly, had stepped right up and announced that he had come to establish his household and rear his own princes, who would, in their maturity, leave to win their own worlds. In addition to their being small-minded on that first world about his needing 5 wives for his household, they had nearly managed to commit him to a lunatic asylum, for he had overlooked, in his equation, the fact that his first planet, with its 2 suns and perpetual daylight, had never known about the stars. There had been no way to break through their wall of stupidity, and he had left, the planet's sanity police close on his heels. Had he used money, it would have been a cinch. He had realized as soon as he was safely in the ship. That hard-earned lesson he had applied to his second planet, but there superstition meant more than money, though money had seemed on the surface to be the answer to everything. On that second planet he had made the error of buying his way into the half-political, half-religious temple setup and had tried to bring the local superstitions into line with the Ipplinger reality philosophy. They had lost an officer and 3 men when they rescued him from the temple's torture chamber, and none too soon, for he had been taking quite a stretching when his rescue had arrived. Applied on Earth, the superstition equation had not paid off. He had failed to notice that they didn't really believe in their religions and superstitions, though they showed every indication of being extremely devout and credulous. He should have sold Earth, and sold it with sex. Well, he had learned, all right, and here, on this new world, in this fresh start, he would show how well he had learned. In the idiom of Ventura Boulevard, he'd hit 'em with the whole deck, deuces wild. He'd give 'em sex and money and superstition, and to hell with fact and logic. These primitive worlds had to be brought slowly into a respect for logic, for Ipplinger logic, the only valid system of logic in the whole universe. In the hovering ship, the commander turned to the astrogator and said, with the bitterness of yesterday's conflict with the mutinous crew evident in his voice, "Well, our little vaporized circuit is off again." He motioned to the image of Wiswellister in the forward view screen. It was a sight that tended to increase the tremor in the astrogator's hands. He replied, "I only hope we can pull the crew through another pickup. Home and family. Do they think I want mine any less?" Wiswellister marched confidently down the road. He would succeed, for didn't he have the well-oiled machinery of the whole Ipplinger starship crew of cultural contact specialists to back him up? While he walked, he practiced the strident voice delivery of extravagant lies he had learned so well and had so magnificently imitated from the Ventura Boulevard pitch artists. He practiced the leering insinuendo of the barker outside the gambling hall. He gave it the Calzabizadine con come on. He sold it solid, dripping with sex, twitching with war. He knew that here, finally, he would succeed. Wiswellister 14, noble prince of Ippling, smiled his confidence in his sex-money superstition equation as he walked briskly down the road to begin his contact with a world that had substituted vat culture procreation for sex, that had abolished money in favor of a complicated system of verbal, personal honor-swapping credits, that had no religions or superstitions, a world of people who considered the most sweetly distilled essence of living to be the minute investigation of the fine points of logical discourse, engaged in on the basis of an incredible multiplied logic structure composed of 37 separate systems of discursive regulations, the very first of which was based on a planetary absolute, the rejection and ridicule of all persuasive techniques and those who used them. End of The Glory of Ippling by Helen M. Urban. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
The Graveyard of Space by Milton Lesser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He lit a cigarette, the last one they had, and asked his wife, "Want to share it?" "No." "That's all right." Diane sat at the viewport of the battered old Gorman 87, a small figure of a woman hunched over and watching the parade of asteroids like tiny, slow-moving, incandescent flashes. Ralph looked at her and said nothing. He remembered what it was like when she had worked by his side at the mine. It had not been much of a mine. It had been a bust. First-class, sure-as-hell bust. Like everything else in their life together. And it had aged her. Had it only been 3 years, he thought. 3 years on asteroid 4712. A speck of cosmic dust, drifting on its orbit in the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Mars. Uranium potential high, the government had said. So they had leased the asteroid and prospected it, and although they had not finished the job, they were finished. They were going home. And now there were lines on Diane's face, although she was hardly past 24. And there was a bitterness, a bleakness in her eyes. The asteroid had ruined them, had taken something from them and given nothing in return. They were going home, and Ralph Meeker thought they had left more than their second-hand mining equipment on asteroid 4712. They had left the happy early days of their marriage as a ghost for whoever tried his luck next on 4712. They had never mentioned the word divorce. Diane had merely said she'd spend some time with her sister on Marsport instead of going on to Earth. We'd be swinging around to Sunward in 4712, Ralph mused. Please, that's over. I don't want to talk about the mine. Won't it ever bother you that we never finished? We finished, Diane said. He smoked the cigarette halfway and offered it to her. She shook her head and he put the butt out delicately to save it. Then a radar bell clanged. What is it? Ralph asked, immediately alert, studying the viewport. You had to be alert on an old tub like the Gorman 87. 100-tonner it put in 30 years and 1 billion and some miles with several owners. Its warning devices and its reflexes. It was funny, Ralph thought, how you ascribed something human like reflexes to 100 tons of battered metal were unpredictable. I don't see anything, Dan said. He didn't either, but you never knew in the asteroid belt. It was next to impossible to thread a passage without a radar screen, and completely impossible with a radar screen on the blink and giving you false information. You could shut it off and pray. But the odds would still be 100 to 1 against you. There, Dan cried. On the left. The left, Ralph. He saw it too. At first it looked like a jumble of rocks, of dust, as the asteroid old-timers called the gravity-held rock swarms, which pursued their erratic, dangerous orbits through the asteroid belt. But it was not dust. Will you look at that, Diane said. The jumble of rocks which they were ready to classify as dust swam up toward them. Ralph waited, expecting the automatic pilot to answer the radar warning and swing them safely around the obstacle. So Ralph watched and saw the dark jumble of rocks, silvery on one side where the distant sunlight hit it, apparently spread out as they approached. Spread out and assumed tiny shapes, shapes in miniature. Spaceships, Diane said. Spaceships, Ralph. Hundreds of them. They gleamed like silver motes in the sun, or were black as the space around them. They tumbled slowly in incredible slow motion, end over end and around each other, as if they had been suspended in a slowly boiling liquid instead of the dark emptiness of space. That's a Sargasso, Ralph said. But we're off course, I know it. The radar was probably able to miss things in our way, but failed to compensate afterwards and bring us back to course. Now... Suddenly Ralph dived for the controls. The throbbing rockets of the Gorman 87 had not responded to the radar warning. They were rocketing on toward the Sargasso, rapidly, dangerously. Hold on to something! Ralph hollered and punched full power in the left rockets and braking power in the right forward rockets simultaneously, attempting to stand the Gorman 87 on its head and fight off the deadly gravitational attraction of the Sargasso. The Gorman 87 shuddered like something alive, and Ralph felt himself thrust to the left and forward violently. His head struck the radar screen, and, as if mocking him, the radar bell clanged its warning. He thought he heard Diane scream. Then he was trying to stand, but the gravity of sudden acceleration gripped him with a giant hand, and he slumped back slowly, aware of a wetness seeping from his nose, his ears. All of space opened and swallowed him, and he went down, trying to reach for Diane's hand, but she withdrew it, and then the blackness, like some obscene mouth as large as the distance from here to Alpha Centauri, swallowed him. Are you all right, Diane? He asked. He was on his knees. His head ached, and one of his legs felt painfully stiff. But he had crawled over to where Diane was down, flat on her back, behind the pilot chair. He found the water tank, unsprung, and brought her some, and in a few moments she blinked her eyes and looked at him. Cold, she said. He had noticed it, but he was still numb and only half conscious, half of his faculties working. It was cold, he felt that now, and he was giddy and growing rapidly more so, as if they did not have sufficient oxygen to breathe. Then he heard it, a slow, steady hissing, probably the sound feared most by spacemen, air escaping. Dan looked at him. For God's sake, Ralph, she cried, find it. He found it and patched it, and was numb with the cold and barely conscious when he had finished. Diane came to him and squeezed his hand, and that was the first time they touched since they'd left the asteroid. Then they rested for a few moments, and drank some of the achingly cold water from the tank, and got up and went to the viewport. They had known it, but confirmation was necessary. They looked outside. They were within the Sargasso. The battered derelict ships rolled and tumbled and spun out there, slowly unhurried in a mutual gravitational field which their own Gorman 87 had disturbed. It was a Sargasso like the legendary Sargasso seas of Earth's early sailing days, becalmed seas, seas without wind, with choking Sargasso weeds, seas that snared and entrapped. Can we get out? Diane asked. He shrugged. That depends how strong the pull of gravity is, whether the Gorman's rocket drive is still working. If we can repair the radar, we'd never get out without the radar. I'll get something to eat, she said practically. You see about the radar? Diane went aft while he remained there in the tiny control cabin. By the time she brought the heated cans back with her, he knew it was hopeless. Diane was not the sort of woman you had to humour about a thing like that. She handed him a can of pork and beans and looked at his face, and when he nodded she said, It's no use. We could fix it. The scopes just wore out, Diane. Hell, if they hadn't been replaced since the tub rolled off the assembly line. They're 30 years old. She's 87. Is there anything we can do? He shrugged. We're going to try. We'll check the air and water and see what we have. Then we start looking. Start looking? I don't understand. For Series 80 Gorman cruiser. Diane's eyes widened. You mean out there? I mean out there. If we find a Series 80 cruiser, and we might, and if I'm able to transfer the radar scopes, if I find them in good shape, then we have a chance. Diane nodded slowly. If there are any other minor repairs to make, I can make them while you look for a Series 80 Gorman. Ralph shook his head. We'll probably only have a few hours of air to spare, Dan. If we both look, we'll cover more ground. I hate to ask you because it won't be pretty out there, but it might be our only chance. I'll go, of course. Ralph? Yes. What is this Sargasso, anyway? He shrugged as he read the meters and the compressed air tanks. 4 tanks full with 10 hours of air for 2 in each. 1 tank half full. 5 hours. 5 plus 40. 45 hours of air. They would need a minimum of 35 hours to reach Mars. No one knows for sure about Sargasso, he said, wanting to talk, wanting to dispel his own fear, so he would not communicate it to her as he took the spacesuits down from their rack and began to climb into one. They don't think it's anything but ships, though. It started with a few ships, then more and more, trapped by mutual gravity. It got bigger and bigger, and I think there are almost 1,000 derelicts here now. There's talk of blasting them clear, of salvaging them for metals and so on, but so far the planetary governments haven't cooperated. But how did the first ships get here? It doesn't make a hell of a lot of difference. One theory is ships only and maybe a couple of hunks of meteoric debris in the beginning. Another theory says there may be a particularly heavy small asteroid in this maze of wrecks somewhere, super heavy stuff with the atoms stripped of their electrons and the nuclei squeezed together, weighing in the neighbourhood of a couple of tons per square inch. That could account for the beginning. But once the thing got started, the wrecked ships account for more wrecked ships, and pretty soon you have our Sargasso. Diane nodded and said, You can put my helmet on now. All right, don't forget to check the radio with me before we go out. If the radio doesn't work, then you stay here, because I want us in constant radio contact if we're both out there. Is that understood? Yes, sir, Captain, she said and grinned. It was her old grin. He had not seen her grin like that for a long time. He had almost forgotten what that grin was like. It made her face seem younger and prettier, as he had remembered it from what seemed so long ago, but was only 3 years. It was a wonderful grin, and he watched it in the split second which remained before he swung their heavy helmet up and in place over his shoulders. Then he put on his own helmet awkwardly and fingered the outside radio controls. Who knew? He said. I can hear you. Her voice was metallic, but very clear through the suit radios. Then listen. There shouldn't be any danger of getting lost. I'll leave a light on inside the ship, and we'll see it through the ports. It'll be the only light, so whatever you do, don't go out of range. As long as you can always see it, you'll be okay, understand? Right, she said as they both climbed into the Gorman 87's airlock and waited for the pressure to leave it and the outer door to swing out into space. Ralph, I'm a little scared. Ralph? That's all right, he said. So am I. What did you mean it won't be pretty out there? Because we'll have to look not just for Series 80 Gormans, but for any ships that look as old as ours. There ought to be plenty of them, and any of them could have had a Gorman radioscope, although it's unlikely. Have a look there. But what won't be pretty? We'll have to enter those ships. You won't like what's inside. Say, how will you get in? We don't have blasters or weapons of any kind. The suit rockets, Ralph said. You swing around and blast with your suit rockets. A porthole should be better than an airlock if it's big enough to climb through. You won't have any trouble. But you still haven't told me what... Inside the ships. People. They'll all be dead. If they didn't lose their air, they'll lose it when we get in. Either way, of course, they'll be dead. They've all been dead for years. With no food. But without air. What are you stopping for? Diane said. Please go on. A body without air. 15 pounds of pressure per square inch in the inside and 0 on the outside. It isn't pretty. It bloats. My God, Ralph. Sorry, kid. Maybe you want to stay back here and I'll look. You said we only have 10 hours. I want to help you. All at once the airlock swung open. Space yawned at them. Black, enormous. The silent ships, the dead Sargasso ships, floating slowly by, eternally, unhurried. Better make it 8 hours, Ralph said over the suit radio. We'd better keep a couple of hours leeway in case I figured wrong. 8 hours, remember, don't get out of sight in the ship's lights and don't break radio contact under any circumstances. These suit radios work like miniature radar sets too. If anything goes wrong, we'll be able to track each other. It's directional beam radio. But what can go wrong? I don't know, Ralph admitted. Nothing, probably. He turned on his suit rockets and felt the sudden surge of power drive him clear of the ship. He watched Diane rocketing away from him to the right. He waved his hand in the bulky spacesuit. Good luck, he called. I love you, Diane. Ralph, she said, her voice caught. He heard it catch over the suit radio. Ralph, we're agreed never to... Forget it. Good luck, Ralph. Good luck. And You what? Nothing, Ralph. Good luck. Good luck, he said, and headed for the first jumble of space wrecks. It would probably have taken them a month to explore all the derelicts which were old enough to have Gorman Series 80 radar scopes. Theoretically, Ralph realized even a newer ship could have one, but it wasn't likely, because if someone could afford a newer ship, then he could afford a better radar scope. But that, he told himself, was only half the story. The other half was this: with a better radar scope, a ship might not have floundered into the Sargasso at all. So it was hardly possible to pass up any ship if their life depended on it. And the going was slow. Too slow. He had entered some dozen ships in the first 4 hours, turning, using his shoulder rockets to blast a porthole out and climb in through there. He had not liked what he saw, but there was no preventing it. Without a light it wasn't so bad, but you needed a light to examine the radar scope. They were dead. They had been dead for years, but of course there would be no decomposition in the airless void of space, and very little even if air had remained until he blasted his way in, for the air was sterile, canned spaceship air. They were dead, and they were bloated, all impossibly fat men, with white faces like melons and gross bodies like Tweedledees and limbs like fat sausages. By the 5th ship he was sick to his stomach, but by the 10th he had achieved the necessary detachment to continue his task. Once, it was the 8th ship, he found a Gorman Series 80 radar scope, and his heart pounded when he saw it. But the scope was hopelessly damaged, as bad as their own. Aside from that one, he did not encounter any, damaged or in good shape, which they might convert to their own use. 4 hours, he thought, 4 hours and 12 ships. Dan reported every few moments by intercom. In her first few hours, she had visited 8 ships. Her voice sounded funny. She was fighting it every step of the way, he thought. It must have been hell to her, breaking into those wrecks with their dead men with faces like white, bloated melons. In the 13th ship he found a skeleton. He did not report it to Diane over the intercom. The skeleton made no sense at all. The flesh could not possibly have decomposed. Curious. He clumped closer on his magnetic boots. Even if the flesh had decomposed, the clothing would have remained. But it was a skeleton, picked completely clean, with no clothing, not even boots, as if the man had stripped of his clothing first. He found out why a moment later, and it left him feeling more than a little sick. There were other corpses aboard the ship, a battered Thompson 81 in worse shape than their own Gorman, bodies, not skeletons. But when they had entered the Sargasso, they had apparently struck another ship. One whole side of the Thompson was smashed in, and Ralph could see the repair patches on the wall. Near them and thoroughly destroyed were the Thompson's spacesuits. The galley lockers were empty when Ralph found them, all the food gone how many years ago? One of the crew dying for the others. Cannibalism. Shuddering, Ralph rocketed outside into the clear darkness of space. That was a paradox, he thought. It was clear all right, but it was dark. He could see a great way. He could see a million miles. But it was darker than anything on Earth. It was almost an extra-dimensional effect. It made their third dimension on Earth, the dimension of depth, seem hopelessly flat. Ralph! Go ahead, kid, he said. It was the first radio contact in almost half an hour. Oh, Ralph, it's a Gorman, an 85, I think, right in front of me. Ralph, if its scopes are good. Oh, Ralph! I'm coming, he said. Go ahead inside. I'll pick up your beam and be along. He could feel his heart thumping wildly. 5 hours now. They did not have much time. This ship, this Gorman 85, which Diane had found, would be their last chance. Because it would certainly take him all of 3 hours to transfer the radar scope, using the rockets from one of the spacesuits, to their own ship. He rocketed along now, following her directional beam, and listened as she said, I'm cutting through the porthole now, Ralph. His voice stopped suddenly. It did not drift off gradually. It merely ceased without warning, without reason. Diane, he called. Diane, can you hear me? He tracked the beam in desperate silence. Wrecks flashed by, tumbling slowly in their web of mutual gravitation. Some were molten silver if the one sunlight caught them. Some were black, but every rivet, every seam was distinct. The impossible clarity of blackest space. Ralph! Her voice came suddenly. Yes, Diane. Yes, what is it? What a curious thing. I stopped blasting at the porthole. I'm not going in that way. The airlock, Ralph. What about the airlock? It opened up on me. It swung out into space. All of a sudden, I'm going in, Ralph. Fear, unexpected, inexplicable, gripped him. Don't, he said. Wait for me. That's silly, Ralph. We barely have time. I'm going in now, Ralph. There, I'm closing the outer door. I wonder if the pressure will build up for me. If it doesn't, I'll blast the outer door with my rockets and get out of here. Ralph, the light's blinking. The pressure's building. The inner door is beginning to open, Ralph. I'm going inside now. He was still tracking the beam. He thought he was close now, 100 miles, perhaps. 100 miles by suit rocket was merely a few seconds, but somehow the fear was still with him. It was that skeleton, he thought. That skeleton had unnerved him. Ralph, it's here, Ralph. A radar scope, just like ours. Oh, Ralph, it's in perfect shape. I'm coming, he said. A big old Bartson cruiser tumbled by, end over end, 1,000-tonner, the largest ship he had seen in here so far. At some of the portholes as he flashed by he could see faces, dead faces, staring into space forever. Then Diana's voice suddenly. Is that you, Ralph? I'm still about 50 miles out, he said automatically, and then cold fear, real fear, gripped him. Is that you, Ralph? Ralph! Is that... Oh, Ralph! Ralph! She screamed, and was silent. Dan! Dan, answer me! Silent. She had seen someone. Something. Alive? It hardly seemed possible. He tried to notch his rocket controls further toward full power, but they were straining already. Their dead ships flashed by, scores of them, hundreds with dead men and dead dreams inside, waiting through eternity, in no hurry to give up their corpses and corpses of dreams. He heard Diane again then, a single agonized scream, then there was silence, absolute silence. Time seemed frozen, frozen like the faces of the dead men inside the ships, suspended, unmoving, not dropping into the well of the past. The ships crawled by now, crawled. And from a long way off he saw the Gorman 85. He knew it was the right ship, because the outer airlock door had swung open again. It hung there in space, the lock gaping. But it was a long way off. He hardly seemed to be approaching it at all. Every few seconds he called Diane's name, but there was no answer. No answer. Time crawled with the fear icy now, as cold as death in the pit of his stomach, with fear making his heart pound rapidly, with the fear making it impossible for him to think. Fear for Diane. I love you, Di, he thought. I love you. I never stopped loving you. We were wrong. We were crazy wrong. It was like a Sargasso inside of us. An emptiness which needed filling. But we were wrong. Diane, He reached the Gorman and plunged inside the airlock, swinging the outer door shut behind him. He waited. Would the pressure build up again as it had built up for Diane? He did not know. He could only wait. A red light blinked over his head, on and off as pressure was built. Then it stopped. 15 pounds of pressure in the airlock, which meant that the inner door should open. He ran forward, rammed his shoulder against it, tumbled through. He entered a narrow companionway and clomped awkwardly toward the front of the ship, where the radar scope would be located. He passed a skeleton in the companionway, like the one he had seen in another ship. For the same reason, he thought. He had time to think that, and then he saw them. Diane, on the floor, her spacesuit off her now, a great bruise, blue ugly bruise across her temple, unconscious, and the thing which hovered over her. At first he didn't know what it was, but he leaped at it. It turned, snarling. There was an air in the ship, and he wondered about that. He did not have time to wonder. The thing was like some monstrous, misshapen creature. A man, yes, but a man to give you nightmares. Bent and misshapen, gnarled, twisted like the roots of an ancient tree, with a wild growth of beard, white beard, heavy across the chest, with bent limbs, powerfully muscled, and a gaunt face, like death's hand. And the eyes were wild, staring vacantly, almost glazed, as in death. The eyes stared at him, and through him. And then he closed with this thing which had felled Diane. It had incredible strength, the strength of the insane. It drove Ralph back across the cabin, and Ralph, encumbered by his spacesuit, could only fight awkwardly. It drove him back, and it found something on the floor, the metal log of what once had been a chair, and slammed it down across the faceplate of Ralph's spacesuit. Ralph staggered, fell to his knees. He had absorbed the blow on the crown of his skull to the helmet of the suit, and it dazed him. The thing struck here again, and Ralph felt himself falling. Somehow he climbed to his feet again. The thing was back over Diane's still form again, looking at her, its eyes staring and vacant. Spittle drooled from the lips. Then Ralph was wrestling with it again. The thing was almost protean. It all but seemed to change its shape and writhe from Ralph's grasp as they struggled across the cabin. But this time there was no weapon for it to grab and use with stunning force. Half crazed himself now, Ralph got his fingers gauntleted in rubberized metal about the sinewy throat under the tattered beard. His fingers closed there, and the wild eyes went big, and he held it that way, then finally thrust it away from him. The thing fell, but sprung to its feet. It looked at Ralph, and the mouth opened and closed, but he heard no sound. The teeth were yellow and black, broken like fangs. Then the thing turned and ran. Ralph followed it as far as the airlock. The inner door was slammed between them. A light blinked over the door. Ralph ran to a porthole and watched. The thing, which once had been a man, floated out into space, turning, spinning slowly. The gnarled, twisted body expanded outward, became fat and swollen, balloon-like. It came quite close to the porthole, thudding against the ship's hull. The face, dead now, like a melon. Then, after he was sick for a moment there beside the airlock, he went back for Diane. They were back aboard the Gorman 87 now, their own ship. Ralph had revived Diane and brought her back, along with the other Gorman's radar scope, to their battered tub. The bruise on her temple was badly discoloured, and she was still weak, but she would be all right. "But what was it?" Diane asked. She had hardly seen her attacker. "A man," Ralph said. "God knows how long that ship was in here. Years, maybe. Years alone in space, here in the Sargasso, with dead men and dead ships for company. He used up all the food. His shipmates died. Maybe he killed them. He needed more food." "Oh, no, you don't mean—" Ralph nodded. He became a cannibal. Maybe he had a spacesuit and raided some of the other ships too. It doesn't matter. He's dead now. Must have been insane, like that for years, waiting here, never seeing another living thing. "Don't talk about it," Ralph said, and smiled. "Ship's ready to go, Diane." "Yes," she said. He looked at her. "Mars?" She didn't say anything. "I learned something in there," Ralph said. "We were like that poor insane creature in a way. We were too wrapped up in the asteroid and the mine. We forgot to live from day to day, to scrape up a few bucks every now and then maybe, and take in a show on Ceres or have a weekend on Vesta. What the hell, everybody needs it. Yes, she said. Die? Yes, Ralph. I want to give it another try, if you do. Mine? Mine eventually. The mine isn't important. Earth, I mean. He paused, his hands still over the controls. Will it be Mars? No, she said, and sat up and kissed him. A weekend on Vesta sounds very nice. Very, very nice, darling. Ralph smiled and punched the controls. Minutes later they had left the Sargasso, both Sargassos, behind them. End of The Graveyard of Space by Milton Lesser.
Grr by Robert Donald Locke, also as by Roger Arcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. Grr by Robert Donald Locke, also as by Roger Arcott. He had borne the 1,001 injuries with humility and charity, but the insults, these were more than he could suffer. Grr! There he goes again! Brother Ambrose could scarce restrain the hatred that seethed and churned in his breast, as his smallish eyes followed Brother Lorenzo, headed once more for his beloved geraniums, the inevitable watering-pot gripped in both hands, the inevitable devotions rising in a whispered stream from his saintly lips. The very fact the man lived was a mockery to human justice. God's blood, but if thoughts could only kill. Ave Virgo. The 1,001 injuries of Fray Lorenzo he had borne as a Christian monk should, with humility and charity. But the insults, aye, the insults to faith and reason, they were more than a generous father could expect his most adoring servant to suffer, weren't they? To have to sit next to the man, for instance, at evening meal, and hear his silly prattle of the weather. Next year's crop of cork. We can scarcely expect oat galls, he says. Isn't petroselenium the name for parsley? No, it's Greek, you swine. And what's the Greek name for swine's snout? I could hurl it at you, like the Pope hurling anathema. Salve tibi. It sticks in one's craw to bless him with the rest. Would God our cloister numbered 39 instead of 40. For days now, for weeks, Brother Ambrose had witnessed and endured the false piety of the man. How he'd ever got admitted to the order in the first place beat all supposition. It must have been his sanctimonious apple cheeks, or, heaven forbid such simony, some rich relative greased the palm of the prior. Saint, forsooth! Brother Ambrose recalled just a week previous they had been outside the walls, a round dozen of the brothers, gathering the first few bushels of grapes to make the good Benedictine wine, and all men tended to their duty in the vineyard, save who? Save lecherous Lorenzo, whose job was to attend the press. Picked the assignment himself, most likely, so he could ogle the brown thighs and browner ankles of Dolores, squatting on the convent bank, gitana slut with her flashing eyes and a hint of sweet delight in those cherry-red lips, and coquettish, tossing shoulders. A man could see she was a child of the devil, flesh to tempt to eternal hellfire. But how skillful Brother Lorenzo had been in keeping the glow in his dead eye from being seen by the others. Only Ambrose had known it was there, invisible to even the world perhaps, but lurking just the same in Lorenzo's feverishly disguised brain. See, there, and lusting beyond a doubt. By one's faith, the blue-black hair of Dolores would make any weak man itch, and the stories that had floated on the breeze that day, livelily exchanged between her and that roguish Sanchicha, the lavandera, Lorenzo must surely have lapped them all up like a hungry spaniel, though he cleverly turned his head away so you would not guess. After all, Ambrose, scarcely a step closer, could recall clearly every word of the bawdy tales. Back to the table again, and Brother Ambrose once more noticed how Fray Lorenzo never let his fork and knife lie crosswise, an obvious tribute to he, himself, always made in our Signor's praise. Nor did Lorenzo honor the Trinity by drinking his orange pulp in 3 quiet sips. Rather, the Arian heretic, he drained it at a gulp. Now he was out trimming his myrtle bush and touching up his roses. Grr again, watching his enemy putter away in the deepening twilight that followed the decline of the Andalusian sun, Brother Ambrose recalled the other traps he had lain to trip the hypocrite. Traps set and failed, but oh, so delicious anyhow, these attempts to send him flying off to hell where he belonged, a Cathar or a Manichee. That last one, involving the pornographic French novel so scrofulous and wicked, how could it fail to have snared its prey? Especially when Fray Ambrose had spent such sleepless nights working out his plot in great detail. Brother Ambrose allowed himself an inward chortle as he paced along the portico, recollecting how close to success the scheme had come. The book had had to be read first, or reread, rather, by Ambrose to determine just which chapter would be most apt to damn a soul with concupiscent suggestion. Gray paper with blunt type, the whole book had been easy enough to grasp for that matter, what with the words so badly spelled out. The cuckoldry tales of Boccaccio, and that gay old archpriest, Juan Ruiz de Hita, what dry reading they seemed by comparison, almost like decretals. As if by misadventure, Brother Ambrose had left the book in Lorenzo's cell, the pages doubled down at the woeful 16th print. Ah, there had been a passage. Simply glancing at it, you grovelled hand and foot in Bilal's grip. But that twice-cursed Lorenzo must have had the devil's luck that day. A breeze sprang up to flip the volume closed, and the monk, not knowing the book's owner and espying only its name, had handed it over to the prior, who had promptly turned the monastery upside down in search of further such adulterous contraband. Worse fortune followed. The next day, Brother Lorenzo had come down with a temporary stroke of blindness. It lasted only a week, but even so, for 7 days, Ambrose had been forced to labor in his stead in the draughty library, copying boresome scrolls in a light scarcely less dim than moonlight. Worse still, the prior had found mistakes. Letters dropped, transposed, Latin was so bothersomely regular compared to the vulgar tongue. For what he called such inexcusable slovenliness, the prior had imposed a penance of bread and water and extra toil. Slovenliness? Why didn't the prior, was he blind too, notice the deadly sins that were each day so neatly practiced by Brother Lorenzo? They went unpunished. Probably God's angel would even be found to have been asleep when Judgment Day came around, and Lorenzo would slip into heaven by a wink, as one might say. Obviously, there was no justice, except such as a man would make himself, Brother Ambrose had at last decided. Ave Maria, plena gratia. Now at last he was alone in his cell, free finally from the unendurable, sometimes it seemed everlasting torment of Brother Lorenzo's presence. 29 distinct damnations listed in Galatians, if you cared to look up the text, and not one of them could the enemy be made to trip on a-dying. In fact, of late, so bad had the situation grown that Brother Ambrose had even once considered pledging his soul to Satan. Oh, not for keeps. No enmity was worth that dread sacrifice, but as a trick, sort of, with a flaw in the indenture that proud Lucifer would miss until it was too late to wriggle out of the bargain. But that had been 2 days ago. Now a better scheme presented itself to Brother Ambrose, engendered by the forced labor within the dreary precincts of the convent library. For that was where, and when, he had made his delightful discovery, the one that would now redeem him from all his irritation and travail, the discovery that would rid him of Brother Lorenzo for always. It had happened like this. Inasmuch as the monastery was over 800 years old, many ancient books and moldy scrolls lay forgotten in the cobwebby corners of the great library, especially where the light was gloomy. One afternoon, during his week of enforced toil, Brother Ambrose had sought the shelter of one of these ill-lighted and seldom visited nooks of the building to recover certain lost hours of sleep, hours that had gone astray the night before, as he sat up in his lonely cell and brooded over his wrongs. But before his drowsy head could nod off into dreams completely, his eye had chanced to notice a faded scroll that jutted forth from its fellows on the shelves. Starting to push the offender back in place, Ambrose's fingers had hesitated when he noticed the title, De Necromantiae. Surely, thought the monk, such a book belonged on the index. Then it occurred to him that possibly the copy in front of him was the only one of its kind in the world, in which case not even the Holy Father could be expected to know it existed. Then, how could it be on the index, or be forbidden? Taking advantage of this personal achievement in casuistry, Brother Ambrose promptly untied the scroll and began reading. What he discovered there interested him very much. We do not intend to describe all of the marvels unfolded for him in that venerable, mildewed manuscript, for some of the more gruesome mysteries of the supernatural world are better left unrevealed. But let it be said at least that one chapter intrigued Brother Ambrose immensely, so much so that he shamelessly whipped out his scissors and, nipping that section, stuck it inside his rough wool robes so he might peruse it at greater leisure within the privacy of his cell. The chapter that evoked such delight and interest within Brother Ambrose's complicated brain was one that had been penned in the early ages of the Church by a lay brother who had concerned himself with pagan magic. In it, he had described the fiendish habits and activities of werewolves, and he had actually even presented a formula, Ut fiat homo lupinus, it was entitled, which purported to give the secret words and ritual necessary to achieve the transformation from man to beast. At last, the opportunity had arrived Ambrose's way to achieve his long-desired revenge on Brother Lorenzo. 24 hours had passed since the momentous discovery. The moment was at hand. Night again had settled upon the Spanish cloisters, the last bell had tolled, and all the good and hearty men were supposed to be at sound sleep on their rough iron cots. But in Brother Ambrose's chilly cell a small candle burned, casting sickly light that produced huge, flickering shadows against the whitewashed walls. Brother Ambrose held the treasured piece of manuscript between his hands. It was difficult to make out the faded Latin. The writing was cramped and crude, and Ambrose was no scholar to boot. But like all persons of his times, he was quite well aware of the existence of werewolves, werefoxes, and other such monsters, and he had no doubt but what the spell would work. It was the scheming brother's plan to creep in the stealth of night down the corridor to the barred oak door of Lorenzo's own simple cell. There he would knock, lightly enough to disturb no other sleepers, yet loud enough that the rapping would summon Brother Lorenzo from whatever wicked dreams might be festering in his own sleeping mind. As Fray Lorenzo's naked footsteps were heard pattering across the bare floor, Ambrose would drink the bat's blood he had collected, sniff the wolfbane he had ground to ash, and pronounce the obscure Celtic words that would alter the very atoms of his flesh, transforming them into an obscene travesty of life. Brother Lorenzo, when he opened the door, would be met not by a fellow human being, but by a snarling, fanged wolf that would hurl its hairy bulk at the drowsy monk's own throat. The next day, the entire monastery would be awakened, of course, by shouts of the news that foul murder had been discovered. But no amount of detection would ever manifest the bestial murderer. Brother Ambrose would hug to his soul the secret of his crime until the day of his striving. At length, the hour had grown so late that it was certain even the prior himself must have long since retired. Brother Ambrose made ready to carry out his deed. He rose from his cot, removed the coarse brown robe that normally he wore to bed, as well as in his daily rounds, so that his long, unwashed body stood naked. There must be no chance for telltale blood to stain his clothes, when his fierce talons and wolfish teeth tore and rended at human flesh. Carrying his precious piece of scroll, he departed from his cell, and groped his way down the stone corridor until the light improved enough for him to see his way. Luckily, a patch of moonlight illuminated the very space in front of the accursed Brother Lorenzo's door. What fortune! Brother Ambrose halted, and stared at the door as though his eyes could see through it, at the sleeping form within. He sucked in a deep breath. His palms were sweaty, his heartbeat rapid. For a moment he was almost ready to back out. Then suddenly the memory of all the hundreds of grudges he bore against Lorenzo surged through him. Hatred built up a massive reservoir that broke out over his crumbling conscience and flooded his body with anger and wild resentment. His teeth gritted. What had he been thinking of? To retreat now, with revenge so nearly at hand? He rapped. A moment later, he heard a creaking sound, like Brother Lorenzo slipping out of bed. Trembling, he lifted the phial of bat's blood, drank it down. It tasted salty. He chewed on the wolfbane powder until it mixed with the saliva of his mouth. Then he swallowed. Holding the ancient scroll segment before him, he began to repeat the badly written incantation. Ut fiat homo lupinus, pulvis arnicae facenda est et doom. 1,000 jolts assailed his body, as if he had been struck by all the lightnings in heaven. Then came a rushing paralysis, a distortion of time and space, a dread feeling of disintegration and death. The door to Brother Lorenzo's cell began to recede, swelling in volume as it did. The ceiling of the corridor likewise retreated at ever-increasing pace. Staring down at his own dwindling frame, Ambrose saw that the slug-white flesh was now covered with thick fur, even as the limbs were gnarling. Then, suddenly, the door opened. Brother Lorenzo stepped out, his kindly, pious face wrinkled with sleep, but otherwise showing no irritation or displeasure at being summoned from his rest. At first, the monk seemed not to have noticed Ambrose's form, for he gazed above him and away. Ambrose kept on shrinking. Finally, Brother Lorenzo's gaze chanced to glance downward, but still his features mirrored no recognition or alarm, only puzzlement. Now, thought Ambrose, now is the time for me to snarl. But no snarl, nor semblance of a snarl, emerged from his lips. Rather, his lips had elongated into long, sucking proboscises, while already a third pair of limbs had commenced growing from his furred-over abdomen. This was not a wolf-like form he was assuming, Ambrose suddenly realized in terror. But if it was not lupine, what was it? Had he misread the incantation? Had he mispronounced a simple word? The weird crawling form into which he had metamorphosed was now hardly an inch higher than the surface of the floor, but Ambrose's eyes had bulged into great many-faceted orbs capable of seeing objects with greater clarity than ever. Inches away from him, he made out the segment of scroll he had discarded after reading aloud from it. Crawling over to it, he perused the beginning words of the spell. And it suddenly dawned on him, while what passed for a heart and ventricles within his pulpy form began simulating horror, that the ancient monk of centuries ago who had first copied the incantation must have been as careless of spelling as he, for the charm obviously did not convert its user into a werewolf, but rather some other animal. Dredging up all the miserable Latin he knew, Ambrose fished for some word similar to lupinus. And suddenly he had it. Pulicus, that was the word the sloppy copyist of yesteryear had wrongly transcribed, from the word pulex, meaning flea. Not how to become a wolf-like man, but a flea-like man. That was what the formula had described. Ambrose, the flea, braced himself. Gathering his powerful legs under him, he leaped in soaring flight to land upon the object of hatred, the giant Brother Lorenzo, who towered so high above him. But the gentle and considerate Brother Lorenzo, who probably would not have hurt hair nor hide of any other creature on earth, even he knew full well that there is only one thing you can do to discourage a flea. Swat! End of Gur by Robert Donald Locke, also as by Roger Arcott. Recording by Andrea Coffey. A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. There was once a little man whose mother made him a beautiful suit of clothes. It was green and gold and woven so that I cannot describe how delicate and fine it was, and there was a tie of orange fluffiness that tied up under his chin, and the buttons in their newness shone like stars. He was proud, and stood before the long looking-glass when first he put it on, so astonished and delighted with it that he could hardly turn himself away. He wanted to wear it everywhere and show it to all sorts of people. He thought over all the places he had ever visited and all the scenes he had ever heard described, and tried to imagine what the feel of it would be if he were to go now to those scenes and places wearing his shining suit, and he wanted to go out forthwith into the long grass and the hot sunshine of the meadow wearing it, just to wear it. But his mother told him no. She told him he must take great care of his suit, for never would he have another nearly so fine. He must save it, and only wear it on rare and great occasions. It was his wedding suit, she said, and she took his buttons and twisted them up with tissue paper for fear their bright newness would be tarnished, and she tacked little guards over the cuffs and elbows and wherever the suit was most likely to come to harm. He hated and resisted these things, but what could he do? And at last her warnings and persuasions had effect, and he consented to take off his beautiful suit and fold it into its proper creases and put it away. It was almost as though he gave it up again, but he was always thinking of wearing it, and of the supreme occasion when some day it might be worn without the guards, without the tissue paper on the buttons, utterly and delightfully, never caring, beautiful beyond measure. One night, when he was dreaming of it, after his habit, he dreamed he took the tissue paper from one of the buttons and found its brightness a little faded, and that distressed him mightily in his dream. He polished the poor faded button and polished it, and if anything it grew duller. He woke up and lay awake thinking of the brightness a little dulled, and wondering how he would feel if perhaps when the great occasion, whatever it might be, should arrive, one button should chance to be ever so little short of its first glittering freshness, and for days and days that thought remained with him, distressingly. And when next his mother let him wear his suit, he was tempted, and nearly gave way to the temptation just to fumble off one little bit of tissue paper and see if indeed the buttons were keeping as bright as ever. He went trimly along on his way to church, full of this wild desire, for you must know his mother did, with repeated and careful warnings, let him wear his suit at times, on Sundays for example, to and fro from church, when there was no threatening of rain, no dust, nor anything to injure it, with its buttons covered and its protections tacked upon it, and a sunshade in his hand to shadow it if there seemed too strong sunlight for its colors. And always, after such occasions, he brushed it over, and folded it exquisitely as she had taught him, and put it away again. Now, all these restrictions his mother set to the wearing of his suit he obeyed. Always he obeyed them, until one strange night he woke up and saw the moonlight shining outside his window. It seemed to him the moonlight was not common moonlight, nor the night a common night, and for a while he lay quite drowsily with this odd persuasion in his mind. Thought joined on to thought, like things that whisper warmly in the shadows. Then he sat up in his little bed suddenly, very alert, with his heart beating very fast, and a quiver in his body from top to toe. He had made up his mind. He knew now that he was going to wear his suit as it should be worn. He had no doubt in the matter. He was afraid, terribly afraid, but glad, glad. He got out of his bed and stood a moment by the window, looking at the moonshine-flooded garden, and trembling at the thing he meant to do. The air was full of a minute clamor of crickets and murmurings, of infinitesimal shouting of little living things. He went very gently across the creaking boards, for fear that he might wake the sleeping house, to the big, dark clothes-press wherein his beautiful suit lay folded, and he took it out garment by garment, and softly and very eagerly tore off its tissue paper covering and its tacked protections, until there it was, perfect and delightful as he had seen it when first his mother had given it to him. A long time it seemed ago. Not a button had tarnished, not a thread had faded on this dear suit of his. He was glad enough for weeping, as in a noiseless hurry he put it on, and then back he went, soft and quick, to the window, and looked out upon the garden, and stood there for a minute, shining in the moonlight, with his buttons twinkling like stars, before he got out on the sill and, making as little of a rustling as he could, clambered down to the garden path below. He stood before his mother's house, and it was white and nearly as plain as by day, with every window blind but his own shut like an eye that sleeps. The trees cast still shadows like intricate black lace upon the wall. The garden in the moonlight was very different from the garden by day. Moonshine was tangled in the hedges, and stretched in phantom cobwebs from spray to spray. Every flower was gleaming white or crimson black, and the air was aquiver with the thridding of small crickets and nightingales singing unseen in the depths of the trees. There was no darkness in the world, but only warm, mysterious shadows, and all the leaves and spikes were edged and lined with iridescent jewels of dew. The night was warmer than any night had ever been. The heavens, by some miracle, at once vaster and nearer, in spite of the great ivory-tinted moon that ruled the world. The sky was full of stars. The little man did not shout nor sing for all his infinite gladness. He stood for a time like one awe-stricken, and then, with a queer small cry, and holding out his arms, he ran out as if he would embrace at once the whole warm, round immensity of the world. He did not follow the neat-set paths that cut the garden squarely, but thrust across the beds, and through the wet, tall, scented herbs, through the night-stalk, and the nicotine, and the clusters of phantom white mallow flowers, and through the thickets of southernwood and lavender, and knee-deep across a wide space of minaret. He came to the great hedge, and he thrust his way through it, and though the thorns of the brambles scored him deeply and tore threads from his wonderful suit, and though burrs of goose-grass and havers caught and clung to him, he did not care. He did not care, for he knew it was all part of the wearing for which he had longed. "I am glad I put on my suit," he said. "I am glad I wore my suit." Beyond the hedge he came to the duck-pond, or at least to what was the duck-pond by day, but by night it was a great bowl of silver moonshine, all noisy with singing frogs, of wonderful silver moonshine twisted and clotted with strange patternings, and the little man ran down into its waters, between the thin black rushes, knee-deep and waist-deep, and to his shoulders, smiting the water to black and shining wavelets with either hand, swaying and shivering wavelets, amid which the stars were netted in the tangled reflections of the brooding trees upon the bank. He waited until he swam, and so he crossed the pond, and came out upon the other side, trailing, as it seemed to him, not duckweed, but very silver, in long, clinging, dripping masses. And he went up through the transfigured tangles of the willow herb and the uncut seeding grass of the farther bank, and so he came glad and breathless into the high road. "I am glad," he said, "beyond measure, that I had clothes that fitted this occasion." The high road ran straight as an arrow flies, straight into the deep blue pit of sky beneath the moon, a white and shining road between the singing nightingales, and along it he went, running now, and leaping, and now walking and rejoicing in the clothes his mother had made for him with tireless, loving hands. The road was deep in dust, but that for him was only soft whiteness, and as he went a great dim moth came fluttering round his wet and shimmering and hastening figure. At first he did not heed the moth, and then he waved his hands at it and made a sort of dance with it as it circled round his head. "Soft moth!" he cried. "Dear moth! And wonderful night of the world! Do you think my clothes are beautiful, dear moth? As beautiful as your scales and all this silver vesture of the earth and sky?" And the moth circled closer and closer, until at last its velvet wings just brushed his lips. And next morning they found him, dead, with his neck broken in the bottom of the stone pit, with his beautiful clothes a little bloody, and foul, and stained with the duckweed from the pond. But his face was a face of such happiness that, had you seen it, you would have understood indeed how that he had died happy, never knowing the cool and streaming silver for the duckweed in the pond. End of A Moonlight Fable by H. G. Wells. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Snyder. Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick. Kramer leaned back. You can see the situation. How can we deal with a factor like this? The perfect variable. Perfect. Prediction should still be possible. A living thing still acts from necessity, the same as inanimate material. But the cause-effect chain is more subtle. There are more factors to be considered. The difference is quantitative, I think. The reaction of the living organism parallels natural causation, but with greater complexity. Gross and Kramer looked up at the board plates, suspended on the wall, still dripping, the images hardening into place. Kramer traced a line with his pencil. See that? It's a pseudopodium. They're alive, and, so far, a weapon we can't beat. No mechanical system can compete with that, simple or intricate. We'll have to scrap the Johnson control and find something else. Meanwhile, the war continues as it is. Stalemate, checkmate, they can't get to us and we can't get through their living minefield. Kramer nodded. It's a perfect defense. For them. But there still might be one answer. What's that? Wait a minute. Kramer turned to his rocket expert, sitting with the charts and files. The heavy cruiser that returned this week. It didn't actually touch, did it? It came close, but there was no contact. Correct, the expert nodded. The mine was 20 miles off. The cruiser was in space drive, moving directly towards Proxima, line straight, using the Johnson control, of course. It had deflected a quarter of an hour earlier for reasons unknown. Later, it resumed its course. That was when they got it. It shifted, Kramer said, but not enough. The mine was coming along after it, trailing it. It's the same old story. But I wonder about the contact. Here's our theory, the expert said. We keep looking for contact, a trigger in the pseudopodium. But more likely we're witnessing a psychological phenomena, a decision without any physical correlative. We're watching for something that isn't there. The mind decides to blow up. It sees our ships, approaches, and then decides. Thanks. Kramer turned to Gross. Well, that confirms what I'm saying. How can a ship, guided by automatic relays, escape a mine that decides to explode? The whole theory of mine penetration is that you must avoid tripping the trigger. But here the trigger is a state of mind in a complicated developed life form. The belt is 50,000 miles deep, Gross added. It solves another problem for them. Repair and maintenance. The damn things reproduce, fill up the spaces by spawning into them. I wonder what they feed on. Probably the remains of our first line. The big cruisers must be a delicacy. It's a game of wits, between a living creature and a ship piloted by automatic relays. The ship always loses. Kramer opened a file. I'll tell you what I suggest. Go on, Gross said. I've already heard 10 solutions today. What's yours? Mine is very simple. These creatures are superior to any mechanical system, but only because they're alive. Almost any other life form could compete with them, any higher life form. If the yucks can put out living mines to protect their planets, we ought to be able to harness some of our own life forms in a similar way. Let's make use of the same weapon ourselves. Which life form do you propose to use? I think the human brain is the most agile of known living forms. Do you know of any better? But no human being can withstand outspace travel. A human pilot would be dead of heart failure long before the ship got anywhere near Proxima. But we don't need the whole body, Kramer said. We only need the brain. What? The problem is to find a person of high intelligence who would contribute, in the same manner that eyes and arms are volunteered. But a brain? Technically it could be done. Brains have been transferred several times, when body destruction made it necessary. Of course, to a spaceship, to a heavy outspace cruiser, instead of an artificial body. That's new. The room was silent. It's quite an idea, Gross said slowly, his heavy square face twisted. But even supposing it might work, the big question is, whose brain? It was all very confusing. The reasons for the war, the nature of the enemy. The Yuck and I had been contacted on one of the outlying planets of Proxima Centauri. At the approach of the Terran ship, a host of dark, slim pencils had lifted abruptly and shot off into the distance. The first real encounter came between 3 of the Yuck pencils and a single exploration ship from Terra. No Terrans survived. After that was all-out war, with no holds barred. Both sides feverishly constructed defense rings around their systems. Of the 2, the Yuccanai belt was the better. The ring around Proxima was a living ring, superior to anything Terra could throw against it. The standard equipment by which Terran ships were guided in outspace, the Johnson control, was not adequate. Something more was needed. Automatic relays were not good enough. Not good at all, Kramer thought to himself, as he stood looking down the hillside at the work going on below him. A warm wind blew along the hill, rustling the weeds and grass. At the bottom, in the valley, the mechanics had almost finished. The last elements of the reflex system had been removed from the ship and crated up. All that was needed now was the new core, the new central key that would take the place of the mechanical system. A human brain, the brain of an intelligent, wary human being. But would the human being be part with it? That was the problem. Kramer turned. 2 people were approaching him along the road, a man and a woman. The man was gross, expressionless, heavy-set, walking with dignity. The woman was... He stared in surprise and growing annoyance. It was Dolores, his wife. Since they'd separated, he had seen little of her. Kramer, Gross said, "Look who I ran into. Come back down with us. We're going into town." "Hello, Phil," Dolores said. "Well, aren't you glad to see me?" He nodded. "How have you been? You're looking fine." She was still pretty and slender in her uniform, the blue-gray of Internal Security, Gross's organization. "Thanks," she replied. "You seem to be doing all right, too. Commander Gross tells me you're responsible for this project. Operation Head, as they call it. Whose head have you decided on?" "That's the problem." Kramer lit a cigarette. "This ship is to be equipped with a human brain instead of the Johnson system. We've constructed special draining baths for the brain, electronic relays to catch the impulses and magnify them, a continual feeding duct that supplies living cells with everything they need. But we haven't got the brain itself," Cruz finished. They began to walk back towards the car. "If we can get that, we'll be ready for the tests." "Will the brain remain alive?" Dolores asked. "Is it actually going to live as part of the ship?" "It will be alive, but not conscious. Very little of life is actually conscious. Animals, trees, insects are quick in their responses, but they aren't conscious. In this process of ours, the individual personality, the ego, will cease. We only need the responsibility, nothing more." Dolores shuddered. "How terrible!" "In time of war, everything must be tried," Kramer said absently. "If one life sacrificed will end the war, it's worth it. This ship might get through. A couple more like it, and there wouldn't be any more war." They got into the car. As they drove down the road, Gross said, "Have you thought of anyone yet?" Kramer shook his head. "That's out of my line." "What do you mean?" "I'm an engineer. It's not in my department." "But all of this was your idea." "My work ends there." Gross was staring at him oddly. Kramer shifted uneasily. "Then who was supposed to do it?" Gross said. "I can have my organization prepare examinations of various kinds to determine fitness, that kind of thing." "Listen, Phil," Dolores said suddenly. "What?" She turned toward him. "I have an idea. Do you remember that professor we had in college? Michael Thomas?" Kramer nodded. "I wonder if he's still alive." Dolores frowned. "If he is, he must be awfully old." "Why, Dolores?" Gross asked. "Perhaps an old person who didn't have much time left, but whose mind was still clear and sharp." Professor Thomas. Kramer rubbed his jaw. "He certainly was a wise old duck. But could he still be alive? He must have been 70 then." "We could find that out," Gross said. "I could make a routine check." What do you think? Dolores said. If any human mind could outwit those creatures, I don't like the idea, Kramer said. In his mind an image had appeared. The image of an old man sitting behind a desk, his bright, gentle eyes moving about the classroom. The old man leaning forward, a thin hand raised. Keep him out of this, Kramer said. What's wrong? Rose looked at him curiously. It's because I suggested it, Dolores said. No, Kramer shook his head. It's not that. I didn't expect anything like this. Somebody I knew, a man I studied under. I remember him very clearly. He has a very distinct personality. Good, Gross said. He sounds fine. We can't do it. We're asking for his death. This is war, Gross said. A war doesn't wait on the needs of the individual. You said that yourself. Surely he'll volunteer. We can keep it on that basis. He may already be dead, Dolores murmured. We'll find that out, Gross said, speeding up the car. They drove the rest of the way in silence. For a long time, the two of them stood studying the small wood house, overgrown with ivy, set back on the lot behind an enormous oak. The little town was silent and sleepy. Once in a while a car moved slowly along the distant highway, but that was all. This is the place, Gross said to Kramer. He folded his arms. Quite a quaint little house. Kramer said nothing. The two security agents behind them were expressionless. Gross started toward the gate. Let's go. According to the check, he's still alive, but very sick. His mind is agile, however. That seems to be certain. It's said he doesn't leave the house. A woman takes care of his needs. He's very frail. They went down the stone walk and up into the porch. Gross rang the bell. They waited. After a time they heard slow footsteps. The door opened. An elderly woman in a shapeless wrapper studied them impassively. Security, Gross said, showing his card. We wish to see Professor Thomas. Why? Government business. He glanced at Kramer. Kramer stepped forward. I was a pupil of the professor's, he said. I'm sure he won't mind seeing us. The woman hesitated uncertainly. Gross stepped into the doorway. All right, Mother. This is wartime. We can't stand out here. The two security agents followed him, and Kramer came reluctantly behind, closing the door. Gross stalked down the hall until he came to an open door. He stopped, looking in. Kramer could see the white corner of a bed, a wooden post, and the edge of a dresser. He joined Gross. In the dark room, a withered old man lay propped up on endless pillows. At first, it seemed as if he were asleep. There was no motion or sign of life. But after a time, Kramer saw with a faint shock that the old man was watching them intently, his eyes fixed on them, unmoving, unwinking. Professor Thomas, Gross said, I'm Commander Gross of Security. This man with me is perhaps known to you, the faded eyes fixed on Kramer. I know him. Philip Kramer. You've grown heavier, boy. The voice was feeble, the rustle of dry ashes. Is it true you're married now? Yes. I married Dolores French. You remember her. Kramer came toward the bed. But we're separated. It didn't work out very well. Our careers. What we came here about, Professor, Gross began, but Kramer cut him off with an impatient wave. Let me talk. Can't you and your men get out of here long enough to let me talk to him? Gross swallowed. All right, Kramer. He nodded to the two men. The three of them left the room, going out into the hall and closing the door after them. The old man in the bed watched Kramer silently. I don't think much of him, he said at last. I've seen his type before. What's he want? Nothing. He just came along. Can I sit down? Kramer found a stiff, upright chair beside the bed. If I'm bothering you... No. I'm glad to see you again, Philip. After so long, I'm sorry your marriage didn't work out. How have you been? I've been very ill. I'm afraid that my moment on the world stage is almost ended. The ancient eyes studied the younger man reflexively. You look as if you've been doing well. Like everyone else I thought highly of. You've gone to the top in this society. Kramer smiled. Then he became serious. Professor, there's a project we're working on that I want to talk to you about. It's the first ray of hope we had in this whole war. If it works, we may be able to crack the Yuck defenses, get some ships into their system, If we can do that, then the war might be brought to an end. Go on. Tell me about it, if you wish. It's a long shot, this project. It may not work at all, but we have to give it a try. It's obvious that you came here because of it, Professor Thomas murmured. I'm becoming curious. Go on. After Kramer finished, the old man lay back in the bed without speaking. At last he sighed. I understand. A human mind, taken out of a human body. He sat up a little, looking at Kramer. I suppose you're thinking of me. Kramer said nothing. Before I make my decision, I want to see the papers on this. The theory and outline of construction. I'm not sure I like it, for reasons of my own, I mean. But I want to look at the material, if you'll do that. Certainly. Kramer stood up and went to the door. Gross and the 2 security agents were standing outside, waiting tensely. Gross, come inside. They filed into the room. Give the professor the papers, Kramer said. He wants to study them before deciding. Gross brought the file out of his coat pocket, a manila envelope. He handed it to the old man on the bed. Here it is, Professor. You're welcome to examine it. Will you give us your answer as soon as possible? We're very anxious to begin, of course. I'll give you my answer when I've decided. He took the envelope with a thin, trembling hand. My decision depends on what I find out from these papers. If I don't like what I find, then I will not become involved with this work in any shape or form. He opened the envelope with shaking hands. I'm looking for one thing. What is it? Gross said. That's my affair. Leave me a number by which I can reach you when I've decided. Silently, Gross put his card down on the dresser. As they went out, Professor Thomas was already reading the first of the papers, the outline of the theory. Kramer sat across from Dale Winter, his second in line. What then? Winter said. He's going to contact us. Kramer scratched with a drawing pen on some paper. I don't know what to think. What do you mean? Winter's good-natured face was puzzled. Look. Kramer stood up, pacing back and forth, his hands in his uniform pockets. He was my teacher in college. I respected him as a man, as well as a teacher. He was more than a voice, a talking book. He was a person, a calm, kindly person I could look up to. I always wanted to be like him someday. Now look at me. So? Look at what I'm asking. I'm asking for his life, as if he were some kind of laboratory animal kept around in a cage. Not a man, not a teacher at all. Do you think he'll do it? I don't know. Kramer went to the window. He stood looking out. In a way, I hope not. But if he doesn't, then we'll have to find somebody else. I know. There would be somebody else. Why did Dolores have to... The vidphone rang. Kramer pressed the button. This is Gross. The heavy features formed. The old man called me. Professor Thomas. What did he say? He knew. He could tell already by the sound of Gross's voice. He said he'd do it. I was a little surprised myself, but apparently he means it. We've already made arrangements for his admission to the hospital. His lawyer is drawing up the statement of liability. Kramer only half heard. He nodded warily. All right. I'm glad. I suppose we can go ahead then. You don't sound very glad. I wonder why he decided to go ahead with it. He was very certain about it. Gross sounded pleased. He called me quite early. I was still in bed. You know, this calls for a celebration. Sure, Kramer said. It sure does. Toward the middle of August, the project neared completion. They stood outside in the hot autumn heat, looking up at the sleek metal sides of the ship. Gross thumped the metal with his hands. Well, it won't be long. We can begin the test at any time. Tell us more about this, an officer in gold braid said. It's such an unusual concept. Is there really a human brain inside the ship? A dignitary asked, a small man in a rumpled suit. And the brain is actually alive? Gentlemen, this ship is guided by a living brain, instead of the usual Johnson relay control system. But the brain is not conscious. It will function by reflex only. The practical difference between it and the Johnson system is this. A human brain is far more intricate than any man-made structure, and its ability to adapt to a situation, to respond to danger, is far beyond anything that could be artificially built. Gross paused, cocking his ear. The turbines of the ship were beginning to rumble, shaking the ground under them with a deep vibration. Kramer was standing a short distance away from the others, his arms folded, watching silently. At the sound of the turbines, he walked quickly around the ship to the other side. A few workmen were clearing away the last of the waste, the scraps of wiring and scaffolding. They glanced up at him and went on hurriedly with their work. Kramer mounted the ramp and entered the control cabin of the ship. Winter was sitting at the controls with a pilot from space transport. "How's it look?" Kramer asked. "All right." Winter got up. "He tells me that it would be best to take off manually. The robot controls—" Winter hesitated. "I mean, the built-in controls can take over later on in space." "That's right," the pilot said. "It's customary with the Johnson system, and so in this case we should—" "Can you tell us anything yet?" Kramer asked. "No," the pilot said slowly. "I don't think so. I've been going over everything. It seems to be in good order. There's only one thing I wanted to ask you about." He put his hand on the control board. "There are some changes here I don't understand." "Changes?" "Alterations from the original design. I wonder what the purpose is." Kramer took a set of the plans from his coat. "Let me look." He turned the pages over. The pilot watched carefully over his shoulder. "The changes aren't indicated on your copy," the pilot said. "I wonder—" He stopped. Commander Gross had entered the control cabin. "Gross, who authorized alterations?" Kramer said. "Some of the wiring has been changed." "Why, your old friend," Gross signaled to the field tower through the window. "My old friend?" "The professor. He took quite an active interest." Gross turned to the pilot. "Let's get going. We have to take this out past gravity for the test, they tell me. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Are you ready?" "Sure." The pilot sat down and moved some of the controls around. "Any time." "Go ahead, then," Gross said. "The professor," Kramer began, but at that moment there was a tremendous roar and the ship leaped under him. He grasped one of the wall holds and hung on as best as he could. The cabin was filling with a steady throbbing, the raging of the jet turbines underneath them. The ship leaped. Kramer closed his eyes and held his breath. They were moving out into space, gaining speed each moment. "Well, what do you think?" Winter said nervously. "Is it time yet?" "A little longer," Kramer said. He was sitting on the floor of the cabin, down by the control wiring. He had removed the metal covering plate, exposing the complicated maze of relay wiring. He was studying it, comparing it to the wiring diagrams. "What's the matter?" Gross said. "These changes. I can't figure out what they're for. The only pattern I can make out is that for some reason—" "Let me look," the pilot said. He squatted down beside Kramer. "You were saying?" "See this lead here? Originally it was switch-controlled. It closed and opened automatically, according to temperature change. Now it's wired so that the central control system operates it. The same with the others. A lot of this was still mechanical, worked by pressure, temperature, stress. Now it's under the central master." "The brain?" Gross said. "You mean it's been altered so that the brain manipulates it?" Kramer nodded. Maybe Professor Thomas felt that no mechanical relays could be trusted. Maybe he thought that things would be happening too fast. But some of these could close in a split second. The brake rockets could go on as quickly as— "Hey," Winter said from the control seat. "We're getting near the moon stations. What'll I do?" They looked out the port. The corroded surface of the moon gleamed up at them, a corrupt and sickening sight. They were moving swiftly towards it. "I'll take it," the pilot said. He eased Winter out of the way and strapped himself into place. The ship began to move away from the moon as he manipulated the controls. Down below them, they could see the observation stations dotting the surface, and the tiny squares that were the openings of the underground factories and hangars. A red blinker winked up at them, and the pilot's fingers moved on the board in answer. "We're past the moon," the pilot said, after a time. The moon had fallen behind them. The ship was heading into outer space. "Well, we can go ahead with it." Kramer did not answer. "Mr. Kramer, we can go ahead any time." Kramer started. "Sorry, I was thinking." "All right, thanks." He frowned, deep in thought. "What is it?" Gross asked. The wiring changes. Did you understand the reason for them when you gave the okay to the workmen? Gross flushed. You know I know nothing about technical materials. I'm in security. Then you should have consulted me. What does it matter? Gross grinned wryly. We're gonna have to start putting our faith in the old man sooner or later. The pilot stepped back from the board. His face was pale and set. Well, it's done, he said. That's it? What's done? Kramer said. We're on automatic. The brain. I turned the board over to it. To him, I mean. The old man. The pilot lit a cigarette and puffed nervously. Let's keep our fingers crossed. The ship was coasting evenly, in the hands of its invisible pilot. Far down inside the ship, carefully armored and protected, a soft human brain lay in a tank of liquid, 1,000 minute electric charges playing over its surface. As the charges rose, they were picked up and amplified, fed into relay systems, advanced, carried on through the entire ship. Gross wiped his forehead nervously. So he is running it now. I hope he knows what he's doing. Kramer nodded enigmatically. I think he does. What do you mean? Nothing. Kramer walked to the port. I see we're still moving in a straight line. He picked up the microphone. We can instruct the brain orally, through this. He blew against the microphone experimentally. Go on, Winter said. Bring the ship around half right, Kramer said. Decrease speed. They waited. Time passed. Gross looked at Kramer. No change. Nothing. Wait. Slowly, the ship was beginning to turn. The turbines missed, reducing their steady beat. The ship was taking up its new course, adjusting itself. Nearby, some space debris rushed past, incinerating in the blasts of the turbine jets. So far, so good, Gross said. They began to breathe more easily. The invisible pilot had taken control smoothly, calmly. The ship was in good hands. Kramer spoke a few words into the microphone, and they swung again. Now they were moving back the way they had come, toward the moon. Let's see what he does when we enter the moon's pull, Kramer said. He was a good mathematician, the old man. He could handle any kind of problem. The ship veered, turning away from the moon. The great eaten-away globe fell behind them. Gross breathed a sigh of relief. That's that. One more thing. Kramer picked up the microphone. Return to the moon and land the ship at the first space field, he said into it. Good Lord, Winter murmured. Why are you... Be quiet. Kramer stood, listening. The turbines gasped and roared as the ship swung full around, gaining speed. They were moving back toward the moon again. The ship dipped down, heading toward the great globe below. We're going a little fast, the pilot said. I don't see how he can put down at this velocity. The port filled up as the globe swelled rapidly. The pilot hurried toward the board, reaching for the controls. All at once the ship jerked. The nose lifted and the ship shot out into space, away from the moon, turning at an oblique angle. The men were thrown to the floor by the sudden change in course. They got to their feet again, speechless, staring at each other. The pilot gazed down at the board. It wasn't me. I didn't touch a thing. I didn't even get to it. The ship was gaining speed each moment. Kramer hesitated. Maybe you better switch it back to manual. The pilot closed the switch. He took hold of the steering controls and moved them experimentally. Nothing. He turned around. Nothing. It doesn't respond. No one spoke. You can see what has happened, Kramer said calmly. The old man won't let go of it, now that he has it. I was afraid of this when I saw the wiring changes. Everything in this ship is centrally controlled. Even the cooling system, the hatches, the garbage release. We're helpless. Nonsense. Gross strode to the board. He took hold of the wheel and turned it. The ship continued on its course, moving away from the moon, leaving it behind. Release, Kramer said into the microphone. Let go of the controls. We'll take it back. Release. No good, the pilot said. Nothing. He spun the useless wheel. It's dead. Completely dead. And we're still heading out, Winter said, grinning foolishly. We'll be going through the first line defense belt in a few minutes. If they don't shoot us down, we better radio back. The pilot clicked the radio to send. I'll contact the main bases, one of the observation stations. Better get to the defense belt. At the speed we're going, we'll be into it in a minute. And after that, Kramer said, we'll be in outer space. He's moving us toward outspace velocity. Is this ship equipped with baths? Baths? Gross said. The sleep tanks. For space drive. We may need them if we go much faster. But, good God, where are we going? Gross said. Where is he taking us? The pilot obtained contact. This is Dwight, on ship, he said. We're entering the defense zone at high velocity. Don't fire on us. Turn back, the impersonal voice came through the speaker. You're not allowed in the defense zone. We can't. We've lost control. Lost control? This is an experimental ship. Gross took the radio. This is Commander Gross, security. We're being carried into outer space. There's nothing we can do. Is there any way that we could be removed from the ship? A hesitation. We have some fast pursuit ships that could pick you up if you wanted to jump. The chances are good they'd find you. Do you have any space flares? We do, the pilot said. Let's try it. Abandoned ship, Kramer said. If we leave now, we'll never see it again. What else can we do? We're gaining speed all the time. Do you propose that we stay here? No, Kramer shook his head. Damn it! There ought to be a better solution. Could you contact him? Winter asked. The old man? Try to reason with him? It's worth a chance, Gross said. Try it. All right. Kramer took the microphone. He paused a moment. Listen, can you hear me? This is still Kramer. Can you hear me, Professor? Can you hear me? I want you to release the controls. There was silence. This is Kramer, Professor. Can you hear me? Do you remember who I am? Do you understand who this is? Above the control panel, the wall speaker made a sound, a sputtering static. They looked up. Can you hear me, Professor? This is Philip Kramer. I want you to give the ship back to us. If you can hear me, release the controls. Let go, Professor. Let go. Static. A rushing sound, like the wind. They gazed at each other. There was silence for a moment. It's a waste of time, Gross said. No. Listen. The sputter came again. Then, mixed with the sputter, almost lost in it, a voice came, toneless, without inflection, a mechanical, lifeless voice from the metal speaker in the wall above their heads. Is it you, Philip? I can't make you out. Darkness. Who's there, with you? It's me, Kramer. His fingers tightened against the microphone handle. You must release the controls, Professor. We have to get back to Terra. You must. Silence. Then the faint, faltering voice came again, a little stronger than before. Kramer. Everything's so strange. I was right, though. Consciousness result of thinking. Necessary result. Cognito ergo sum. Retain conceptual ability. Can you hear me? Yes, Professor. I altered the wiring. Control. I was fairly certain. I wonder if I can do it. Try. Suddenly the air conditioning snapped into operation. It snapped abruptly off again. Down the corridor a door slammed. Something thudded. The men stood listening. Sounds came from all sides of them. Switches shutting, opening. The lights blinked off. They were in darkness. The lights came back on, and at the same time the heating coils dimmed and faded. Good God, Winter said. Water poured down on them. The emergency firefighting system. There was a screaming rush of air. One of the escape hatches had slid back, and the air was roaring frantically out into space. The hatch banged close. The ship subsided into silence. The heating coils glowed into life. As suddenly as it had begun, the weird exhibition ceased. I can do everything. The dry, toneless voice came from the wall speaker. It is all controlled. Kramer, I wish to talk to you. I've been thinking. I haven't seen you in many years. A lot to discuss. You've changed, boy. We have much to discuss. Your wife. The pilot grabbed Kramer's arm. There's a ship standing off our bow. Look. They ran to the port. A slender, pale craft was moving along with them, keeping space with them. It was signal blinking. A Terran pursuit ship, the pilot said. Let's jump. They'll pick us up. Suits. He ran to the supply cupboard and turned the handle. The door opened and he pulled the suits onto the floor. Hurry, Gross said. A panic seized them. They dressed frantically, pulling the heavy garments over them. Winter staggered to the escape hatch and stood by it, waiting for the others. They joined him, one by one. Let's go, Gross said. Open the hatch. Winter tugged at the hatch. Help me! They grabbed hold. tugging together. Nothing happened. The hatch refused to budge. "Get a crowbar," the pilot said. "Hasn't anyone got a blaster?" Gross looked frantically around. "Damn it! Blast it open!" "Pull," Kramer grated. "Pull together." "Are you at the hatch?" The toneless voice came, drifting and eddying through the corridors of the ship. They looked up, staring around them. "I sensed something nearby. Outside. A ship." "You are leaving? All of you?" "Kramer, you are leaving too?" "Very unfortunate. I had hoped we could talk. Perhaps at some other time you might be induced to remain." "Open the hatch," Kramer said, staring up at the impersonal walls of the ship. "For God's sake, open it!" There was silence. An endless pause. Then, very slowly, the hatch slid back. The air screamed out, rushing past them into space. One by one they leaped, one after the other, propelled away by the repulsive material of the suits. A few minutes later, they were being hauled aboard the pursuit ship. As the last one of them was lifted through the port, their own ship pointed itself suddenly upward and shot off at tremendous speed. It disappeared. Kramer removed his helmet, gasping. Two sailors held onto him and began to wrap him in blankets. Gross sipped a mug of coffee, shivering. "It's gone," Kramer murmured. "I'll have an alarm sent out," Gross said. "What's happened to your ship?" a sailor asked curiously. "It sure took off in a hurry. Who's on it?" "We'll have to have it destroyed," Gross went on, his face grim. "It's got to be destroyed. There's no telling what he has in mind." Gross sat down weakly on a metal bench. "What a close call for us. We were so damn trusting." "What could he be planning?" Kramer said, half to himself. "It doesn't make sense. I don't get it." As the ship sped back toward the moon base, they sat around the table in the dining room, sipping hot coffee and thinking, not saying very much. "Look here," Gross said at last. "What kind of man was Professor Thomas? What do you remember about him?" Kramer put his coffee mug down. "It was 10 years ago. I don't remember much. It's vague." He let his mind run back over the years. He and Dolores had been at Hunt College together, in physics and the life sciences. The college was small, and set back away from the momentum of modern life. He had gone there because it was his hometown, and his father had gone there before him. Professor Thomas had been at the college a long time, as long as anyone could remember. He was a strange old man, keeping to himself most of the time. There were many things that he disapproved of, but he seldom said what they were. "Do you recall anything that might help us?" Gross asked. "Anything that would give us a clue as to what he might have in mind?" Kramer nodded slowly. "I remember one thing. One day he and the professor had been sitting together in the school chapel, talking leisurely. 'Well, you'll be out of school soon,' the professor had said. 'What are you going to do?' 'Do? Work at one of the government research projects, I suppose.' 'And eventually? What's your ultimate goal?' Kramer had smiled. The question is unscientific. It presupposes such things as ultimate ends. Suppose instead along these lines, then. What if there were no war, and no government research projects? What would you do then?' 'I don't know. But how can I imagine a hypothetical situation like that? There's been war for as long as I can remember. We're geared for war. I don't know what I'd do. I suppose I'd adjust, get used to it.' The professor had stared at him. 'Oh, you think you'd get accustomed to it, eh? Well, I'm glad of that. And you think you could find something to do?' Gross listened intently. 'What do you infer from this, Kramer?' 'Not much, except that he was against war.' 'We're all against war,' Gross pointed out. 'True, but he was withdrawn, set apart. He lived very simply, cooking his own meals. His wife died many years ago. He was born in Europe, in Italy. He changed his name when he came to the United States. He used to read Dante and Milton. He even had a Bible.' 'Very anachronistic, don't you think?' 'Yes. He lived quite a lot in the past. He found an old phonograph and records, and he listened to the old music. You saw his house, how old-fashioned it was.' 'Did he have a file?' Winter asked Gross. 'With security?' 'No, none at all. As far as we could tell, he never engaged in political work, never joined anything, or even seemed to have strong political convictions. No, Kramer agreed. About all he ever did was walk through the hills. He liked nature. Nature can be of great use to a scientist, Gross said. There wouldn't be any science without it. Kramer, what do you think his plan is? Taking control of the ship and disappearing, Winter said. Maybe the transfer made him insane, the pilot said. Maybe there's no plan, nothing rational at all. But he had the ship rewired, and he had made sure that he would retain consciousness and memory before he even agreed to the operation. He must have had something planned from the start. But what? Perhaps he just wanted to stay alive longer, Kramer said. He was old and about to die, or what? Nothing. Kramer stood up. I think as soon as we get to the moon base, I'll make a vid call to Earth. I want to talk to somebody about this. Who's that? Gross asked. Dolores. Maybe she remembers something. That's a good idea, Gross said. Where are you calling from? Dolores asked when he succeeded in reaching her. From the moon base. All kinds of rumors are running around. Why didn't the ship come back? What happened? I'm afraid you ran off with it. He? The old man, Professor Thomas. Kramer explained what had happened. Dolores listened intently. How strange. And you think he planned it all in advance? From the start? I'm certain. He asked for the plans of construction and the theoretical designs at once. But why? What for? I don't know. Look, Dolores, what do you remember about him? Is there anything that might give a clue to all this? Like what? I don't know. That's the trouble. On the vid screen, Dolores knitted her brow. I remember he raised chickens in his backyard, and once he had a goat. She smiled. Do you remember the day the goat got loose and wandered down the main street of town? Nobody could figure out where it came from. Anything else? No. He watched her struggling, trying to remember. He wanted to have a farm sometime. I know. All right, thanks. Kramer touched the switch. When I get back to Terra, maybe I'll stop and see you. Let me know how it works out. He cut the line, and the picture dimmed and faded. He walked slowly back to where Gross and some of the officers of the military were sitting at the chart table, talking. Any luck? Gross said, looking up. No. All she remembers is that he kept a goat. Come over and look at this detail chart. Gross motioned him around to his side. Watch! Kramer saw the record tabs moving furiously, the little white dots racing back and forth. What's happening? He asked. A squadron outside the defense zone has finally managed to contact the ship. They're maneuvering now, for position. Watch. The white counters were forming a barrel formation around a black dot that was moving steadily across the board, away from the central position. As they watched, the white dots constricted around it. They're ready to open fire, a technician at the board said. Commander, what shall we tell them to do? Gross hesitated. I hate to be the one who makes the decision. When it comes right down to it, it's not just a ship, Kramer said. It's a man. A living person. A human being is up there, moving through space. I wish we knew what. But the order has to be given. We can't take any chances. Suppose he went over to them, to the Yucks. Kramer's jaw dropped. My God, he wouldn't do that. Are you sure? Do you know what he'll do? He wouldn't do that. Gross turned to the technician. Tell them to go ahead. I'm sorry, sir, but now the ship has gotten away. Look down at the board. Gross stared down, Kramer over his shoulder. The black dot had slipped through the white dots and moved off in an abrupt angle. The white dots were broken up, dispersing in confusion. He's an unusual strategist, one of the officers said. He traced the line. It's an ancient maneuver, an old Prussian device. But it worked. The white dots were turning back. Too many Yuck ships out that far, Gross said. Well, that's what you get when you don't act quickly. He looked up coldly at Kramer. We should have done it when we had him. Look at him go. He jabbed a finger at the rapidly moving black dot. The dot came to the edge of the board and stopped. It had reached the limit of the chartered area. See? Now what? Kramer thought, watching. So the old man had escaped the cruisers and gotten away. He was alert, all right. There was nothing wrong with his mind, or with his ability to control his new body. Body. The ship was a new body for him. He had traded in the old dying body, withered and frail, for this hulking frame of metal and plastic, turbines and rocket jets. He was strong now, strong and big. The new body was more powerful than 1,000 human bodies. But how long would it last him? The average life of a cruiser was only 10 years. With careful handling, he might get 20 out of it, before some essential part failed and there was no way to replace it. And then, what then? What would he do when something failed and there was no one to fix it for him? That would be the end. Someplace, far out in the cold darkness of space, the ship would slow down, silent and lifeless, to exhaust its last heat into the eternal timelessness of outer space. Or perhaps it would crash on some barren asteroid, burst into 1,000,000 fragments. It was only a question of time. Your wife didn't remember anything? Gross said. I told you. Only that he kept a goat. Once. A hell of a lot of help, that is. Kramer shrugged. It's not my fault. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Gross stared down at the indicator dot, still hanging at the edge of the board. I wonder if he'll ever move back this way. I wonder too, Kramer said. That night, Kramer lay in bed, tossing from side to side, unable to sleep. The moon gravity, even artificially increased, was unfamiliar to him, and it made him uncomfortable. 1,000 thoughts wandered loose in his head as he lay fully awake. What did it all mean? What was the professor's plan? Maybe they would never know. Maybe the ship was gone for good. The old man had left forever, shooting into outer space. They might never find out why he had done it, what purpose, if any, had been in his mind. Kramer sat up in bed. He turned on the light and lit a cigarette. His quarters were small, a metal-lined bunk room, part of the moon station base. The old man had wanted to talk to him. He had wanted to discuss things, hold a conversation, but in the hysteria and confusion, all they had been able to think of was getting away. The ship was rushing off without them, carrying them into outer space. Kramer set his jaw. Could they be blamed for jumping? They had no idea where they were being taken, or why. They were helpless, caught in their own ship, and the pursuit ship standing by waiting to pick them up was their only chance. Another half hour and it would have been too late. But what had the old man wanted to say? What had he intended to tell him in those first confusing moments, when the ship around them had come alive, each metal strut and wire suddenly animate, the body of a living creature, a vast metal organism? It was weird, unnerving. He could not forget it, even now. He looked around the small room uneasily. What did it signify? The coming to life of metal and plastic? All at once they had found themselves inside a living creature, in its stomach, like Jonah inside the whale. It had been alive, and it had talked to them, talked calmly and rationally as it rushed them off faster and faster into space. The wall speaker and circuit had become the vocal cords and mouth, the wiring, the spinal cord and nerves, the hatches and relays and circuit breakers, the muscles. They had been helpless, completely helpless. The ship had, in a brief second, stolen their power away from them and left them defenseless, practically at its mercy. It was not right. It made him uneasy. All his life he had controlled machines, bent nature and the forces of nature to man and man's needs. The human race has slowly evolved until it was in a position to operate things, run them as it saw fit. Now all at once it had been plunged back down the ladder again, prostrate before a power against which they were children. Kramer got out of bed. He put on his bathrobe and began to search for a cigarette. While he was searching, the vidphone rang. He snapped the vidphone on. Yes? The face of the immediate monitor appeared. A call from Tara, Mr. Kramer. An emergency call. Emergency call? For me? Put it through. Kramer came awake, brushing his hair back out of his eyes. Alarm plucked at him. From the speaker, a strange voice came. Philip Kramer? Is this Kramer? Yes, go on. This is General Hospital, New York City, Tara. Mr. Kramer, your wife is here. She has been critically injured in an accident. Your name was given to us to call. Is it possible for you to... How badly? Kramer gripped the vidphone stand. Is it serious? Yes, it's serious, Mr. Kramer. Are you able to come here? The quicker you can come, the better. Yes, Kramer nodded. I'll come. Thanks. The screen died as the connection was broken. Kramer waited a moment, then he tapped the button. The screen relit again. Yes, sir, the monitor said. Can I get a ship to Terra at once? It's an emergency. My wife. There's no ship leaving the moon for 8 hours. You'll have to wait until the next period. Isn't there anything I can do? We can broadcast a general request to all ships passing through this area. Sometimes cruisers pass by here returning to Terra for repairs. Will you broadcast that for me? I'll come down to the field. Yes, sir, but there may be no ship in the area for a while. It's a gamble. The screen died. Kramer dressed quickly. He put on his coat and hurried to the lift. A moment later he was running across the general receiving lobby, past the rows of vacant desks and conference tables. At the door, the sentry stepped aside and he went outside, onto the great concrete steps. The face of the moon was in shadow. Below him the field stretched out in total darkness, a black void, endless, without form. He made his way carefully down the steps and along the ramp, along the side of the field, to the control tower. A faint row of red lights showed him the way. 2 soldiers challenged him at the foot of the tower, standing in the shadows, their guns ready. Kramer? Yes. A light was flashed in his face. Your call has been sent out already. Any luck? Kramer asked. There's a cruiser nearby that has made contact with us. It has an injured jet and is moving slowly back towards Terra, away from the line. Good, Kramer nodded, a flood of relief rushing through him. He lit a cigarette and gave one to each of the soldiers. The soldiers lit up. Sir? One of them asked. Is it true about this experimental ship? What do you mean? It came to life and ran off? No, not exactly, Kramer said. It had a new type of control system instead of the Johnson units. It wasn't properly tested. But sir, one of the cruisers that was there got up close to it, and a buddy of mine says this ship acted funny. He never saw anything like it. It was like when he was fishing once on Terra, in Washington State, fishing for bass. The fish were smart, going this way and that. Here's your cruiser, the other soldier said. Look! An enormous vague shape was setting slowly down onto the field. They could make nothing out but its row of tiny green blinkers. Kramer stared at the shape. Better hurry, sir, the soldier said. They don't want to stick around here very long. Thanks. Kramer loped across the field, toward the black shape that rose up above him, extended across the width of the field. The ramp was down from the side of the cruiser, and he caught hold of it. The ramp rose, and a moment later, Kramer was inside the hold of the ship. The hatch slid shut behind him. As he made his way up the stairs to the main deck, the turbines roared up from the moon, out into space. Kramer opened the door to the main deck. He stopped suddenly, staring around him in surprise. There was nobody in sight. The ship was deserted. Good God, he said. Realization swept over him, numbing him. He sat down on the bench, his head swimming. Good God. The ship roared out into space, leaving the moon and Terra farther behind each moment, and there was nothing he could do. So, it was you who put the call through, he said at last. It was you who called me on the vidphone, not any hospital on Terra. It was all part of the plan. He looked up and around him. And Dolores is really... Your wife is fine, the wall speaker above him said tonelessly. It was a fraud. I am sorry to trick you that way, Philip, but it was all I could think of. Another day and you would have been back on Terra. I do not want to remain in this area any longer than necessary. They have been so certain of finding me out in deep space that I have been able to stay here without too much danger. But even the purloined letter was found eventually. Kramer smoked his cigarette nervously. What are you going to do? Where are we going? First, I want to talk to you. I have many things to discuss. I was very disappointed when you left me, along with the others. I had hoped that you would remain. The dry voice chuckled. Remember how we used to talk in the old days, you and I? That was a long time ago. The ship was gaining speed. It plunged through space at tremendous speed, rushing through the last of the defense zone and out beyond. A rush of nausea made Kramer bend over for a moment. When he straightened up, the voice from the wall went on. I'm sorry to step it up so quickly, but we are still in danger. Another few moments and we'll be free. What about the Yuck ships? Aren't they out here? I've already slipped away from several of them. They're quite curious about me. Curious? They sense that I'm different, more like their own organic minds. They don't like it. I believe they will begin to withdraw from this area soon. Apparently they don't want to get involved with me. They are an odd race, Philip. I would have liked to study them closely, try to learn something about them. I'm of the opinion that they use no inert material. All their equipment and instruments are alive, in some form or other. They don't construct or build at all. The idea of making is foreign to them. They utilize existing forms, even their ships. Where are we going? Kramer said. I want to know where you are taking me. Frankly, I'm not certain. You're not certain? I haven't worked some details out. There are a few vague spots in my program still, but I think that in a short while I'll have them ironed out. What is your program? Kramer said. It's really very simple, but don't you want to come into the control room and sit? The seats are much more comfortable than that metal bench. Kramer went into the control room and sat down at the control board. Looking at the useless apparatus made him feel strange. What's the matter? The speaker above the board rasped. Kramer gestured helplessly. I'm powerless. I can't do anything, and I don't like it. Do you blame me? No, I don't blame you. But you'll get your control back soon. Don't worry. This is only a temporary expedient, taking you off this way. It was something I didn't contemplate. I forgot that orders would be given out to shoot me on sight. It was Gross's idea. I don't doubt that. My conception, my plan, came to me as soon as you began to describe your project, that day at my house. I saw at once that you were wrong. You people have no understanding of the mind at all. I realized that the transfer of a human brain from an organic body to a complex artificial spaceship would not involve the loss of the intellectualization faculty of the mind. When a man thinks, he is. When I realized that, I saw the possibility of an age-old dream becoming real. I was quite elderly when I first met you, Philip. Even then, my lifespan had pretty much come to its end. I could look ahead to nothing but death, and with it the extinction of all my ideas. I had made no mark on the world, none at all. My students, one by one, passed from me into the world, to take up jobs in the great research project, the search for better and bigger weapons of war. The world has been fighting for a long time, first with itself, then with the Martians, then with these beings from Proxima Centauri, whom we know nothing about. Human society has evolved as a cultural institution, like the science of astronomy or mathematics. War is a part of our lives, a career, a respected vocation. Bright, alert young men and women move into it, putting their shoulders to the wheel as they did in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. It has always been so. But is it innate in mankind? I don't think so. No social custom is innate. There were many human groups that did not go to war. The Eskimos never grasped the idea at all, and the American Indians never took to it well. But these dissenters were wiped out, and a cultural pattern was established that became the standard for the whole planet. Now it has become ingrained in us. But if someplace along the line, some other way of settling problems had arisen and taken hold, something different than the massing of men and material too. What's your plan? Kramer said. I know the theory. It was part of one of your lectures. Yes, buried in a lecture on plant selection, as I recall. When you came to me with this proposition, I realized that perhaps my conception could be brought to life after all. If my theory were right, that war is only a habit, not an instinct, a society built apart from Terra with a minimum of cultural roots might develop differently. If it failed to absorb our outlook, if it could start out on another foot, it might not arrive at the same point to which we have come, a dead end, with nothing but greater and greater wars in sight, until nothing is left but ruin and destruction everywhere. Of course, there would have to be a watcher to guide the experiment at first. A crisis would undoubtedly come very quickly, probably in the second generation. Cain would arise almost at once. You see, Kramer, I estimate that if I remain at rest most of the time, on some small planet or moon, I may be able to keep functioning for almost 100 years. That would be time enough, sufficient to see the direction of the new colony. After that it would be up to the colony itself. Which is just as well, of course. Man must take control eventually, on his own. 100 years, and after that they will have control of their own destiny. Perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps war is more than a habit. Perhaps it is a law of the universe, that things can only survive as groups by group violence. But I'm going ahead and taking the chance that it is only a habit, that I'm right, that war is something we're so accustomed to that we don't realize it is a very unnatural thing. Now, as to the place, I'm still very vague about that. We must find the place still. That's where we're going now. You and I are going to inspect a few systems off the beaten path. Planets where the trading prospects are low enough to keep Terran ships away. I know of one planet that might be a good place. It was reported by the Fairchild expedition in their original manual. We may look into that, for a start. The ship was silent. Kramer sat for a time, staring down at the metal floor under him. The floor throbbed dully with the motion of the turbines. At last he looked up. You might be right. Maybe our outlook is only a habit. Kramer got to his feet. But I wonder if something has occurred to you. What is that? If it's such a deeply ingrained habit, going back thousands of years, how are you going to get your colonists to make the break? Leave Terra and Terran customs? How about this generation? The first ones, the people who found the colony. I think you're right that the next generation would be free of all this, if there were he grinned, an old man above to teach them something else instead. Kramer looked up at the wall speaker. How are you going to get people to leave Terra and come with you, if, by your own theory, this generation can't be saved? It all has to start with the next. The wall speaker was silent. Then it made a sound, the faint, dry chuckle. I'm surprised at you, Philip. Settlers can be found. We won't need many, just a few. The speaker chuckled again. I'll acquaint you with my solution. At the far end of the corridor, a door slid open. There was sound. A hesitant sound. Kramer turned. Dolores! Dolores Kramer stood uncertainly, looking into the control room. She blinked in amazement. Phil! What are you doing here? What's going on? They stared at each other. What's happening? Dolores said. I received a vid call that you had been hurt in a lunar explosion. The wall speaker rasped to life. You see, Philip, that problem is already solved. We don't need so many people. Even a single couple might do. Kramer nodded slowly. I see, he murmured thickly. Just one couple. One man and woman. That might make it all right, if there were someone to watch and see that things went as they should. There will be quite a few things I can help you with, Philip. Quite a few. We'll get along very well, I think. Kramer grinned wryly. You could even help us name the animals, he said. I understand that's the first step. I'll be glad to, the toneless, impersonal voice said. As I recall, my part will be to bring them to you, one by one. Then you can do the actual naming. I don't understand, Dolores faltered. What does he mean, Phil? Naming animals? What kind of animals? Where are we going? Kramer walked slowly over to the port and stood staring silently out, his arms folded. Beyond the ship, a myriad fragments of light gleamed, countless coals glowing in the dark void. Stars, suns, systems, endless, without number. A universe of worlds, an infinity of planets waiting for them, gleaming and winking from the darkness. He turned back, away from the port. Where are we going? He smiled at his wife, standing nervous and frightened, her large eyes full of alarm. I don't know where we're going, he said, but somehow that doesn't seem too important right now. I'm beginning to see the professor's point. It's the result that counts. And for the first time in many months, he put his arm around Dolores. At first she stiffened, the fright and nervousness still in her eyes. But then suddenly she relaxed against him, and there were tears wetting her cheeks. Phil, do you really think we can start over again? You and I? He kissed her tenderly, then passionately, and the spaceship shot swiftly through the endless, trackless eternity of the void. End of Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Ryan Snyder.
The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Bickers. The Next Logical Step. I don't really see where this problem has anything to do with me, the CIA man said. And frankly, there are a lot of more important things I could be doing. Ford, the physicist, glanced at General Leroy. The general had that quizzical expression on his face, the look that meant he was about to do something decisive. Would you like to see the problem firsthand? The general asked innocently. The CIA man took a quick look at his wristwatch. Okay, if it doesn't take too long. It's late enough already. It won't take very long, will it, Ford? The general said, getting out of his chair. Not very long, Ford agreed. Only a lifetime. The CIA man grunted as they went to the doorway and left the general's office. Going down the dark, deserted hallway, their footsteps echoed hollowly. I can't overemphasize the seriousness of the problem, General Leroy said to the CIA man. 8 ranking members of the general staff have either resigned their commissions or gone straight to the violent ward after just one session with this computer. The CIA man scowled. Is this area secure? General Leroy's face turned red. This entire building is as secure as any edifice in the free world, mister, and it's empty. We're the only living people inside here at this hour. I'm not taking any chances. Just want to be sure. Perhaps if I explain the computer a little more, Ford said, changing the subject, you'll know what to expect. Good idea, said the man from the CIA. We told you this is the most modern, most complex, and delicate computer in the world. Nothing like it has ever been attempted before, anywhere. I know that they don't have anything like it, the CIA man agreed. And you also know, I suppose, that it was built to simulate actual war situations. We fight wars in this computer, wars with missiles and bombs and gas. Real wars, complete down to the tiniest detail. The computer tells us what will actually happen to every missile, every city, every man, who dies, how many planes are lost, how many trucks will fail to start on a cold morning, whether a battle is won or lost. General Leroy interrupted. The computer runs these analyses for both sides so we can see what's happening to them, too. The CIA man gestured impatiently. War game simulations aren't new. You've been doing them for years. Yes, but this machine is different, Ford pointed out. It not only gives a much more detailed war game, it's the next logical step in the development of machine-simulated war games. He hesitated dramatically. Well, what is it? We've added a variation of the electroencephalograph. The CIA man stopped walking. The what? Electroencephalograph. You know, a recording device that reads the electrical patterns of your brain, like the electrocardiograph. Oh. But you see, we've given the EEG a reverse twist. Instead of using a machine that makes a recording of the brain's electrical wave output, we've developed a device that will take the computer's readout tapes and turn them into electrical patterns that are put into your brain. I don't get it. General Leroy took over. You sit at the machine's control console. A helmet is placed over your head. You set the machine in operation. You see the results. Yes, Ford went on. Instead of reading rows of figures from the computer's printer, you actually see the war being fought. Complete visual and auditory hallucinations. You can watch the progress of the battles, and as you change strategy and tactics, you can see the results before your eyes. The idea originally was to make it easier for the general staff to visualize strategic situations, General Leroy said. But everyone who's used the machine has either resigned his commission or gone insane, Ford added. The CIA man cocked an eye at Leroy. You've used the computer. Correct. And you have neither resigned nor cracked up. General Leroy nodded. I called you in. Before the CIA man could comment, Ford said, The computer's right inside this doorway. Let's get this over with while the building is still empty. They stepped in. The physicist and the general showed the CIA man through the room-filling rows of massive consoles. It's all transistorized and sub-miniaturized, of course, Ford explained. That's the only way we could build so much detail into the machine and still have it small enough to fit inside a single building. A single building? Oh, yes, this is only the control section. Most of this building is taken up by the circuits, the memory banks, and the rest of it. They showed him finally to a small desk studded with control buttons and dials. The single spotlight above the desk lit it brilliantly, in harsh contrast to the semi-darkness of the rest of the room. Since you've never run the computer before, Ford said, General Leroy will do the controlling. You just sit and watch what happens. The general sat in one of the well-padded chairs and donned a grotesque headgear that was connected to the desk by a half-dozen wires. The CIA man took his chair slowly. When they put one of the bulky helmets on him, he looked up at them, squinting a little in the bright light. This isn't going to, do me any damage, is it? My goodness, no, Ford said. You mean mentally? No, of course not. You're not on the general staff, so it won't affect you the way it did the others. Their reaction had nothing to do with the computer per se. Several civilians have used the computer with no ill effects, General Leroy said. Ford has used it many times. The CIA man nodded, and they closed the transparent visor over his face. He sat there and watched General Leroy press a series of buttons, then turn a dial. "Can you hear me?" The general's voice came muffled through the helmet. "Yes," he said. "All right, here we go. You're familiar with Situation 121? That's what we're going to be seeing." Situation 121 was a standard war game. The CIA man was well acquainted with it. He watched the general flip a switch, then sit back and fold his arms over his chest. A row of lights on the desk console began blinking on and off. 1, 2, 3, down to the end of the row, then back to the beginning again, on and off, on and off. And then, somehow, he could see it. He was poised incredibly somewhere in space, and he could see it all in a funny, blurry, double-sided, dreamlike way. He seemed to be seeing several pictures and hearing many voices all at once. It was all mixed up, and yet it made a weird kind of sense. For a panicked instant, he wanted to rip the helmet off his head. It's only an illusion, he told himself, forcing calm on his unwilling nerves. Only an illusion. But it seemed strangely real. He was watching the Gulf of Mexico. He could see Florida off to his right and the arching coast of the southeastern United States. He could even make out the Rio Grande River. Situation 121 started, he remembered, with the discovery of missile-bearing enemy submarines in the Gulf. Even as he watched the whole area, as though perched on a satellite, he could see, underwater and close up, the menacing shadowy figure of a submarine gliding through the crystal blue sea. He saw, too, a patrol plane as it spotted the submarine and sent an urgent radio warning. The underwater picture dissolved in a bewildering burst of bubbles. A missile had been launched. Within seconds, another burst, this time a nuclear depth charge, utterly destroyed the submarine. It was confusing. He was every place at once. The details were overpowering, but the total picture was agonizingly clear. 6 submarines fired missiles from the Gulf of Mexico. 4 were immediately sunk, but too late. New Orleans, St. Louis, and 3 Air Force bases were obliterated by hydrogen fusion warheads. The CIA man was familiar with the opening stages of the war. The first missile fired at the United States was the signal for whole fleets of missiles and bombers to launch themselves at the enemy. It was confusing to see the world at once. At times he could not tell if the fireball and mushroom cloud was over Chicago or Shanghai, New York or Novosibirsk, Baltimore or Budapest. It did not make much difference, really. They all got it in the first few hours of the war, as did London and Moscow, Washington and Peking, Detroit and Delhi, and many, many more. The defensive systems on all sides seemed to operate well, except that there were never enough anti-missiles. Defensive systems were expensive compared to attack rockets. It was cheaper to build a deterrent than to defend against it. The missiles flashed up from submarines and railway cars, from underground silos and stratospheric jets. Secret ones fired off automatically when a certain airbase command post ceased beaming out a restraining radio signal. The defensive systems were simply overloaded. And when the bombs ran out, the missiles carried dust and germs and gas. On, for 6 days and 6 firelit nights. Launch, boost, coast, re-enter, death. And now it was over, the CIA man thought. The missiles were all gone. The airplanes were exhausted. The nations that had built the weapons no longer existed. By all the rules he knew of, the war should have been ended. Yet the fighting did not end. The machine knew better. There were still many ways to kill an enemy, time-tested ways. There were armies fighting in 4 continents, armies that had marched overland or splashed ashore from the sea or dropped out of the skies. Incredibly, the war went on. When the tanks ran out of gas and the flamethrowers became useless and even the prosaic artillery pieces had no more rounds to fire, there were still simple guns and even simpler bayonets and swords. The proud armies, the descendants of the Alexanders and Caesars and Temujins and Wellingtons and Grants and Rommels, relived their evolution in reverse. The war went on. Slowly, inevitably, the army split apart into smaller and smaller units until the tortured countryside that so recently had felt the impact of nuclear war once again knew the tread of bands of armed marauders. The tiny savage groups stranded in alien lands, far from the homes and families that they knew to be destroyed, carried on a mockery of war, lived off the land, fought their own countrymen if the occasion suited, and revive the ancient terror of hand-wielded, personal, one-head-at-a-time killing. The CIA man watched the world disintegrate. Death was an individual business now, and none the better for no longer being mass-produced. In agonized fascination, he saw the myriad ways in which a man might die. Murder was only one of them. Radiation, disease, toxic gases that lingered and drifted on the once innocent winds, and, finally, the most efficient destroyer of them all, starvation. 3 billion people, give or take a meaningless 100 million, lived on the planet Earth when the war began. Now, with the tenuous thread of civilization burned away, most of those who were not killed by the fighting itself succumbed inexorably to starvation. Not everyone died, of course. Life went on. Some were lucky. A long darkness settled on the world. Life went on for a few, a pitiful few, a bitter, hateful, suspicious, savage few. Cities became pest holes. Books became fuel. Knowledge died. Civilization was completely gone from the planet Earth. The helmet was slowly lifted off his head. The CIA man found that he was too weak to raise his arms in help. He was shivering and damp with perspiration. "Now you see," Ford said quietly, "why the military men cracked up when they used the computer." General Leroy even was pale. How can a man with any conscience at all direct a military operation when he knows that that will be the consequence? The CIA man struck up a cigarette and pulled hard on it. He exhaled sharply. Are all the war games like that? Every plan? Some are worse, Ford said. We picked an average one for you. Even some of the brush fire games get out of hand and end up like that. So, what do you intend to do? Why did you call me in? What can I do? You're with CIA, the general said. Don't you handle espionage? Yes, but what's that got to do with it? The general looked at him. It seems to me that the next logical step is to make damn certain that they get the plans to this computer. And fast. The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. Recording by James Bickers, www.jamesbickers.com.
Old Friends Are the Best by Jack Sharkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Side note. Are you one of those people who save the best things for the last? Who eat all the chocolate sundae away from under the maraschino cherry? If so, you are very like the Peter W. Merrill moon plant. It had no awareness of time, so it did not know nor concern itself with the millennia that passed since it first drew up the dissolved silicates from the shifting gray remnants of soil and arranged them inside the walls of the 1,000 green pods that were its body cells, and settled down to wait. Somewhere within its fragile cortex a tiny pulse of life beat. It was a feeble pulse, to be sure, and one that a man, unless he could observe it for 1,000 years without blinking, would not be aware of. As the normal human heart beats 72 times a minute, so did this tiny swelling of tube contract once each 100 years. 50 tireless years of contraction, then 50 soothing years of relaxation, bringing the walls of the slender tube together, then letting them ease apart. But it was sufficient for its life. The pallid yellow sap was moved about inside the plant once each 100 years, and the plasm of the silicon-protected cellular structure absorbed just the needed amount, bleeding off the waste products between the very molecules of the silicon buttresses, and patiently waiting the century out till the second helping came oozing around. And so it lay dormant, through heat that could send a man into convulsions of agony in seconds, through cold that fractional degree lower than can be achieved in a scientific laboratory. It did not know where it was, nor what it was, nor how precarious, by cosmic standards, was its chance of survival, with sap enough stored in the stiff, coarse roots for only a few more million years. It simply was, and knew that it was, and was satisfied. Such a tiny organism can have only the most rudimentary of memories, but it remembered, once, long before, there had been more. Life had been the same, but somehow fuller. When it tried to recall exactly in what this fullness lay, the memory just was not there, only a vague recollection of comfort, motion, satiation. When the men landed on the moon in the 20th century, they did not find it at first. Locating it would have been comparable to stumbling upon a solitary blade of grass embedded in ice at the South Pole. Men came to the moon, though, and began to settle there. The first homes they knew were metal shacks filled with life-giving gases of their planetary atmosphere, and devoid of all comforts save those necessary for maintenance of life. But men have a way of rising above the status quo, and so, within half a pulse beat of the planet, the surface of the moon became dotted with these iglooic shacks. Then pressurized tunnels radiated out in a unifying network, and soon the domes began to grow. Immense, translucent, light-weighted structures of enormous strength bubbled up on the moon, and soon cities were being built beneath them, strange, towering, fairyland cities on this satellite where people and architecture alike boasted 6 times the power possessed on Earth. The cities soared upward in glinting stalagmitic pinnacles, whose tapering ends seemed to threaten the fabric of the domes themselves, but were in reality still far below the blue-white curving surface. Machines lay buried now in the gray pumice that was the surface of the moon, machines that drained gases from the oxides and nitrates within the planetoid, and filled the domes for the people with the life-giving gases. And still the moon grew more domes, and more. And then, 3 motions of the tiny plant, after the primal landing of men on the moon, 3 half-cycles later, a pulse and a half, it was found. The man who found it was an engineer, a man of high intelligence. For building on the moon was a perilous undertaking. A man had to know stresses and strains, had to be able to read gauges that warned of vacuum pockets beneath the crust of the moon that, if broken into, could suck the life-giving gases from the metal caissons within which the men laid the foundations of new domes. Had it been on Earth, and the workmen unionized and possibly unlettered, it would have had the fate of a dandelion that stands in the path of a growing subway tube. Unfortunately, the man, as mentioned, had intelligence. Carefully, the fossil, so he presumed, was cut away from the rock in which it was rooted, and lay gently in a bed of soft cotton, and that bed in a plastic casing, and the casing in a metal box. The box was loaded aboard a spaceship and sent to a man back on Earth. The man was an eminent botanist, and, eminent or not, he nearly jumped with joy when he opened the box, unsealed the container, plucked away the cotton, and saw the plant lying there. It was dead, and so far as he knew, and apparently useless except perhaps as a club, but the botanist was delighted to receive it. Through his head passed notions of cutting it in 2, then polishing the twin-cut surfaces, and studying the cell structure, so that he might compare its construction with similar, if there were any, plants of Earth, and then write a learned thesis about it, which could be read only by other eminent botanists, who would all then curse their luck for not having been friends with any engineers on the moon. The whole procedure, taking the cosmic view, was almost pointless, but it would make the botanist happy at least. However, after setting up his instruments and placing the plant in a sort of padded vise to steady it against the invasion of its privacy, he chanced to see a bit of root, broken off by sheer unaccustomed weight on the planet, lying upon the lab table, and he placed that beneath the glass lens of his microscope and studied it instead. "I'll be damned," he said. "The plasm is liquid." A few dozen of the shattered cells had indeed let their contents spill out onto the slide of his scope. "I wonder," he mused, "if it is viable." Wouldn't that make for an interesting paper? He went on, building his dreams upon dreams. A moon plant growing in my garden. He decided, as is the way with botanists, to name his. It was now his, having abandoned liberty when it abandoned the moon, to name his plant after himself. And that's how it came to be called the Peter W. Merrill moon plant. He put it in his garden and arranged a small protective wire cylinder around it and sprinkled it with water. Then he went into the house to start typing up his notes for that forthcoming paper. As he lay there in the soft loam, feeling the cool trickling of the water passing over his stiff tendrils, the newly christened Pete felt a stirring within himself. The sunlight that now struck him was filtered by an atmosphere and gentle in its action upon him. Pete prodded his memory, and suddenly decided that silicates, after all, are not the most comfortable of linings for one's tender green cells. He seemed to recall a state of lush, sybaritic softness in pre-silicate times. Decidedly, the silicates must go, thought Pete. And go they did, molecule by molecule, down into the earth through his roots, which were now acting as tiny spigots, getting rid of the scratchy stuff that had bolstered the cell walls against change for millennia past, leaving Pete softer, greener, livelier, and a constant delight to the heart of Peter W. Merrill the First, whenever he came out to tend his plant, between pages of his thesis. Pete, after spewing the first hateful molecule away, reversed his tiny fiber engines and began to draw in. He drew in all sorts of things as the days passed. A lot of minerals and just enough water to float them in. Mostly, Pete's growing hunger sought out iron. Pete didn't know why he wanted iron any more than a smoker knows why he wants another cigarette, but Pete's interest in iron was as intense as any smoker's in tobacco. Above the ground he grew very few inches larger, merely broadening his dark green spiral leaves a bit to catch the tiny amount of warmth he required for growth. But beneath the soil, as with any tuberous plant, his roots were spread in a rough, circular, spoke-like pattern that reached about 10 miles in every direction. Pete Sr., had he tried to dig his plant up, would have been very much surprised to find he could not do it. But he didn't try, so his life went on as usual, with no surprises, which is the way he preferred it, so he was happy enough. It wasn't until his paper had been duly published and botanical cronies had shaken the dust from their whiskers and toddled around to see this enviable possession that something of the root structure was discovered. "Seems to spread underground," one remarked. "Kind of a lunatic crabgrass," another jibed. "Sure you're not pulling our leg, Merrill?" said a third. "Seems a bit stunted." "Gravity," said Pete Sr. "Not used to it yet." Then they all had coffee and cake, shook hands with Pete Sr., and went to their homes and laboratories. By this time, of course, at the farthest reaches of Pete's root network, duplicate Petes were popping up above ground, quietly and unostentatiously. Pete stood barely 5 inches high, and much like their parent. They, too, began sending out spoke-like root networks. Some of them, stronger than others, sent roots for a radius of 100 miles, others for a few leagues, and no more. Eventually, Pete Sr. reached an age where his body cells died more rapidly than they were replaced. That is, he achieved old age, and he passed from his life, leaving a wife, 3 children, and an unpaid fertilizer bill. Pete himself, by now, was pulsing considerably faster. In fact, incredibly faster, after his once-a-century contraction of short years before. His pulse rate was now in the neighborhood of 10 per second, which is a pretty good increase. It soon reached hundreds per second, and his offspring weren't far behind him, either. Since the whole plant was now as interwoven with Pete-type networks as the inside of a baseball with string, this constant vibration, which slowly began to beat in a united concentration, began to make itself felt. People started to complain about it. So scientists with seismographs and even dowsers with willowy twigs began to seek out the source of this unnerving, almost supersonic, thrilling of the planet crust. Eventually they located the tiny green plants with the spirally leaves at the center, the loudest point of each network. Someone recognized the plant, and they confirmed this someone's suspicions by a check of the public library's back issues of Botanist Quarterly. It was the moon plant, all right. The Peter W. Merrill moon plant. Yes, sir, that's what it was. The public, though, was not satisfied with the finding of a name for the disturbance and insisted that it be brought to a halt somehow. Naturally, the International Society of Botanists, Biologists, and Biochemists raised one hell of a fuss about this, but on a democratic planet they were summarily outvoted, and all spirally little green Peter W. Merrill moon plants were, well, not uprooted, that would be impossible, but they were all cropped flush with the earth wherever found, and salt, acid, and all manner of nasty things poured into the stumps. However, nothing happened at all to the vibrations. People began to get fidgety and started petitioning their representatives in government to do something. A lot of speeches were then made all over Earth about the noise and general disturbance of the moon plant roots, but none of them offered a solution to the increasing racket. It was about this time that plumb lines started hanging crooked. Oh, it wasn't detected at first. How could it be, at first? Because you judge things by plumbness, not vice versa. However, in a month, when everything was about 5 degrees off the vertical, notice began to be taken. When oranges began rolling off the ground in the California and Florida groves, and huddling in a mound here and there upon this countryside, the spirit of worry injected itself into the public consciousness. Niagara Falls, spectacular skew-wise splashing toward the Canadian side, didn't set many hearts at ease, either. And then someone remembered the moon plants, and saw that each new apparent gravity tug was coming from the stump of one of the plants, and a leading scientist figured out the answer after getting a snipped-off segment of moon plant root and testing the hell out of it. It seems, he announced to the world, or that portion of the world that was watching his appearance on TV, there being considerable competition with a new series of NBC specials on another channel. It seems that this Peter W. Merrill moon plant is, magnetic, to a certain degree. Though not magnetism as we know it. It's more as though each plant, through the positioning of its roots and the coiling of sand, plus a heavy concentration of iron in its physical makeup, has managed to make itself, or rather the stump itself, since all the plants were cut down a short while back, to make itself the center of an artificial gravity field. This field seems to grow, rather, these many fields seem to grow in strength by the hour, and they have a tendency to topple things, the gravitational tug being most disastrous near the centers of the fields. The rims, though the angle of gravity is sharper there, are safer for stability only because they are balanced by more tugs from adjoining fields. Well, he went on this way for an hour or so, and soon his listeners, those who stayed tuned in, knew what the problem was. Down wasn't going to be down much longer. It was going to depend on which moon plant stump you happened to be near. The prospect didn't seem too much fun, and people started selling their homes and such, and booking passage to the moon, where life was controlled but carefree and free of annoying vibrations and rolling oranges. Lunar real estate enjoyed a fabulous boom for weeks after the telecast by the scientists, but it was soon all filled up, and further emigrations would have to await the construction of more domes to house the newcomers. The laggards, understandably, raised a fuss about this callous attitude and went moonward anyway until about 2/3 of the Earth's population was on the moon, the place becoming so hopelessly crowded that people had to half-rent rooms there, sleeping in alternating shifts with other half-renters, and spending their waking hours wandering the streets. "Things," sighed one realtor to another, "can't get much worse." And that's when the first meteor landed on Earth. In the general excitement, first about vibrations, then about gravitational fields, then about packing up and going to the moon, most newspapers had pushed to the want-ad papers little articles by eminent astronomers, in which were noted the odd behaviors of certain large planetoids in the asteroid belt between Earth and Mars. These cosmic hunks of rock seemed to be peeling off, the general formation of the ellipse, followed by their fellows and moving sunward, singly or in small homogeneous groupings. Well, the first one landed and left a dent on the earth where the Congo used to be, the shock being felt as far north as Oslo, to add to their vibrational, gravitational, and evacuational difficulties. Scientists on the moon, being as single-minded as scientists anywhere, became ecstatic. At last the mystery of the ages was solved. Who put the pox in the face of the moon? A Peter W. Merrill moon plant, of course. They looked down in rapture as meteor after meteor, drawn across the countless miles of space by the pulsating gravity fields, plunged into the earth, leaving pox visible to the naked moon-dweller's eye, and darned if each meteor didn't strike dead center of each plant network. After about a month, Earth looked almost exactly like the moon had once looked, with the exception of one locale, Australia, and much of the Pacific Ocean surrounding it. "It will indeed be a titanic meteor that hits there," the moon scientists enthused. For their careful check of the record showed that only one plant had been found on the whole continent of Australia, toward the eastern coast, which meant that its network probably extended beneath the Pacific itself, with a gigantic field reaching its hungry magnetic fingers into space. And then someone noticed that no more asteroids had peeled from the formation. The void between the asteroid belt and Earth was barren of hurtling rock. "Wonderful," the scientists enthused. "It means that each field down there on Earth ceased its tug the moment its meteors struck it. That means that once the final meteor lands, the Peter W. Merrill moon plant will be dead, and we can get some of the crowd off this place. Earth's a bit ragged looking, but after all, it's home." "Funny," said one of the younger scientists, "that the moon plant went so far afield for meteors, and yet did not disturb the delicate gravitational balance between Earth and the moon, its own satellite." "Let us hope," said an older scientist, "that this enormous Australian network has not been saving itself for us." He laughed at this little pleasantry, but no one joined him, because someone had just peered through a telescope and noticed that Australia seemed to be getting larger. "You know what?" said the young scientist finally. "We're falling to Earth to form the largest pockmark of all." "What a spectacle!" cried another scientist. "Pity we won't be alive to witness it. I wonder why the Peter W. Merrill moon plant saved us for last." "Possibly," said the young scientist, "because, as with a wedding, the groom asks all his relatives to come and see him married, and finally picks out the person who is to be the best man. The moon plant probably considers the moon an old buddy." The older scientists, however, gave this statement the stoniest of non-replies, and refused even to speak to the hapless young man for the duration of their journey downward to squashy death against the home planet. Romanticism and science just don't mix. End of Old Friends Are the Best by Jack Sharkey.
The Other Lightness by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When he felt the sudden sharp tingling on his skin which came from the alarm device under his wristwatch, Dr. Haldor turned unhurriedly from the culture tray he was studying, walked past the laboratory technician to the radiation room, entered it, and closed the door behind him. He slipped the instrument from his wrist, removed its backplate, and held it up to his eye. He was looking into the living room of his home, 50 miles away in another section of Arado's great city of Drays. A few steps from the entry, a man lay on his back on the carpeting, eyes shut, face deeply flushed, apparently unconscious. Haldor mouth tightened. The man on the carpet was Dr. Attio, his new assistant, assigned to the laboratory earlier in the week. Beyond Attio, the entry from the residence's delivery area and carport stood open. Fingering the rim of the tiny scanner with practiced quickness, Haldor shifted the view to other sections of the house, finally to the carport. An empty air car stood in the port. There was no one in sight. Haldor sighed, replaced the instrument on his wrist, and glanced over at a wall mirror. His face was pale, but looked sufficiently composed. Leaving the radiation room, he picked up his hat, said to the technician, "Forgot to mention it, Reef, but I'll have to head over to the central laboratories again." Reef, a red-headed young man, glanced round in mild surprise. "They've got a nerve calling across town every 2 days, he observed. "Whose problem are you supposed to be solving now?" "I wasn't informed. Apparently something urgent has come up, and they want my opinion on it." "Yeah, I bet." Reef scratched his head, glanced along the rows of culture trays. "Well, nothing there at the moment I can't handle, even if Attio doesn't show up. Will you be back for evening?" "I wouldn't count on it," Haldor said. "You know how those conferences tend to go." Well, Dr. Liam, if I don't see you before tomorrow, give my love to your beautiful wife." Haldor smiled back from the door. "Will do, Reef." He let the door slide shut behind him, started towards the exit level of the huge pharmaceutical plant. Reef had acted in a completely normal manner. If, as seemed very probable, Dr. Attio was a Federation agent engaged in investigating Dr. Haldor. Haldor's co-workers evidently had not been apprised of the fact. Still, Haldor thought, he must warn Kilby instantly. It was quite possible that an attempt to arrest him would be made before he left the building. He stepped into the first ComWeb booth on his route and dialed Kilby's business number. His wife had a desk job in one of the major fashion stores in the residential section of Drays, and, which was fortunate just now, a private office. Her face appeared almost immediately on the screen before him. A young face, soft-looking, with large grey eyes. She smiled in pleased surprise. "Lo, Haldor." "Lo, Kilby. Did you forget?" Kilby's smile became inquiring. "Forget what?" "That we're lunching together at Hasmin's today." Haldor paused, watching the colour drain quickly from Kilby's cheeks. "Of course," she whispered. "I did forget. Got tied up in... I'll leave right now, all right?" Haldor smiled. She was past her first moment of shock, and would be able to handle herself. After all, they had made very precise preparations against the day when they might discover that the Federation's suspicions had turned, however tentatively, in their direction. "That'll be fine," he said. "I'm calling from the lab, and we'll leave at once." He paused, almost imperceptibly. "If I'm not held up, meet you at Hasmin's in any case, in around 20 minutes. Kilby's eyes flickered for an instant. If Haldor didn't make it away, she was to carry out her own escape, as planned. That was the understanding. She gave him a tremulous smile. "And I'm forgiven?" "Of course." Haldor smiled back. The guards at the checkout point were not men he knew. But Haldor walked through the ID scanning band without incident, apparently without arousing interest. Beyond, to the left, was a wide one-way portal to a tube station. His air car was in the executive parking area on the building's roof, but the escape plan called for both of them to abandon their private cars, which were more than likely to be traps, and use the public transportation systems in starting out. Haldor entered the tube station, went to a rented locker, opened it, and took out 2 packages, one containing a complete change of clothes and a mirror, the other half a dozen canned cultures of as many varieties of microlife, highly specialized strains of life, of which the pharmaceutical concern that employed Dr. Haldor knew no more than it did of the methods by which they had been developed. Haldor carried the packages into a ComWeb booth, which he locked and shielded for privacy. Then he opened both packages and quickly removed his clothing. Opening the first of the cultures, he dipped one of the needles into it and, watching himself in the mirror, made a carefully measured injection in each side of his face. He laid the needle down and opened the next container, aware of the enzyme reaction that had begun to race through him. 3 minutes later, the mirror showed him a dark-skinned stranger with high cheekbones, heavy jaw, thick nose, slightly slanted eyes, greying hair. Halder disposed of the mirror, the clothes he had been wearing, and the remaining contents of the second package. Unchecked, the alien organisms swarming in his bloodstream now would have gone on to destroy him in a variety of unpleasant ways. But with their work of disguise completed, they were being checked. He emerged presently from a tube exit in uptown Drays, on the terrace of a hotel 40 stories above the street level. He didn't look about for Kilby, or rather, the woman Kilby would turn into on her way here. The plan called for him to arrive first, to make sure he hadn't been traced, and then to see whether she was being followed. She appeared 5 minutes later, a slightly stocky lady now, perhaps 10 years under Halder's present apparent age, dark-skinned as he was, showing similar racial characteristics. She flashed her teeth at him as she came up, slow eyes flirting. "Didn't keep you waiting, did I?" she asked. Halder growled amiably. "What do you think? Let's grab a cab and get going." Nobody had come out of the tube exit behind her. Kilby nodded understandingly. She had remembered not to look back. She was talking volubly about some imaginary adventure as they started down the terrace stairs towards a line of air cabs, playing her part, high-piled golden hairdo bobbing about. A greater contrast to the slender, quiet, grey-eyed girl, brown hair falling softly to her shoulders, with whom Halder had talked not more than 20 minutes ago, would have been difficult to devise. The disguises might have been good enough, he thought, to permit them to remain undetected in Drays itself. But the plan didn't call for that. There were too many things at stake. Kilby slipped into the cab ahead of him without a break in her chatter. Her voice stopped abruptly as Halder closed the cab door behind him, activating the vehicle's one-way vision shield. Kilby was leaning against the front seat beside the driver, turning off the comm-box. She straightened, dropped down onto the back seat beside Halder, biting her lip. The driver's head sagged sideways as if he had fallen asleep. Then he slid slowly down on the seat and vanished from Halder's sight. "Got him instantly, eh?" Halder asked, switching on the passenger controls. Kilby opened her purse, slipped the little gun which had been in the palm of her left hand into it, reached out and gripped Halder's hand for an instant. "You drive, Halder," she said. "I'm so nervous I could scream. I'm scared cold. What happened?" Halder lifted the cab out from the terrace, swung it skywards. "We were right in wondering about Dr. Ateo," he said. "Half an hour ago he attempted to go through our home in our absence. We'll have to assume he's a Federation agent. The entry trap knocked him out, but the fat's probably in the fire now. The Federation may not have been ready to make an arrest yet, but after this there'll be no hesitation. We'll have to move fast if we intend to keep ahead of Ateo's colleagues." Kilby drew in an unsteady breath. "You warned Rain and Santin?" Halder nodded. "I sent the alert signal to their apartment comm-web in the capital. Under the circumstances, I didn't think a person-to-person call would be advisable. They'll have time to pack and get out to ranch before we arrive. We'll give them the details then." "Did you reset the trap switch at the house entry?" Halder slowed the cab, turning it into one of the cross-city traffic lines above Drays. "No," he said. "Knocking out a few more Federation agents won't give us any advantage. It'll be 8 or 9 hours before Ateo will be able to talk, or with any luck at all, we'll be clear of the planet by that time." The dark woman who was Kilby, and a controlled devil's swarm of micro-life looked over at him and asked in Kilby's voice, "Halder, do you think we should still go on trying to find the others now?" "Of course. Why stop?" Kilby hesitated, said, "It took you 3 months to find me. 4 months later we located Rain Wellis and Santin at almost the same time. Since then we've drawn one blank after another, 1.5 years gone, and 1.5 years left." She paused, and Halder said nothing, knowing she was fighting to keep her voice steady. After a few seconds, Kilby went on. "Almost 1,200 still to find, scattered over 1,000 worlds, most of them probably in hiding as we were. And with the Federation on our trail, even if we get away this time, what chance is there now of contacting the whole group before time runs out?" Halder said patiently, It's not an impossibility. We've been forced to spend most of the past year and a half gathering information, studying the intricate functioning of this gigantic civilization. So many things that our mentors and Kaleki either weren't aware of or chose not to tell us. And we haven't done too badly, Kilby. We're prepared now to conduct the search for the group in a methodical manner. 19 hours in space, and we'll be on another world, undercover again, with new identities. Why shouldn't we continue with the plan until Kilby interrupted, without change of expression. Until we hear some day that billions of human beings are dying on the Federation's worlds? Halder kept his eyes fixed on the traffic pattern ahead. It won't come to that, he said. Won't it? How can you be sure? Kilby asked, tonelessly. Well, Halder asked, what else can we do? You weren't suggesting that we give ourselves up. I've thought of it. And be picked apart mentally and physically in the Federation's laboratories? Halder shook his head. In their eyes would be Kaleki's creatures, monsters. Even if we turn ourselves in, they'll think it's some trick that would realize we'd get caught anyway. Couldn't expect much mercy. No, if everything fails, we'll see to it that the Federation gets adequate warning. But not if we can avoid it, at the expense of our own lives. He glanced over at her, his eyes troubled. We've been over this before, Kilby. I know, Kilby bit her lip. You're right, I suppose. Halder let the cab glide out of the traffic lane, swung it around towards the top of a tall building 3 miles to their left. We'll be at the club in a couple of minutes, he said. If you're too disturbed, it'd be better if you stayed in the car. I'll pick up our flight hiking outfits, and we can take the cab onto the city limits before we dismiss it. Kilby shook her head. We agreed we shouldn't change any details of the escape plan unless it was absolutely necessary. I'll straighten out. I'll just let this situation shake me too much. They set the aircraft to traffic-safe random cruise control before getting out of it at their club. It lifted quietly into the air again as soon as the door had closed, was out of sight beyond the building before they reached the club entrance. The driver's records had indicated that his shift would end in 3 hours. Until that time he would not be missed. More hours would pass after the cab was located before the man returned to consciousness. What he had to say then would make no difference. In one of the club rooms rented to a Mr. and Mrs. Anley, they changed to shorts and flight hiking equipment, then took a tube to the outskirts of Drays where vehicleless flight became possible. Forest parks interspersed with small residential centres stretched away to the east. They set their flight harnesses to Drays' power broadcast system, moved up 50 feet and floated off into the woods, energizing drive and direction units with a measured stroking motion which made flight hiking one of the most relaxing and enjoyable of sports. And one, so Halder had theorized, which would be considered an improbable occupation for a couple attending to escape from the Federation's manhunting systems. For an hour and a half, they held a steady course eastwards, following the contours of the rolling forested ground, rarely emerging into the open. Other groups of vehicleless flyers passed occasionally. As members of a sporting fraternity, they exchanged waves and shouted greetings. At last a long wild valley opened ahead, showing no trace of human habitation. At its far end began open land, dotted with small tobacco farms, where automatic cultivators moved unhurriedly about. Kilby, glancing back over her shoulder at Halder for a moment, swung around towards one of the farms, gliding down close to the ground. Halder 20 feet behind her. They settled down beside a hedge at the foot of a slope covered with tobacco plants. A small gate in the hedge immediately swung open. All clear here, folks. A voice curiously similar to Halder's addressed them from the gate speaker. Rain Rellis, a lanky, red-headed man with a wide-boned face, was striding down the slope towards them as they moved through the gate. We got your alert, he said, but as it happens, we'd already realized that something had gone wrong. Kilby gave him a startled glance. Somebody has been checking on you too? Not that. At least as far as I know. Come on up to the shed. Santin's already inside the mountain. As they started along the narrow path between the rows of plants, Rellis went on. The first responses to our inquiries came in today. One of them looked very promising. Santin flew her car to Drays immediately to inform you about it. She scanned your home as usual before calling. Discovered 3 strange men waiting inside. When was that? Halder interrupted. A few minutes after 1 o'clock. Santin checked at once at your place of work and Kilby's, learned you both were absent, deduced you were still at large, and probably on your way here. She called to tell me about it. Your alert signal sounded almost before she'd finished talking. Halder glanced at Kilby. We seem to have escaped arrest by something like 5 minutes, he remarked dryly. Were you able to bring the records with you, Rain? Yes, everything. If we get clear of Arado, we can pick up almost where we left off. Rain Relis swung the door of the cultivator's shed open and followed them in, closing and locking the door behind him. They crossed quickly through the small building to an open wall portal at the far end. Beyond the portal a large, brightly lit room was visible, comfortably furnished, windowless. Between that room and the shed, the portal spanned a distance of 7 miles, a vital point in the organization of their escape route. If they were traced this far, the trail would end, temporarily at least, at the ranch. They stepped over into the room, and Rain Relis pulled down a switch. Behind them the portal entry vanished. Back in the deserted ranch building, its mechanisms were bursting into flames. Wood burned fiercely for a few seconds, and fused to dead slag. Rain said tightly, I feel a little better now. Just a little. The Fed agents are good. I haven't yet heard of detection devices that could drive through 500 yards of solid rock to spot us inside a mountain. He paused as a tall girl with black hair, dark brown eyes, came in from an adjoining room. Santin Relis was the only one of the 4 who was not employing a biological disguise at the moment. In spite of the differences in their appearance, she might have been taken for Kilby's sister. Halder told them what had occurred in Dre's, concluded, I believe that suspicion was more likely to centre first on one of you, particularly of course on Santin, working openly Arado's identification centre. Santin grinned. Unless openly copying out identity patterns, she added. Her face sobered quickly again. There's no indication of what did attract attention to you. Halder shook his head. I can only think it's the microbiological work I've been doing. That, of course, would suggest that they already have an inkling of Kaleki's 3-year plan to destroy the Federation. Ray nodded. And that at least one of the group already has been captured. Probably. There was a silence for a moment. Santin said evenly, that isn't a pleasant thought. Halder, everything we've learned recently at the Identification Center indicates that Rain's theory is correct. Every one of the 1,200 members of the Kaleki group probably can be analyzed down to the same 3 basic identity patterns, reshuffled in endless variation. The Federation wouldn't have to capture many of us before discovering the fact. It will then start doing exactly what we're trying to do. Use it to identify the rest of the group. Halder nodded. I've thought of that. You still intend to use the Senla Starlight cruisers to get out into space? Rain asked. Kilby and I will, Halder said, but now, of course, you two had better select one of your alternate escape routes. Why that? Santin asked sharply. Halder looked at her. That's obvious, isn't it? There's a good chance you're still completely in the clear. That's possible, but it isn't a good enough reason for splitting up. We're a working team. We should stay together, regardless of circumstances. What do you say, Rain? Her husband said, I agree with you. He smiled briefly at Halder. We'll be waiting for you on the north shore of the Lake Senla 10 minutes before the Starlight cruise lifts. Now, is there anything else to discuss? Not at the moment. Halder paused, dissatisfied, then went on. All right, we still don't know just what the Federation is capable of. One move might as easily be wrong as the other. We'll pick you up, as arranged. Kilby and I are flight hiking onto Senla, so we might as well start immediately. They went into the second room of the underground hideout. Rain turned to the exit portal's controls, asked, Where shall I let you out? We'll take the river exit, Halder said. 6 miles from here, 9 from the ranch. That should be far enough. We'll be lost in an army of vacationers from Dre's and the capital 30 seconds after we emerge. It was dusk when Halder and Kilby turned into the crowded shore walk of the lake resort of Senla, moving unhurriedly towards a bungalow Halder had bought under another name some months before. Halder's thoughts went again over the details of the final stage of their escape from Arado. Essentially, the plan was simple. An hour from now they would slide their small star cruiser out of the bungalow's yacht stall, pick up Rain and Santin on the far shore of the lake, then join the group of 30 or so private yachts which left the resort area nightly for a 2-hour flight to a casino ship stationed off the planet. A group cruise was unlikely to draw official scrutiny even tonight, and after reaching the casino they should be able to slip on unobserved into space. There was, however, no way of knowing with certainty that the plan, or any other plan, would work. It was only during the past few months that the 4 of them had begun to understand in detail the extent to which the vast, apparently loose complex of the Federation's worlds was actually organized. How long they had been under observation, how much the Federation suspected or knew about them. Those questions were, at the moment, unanswerable. So Halder walked on in alert silence, giving his attention to anything which might be a first indication of danger in the crowds surging quietly past them along Senla's shore promenade to the summer evening. It was near the peak of the resort season. A sense of ease and relaxation came from the people he passed, their voices seeming to blend into a single low-pitched friendly murmur. Well, and in time, Halder told himself, if everything went well, he and Kilby might be able to mingle undisguised, unafraid with just such a crowd. But tonight they were hunted. He laid his hand lightly on Kilby's arm and said, "Let's rest on that bench over there for a moment." She smiled up at him and said, "All right," turned and led the way towards an unoccupied bench set back among the trees above the walk. They sat down and Halder quickly slipped the watch off his wrist and removed the scanner's cover plate. The bungalow was a few hundred yards away now, on a side path which led down to the lake. It was showing no lights, but as the scanner reached into it, invisible radiation flooded the dark rooms and hallway, disclosing them to the instrument's inspection. For 2 or 3 minutes, Halder studied the bungalow's interior carefully. Then he shifted the view to the grounds outside, finally to the yacht stall and the little star cruiser. Twice Kilby touched him warningly as somebody appeared about to approach the bench, and Halder put down his hand. But the strangers went by without pausing. At last he replaced the instrument on his wrist. He had discovered no signs of intrusion in the bungalow, and at any rate it was clear that no one was waiting there now, either in the little house itself or in the immediate vicinity. He stood up and put out his hand to assist Kilby to her feet. "We'll go on," he said. A few minutes later they came along a narrow garden path to the bungalow's dark side entrance. There was to be no indication tonight that the bungalow had occupants. Halder unlocked the door quietly, and after Kilby had slipped inside, he stepped in behind her and secured the door. For an instant, as they moved along the short, lightless passage to the front rooms, a curious sensation touched Halder, a terrifying conviction that some undefinable thing had just gone wrong. And with that, his whole body was suddenly rigid, every muscle locking in mid-motion. He felt momentum topple him slowly forwards. Then he was no longer falling, but stopped, tilted off balance at a grotesque angle, suspended in a web of forces he could not feel. Not the slightest sound had come from Kilby, invisible in the blackness ahead of him. Halder threw all his will and strength into the effort to force motion back into his body. Instead, a wave of cold numbness washed slowly up through him. It welled into his brain, and for a time all thought and sensation ended. His first new awareness was a feeling of being asleep and not knowing how to wake up. There was no disturbance associated with it. All about was darkness, complete and quiet. With curious deliberation, Halder's senses now began bringing other things to his attention. He was seated, half reclining in a deep and comfortable chair, his back against it. He seemed unable to move. His arms were secured in some manner to the chair's armrests, but beyond that he also found it impossible to lift his body forwards, or, he discovered next, to turn his head in any direction. He was breathing normally, and he could open and shut his eyes and glance about in unchanging darkness, but that was all. Still with a dreamlike lack of concern, Halder began to ask himself what had happened, and in that instant, with a rush of hot terror, his memory opened up. He had been trapped. Some undetectable trick of Federation science had waited for them in the bungalow at Lake Senla. He had been taken somewhere else. What had they done with Kilby? Immediately, almost as if in answer to his question, the darkness seemed to lighten. But the process was gradual. Seconds passed before Halder gained the impression of a very large room of indefinite proportions. 20 feet away was the rim of a black circular depression in the flooring. At first his chair seemed the only piece of furnishing here. Then, as the area continued to brighten, Halder became aware of several objects at some distance on his right. For an instant he strained violently to turn his head towards them. That was still impossible, but the objects were there, near the edge of his vision. Again the great room grew lighter, and for seconds Halder could distinguish 3 armchairs, like his own, spaced perhaps 20 feet apart along the rim of the central pit. Each chair had an occupant. In the nearest was Kilby, restored to her natural appearance, motionless, pale face turned forwards, eyes open, Suddenly the light vanished. Halder sat shocked, realizing he had tried to speak to Kilby, and that no sound had come from his throat. Neither speech nor motion was allowed them here. But he didn't doubt that Kilby was awake, or that Santon and Rain Relis were in the farther chairs, though he hadn't seen either of them clearly. Their captors had given them a brief glimpse of one another, perhaps to let them know all had been caught. Then as the light disappeared, Halder's glance had shifted for an instant to his right hand lying on the armrest, long enough to see that the dark tinge was gone from his skin, as it was from Kilby's, and that he too had been deprived of the organisms which disguised him. And that, his studies in Drace had shown clearly, was something the Federation's science would be a century away from knowing how to do unless it learned about Kaleki's deadly skills. Once more, it was almost as if the thought were being given an answer. In the darkness of the room a bright image appeared, three-dimensional, not quite a sphere in form, tiger-striped in orange and black, balanced on a broad, bifurcated, swimming tail. Stalked eyes protruded from the top of the sphere. Their slit pupils seemed to be staring directly at Halder. Down both sides ran a row of ropey arms. Simultaneously with the appearance of this projection, a man's voice began to speak, not loudly, but distinctly. Dreamlike again, the voice seemed to have no specific source, as if it were coming from every direction at once, and a numbing conviction arose in Halder that their minds were being destroyed in this room, that a methodical dissecting process had begun, which would continue move by move, and hour by hour, until the Federation scientists were satisfied that no further scraps of information could be drained from the prisoners. The investigation might be completely impersonal, but the fact that they were being ignored here as sentient beings, were not permitted to argue their case or offer an explanation, seemed more chilling than deliberate brutality, and yet Halder told himself he couldn't really blame anyone for the situation they were in. The Kaleki group represented an urgent and terrible threat. The Federation could not afford to make any mistakes in dealing with it. "This image," the voice was saying, "represents a great Satog, the ocean-breathing, water-dwelling native of the world of Kaleki. There are numerous type variations of the species. Shown here is the dominant form. It is highly intelligent. Approximately a third of a Satog's body space is occupied by its brain. Kaleki's civilization is based on an understanding of biological processes and the means of their manipulation, which is well in advance of our own. This specialized interest appears to have developed from the Satog's genetic instability, a factor which they have learned to control and to use to their advantage. At present they have established themselves in at least a dozen other worlds, existing on each in a modified form which is completely adapted to the new environment. Our occasional contacts with Kaleki and his colonies during the past 2 centuries have been superficially friendly, but it appears now that the great Sadoks have regarded our technological and numerical superiority with alarm and have cast about for a method to destroy the Federation without risk to themselves. A weapon was on hand, their great skill and experience in altering genetic patterns in established life forms to produce desired changes. They devised the plan of distributing Kaleki agents secretly throughout the Federation. These were to develop and store specific strains of primitive organisms, which, at an indicated later date, would sweep our major worlds simultaneously with an unparalleled storm of plagues. The most audacious part of the Kaleki scheme follows. 92 years ago, a Federation survey ship disappeared in that sector of the galaxy. Aboard it was a man named Ol Cantrell, an outstanding scientist of the period. We know now that the ship was captured by the great Sadoks, and that Cantrell, his staff, and his crew were subjected to extensive experimentation by them, and eventually were killed. The experimentation had been designed to provide Kaleki's master biologists with models towards which to work. They proposed to utilize the high immutability of their species to develop a Sadok type that would be the exact physical counterpart of a human being, and could live undetected on our worlds for the several years required to prepare for the attack. They were amazingly successful. Each group of cells in the long series which began moving towards an approximation of the human pattern was developed only far enough to initiate the greatest favorable shift possible at that point in its genetic structure. Cell generations may have followed each other within hours in this manner for over 6 decades. The goal of the experiment, the last generation issued in Keleki's laboratories, were Sadoc copies of embryonic human beings. This stage was comprised of approximately 1,200 individuals who were now permitted to mature and were schooled individually in complete isolation by Sadoc teachers. They were indoctrinated with their purpose in life, the destruction of our populations, and trained fully in the manner of accomplishing it. Eventually, each was shipped to a Federation world. Cover identities as obscure Federation citizens with backgrounds and records had been prepared. The final instructions given these agents were simple. They were to do nothing to draw attention to themselves, make no attempt to contact one another. They were to create their stocks of legal organisms, provide methods of distribution, and, on a selected day, 3 Federation years away, release the floods of death. The voice paused briefly, went on. It is a sobering reflection that this plan, an attack by a comparatively minor race with one specialized skill on the greatest human civilization in history, might very well have been appallingly successful. But the great Sadocs failed, in part because of the very perfection of their work. From the human beings on board old Cantrell's captured survey ship, the Sadoc scientist selected Cantrell himself and 2 female technicians on his staff as the models to be followed in developing Keleki's pseudo-humanity. In the 1,200 members of the group sent to the Federation 90 years later, these 3 identity patterns are recognizable. They appear in varying degrees of combination, but an occasional individual will show only one or the other of the 3 patterns involved. Cantrell was regarded as a great man in his time, and his identification pattern is on record. That was the detail which first revealed the plot. When 3 duplicates of that particular pattern and a considerable number of approximate duplicates turned up simultaneously in identification banks at widely separated points in the Federation, it aroused more than scientific curiosity. Our security system has learned to look with suspicion on apparent miracles. The unsuspecting Cantrells were located and apprehended at once the threat to the Federation was disclosed, and an intensive, though unpublicized, search for the scattered group of Keleki agents began immediately. The voice paused again. The Satog image above the pit vanished. A clear light sprang up in the big room. Simultaneously, Halder felt the nightmare immobility draining from him, and the sensation of dreamlike unreality fade from his mind. He turned to the right, found Kilby's eyes already on him, saw the Relis couple sitting behind her. Ray, no longer disguised, looked like a mirror image of Halder. They were still fastened to their chairs. Halder's gaze shifted back quickly to the center of the room. Where the pit had been, the flooring was now level, carrying a massive, polished table. Behind the table sat a heavily built, white-haired man with a strong face, harsh mouth, in the formal black and gold robes of councilman of the Federation. "I am Councilman Mayvig." The voice was the one that had spoken in the dark. It came now from the man at the table. "I am in charge of the operation against the Keleki agents, and it is my duty to inform them after their arrest and examination of the disposition that must be made of them." He hesitated, twisting his mouth thoughtfully, almost as if unwilling to continue. "You four are being thoroughly examined," he stated at last. "Most of the work has been done while you were still unconscious. A final check of your emotional reactions was being made throughout the stress situation just ended, in which you'll listen to a replay of a report on the Keleki matter. That part is now concluded." Mayvig paused, scowled, cleared his throat. "I find," he went on, "that some aspects of this affair still strain my credulity. More than half of your group has been captured by now. The remainder at large, but under observation. The danger is past. The activities of the great Sadags of Kaleki will receive our very close scrutiny for generations to come. They shall be given no opportunity to repeat such a trick, nor after they've been made aware of the measures we are preparing against them, will they feel the slightest inclination to try it. Now as to yourselves, after we had tracked down the first dozen or so of you, a startling pattern began to emerge. You were not following Kaleki's careful instructions. In one way and another, in very ingenious ways, you are attempting primarily to establish contact with one another. When captured and examined while unconscious by the various interrogation instruments of our psychologists, you told us your reasons for doing this. Councilman Mayvig shook his head. The interrogation machines are supposed to be infallible, he remarked. Possibly they are, but I am not a psychologist, and for a long time I refused to accept the reports they returned. But still, he sighed. Well, as to what is to happen with you, you'll be sent to join the previously arrested members of your group, and will remain with them until the last of you is in our hands, has been examined, and... Mayvig paused again. You see, we can accuse you of no crime, he said irritably. As individuals and as a group, your intention from the beginning had been to prevent the crime against the Federation from being committed. The great Sadag simply did too good a job. You have been given the most searching physical examinations possible. They show uniformly that your genetic pattern is stable, and that in no detail can be distinguished from a wholly human one of high order. You appreciate, I imagine, where that leaves the Federation, when imitation is carried to the point of identity. Federation Councilman Mayvig shook his head once more, concluded, It is utterly absurd, in direct contradiction to everything we have understood to date. You regarded yourselves as human beings, and believed your place was among us, and we can only agree. End of The Other Likeness by James H. Smits.
The Piebald Hippogriff by Karen Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlene Modeste. The Piebald Hippogriff by Karen Anderson. The edge of the world is fenced off stoutly enough, but the fence isn't made that will stop a boy. Johnny tossed his pack and coil of rope over it and started climbing. The top 3 strands were barbed wire. He caught his shirt as he went over, and had to stop for a moment to ease himself off. Then he dropped lightly to the grass on the other side. The pack had landed in a clump of white clover. A cloud of disturbed bees hung above, and he snatched it away quickly lest they should notice the honeycomb inside. For a minute, he stood still, looking out over the edge. This was different from looking through the fence, and when he moved, it was slowly. He eased himself to the ground, where a corner of rock rose clear of the thick larkspur and lay on his belly, the stone hard and cool under his chin, and looked down. The granite cliff curved away out of sight, and he couldn't see if it had a foot. He only saw endless blue beyond, below, and on both sides. Clouds passed slowly. Directly beneath him there was a ledge covered with long grass, where clusters of stars bloomed on tall, slender stalks. He uncoiled his rope and found a stout beech tree not too close to the edge. Doubling the rope around the bole, he tied one end around his waist, slung the pack on his back, and belayed himself down the cliff. Pebbles clattered, saxifrage brushed his arm and tickled his ears. Once he groped for a hold with his face in a patch of rustling ferns. The climb was hard, but not too much. Less than half an hour later he was stretched out on the grass, with stars nodding about him. They had a sharp, gingery smell. He lay in the cool shadow of the world's edge for a while, eating apples and honeycomb from his pack. When he was finished, he licked the honey off his fingers and threw the apple cores over, watching them fall into the blue. Little islands floated along, rocking gently in air eddies. Sunlight flashed on glossy leaves of bushes growing there. When an island drifted into the shadow of the cliff, the blossoming stars shone out. Beyond the shadows, deep in the light-filled gulf, he saw the hippogriffs at play. There were dozens of them, frisking and cavorting in the air. He gazed at them full of wonder. They pretended to fight, stooped at one another, soared off in long spirals to stoop and soar and stoop again. One flashed by him, a golden palomino that shone like polished wood. The wind whistled in its wings. Away to the left, the cliff fell back in a wide crescent, and nearly opposite him a river tumbled over the edge. A pool on a ledge beneath caught most of the water, and there were hippogriffs drinking. One side of the broad pool was notched. The overflow fell sheer in a white plume blown sideways by the wind. As the sun grew hotter, the hippogriffs began to settle and browse on the islands that floated past. Not far below, he noticed a dozen or so stood drowsily on an island that was floating through the cliff's shadow toward his ledge. It would pass directly below him. With a sudden resolution, Johnny jerked his rope down from the tree above and tied the end to a projecting knob on the cliff. Slinging on his pack again, he slid over the edge and down the rope. The island was already passing. The end of the rope trailed through the grass. He slithered down and cut a piece off his line. It was barely long enough after he had tied a noose on the end. He looked around at the hippogriffs. They had shied away when he dropped onto the island, but now they stood still, watching him warily. Johnny started to take an apple out of his pack, then changed his mind and took a piece of honeycomb. He broke off one corner and tossed it toward them. They fluttered their wings and backed off a few steps, then stood still again. Johnny sat down to wait. They were mostly chestnuts and blacks, and some had white stockings. One was piebald. That was the one which after a while began edging closer to where the honeycomb had fallen. Johnny sat very still. The piebald sniffed at the honeycomb, then jerked up its head to watch him suspiciously. He didn't move. After a moment, it took the honeycomb. When he threw another bit, the piebald hippogriff wheeled away, but returned almost at once and ate it. Johnny tossed a third piece only a few yards from where he was sitting. It was bigger than the others, and the hippogriff had to bite it in two. When the hippogriff bent its head to take the rest, Johnny was on his feet instantly, swinging his lariat. He dropped the noose over the hippogriff's head. For a moment, the animal was too startled to do anything. Then Johnny was on its back, clinging tight. The piebald hippogriff leaped into the air, and Johnny clamped his legs about convulsed muscles. Pinions whipped against his knees, and wind blasted his eyes. The world tilted. They were rushing downward. His knees pressed the sockets of the enormous wings. The distant ramparts of the world swung madly, and he seemed to fall upward, away from the sun that suddenly glared under the hippogriff's talons. He forced his knees under the roots of the beating wings and dug heels into prickling hair. A sob caught his breath as he clenched his teeth. The universe righted itself about him for a moment, and he pulled breath into his lungs. Then they plunged again. Wind searched under his shirt. Once he looked down. After that, he kept his eyes on the flutter of the feather mane. A jolt sent him sliding backward. He clutched the rope with slippery fingers. The wings missed a beat, and the hippogriff shook its head as the rope momentarily checked its breath. It tried to fly straight up, lost its way, and fell stiff-winged. The long muscles stretched under him as it arched its back, then bunched when it kicked straight out behind. The violence loosened his knees, and he trembled with fatigue, but he wound the rope around his wrists and pressed his forehead against whitened knuckles. Another kick, and another. Johnny dragged at the rope. The tense wings flailed, caught air, and brought the hippogriff upright again. The rope slackened, and he heard huge gasps. Sunlight was hot on him again, and a drop of sweat crawled down his temple. It tickled. He loosened one hand to dab at the annoyance. A new twist sent him sliding, and he grabbed the rope. The tickle continued until he nearly screamed. He no longer dared let go. Another tickle developed beside the first. He scrubbed his face against the coarse fiber of the rope. The relief was like a world conquered. Then they glided in a steady spiral that carried them upward with scarcely a feather's motion. When the next plunge came, Johnny was ready for it and leaned back until the hippogriff arched its neck, trying to free itself from the pressure on its windpipe. Half choked, it glided again, and Johnny gave it breath. They landed on one of the little islands. The hippogriff drooped its head and wings, trembling. He took another piece of honeycomb from his pack and tossed it to the ground where the hippogriff could reach it easily. While it ate, he stroked it and talked to it. When he dismounted, the hippogriff took honeycomb from his hand. He stroked its neck, breathing the sweet, warm, feathery smell, and laughed aloud when it snuffled the back of his neck. Tying the rope into a sort of hackamore, he mounted again and rode the hippogriff to the pool below the thunder and cold spray of the waterfall. He took care that it did not drink too much. When he ate some apples for his lunch, the hippogriff ate the cores. Afterward, he rode to one of the drifting islands and let his mount graze. For a while he kept by its side, making much of it. With his fingers, he combed out the soft flowing plumes of its mane and examined its hooves and the sickle-like talons of the forelegs. He saw how the smooth feathers on its forequarters became finer and finer until he could scarcely see where the hair on the hindquarters began. Delicate feathers covered its head. The island glided further and further away from the cliffs, and he watched the waterfall dwindle away to a streak and disappear. After a while, he fell asleep. He woke with a start, suddenly cold. The setting sun was below his island. The feathery odor was still on his hands. He looked around for the hippogriff and saw it sniffing at his pack. When it saw him move, it trotted up to him with an expectant air. He threw his arms about the great flat-muscled neck and pressed his face against the warm feathers with a faint sense of embarrassment at feeling tears in his eyes. "Good old Patch," he said, and got his pack. He shared the last piece of honeycomb with his hippogriff and watched the sun sink still further. The clouds were turning red. "Let's go see those clouds," Johnny said. He mounted the Piebald Hippogriff, and they flew off, up through the golden air to the sunset clouds. There they stopped, and Johnny, dismounted on the highest cloud of all, stood there as it turned slowly gray and looked into dimming depths. When he turned to look at the world, he saw only a wide smudge of darkness spread in the distance. The cloud they were standing on turned silver. Johnny glanced up and saw the moon, a crescent shore far above. He ate an apple and gave one to his hippogriff. While he chewed, he gazed back at the world. When he finished his apple, he was about to toss the core to the hippogriff, but stopped himself and carefully took out the seeds first. With the seeds in his pocket, he mounted again. He took a deep breath. "Come on, Patch," he said. "Let's homestead the moon." The Piebald Hippogriff by Karen Anderson.
Priestess of the Flame by Sewell Peaslee Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallely. I have been rather amused by the protests which have come to me regarding the disparaging comments I have made in previous tales of the Special Patrol Service regarding women. The rather surprising thing about it is that the larger proportion of these have come from men, young men, of course. Now, as a matter of fact, a careful search has failed to reveal to me any very uncomplimentary remarks. I have suggested, I believe, that women have, in my experience, shown a sad lack of ability to understand mechanical contrivances. Perhaps I have pictured some few of them as frivolous and shallow. If I have been unfair, I wish now to make a humble apology. I am not, as some of my correspondents have indicated, a bitter old man who cannot remember his youth. I remember it very well indeed, else these tales would not be forthcoming. And women have their great and proper place, even in a man's universe. Some day, perhaps, the mood will seize me to write of my own love affair. That surprises you? You smile to think that old John Hanson, lately a commander of the Special Patrol Service, now retired, should have had a love affair? Well, 'twas many years ago, before these eyes lost their fire, and before these brown, skinny hands wearied as quickly as they weary now. But I have known many women, good women and bad, great women and women of small souls, kindly women and women fierce as wild bears are fierce. Divinity has dealt lavishly with women, has given them an emotional range far greater than man's. They can sink to depths unknown to masculinity. They can rise to heights of love and sacrifice before which man can only stand with reverently bowed head and marvel. This is a story of a woman, one of those no man could know and not remember. I make no apologies for her. I pay her no homage. I record only a not inaccurate account of an adventure of my youth, in which she played a part. I leave to you the task of judging her. We were some 3 days out from base, as I recall it, on a mission which promised a welcome interlude in a monotonous sequence of routine patrols. I was commander, then, of the Ertak, one of the crack ships of the service, assisted by the finest group of officers, I believe, that any man ever had under him. I was standing a watch in the navigating room with Hendricks, my junior officer, when Corey brought us the amazing news. Corey was my first officer, a square-jawed fighting man if one ever breathed, a man of action, such as these effete times do not produce. His eyes were fairly blazing as he came into the room, and his generous mouth was narrowed into a grim line. "What's up, Mr. Corey?" I asked apprehensively. "Trouble aboard?" "Plenty of it, sir," he snapped. "A stowaway." "A stowaway?" I repeated wonderingly. A new experience, but hardly cause for Corey's obvious anger. "Well, send him below, and tell Myro to put him to work, the hardest work he can find. We'll make him—" "Him?" blurted Corey. "If it were a him, it wouldn't be so bad, sir, but it is a she." To understand the full effect of the statement, you'd have to be steeped in the traditions of the service. Women are seldom permitted on board a ship of the service. Despite their many admirable qualities, women play the very devil with discipline. And here we were, 3 days out from base, on a tour of duty which promised more than a little excitement, with a female stowaway on board. I felt my own mouth set grimly. "Where is she, Mr. Corey?" I asked quietly. "In my quarters, under guard. It was my watch below, as you know, sir. I entered my stateroom, figuring on catching 40 winks, and there she was, seated in my big chair, smiling at me. Well, for a second I couldn't speak. I just stared at her, and she kept smiling back at me. 'What are you doing here?' I managed to ask her at last. 'Do you know where you are?' 'I'll talk to your commanding officer,' she told me, cool as you please. 'Will you bring him in, please?' 'You'll see him plenty soon enough,' I snapped at her, getting over my surprise somewhat by that time. 'I called in a couple of men to keep her from getting into mischief, and reported to you, sir. What are your orders, sir?' I hesitated a second, wondering. From Corey's account, she must be a rather remarkable person. 'Bring her up here, if you will, Mr. Corey. I'd like to see her before we put her in the brig.' The brig, I might explain, was a small room, well forward, where members of the crew were confined for discipline. 'Right, sir.' It seemed to me that there was a peculiar twinkle in Corey's eyes as he went out, and I wondered about it while we waited for him to return with the prisoner. 'What an infernal nuisance, sir,' complained Hendricks, looking up from his glowing charts. 'We'll be the laughing-stock of the service if this leaks out.' 'When it leaks out,' I corrected him glumly. I already thought of the unpleasant outcome he mentioned. 'I'll have to report it, of course, and the whole service will know about it. We'll just have to grin and make the most of it, I guess.' There was still another possibility which I didn't mention. The Silver Sleeves at base would very likely call me on the carpet for permitting such a thing to happen. A commander was supposed to be responsible for everything that happened. No excuses available in the service, as it was in those days. I scowled forbiddingly as I heard Corey open the door. At least I could make her very sorry she had selected the Ertak for her adventure. I'm afraid, however, that it was a startled rather than a scowling face to which she lifted her eyes. 'This is the stowaway, sir,' said Corey, briskly, closing the door. He was watching my face, and I saw, now, the reason for the twinkle in his eye, when I mentioned placing the stowaway in the brig. The woman was startlingly beautiful, one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen, and I have roamed the outer limits of space, and seen the women of many worlds. Hendricks, standing behind me, gasped audibly as his eyes fell upon her. The stowaway was regally tall and exquisitely modeled. Her hair was the color of pale morning sunlight on earth, her eyes an amazing blue, the equal of which I have never seen. She was beautiful, but not coldly so. Despite her imperious bearing, there was something seductive about the soft curves of her beautiful body, something to rouse the pulses of a man in the languor of her intensely blue eyes, and the full sensuous lips, scarlet as a smear of fresh blood. "So this is the stowaway," I said, trying to keep my voice coolly indifferent. "What is your name?" "I should prefer," she replied, speaking the universal language with a sibilant accent that was very fascinating, "to speak with you privately." "You will speak with me," I informed her crisply, "in the presence of these officers. I repeat, what is your name?" She smiled faintly, her eyes compelling mine. "I am called Leanne," she said, "Chief Priestess of the Flame, Mother of Life, Giver of Death. I believe my name and position are not unknown to you, Commander Hansen." "Known to me? If Base was not in error, and for all their faults, the Silver Sleeves are seldom wrong in matters of this sort, this woman was the reason for our present mission." "They are known to me," I admitted. "They do not explain, however, your presence here." "And yet they should," protested Leanne gently. "I was taken from my own people by those who had no right to command me. I was subjected to the indignity of questioning by many men. I have merely taken the simplest and quickest way of returning to my own people." "You know, then, our destination?" "I was informed of that by those who questioned me," nodded Leanne. "Since I had been assured I was an honored guest, and no prisoner, I secreted myself aboard the ship, hiding in a small room nearly filled with what I took to be spare parts. I had provisions and a few personal belongings. When I felt sufficient time had elapsed to make a return improbable, I donned attire more fitting than the masculine workman's guise in which I had secreted myself, and I believe you are acquainted with the remaining facts." "I am. I will consider your case and advise you later. Mr. Corey, will you conduct the stowaway to my quarters, and place her under guard? Return when you have attended to this matter, and ask Mr. Kincaid to do likewise." "To your quarters, you said, sir?" asked Corey, his eyes very serious, but not sufficiently so to entirely disguise the twinkle in their depths. "Not to the brig?" I could cheerfully have kicked him. "To my quarters," I repeated severely, "and under guard." "Right, sir," said Corey. While we were awaiting Corey and Kincaid, I briefly considered the rather remarkable story which had been told me at base. "Commander Hansen," the chief of command had said, "we're turning over to you a very delicate mission. You've proved yourself adept at handling matters of this kind, and we have every confidence you'll bring this one to a highly successful conclusion." "Thank you, sir. We'll do our best," I had told him. "I know that. The assurance isn't necessary, although I appreciate it. Briefly, here's what we're confronted with. Lakos, as you know, is the principal source of Temite for the universe, and without Temite, modern space travel would be impossible. We would have to resort to earlier and infinitely more crude devices. You realize that, of course. Now, for some time, those in charge of operations on Lakos have complained of a growing unrest, increasing insubordination on the part of the Laconians, and an alarming decrease in production. It has been extremely difficult, indeed impossible, to determine the reasons for this, for, as you are perhaps aware, the atmosphere of Lakos is permeated with certain mineral fumes which, while not directly harmful to those of other worlds, do serve to effectively block the passage of those rays of the sun which are essential to the health of beings like ourselves. Those in charge of operations there are supplied artificially with these rays, as you are in your ship, by means of emanations from ethon tubes. But they have to be transferred at frequent periods to other fields of activity. The constant shifting about produces a state of disorder, which makes the necessary investigation impossible. 2, operations are carried on with an insufficient personnel, because it is extremely difficult to induce desirable types of volunteer for such disagreeable service. We have, however, determined a few very important facts. This unrest has been caused by the activities of a secret organization, or order, known as the Worshippers of the Flame. That's as close a translation as I can give to you. It sounds harmless enough, but from what we gather, it is a sinister and rather terrible organization, with a fanatical belief amounting at times to a veritable frenzy. These Laconians are a physically powerful but mentally inadequate people, as perhaps you are aware. The leader of this order, or cult, call it what you will, seems to be a woman, a very fascinating creature, infinitely superior to her people as a whole, what biologists call a sport, I believe, a radical departure from the general racial trend. This leader calls herself Leanne, chief priestess of the flame, mother of life, giver of death, and a few other high-sounding things. We have called her here to base for questioning, and while she has been here some time, we have so far learned next to nothing from her. She is very intelligent, very alluring, very feminine, but reveals nothing she does not wish to reveal. Our purpose in having her brought here was twofold. First, to gain what information we could from her, and if possible, prevail upon her to cease her activities. Second, to deprive her cult of her leadership, while you conducted your investigation. Your orders, then, are simple. You will proceed at once to Lacos, and inquire into the activities of this order. Somehow it must be crushed. The means I shall leave to you. You will have complete cooperation of those in charge of the operations on Lacos. They are Xenians, and natives of Earth, and you may depend upon them implicitly. Do not, however, place any faith in any Laconians. The entire native populace may well be suspected of participation in the rites of this cult, and they are a treacherous and ruthless people at best. Have you any questions, Commander? None, I had told him. I have full authority to take any action I see fit. Yes, at your discretion. Of course, he added rather hastily. You appreciate the importance of our supply of timite. Only Laconians can gather it in commercial quantities under the existing conditions on Lacos, and our reserve supply is not large. We naturally wish to increase production there, rather than endanger it. It's a delicate mission, but I'm trusting you and your men to handle it for us. I know you will. He had arisen then, smiling, and offered his hand to me in that gesture which marks a son of Earth throughout the universe, thus bringing the interview to a close. In talking the things over with my officers, we had decided the mission promised to be an interesting one, but full of difficulties. The Urtak had set down on Lacos more than once, and we all had unpleasant memories of the place. The sunlight on Lacos, such as it was pale green and thin, lacking in warmth and vitality. The vegetation was flaccid and nearly colorless, more like a mushroom growth than anything else, and the inhabitants were suspicious and unfriendly. Remembering the typical Laconians, it was all the more surprising that a gracious creature like Leanne could have sprung from their midst. They were a beetle-browed, dark race, with gnarled muscles and huge knotted joints, speaking a guttural language all their own. Few spoke the universal language. But Leanne, chief priestess of the flame, the image of her kept drifting back to my mind. There was a woman to turn any man's head, and such a turning would be dangerous, for Leanne had no soft woman's soul, if I read her brilliant blue eyes aright. "Rather a beauty, isn't she, sir?" commented Hendricks as I paused in my restless pacing and glanced at the two-dimensional charts. "The stowaway? Rather," I agreed shortly, "and chief instigator of the trouble we've been sent to eliminate." "That seems almost unbelievable, doesn't it?" "Why, Mr. Hendricks?" Corian Kincaid entered before my junior officer could reply. I think he was rather glad of the excuse for not presenting his reasons. "Well, sir, she's under guard," reported Corey. "And now what's to be done with her?" "That," I admitted, "is a question. After all, she's an important personage at home. She was brought to base as a guest, probably something of a guest of honor of the council, I gather. And considering the work that's cut out for us, it would seem like a poor move to antagonize her unduly. What do you gentlemen think?" "I think you're right, sir," said Hendricks quickly. "I believe she should be given every consideration." Kincaid, my level-headed second officer, glanced curiously at Hendricks. "I see she's made one friend anyway," he said. "Don't let yourself slip, my boy. I've run across her kind before. They're dangerous." "Thanks, "But the warning's not necessary, Mr. Kincaid," replied Hendricks stiffly, an angry flush mounting to his cheeks. "I merely expressed a requested opinion." "We'll let that phase of it drop, gentlemen," I cut in sharply, as I saw Kincaid's eyes flash. "Trust a woman to stir up strife and ill feeling. What shall we do with her?" "I believe, sir," said Corey, "that we be nice to her, treat her as an honored guest, make the best of a bad situation. If she's what the chief thought she is, the boss of this outfit we've got to lick, then there's no need of stroking her the wrong way, as I see it." "And you, Mr. Kincaid?" "I see no other way out of it. Under the circumstances, we can't treat her like a common culprit. Both her position and her sex would prevent." "Very well, then. We seem to be agreed. We'll find suitable quarters for her." "I'll give her mine," put in Hendricks. "Corey will let me double up with him, I imagine." "Sure," nodded Corey. Kincaid glanced sharply at Hendricks, but said nothing. I knew, however, that he was thinking just what I was, that my young third officer was in for a bad, bad time of it. Just how bad, I think neither of us guessed. Leanne became a member of the officers' mess on the Ertak. She occupied Hendricks' stateroom, and, I must confess, with an uncommon good judgment for a woman, remained there most of the time. She knew the reason for our mission, but this was one subject we never discussed, nor did we mention the sect of which, according to the chief of command, she was the head. We did talk freely, when brought together at the table, on every other general topic. Leanne was an exceedingly intelligent conversationalist. Her voice was fascinating, and her remarks were always to the point. And she was a very good listener. She paid flattering attention to the most casual remark. It seemed to me she was particularly gracious to Hendricks. Her strangely arresting blue eyes seldom left his face when he was speaking, and the greater portion of her remarks seemed addressed to him. Naturally, Hendricks responded as a flower responds to the warming rays of the sun. "We'll do well, sir, to keep a weather eye on the youngster," opined Corey one morning. I think I have previously explained that even in the unchanging darkness of space, we divided time arbitrarily into days and nights. Unless I'm badly mistaken, Hendricks is falling victim to a pair of blue eyes. "He's young," I shrugged. "We'll be there in 2 more days, and then we'll be rid of her." "Yes," nodded Corey. "We'll be there in a couple of days, and we'll be rid of her, I hope. But suppose it should be serious, sir." "What do you mean?" I asked sharply. I had been thinking rather vaguely along much of the same lines, but to hear it put into words came rather as a shock. "I hope I'm wrong," said Corey very gravely, "but this Leanne is an unusual woman. When I was his age, I could have slipped rather badly myself. Her eyes, that slow smile, they do things to a man. At the same time, Leanne is supposed to be the head of the thing we're to stamp out. You might say the enemy's leader. And it wouldn't be a good thing, sir, to have a friend of the enemy on board the Ertak, would it?" A rebuke rose to my lips, but I checked it. After all, Corey had no more than put into words some fears which had been harassing me. "A traitor? In the service?" Perhaps you won't be able to understand just what that thought meant to those of us who wore the blue and silver in those days. But a traitor was something we had never had. It was almost unbelievable that such a thing would ever happen, that it could ever happen. And yet, older men than Hendricks had thrown honor aside at the insistence of women less fascinating than Leanne. I had felt the lure of her personality. There was not one of us on board the Ertak who had not, and she had not exercised her wiles on any of us save Hendricks. With the shrewdness which had made her the leader she was, she had elected to fascinate the youngest, the weakest, the most impressionable. "I'll have a talk with him, Mr. Corey," I said quietly. "Probably it isn't necessary. I trust him implicitly, as I'm sure you do, and the rest of us." "Certainly, sir," Corey replied hastily, evidently relieved by the manner in which I had taken his remarks. "Only he's very young, sir, and Leanne is a very fascinating creature." I kept my promise to Corey the next time Hendricks was on watch. "We'll be sitting down in a couple of days," I commented casually. "It'll be good to stretch our legs again, won't it?" "It certainly will, sir." "And I imagine that's the last we'll see of our fair stowaway," I said, watching him closely. Hendrick's face flushed, and then drained white. With the tip of his forefinger he traced meaningless geometrical patterns on the surface of the instrument table. "I imagine so, sir," he replied in a choked voice. And then, suddenly, in a voice which shook with released emotion, "Oh, I know what you're thinking," he added. "What you've all been thinking. You, sir, and Corey and Kincaid, probably the other men too, for that matter. But it's not so. I want you to believe that, sir. I may be impressionable, and certainly she is beautiful, and terribly fascinating. But I'm not quite a fool. I realize she's on the other side, that I can't, that I must not, permit myself to care." You do believe that, sir?" "Of course, lad." I put my hand reassuringly on his shoulder. His whole body was shaking. "Forget it. Forget her as soon as you can. None of us have doubted you for an instant. We just wondered." "I could see that. I could feel it. And it hurt," said my junior officer, with shamefaced hesitancy. "But I'll forget her after she's gone." I let it go at that. After all, it was a rather painful subject for us both. The next day it did seem that he treated her with less attention, and she noticed it, for I saw the faint shadow of a frown form between her perfect brows, and her glance traveled meditatively from Hendrick's flushed face to my own. The next morning, after the first meal of the day, she walked down the passage with me, one slim white hand placed gently within the curve of my arm. "Mr. Hendricks," she commented softly, "seems rather distraught the last day or so." "Yes?" I said, smiling to myself, and wondering what was coming next. "Yes, Commander Hanson." There was just the faintest suggestion of steeliness in her voice now. "I fancy you've been giving him good advice, and painting me in lurid colors. Do you really think so badly of me?" Her hand pressed my arm with warm friendliness. Her great blue eyes were watching me with beseeching interest. "I think, Leanne," I replied, "that Mr. Hendricks is a very young man." "And that I am a dangerous woman?" She laughed softly. "That, at least," I told her, "your interests and ours are not identical." "True," she said coolly, pausing before the door of her stateroom. Her hand dropped from my arm, and she drew herself up regally. In the bright flow of the ethon tubes overhead, she was almost irresistibly beautiful. "Our interests are not identical, Commander Hanson. They are widely divergent, directly opposed to each other, as a matter of fact. And may I be so bold as to offer you a bit of advice?" I bowed, saying nothing. "Then don't attempt to meddle with things which are more powerful than you and the forces you control, and don't waste your breath on Mr. Hendricks. Fair warning." Before I could ask for a more complete explanation, she had slipped inside her stateroom and firmly closed the door. We sat down on Lacos late that afternoon, close to the city, or town, rather, of Geo, where those in charge of operations made their headquarters. With Leanne and Corey, leaving the ship in charge of Kincaid, I made my way quickly toward the headquarters building. We had gone but a few steps when Leanne was surrounded by a shouting throng of her fellow Laconians, and with a little mocking wave of her white hand, she stepped into a sort of litter which had been rushed to the scene and was carried away. "For one," commented Corey with a sigh of relief, "I'm glad she's out of sight. If I never see her again, it'll be too soon. When do we start something?" "Not until we've talked with Feder, who's in command here. I have a letter for him from the chief. We'll see what he has to say." One thing was certain. We could look for no assistance of any kind from the natives. They regarded us with bleak scowls from beneath shaggy, lowering brows, our uniforms of blue with the silver ornaments of our service and rank identifying us clearly. In the greenish Laconian twilight, they were sinister figures indeed, clothed all alike in short, sleeveless tunics, belted loosely at the waist, feet and legs encased in leather buskins, reaching nearly to the knees, their brown, gnarled limbs and stoop-shouldered postures giving them a half-bestial resemblance, which was disturbing. Their walk was a sort of slow shuffle, which made their long arms dangle, swinging disjointedly. We entered the administration building of gray, dull stone, and were ushered immediately into the office of the head of the operations. "Hansen?" He greeted me. "Mighty glad to see you. You too, Corey. Terrible hole, this. Hope you're not here for long. Sorry I couldn't meet you at the ship. Got your radio, but couldn't make it. Everything's in a jam, getting worse all the time, and we're short-handed. Not half enough men here. Sit down, sit down. Seems good to feel firm ground under your feet." "Not particularly. Your air here isn't as good as the Urtex." Corey and I seated ourselves across the desk from the garrulous Fetter. "I've a letter here from the chief. I believe it explains why we're here." I can guess. And none too soon. Things are in terrible shape. Terrible." Fetter ripped open the letter and glanced through it with harried eyes. "Right," he noted. "I'm here to help you all I can. Place myself at your disposal. What can I do?" "Tell us what's up," I suggested. "That would be a long story. I suppose you know something about the situation already. Several reports have gone into base. What did the chief tell you, Hansen?" Briefly I sketched the chief's report, Fetter nodding every few words. When I had finished, he rubbed his long, thin fingers together nervously and stared down, frowning at the littered top of his desk. "Right as far as he went," he said, "but he didn't go far enough. Wanted you to find out for yourself, I suppose. Well, there is a secret society working against us here. Sect, I'd call it. Undermined the whole inhabited portion of Lagos, which isn't a great area, as you know. The chief priestess is Leanne. I believe you said she stowed away on the Urtak with you." I nodded. "You're keeping her under guard?" asked Fetter. "No. Under the circumstances we couldn't. We had no authority, you see. A crowd of natives bore her away in triumph." "Then your work's cut out for you," groaned Fetter. "She's a devil incarnate, beautiful, irresistible, and evil as corruption itself. If she's back, I'm afraid there's nothing to be done. We've been sitting on a volcano ever since she left. Pressure growing greater every instant, it seemed. She's just what's needed to set it off." "We'll have to take our chances," I commented. "And now, just what is the setup?" "The worshippers of the flame, they call themselves. The membership takes in about every male being on Lagos. They meet in the great caverns which honeycomb the continent. Ghastly places. I've seen some of the smaller ones. Continent was thrust up from the sea in a molten state, some scientific chap told me once. These caverns were made by great belches of escaping steam or gas. You'll see them. She, Leanne, and her priests rule solely by terror. The Laconians are naturally just horses. A draft animal of ancient Earth, now extinct. Content to work without thinking. Leanne and her crew have made them think, just enough to be dangerous. Just what she tells them to think, and no more. Disobedient ones are punished by death. Rather a terrible death, I gather. Well, her chief aim is to stop the production of Temite. She wishes to bargain with the council at her own terms." "What is her price?" I asked. "What does she want? Wealth?" "No. Power." Fetter leaned across the desk, hammering it with both fists to emphasize the word, his eyes gleaming from their deep sockets. "Power, Hansen. That's what she craves. She's insane on the subject, utterly mad. She lusts after it. You asked her price? It is this. A seat in the council." I gasped audibly. A seat in the council composed of the wisest heads of the universe, and ruling the universe with absolute authority. "She is mad," I said. "Crazy," grunted Corey. "Plain crazy. A woman in the council?" Fetter nodded solemnly. "Mad, crazy, use your own terms," he said. "But that's her price. The chief didn't tell you that, did he? Well, perhaps he didn't know. I learned it in a very roundabout way. She'll make the formal demand when the time is ripe. Never fear. And what's more, unless these worshippers of the flame are stamped out, she'll get what she demands." "Impossible." "Not at all. You know what this place is. Only a Laconian could stand this atmosphere long. No vitality to the light that does come through this damned green stuff they breathe for air, and after a few days the acid, metallic tang of it drives you frantic. Never can get used to it. So the Laconians have to mine the Temite, and the universe must have Temite in quantities that can't be supplied from any other source. If the Laconians won't mine it, and they won't when Leanne tells them to quit, what will the council and your service do about it?" "Plenty," growled Corey. Nothing, contradicted Feder. You can kill a man, disintegrate him, imprison him, punish him as you will, but you can't make him work. And there that phase of the matter rested. I asked him a number of questions which I felt would help us to start our work properly, and he answered every one of them promptly and fully. Evidently, Feder had given his problem a great deal of thought, had done more than a little intelligent investigating of his own. "If there's anything else I can do to help you," he said as he accompanied us to the door, "don't fail to call upon me. And remember what I said. Trust no one except yourselves. Study each move before you make it. These Laconians are dull-witted, but they'll do whatever Leanne tells them, and she thinks fast and cunningly." We thanked him for his warning and hurried back to the ship through the sickly green Laconian dusk. The acrid odor of the atmosphere was already beginning to be disagreeable. "Decent sort of chap, Feder," commented Corey. "All wrought up, isn't he? Worried stiff." "I imagine he has cause to be. And he might have been right in saying we should have held Leanne. Perhaps we could have treated with her in some way." "No chance. Not that lady. When we treat with her, we'll have to have the whip hand utterly and completely." The heavy outer door of the Urtak's exit was open, but the transparent inner door, provided for just such an emergency, was in place, forming, in conjunction with a second door, an efficient airlock. The guard saw us coming, and as we came up, had the inner door smartly opened, standing at salute as we entered. We returned his salute and went up to the navigating room, where I proposed to hold a brief council of war, informing Kincaid and Hendricks of what we had learned from Feder, and deciding upon a course of action for the following day. Kincaid, whom I had left on watch, was there waiting. "Well, sir, how do things stack up?" he asked anxiously. "Not so good. Please ask Mr. Hendricks to report here at once, and I'll give you the whole story." Kincaid pressed the attention signal to Hendricks' room and waited impatiently for a response. There was none. "Try my room," suggested Corey. "Maybe he hasn't moved back to his own quarters yet." "That's what he said he would be doing," replied Kincaid. But that signal, too, failed to bring any response. Corey glanced at me, a queer, hurt expression in his eyes. "Shall I go forward and see if he's ill?" he asked quickly. "Please do," I said. And as soon as he was gone, I turned to the microphone and called the sentry on duty at the exit. "Commander Hansen speaking. Has Mr. Hendricks left the ship?" "Yes, sir. Some time ago. The lady came back, saying she had word from you. She and Mr. Hendricks left a few minutes later. That was all right, sir?" "Yes," I said, barely able to force the word from between my lips. "Hendricks and Leanne? Hendricks a traitor?" I cut the microphone and glanced at Kincaid. He must have read the facts in my eyes. "He's gone, sir?" "With Leanne," I nodded. The door burst open, and Corey came racing into the room. "But he's not there, sir," he snapped. "But in his room I found this." He held out an envelope addressed to me. I ripped it open, glanced through the hasty, nervous scrawl, and then read it aloud. "Sir, I am leaving with Leanne. I am sorry. It had to be. Hendricks." "That, gentlemen," I said hoarsely, after a long silence, "will make the blackest entry ever spread upon the log of the Urtak, upon any ship of the service. Let us dismiss this thing from our minds and proceed." But that was easier, by far, to propose than to accomplish. It was late indeed when we finished our deliberations, but the plan decided upon was exceedingly simple. We would simply enforce our authority until we located definite resistance. We would then concentrate our efforts upon isolating the source of this resistance and overcoming it. That we would find Leanne at the bottom of our difficulties we knew perfectly well, but we desired to place her in a definite position as an enemy. So far, we had nothing against her, no proof of her activities, save the rather guarded report of the chief, and the evidence given us by Feder. There were 3 major continents on Lagos, but only one of them was inhabited or habitable, the other 2 being within the large northern polar cap. The activities of the worshippers of the flame were centered about the chief city of Geo, Feder had told us, and therefore we were in position to start action without delay. Force of men would avail us nothing, since the entire crew of the Urtak would be but a pitiful force compared to the horde Liane could muster. Our mission could be accomplished, if, indeed, it could be accomplished at all, by the force of whatever authority our position commanded, and the outwitting of Liane. Accordingly, it was decided that, in the emergency, all three of us would undertake the task, leaving the ship in charge of Sub-Officer Sholey, chief of the operating room crew, and a very capable, level-headed man. I gave him his final instructions as we left the ship early the next morning. Sholey, we are leaving you in a position of unusual responsibility. An emergency makes it necessary, or at least desirable, for Mr. Corey, Mr. Kincaid, and myself to leave the ship. Mr. Hendricks has already departed. Therefore, the Ertak will be left in your charge. Remain here for 5 days. If we do not return in that time, leave for base and report the circumstances there. The log will reveal full authority for your actions. Very well, sir. He saluted, and we passed through the airlock which protected the Ertak from the unpleasant atmosphere of Lakos, armed only with atomic pistols, and carrying condensed rations and menores at our belts. We went directly to the largest of the mines, the natives regarding us with furtive, unfriendly eyes. A great crowd of men were lounging around the mouth of the mine, and as we approached, they tightened their ranks as though to block our passage. "We'll bluff through it," I whispered. "They know the uniform of the service, and they have no leader." "I'd like to take a swing at one of them," growled Corey. "I don't like their looks, not a bit, but just as you say, sir." Our bluff worked. We marched up to the packed mass as though we had not even noticed them, and slowly and unwillingly they opened a path for us, closing in behind us with rather uncomfortable celerity. For a moment I regretted we had not taken a landing crew from the Ertak. However, we won through the mouth of the mine without violence. But here a huge Laconian who seemed to be in authority held up his hand and blocked our way. "Let me handle him, sir," said Corey from the corner of his mouth. "I understand a little of their language." "Right," I nodded. "Make it strong." Corey stepped forward, his head thrust out truculently, thumbs hooked through his belt, his right hand suggestively near his automatic pistol. He rapped out something in unpleasant gutturals, and the tall Laconian replied volubly. "He says it's orders," commented Corey over his shoulder. "Now I'll tell him who's giving orders around here." He stepped closer to the Laconian and spoke with emphatic briefness. The Laconian fell back a step, hesitated, and started to reply. Corey stopped him with a single word and motioned us to follow him. The guard watched us doubtfully and angrily, but he let us pass. "He told me," explained Corey, "that she had given orders. Didn't name her, but we can guess all right. I told him that if she wished to say anything to us, she could do it in person, that we weren't afraid of her, of him, or of all the Laconians who ever breathed green soup and called it air. He's a simple soul and easily impressed. So we got by." "Nice work," I commended him. "It's an auspicious start, anyway." The mouth of the mine was not the usual vertical shaft. As Fetters had told us, it was a great ramp of less than 45 degrees, leading underground, illuminated by jets of greenish flame from the metal brackets set into the wall at regular intervals, and fed by a never-failing interplay of natural gas. The passageway was of varying height and width, but nowhere less than 3 times my height from floor to ceiling, and it was broad enough at its narrowest so that 10 men might have marched easily abreast. The floor apparently had been smoothed by human effort, but for the rest the corridor was, to judge from the evidence, entirely natural, for the walls of shiny black rock bore no marks of tools. At intervals, other passages branched off from the main one we were following, at greater and less angles, but these were much narrower, and had very apparently been hewn in the solid rock. Like the central passage, they were utterly deserted. "We'll be coming out on the other side pretty soon," commented Corey, after a steady descent of perhaps 20 minutes. "This tunnel must go all the way through." What's that?" We paused and listened. From behind us came a soft whispering sound, the nature of which we could not determine. "Sounds like the shuffle of many feet, far behind," suggested Kincaid, gravely. "Or, more likely, the air rushing around the corners of those smaller passages," I suggested. "This is a drafty hole, or it may be just the combined flarings of all those jets of flame." "Maybe you're right, sir," nodded Corey. "Anyway, we won't worry about it until we have to. I guess we just keep going?" "That seems to be about all there is to do. We should enter one of the big subterranean chambers Feder mentioned before long." As a matter of fact, it was but a minute or two later that we turned a curve into the corridor and found ourselves looking into a vast open space, the roof supported by huge pillars of black stone, and the floor littered with rocky debris and mining tools thrown down by workmen. "This is where they take out the termite ore, I imagine," said Kincaid, picking up a loose fragment of rock. He pointed to a smudge of soft, crumbly gray metal, greasy in appearance, showing on the surface of the specimen he had picked up. "That's the stuff, sir. That's causing us all this trouble. Nearly pure metallic temite." He dropped the fragment, looking about curiously. "But where," he added, "are the miners?" "I'm inclined to believe that we'll find out before we get back to the Urtak," said Corey grimly. "Everything's moved along too sweetly. Trouble's just piling up somewhere." "That remains to be seen," I commented. "Let's move on and see what's beyond. That looks like a door of some sort on the far side. Perhaps it will lead us to something more interesting." "I hope it does," growled Corey. "This underground business is getting on my nerves." It was a door I had seen, a huge slab of light yellow-green metal. I paused, my hand on the simple latch. "Stand to one side," I said softly. "Let's see what happens." I lifted the latch, and the heavy door opened inward. Cautiously, I stared through the portal. Inside was blackness and silence. Somewhere, in the far distance, I could see 2 or 3 tiny pinpricks of green light. "We'll take a look around anyway," I said. "Follow me carefully and be ready for action. It seems all right, but somehow I don't like the look of things." In a single file, we passed beyond the massive door, the light from the large room outside streaming ahead of us, our shadows, long and grotesque, moving on the rocky floor ahead of us. Then, suddenly, I became aware that the path of light ahead of us was narrowing. I turned swiftly. The door must be closing. As I turned, lights roared up all around us, intense light, which struck at our eyes with almost tangible force. A great shout rose, echoing to a vaulted ceiling. Before we could move or cry out, a score of men on either side had pinioned us. "Damnation!" roared Corey. "If I only had the use of my fists, just for a second." We were in a great cavern, the largest I have ever beheld, a huge bubble blown in the molten rock by powerful gases from the seething interior of the world. The roof was invisible above our heads, and the floor sloped down gently in every direction toward a central dais, so far away that its details were lost to us. From the center of the dais, a mighty pillar of green flame mounted into the air nearly 20 times the height of a man. All around the dais, seated on the sloping floor of the cavern, were Laconians. There were hundreds of them, thousands of them, and they were as silent and motionless as death. They paid no heed to us. They crouched, each in his place, and stared at the column of greenish flame. "It was a trap," muttered Kincaid, as our captors marched us rapidly toward the dais in the center of the huge amphitheater. "They were waiting for us. I imagine we have been watched all the time, and we walked into the trap exactly like a bunch of schoolboys." "True, but we found, I believe, what we wished to find," I told him. "This is the meeting place of the worshippers of the flame. There, I imagine, is the flame itself, and unless I'm badly mistaken, that's Leanne, waiting up there in the center." It was Leanne. She was seated on a massive, simple throne of the greenish-yellow metal, and the column of fire rising directly behind her like an impossible plume. In a semicircle at her feet, in massive chairs made of the odd metal, were perhaps 20 old men, their heads crowned with great, unkempt manes of white hair. And, standing beside Leanne's throne, at her right hand, was Hendricks. His shoulders drooped, his chin rested upon his breast. He was wearing, not the blue and silver uniform of the service, but a simple tunic of pale green, with buskins of dark green leather, laced with black. He did not look up as we were ushered before this impressive group, but Leanne watched us with smiling interest. Leanne, seated there upon her throne, was not the Leanne of those days in the Urtak. There she had been scarcely more than a peculiarly fascinating young woman with a regal bearing and commanding eyes. Here she was a goddess, terrifyingly beautiful, smiling with her lips, yet holding the power of death in the white hands which hung gracefully from the massive arms of the throne. She wore a simple garment of thin, shimmering stuff, diaphanous as finest silk. It was black, caught at one shoulder with a flashing green stone. The other shoulder was bared, and the black garment was a perfect foil for the whiteness of her perfect skin, her amazing blue eyes, and the pale gold of her hair. She lifted one hand in a slight gesture as our conductors paused before the dais. They fell away and formed a close cordon behind us. "We have awaited your coming," she said in her sibilant voice. "And you are here." "We are here," I said sternly, "representing through our service the Supreme Council of the universe. What words shall we take back to those who sent us?" Leanne smiled, a slow, cruel smile. The pink fingers of one hand tapped gently on the carven arm of her throne. The eyes of the semicircle of old men watched us with unwavering hatred. "The word you will carry will be a good word," she said slowly. "Leanne has decided to be gracious, and yet it is well that you have full understanding of Leanne's power. For while the word Leanne shall give you to bear back is a good word, still Leanne is but a woman, and women have been known to change their minds. Is that not so, Commander Hanson?" "That is so, Leanne," I nodded, "and we are glad to hear that your wisdom has led you to be gracious." She leaned forward suddenly, her eyes flashing with anger. "Mark you, it is not wisdom, but a whim of mine that causes me to be graciously minded," she cried. "Think you that Leanne is afraid? Look about you." We turned slowly and cast our eyes about that great gathering. As far as the eye could reach, in every direction, was a sea of faces. And, as we looked, the door through which we had entered this great hall was flung open, and a crowd of tiny specks came surging in. "And still they come, at Leanne's command," she laughed. "They are those who played to disarm your suspicions at blocking your entry to this place, but they did but follow you a safe distance behind." "I thought so," murmured Corey. "Things were going too smoothly. That was what we heard, sir." I nodded and looked up at Leanne. "You have many followers," I said. "Yet this is but a small world, and behind the council are all the worlds of the universe." Leanne threw back her head and laughed, a soft tinkling sound that rose clearly above the hollow roar of the mighty flame behind her throne. "You speak bravely," she said, "knowing that Leanne holds the upper hand. Did your council take armed action against us, we would blow up these caverns which are the source of your precious temite, and bury it so deeply no force that could live here could extract it in the quantities in which the universe needs it. But enough of this exchange of sharp words. Leanne has already said that she is disposed to be gracious. Does that not content you? I will bear back to those who sent me whatever word you have to offer. It is not for me to judge its graciousness," I said coolly. "Then, but first, let me show you how well I rule here," she said. She spoke to one of the old men seated at her feet. He arose and disappeared in a passage leading from directly beneath the dais. "You will see, presently, the punishment of Leanne," she said smilingly. "Leanne, chief priestess of the flame, mother of life, giver of death, most worshipped of the worshippers. Perhaps you wonder how it came that Leanne sits here in judgment upon a whole people. Let me tell you while we await the execution of Leanne's judgment. The father of Leanne, and his father before him, back into those remote days of which we have no knowledge, were chief priests of the worshippers of the flame, but they were lacking in ambition, and knowledge, and power. Their followers were but few, and their hands held out in benediction, and not in command. But the father of Leanne had no son. Instead he had a daughter, in whom was all the wisdom of those who had been chief priests. She gathered about her a group of old men, shrewd and cunning, the lesser priests, and those who would know the feel of power, who were not priests. You see them here at the feet of Leanne. And under Leanne's guidance, the ranks of the worshippers grew, and as this power grew, so grew the power of Leanne, until the time came when no man, no woman, on the face of Lakos dared question the command of the chief priestess, and those who would have rebelled were made to feel the power of Lian, as these you see here now." The old man had reappeared, and behind him were 2 miserable wretches, closely guarded by a dozen armed men. Lian spoke briefly to the old man, and then turned to us. "The first of these is one who has dared to disobey," she explained. "He brought out more of the ore than Lian had ordered. Do you hear that multitude? They know already what his fate will be." A long shuddering whisper had arisen from the thousands of beings crouched there in the amphitheater, as the uncouth figure of the prisoner was led up a flight of steep, narrow steps to the very base of the flame. Hendricks, still hiding his face from us, bent over Lian and whispered something in her ear. She caressed his arm softly and shook her head. Hendricks leaned more heavily against the throne, shuddering. Slowly the flame was dying, until we could see that it was not a solid pillar of fire, but a hollow circle of flame, fed by innumerable jets set at the base of a circle a trifle more than a length of a man across. Into those deadly circles the condemned man was led. His legs were bound swiftly, so that he could not move, and the old man stepped back quickly. As though his movement had been a signal, the flames shot up with a roar until they lost themselves far over our heads. As one man, the 3 of us started forward, but the guards hemmed us in instantly. "Fools!" cried Lian. "Be still. The power of Lian is absolute here." We stared, fascinated at the terrible sight. The flame spouted streaks of blue and yellow, streaking up from its base. Mercifully, we could not see within that encircling wall of fire. Slowly the flame died down again. A trap door opened in the circle, and some formless thing dropped out of sight. Lian questioned the old man again, her eyes resting upon the other prisoner. The old man answered briefly. "This one spoke against the power of Lian," she explained smilingly. "He said Lian was cruel, that she was selfish. He must also feel the embrace of the sacred flame." I heard, rather than saw, the ghastly drama repeated, for I had bent my head and would not look up. Lian was no woman. She was a fiend, and yet for her, a trusted officer, a friend, had forsworn his service and his comrades. I wondered, as I stood there with bowed head, what were the thoughts which must have been passing through Hendrick's mind. "You fear to look upon the punishment of Lian?" the voice of the unholy priestess broke in upon my shuddering reverie. "Then you understand why her power is absolute, why she is mother of life and giver of death throughout all Lakos. And now for the word I promised you, a gracious word from one who could be terrible and not gracious were that her whim. It has been in the mind of Lian to extend her power, to make for herself a place in the Supreme Council of which you speak with so much awe and reverence, Commander Hansen. But, by happen chance, another whim has seized her." Lian looked up at Hendricks smilingly and took one of his hands in hers. It was wonderful how her face softened as he returned fiercely the pressure of her soft hands. "I know it will sound strange to your ears," she said in a voice almost tender, "but Lian is, after all, a woman, with many, if not all, a woman's many weaknesses. And while even in his presence Lian will say that her lover was at the beginning looked upon as no more than a tool which might further Lian's power, he has won now a place in her heart." I saw Hendricks tremble as she admitted her love, and that portion of his face which we could see flushed hotly. "And so Lian has elected to give up, at least for the present, the place in the council which she could command. For after all, that would be a remote power, lacking in the elements of physical power which Lian has over these, her people, and in which she has learned to delight. So, Commander Hansen, bear to your superiors this word. Lian will permit a production of whatever reasonable amount of temite is desired. She will remain here with her consort, brooking no interference, no changes, no commands from any person or organization. Go, now, and take with you the words of Lian." I looked up at her gravely and shook my head. "We shall go," I said, "and we will take with us your words. But I warn you that the words you have spoken are treason to the universe, and that you have defied the council." Lian leapt from her throne, her scarlet lips drawn back against her white, gleaming teeth. Her eyes, dilated with anger, blazed down upon us almost as hotly as the flame which rose behind her. "Go, and quickly," she fairly screamed. "If you have no desire to feel the embrace of the sacred flame, then go." I bowed silently and motioned to Corey and Kincaid. Silently we made our way down a long aisle, surrounded by motionless figures, staring unblinkingly at the column of fire, toward the door by which we had entered this great chamber. Behind us, I could hear Leanne's clear voice lifted in her own guttural language as she addressed the multitude. Safely within the Ertak, we discussed the morning's adventure over a late luncheon. "I suppose," said Kincaid, "there's nothing left to do but tell Federer as much as seems wise, to reassure him, and then return to base to make our report." "We'll come back if we do," growled Corey. "And we'll come back to fight. The Council won't stand for her attitude." "Undoubtedly that's true," I admitted. "Still, I believe we should put it up to base, and through base to the Council, before doing anything more. Much, if not all, of what she said was perfectly true." "It was that," nodded Kincaid. "There were scores, if not hundreds of doors leading into that big chamber. I imagine it can be reached underground from any point on the continent, and those winding passages would be simple to defend from any form of invasion." "But could these Laconians fight?" asked Corey. "That's what I'd like to know. I doubt it. They look like a sleepy, ignorant lot." "I think they'd fight to the death if Leanne ordered them to," I replied thoughtfully. "Did you notice the way they stared at the flame, never moving, never even winking? My idea is that it exercises a sort of auto-hypnotic influence over them, which gives Leanne just the right opportunity to impress her will upon them." "I wondered about that," Kincaid commented. "I believe you're right, sir. Any idea as to when we'll shove off?" "There's no particular hurry. Feder will be busy until evening, I imagine, so we won't bother him until then. As soon as we've had a chat with him, we can start." "And without Hendricks," said Kincaid, shaking his head sadly. "I wonder—" "If you don't mind, Mr. Kincaid, we won't mention his name on the Ertak after this," I interrupted. "I, for one, would rather forget him. Wouldn't you?" "I would, sir, if I could," said Kincaid softly. "But that's not easy, is it?" It wasn't easy. As a matter of fact, it was impossible. I knew I would never forget my picture of him standing there shaken and miserable beside the woman for whom he had disgraced his uniform, hiding his head in shame from the eyes of the men he had called comrades and who had called him friend. But to talk of him was morbid. It was late in the afternoon when I called Corey and Kincaid to the navigating room, where I had spent several hours charting our return course. "I believe, gentlemen," I remarked, "that we can call on Mr. Feder now. I'll ask you to remain in charge of the ship, Mr. Kincaid, while Mr. Corey and I—" An attention signal sounded sharply to interrupt me. I answered it instantly. "Sentry at exit, sir," said an excited voice. "Mr. Hendricks and the woman stowaway are here asking for you. They say it is very urgent." "Bring them both here at once, under guard," I ordered. "Be sure you are properly relieved." "Right, sir." I turned to Corey and Kincaid, who were watching me with curious eyes. My excitement must have shown upon my face. "Mr. Hendricks and Leanne are here at the exit asking to see me," I snapped. "They'll be here in a moment. What do you suppose is in the air?" "Hendricks?" muttered Corey, his face darkening. "It seems to me he has a lot of nerve." There was a sharp tap on the door. "Come," I ordered quickly. The door opened, and Leanne, followed by Hendricks, hurried into the room. "That will do," I nodded to the guard who had accompanied them. "You may go." "You wonder why we're here, I suppose," demanded Leanne. "I'll tell you quickly, for every instant is precious." This was a very different Leanne. She was no longer clad in diaphanous black. She was wearing a tunic similar to the one she had worn on board the Ertak, save that this one was torn and soiled. Her lips, as she talked, twitched with an insane anger. Her amazing eyes were like those of a cornered beast of the wilderness. "My council of wise old men turned against me when I told them my plans to marry the man of my choice. They said he was an outsider, an enemy, a foreigner. They would have none of him. They demanded that I give him to the flame and marry one of my own kind. They had not, of course, understood what I had said to you there in the great chapel of the flame. I defied them. We escaped through a passage which is not known to any save myself, and the existence of which my father taught me years ago. We are here, but they will guess where we have gone. My old men are exciting my people against me, and for that shall all, down to the last one, know the embrace of the flame. She gritted her teeth on the words, her nostrils distended with rage. I'm safe. I can command them. I can make them know my power, and I shall. The flame will have much to feed upon in the days which are to come, I promise you. But my beloved would not be safe. At this moment I cannot protect him, so I have brought him back. I know he, but I will not be weak. I am Leanne. She faced Hendricks, who had stood there like a graven image, watching her. Her arms went about his neck. Her lips sought his. "My beloved," she whispered. "Leanne was but a woman, after all. Darling, good-bye." She kissed him again and hurried to the door. "One more thing," she cried. "I must muster them myself. I must show them. I, Leanne, am ruler here. You promise? You promise you will not interfere? That you will do nothing?" "But—" Leanne interrupted me before I could put my objections into words. "Promise," she commanded. "There are hundreds, thousands of them. You cannot slay them all, and if you did, there would be more. I can bend them to my will. They know my power. Promise, or there will be many deaths upon your hands." "I promise," I said. "And you, all of you?" she demanded, sweeping Corey and Kincaid with her eyes. "Commander Hanson speaks for us all," nodded Kincaid, with a last glance at Hendricks, whose eyes had never left her for an instant. She was gone. Hendricks uttered a long, quivering sigh. His face, as he turned to us, was ghastly white. "She's gone," he muttered. "Forever." "That's exceedingly unfortunate, sir, for you," I replied crisply. "As soon as it's perfectly safe, we'll see to it that you depart also." The sting of my words apparently did not touch him. "You don't understand," he said dully. "I know what you think, and I do not blame you. She came back. You know that." "You are coming with me," she said. "I care for you. I want you. You are coming with me at once." I told her I was not, that I loved her, but that I could not, would not go. She opened a port and showed me one of her countrymen standing not far away, watching the ship. He held something in his hand. "He has one of your hand bombs," she told me. "I found it while I was hidden, and took it with me when I left. If you do not come with me, he will throw it against the ship, destroy it, and those within." There was nothing else for me to do. She permitted me to explain no more than I did in the note I left. I pleaded with her, did all I could. Finally, I persuaded her to give you the word she did, there before the great flame. She brought me back here at the risk of her own life, and what is even more precious to her, her power. In her own way, she loves me. It was an amazing story. A second or two passed before any of us could speak, and then words came fast and joyous. Our friend, our trusted fellow officer, had come back to us. I felt as though a great black cloud had slid from across the sun. And then, above our voices, rose a great mutter of sound. We glanced at one another, wonderingly. Hendricks was the first to make a move. "That's the mob," he said, darting toward the door. We followed him swiftly to the exit of the ship, through the airlock, out into the open. Hendricks had spoken the truth. Leanne was walking, very slowly and deliberately, her head flung back proudly toward the city. Coming toward her, like a great, ragged wave, was a mighty mass of humanity, led by capering old men, undoubtedly the lesser priests who had turned against her. "The portable projectors, sir," begged Corey excitedly. "A pair of them, and that mob—" "We're bound by our promise," I reminded him. "She's not afraid. Her power is terrible. I believe she'll win without them. Look." Leanne had paused, lifted one hand in a gesture of command, and called out to the rabble. Corey translated the whole thing for me later. "Halt!" she cried sharply. "Who moves upon the chief priestess of the flame and earns the embrace of the flame?" The crowd halted, cowering. Then the old man shouted to them and gestured them onward. With a rush, the front ranks came on. "So," Leanne called out to them. "You would disobey, Leanne? Yet even yet it is not too late. Leanne gives you one chance more. You little know the chief priestess of the flame if you think she will tolerate an encroachment of her power. Back, back, I say, or you shall feel the might of Leanne." Before her tirade, the mob faltered, but again the crazed old men led them on. Leanne turned, saw us and made a regal gesture of farewell. From the bosom of her tunic she snatched a small black object and swung it high above her head. "The bomb!" shouted Hendricks. "She has it! She—" At the very feet of the onrushing crowd the black object struck. There was a hollow roar. A blast of thundering air swept us backward to the ground. When we scrambled to our feet, Leanne was gone. The relentless mob had gone. Where they had been was a great crater of raw earth, strewn with ghastly fragments. Far back toward the city, a few straggling figures ran frantically away from that scene of death. "Gone," I said. Power was a mania, an obsession with her. Even her death was a supreme gesture of power, of authority. "Leanne," Hendricks whispered, "Chief Priestess of the Flame, giver of death." With Leanne gone, and with her the old men who had tried to snatch her power from her hand, and who might have caused us trouble, the rebellion of the Laconians was at an end. Leaderless, they were helpless, and I believe they were happy in the change. Sometimes the old ways are better than the new, and Leanne's regime had been merciless and rather terrible. There are many kinds of women. Great women, women with small souls, women filled with the spirit of sacrifice, selfish women, good women, and bad. And Leanne, I leave her for you to judge. She was a woman. Classify her for yourself. After all, I am an old man, and perhaps I have forgotten the ways of women. I do not wish to judge, on one hand, to be called bitter and hard, on the other hand, to be condemned as soft with advancing age. I have given you the story of Leanne, Chief Priestess of the Flame. How, you clever and infallible members of this present generation, do you judge her? End of Priestess of the Flame by Sewell Peaslee Wright. Recording by Bill Yallely. The Sky Trap by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallely. Lawton enjoyed a good fight. He stood happily trading blows with Slashaway Tommy, his lean-fleshed torso gleaming with sweat. He preferred to work the pugnacity out of himself slowly, to savor it as it ebbed. "Better luck next time, Slashaway," he said, and unlimbered a left hook that thudded against his opponent's jaw with such violence that the big hairy ape crumpled to the resin and rolled over on his back. Lawton brushed a lock of rust-colored hair from his brow and stared down at the limp figure lying on the descending Stratoship's slightly tilted athletic deck. "Good work, Slashaway," he said. "You're primitive and beetle-browed, but you've got what it takes." Lawton flattered himself that he was the opposite of primitive. High in the sky, he had predicted the weather for 8 days running, with far more accuracy than he could have put into a punch. They'd flash his report all over Earth in a couple of minutes now. From New York to London, to Singapore and back. In half an hour he'd be donning street clothes and stepping out feeling darned good. He had fulfilled his weekly obligation to society by manipulating meteorological instruments for 45 minutes, high in the warm upper stratosphere, and worked off his pugnacity by knocking down a professional gem slugger. He would have a full, glorious week now to work off all his other drives. The Stratoship's commander, Captain Forrester, had come up and was staring at him reproachfully. "Dave, I don't hold with the reforming Johnnies who want to remake human nature from the ground up. But you've got to admit, our generation knows how to keep things humming with a minimum of stress. We don't have world wars now because we work off our pugnacity by sailing into gem sluggers 8 or 10 times a week. And since our romantic emotions can be taken care of by tactile television, we're not at the mercy of every brainless bit of fluff's calculated ankle appeal." Lawton turned and regarded him quizzically. "Don't you suppose I realize that? You'd think I just blew in from Mars." "All right. We have the outlets, the safety valves. They are supposed to keep us civilized, but you don't derive any benefit from them. The heck I don't. I exchange blows with Slashaway every time I board the Perseus. And as for women, well, there's just one woman in the world for me, and I wouldn't exchange her for all the Turkish images and the tactile broadcasts from Istanbul. Yes, I know, but you work off your primitive emotions with too much gusto. Even a cast-iron gem-slugger can bruise. That last blow was brutal. Just because Slashaway gets thumped and thudded all over by the medical staff twice a week doesn't mean he can take... The stratoship lurched suddenly. The deck heaved up under Lawton's feet, hurling him against Captain Forrester, and spinning both men around so that they seemed to be waltzing together across the ship. The still limp gem-slugger slid downward, colliding with a corrugated metal bulkhead, and sloshing back and forth like a wet mackerel. A full minute passed before Lawton could put a stop to that. Even while careening, he had been alive to Slashaway's peril, and had tried to leap to his aid. But the ship's steadily increasing gyrations had hurled him away from the skipper and against a massive vaulting horse, barking the flesh from his shins and spilling him with violence onto the deck. He crawled now toward the prone gem-slugger on his hands and knees, his temples thudding. The gyration ceased an instant before he reached Slashaway's side. With an effort he lifted the big man up, propped him against the bulkhead, and shook him until his teeth rattled. "Slashaway," he muttered. "Slashaway, old fella." Slashaway opened blurred eyes. "Phew," he muttered. "You sure socked me hard, sir." "You went out like a light," explained Lawton gently. "A minute before the ship lurched." "The ship lurched, sir?" "Something's very wrong, Slashaway. The ship isn't moving. There are no vibrations, and... Slashaway, are you hurt? Your skull thumped against that bulkhead so hard I was afraid—" "No, I'm okay. What do you mean the ship ain't moving? How could it stop?" Lawton said, "I don't know, Slashaway." Helping the gem-slugger to his feet, he stared apprehensively about him. Captain Forrester was kneeling on the resin, testing his hocks for sprains with splayed fingers, his features twitching. "Hurt badly, sir?" The commander shook his head. "I don't think so. Dave, we are 20,000 feet up, so how in hell could we be stationary in space?" "It's all yours, Skipper." "I must say you're helpful." Forrester got painfully to his feet and limped toward the athletic compartment's single quartz port, a small circle of radiance on a level with his eyes. As the port sloped downward at an angle of nearly 60 degrees, all he could see was a diffuse glimmer, until he wedged his brow in the observer visor and stared downward. Lawton heard him suck in his breath sharply. "Well, sir?" "There are thin cirrus clouds directly beneath us. They're not moving." Lawton gasped, the sense of being in an impossible situation swelling to nightmare proportions within him. What could have happened? Directly behind him, close to a bulkhead chronometer, which was clicking out the seconds with unabashed regularity, was a misty blue visiplate that merely had to be switched on to bring the pilots into view. The commander hobbled toward it and manipulated a rheostat. The two pilots appeared side by side on the screen, sitting amidst a spidery network of dully gleaming pipelines and nichrome humidification units. They had unbuttoned their high-altitude coats, and their stratosphere helmets were resting on their knees. The Jablochoff candlelight which flooded the pilot room accentuated the haggardness of their features, which were a sickly, cadaverous hue. The captain spoke directly into the visiplate. "What's wrong with the ship?" he demanded. "Why aren't we descending? Dawson, you do the talking." One of the pilots leaned tensely forward, his shoulders jerking. "We don't know, sir. The rotaries went dead when the ship started gyrating. We can't work the emergency torps, and the temperature is rising." "But it defies all logic," Forrester muttered. "How could a metal ship, weighing tons, be suspended in the air like a balloon? It is stationary, but it is not buoyant. We seem in all respects to be frozen in." "The explanation may be simpler than you dream," Lawton said. "When we found the key." The captain swung toward him. "Could you find the key, Dave?" "I should like to try. It may be hidden somewhere on the ship, and then again it may not be. But I should like to go over the ship with a fine-tooth comb Then I should like to go over outside thoroughly. Suppose you make me an emergency mate and give me carte blanche, sir." Lawton got his carte blanche. For 2 hours he did nothing spectacular, but he went over every inch of the ship. He also lined up the crew and pumped them. The men were as completely in the dark as the pilots, and the now completely recovered Slashaway, who was following Lawton about like a doting seal.
"You're a right guy, sir. Another 2 or 3 cracks and my noggin would have split open."
"But not like an eggshell, Slashaway. Pig iron develops fissures under terrific pounding, but your cranium seems to be more like tempered steel. Slashaway, you won't understand this, but I've got to talk to somebody, and the captain is too busy to listen. I went over the entire ship because I thought there might be a hidden source of buoyancy somewhere. It would take a lot of air bubbles to turn this ship into a balloon, but there are large vacuum chambers under the multiple series condensers in the engine room, which conceivably could have sucked in a helium leakage from the carbon pile valves, and there are bulkhead porosities which could have clogged."
"Yeah,"
muttered Slashaway, scratching his head.
I see what you mean, sir."
"It was no soap. There's nothing inside the ship that could possibly keep us up. Therefore, there must be something outside that isn't air. We know there is air outside. We've stuck our heads out and sniffed it. And we found a curious thing. Along with the oxygen there is water vapor, but it isn't H2O. It's HO. A molecular arrangement like that occurs in the upper solar atmosphere, but nowhere on Earth. And there's a thin sprinkling of hydrocarbon molecules out there, too. Hydrocarbon appears ordinarily as methane gas, but out there it rings up as CH. Methane is CH4. And there are also scandium oxide molecules making unfamiliar faces at us. An oxide of boron with an equational limp.
"Gee," muttered Slashaway. "We're up against it, eh?"
Lawton was squatting on his hams beside an emergency chute opening on the deck of the Penguin's Weather Observatory. He was letting down a spliced beryllium plumb line, his gaze riveted on the slowly turning horizontal drum of a windlass, which contained more than 200 feet of gleaming metal cordage. Suddenly, as he stared, the drum stopped revolving. Lawton stiffened, a startled expression coming into his face. He had been playing a hunch that had seemed as insane, rationally considered, as his wild idea about the bulkhead porosities. For a moment he was stunned, unable to believe that he had struck pay dirt. The winch indicator stood at 103 feet, giving him a rich, fruity yield of startlement. 100 feet below him, the plummet rested on something solid that sustained it in space. Scarcely breathing, Lawton leaned over the windlass and stared downward. There was nothing visible between the ship and the fleecy clouds far below, except a tiny black dot resting on vacancy, and a thin beryllium plumb line ascending like an interrogation point from the dot to the chute opening.
"You see something down there?"
Slashaway asked. Lawton moved back from the windlass, his brain whirling. "Slashaway, there's a solid surface directly beneath us, but it's completely invisible."
"You mean it's like a frozen cloud, sir?"
"No, Slashaway. It doesn't shimmer or deflect light. Congealed water vapor would sink instantly to Earth."
"You think it's all around us, sir?"
Lawton stared at Slashaway aghast. In his crude fumblings, the gem slugger had ripped a hidden fear right out of his subconsciousness into the light. "I don't know, Slashaway," he muttered. "I'll get at that next." A half-hour later, Lawton sat beside the captain's desk in the control room, his face drained of all color. He kept his gaze averted as he talked. A man who succeeds too well with an unpleasant task may develop a subconscious sense of guilt. "Sir, we're suspended inside a hollow sphere which resembles a huge, floating soap bubble. Before we ripped through it, it must have had a plastic surface. But now the tear has apparently healed over, and the shell all around us is as resistant as steel. We are completely bottled up, sir. I shot rocket leads in all directions to make certain." The expression on Forrester's face sold mere amazement down the river. He could not have looked more startled if the nearer planets had yielded their secrets chillingly, and a super race had appeared suddenly on Earth.
"Good God, Dave. Do you suppose something has happened to space?"
Lawton raised his eyes with a shudder. "Not necessarily, sir. Something has happened to us. We're floating through the sky in a huge invisible bubble of some sort, and we don't know whether it has anything to do with space. It may be a meteorological phenomenon."
"You say we're floating?"
"We're floating slowly westward. The clouds beneath us have been receding for 15 or 20 minutes now."
"Phew," muttered Forrester. "That means we've got to—"
He broke off abruptly. The Perseus's radio operator was standing in the doorway, distress and indecision in his gaze. "Our reception is extremely sporadic, sir," he announced. "We can pick up a few of the stronger broadcasts, but our emergency signals haven't been answered."
"Keep trying," Forrester ordered.
"Aye, aye, sir." The captain turned to Lawton.
"Suppose we call it a bubble. Why are we suspended like this, immovably? Your rocket lead shot up, and the plumb line dropped 100 feet. Why should the ship itself remain stationary?"
Lawton said, "The bubble must possess sufficient internal equilibrium to keep a big, heavy body suspended at its core. In other words, we must be suspended at the hub of the converging energy lines."
"You mean we're surrounded by an electromagnetic field?"
Lawton frowned. "Not necessarily, sir. I'm simply pointing out that there must be an energy tug of some sort involved. Otherwise the ship would be resting on the inner surface of the bubble." Forrester nodded grimly.
"We should be thankful, I suppose, that we can move about inside the ship. Dave, do you think a man could descend to the inner surface?"
"I've no doubt that a man could, sir. Shall I let myself down?"
"Absolutely not. Damn it, Dave, I need your energies inside the ship. I could wish for a less impulsive first officer, but a man in my predicament can't be choosy."
"Then what are your orders, sir?"
"Orders? Do I have to order you to think? Is working something out for yourself such a strain? We're drifting straight toward the Atlantic Ocean. What do you propose to do about that?"
"I expect I'll have to do my best, sir." Lawton's best conflicted dynamically with the captain's orders. 10 minutes later, he was descending, hand over hand, on a swaying emergency ladder.
"Tough-fibered Davy goes down to look around," he grumbled.
He was conscious that he was flirting with danger. The air outside was breathable, but would the diffuse, unorthodox gases injure his lungs? He didn't know, couldn't be sure. But he had to admit that he felt all right so far. He was 70 feet below the ship and not at all dizzy. When he looked down, he could see the purple-domed summits of mountains between gaps in the fleecy cloud blanket. He couldn't see the Atlantic Ocean. Yet. He descended the last 30 feet with mounting confidence. At the end of the ladder, he braced himself and let go. He fell about 6 feet, landing on his rump on a spongy surface that bounced him back and forth. He was vaguely incredulous when he found himself sitting in the sky, staring through his spread legs at clouds and mountains. He took a deep breath. It struck him that the sensation of falling could be present without movement downward through space. He was beginning to experience such a sensation. His stomach twisted, and his brain spun. He was suddenly sorry he had tried this. It was so damnably unnerving, he was afraid of losing all emotional control. He stared up, his eyes squinting against the sun. Far above him, the gleaming, wedge-shaped bulk of the Perseus loomed colossally, blocking out a fifth of the sky. Lowering his hand, he ran his fingers over the invisible surface beneath him. The surface felt rubbery, moist. He got swayingly to his feet and made a perilous attempt to walk through the sky. Beneath his feet, the mysterious surface crackled, and little sparks flew up about his legs. Abruptly he sat down again, his face ashen. From the emergency chute opening, far above, a massive head appeared.
"You're all right, sir?"
Slashaway called, his voice vibrant with concern. "Well,
"You better come right up, sir. Captain's orders."
"All right," Lawton shouted. "Let the ladder down another 10 feet." Lawton ascended rapidly, resentment smoldering within him. What right had the skipper to interfere? He had passed the buck, hadn't he? Lawton got another bad jolt the instant he emerged through the chute opening. Captain Forrester was leaning against a parachute rack, gasping for breath.
his face a livid hue. Slashaway looked equally bad. His jaw muscles were twitching, and he was tugging at the collar of his gym suit. Forrester gasped. "Dave, I tried to move the ship. I didn't know you were outside." "Good God, you didn't know?" "The rotaries backfired and used up all the oxygen in the engine room. Worse, there's been a carbonic oxide seepage. The air is contaminated throughout the ship. We'll have to open the ventilation valves immediately. I've been waiting to see if you could breathe down there. You're all right, aren't you? The air is breathable?" Lawton's face was dark with fury. "I was an experimental rat in the sky, eh?" "Look, Dave, we're all in danger. Don't stand there glaring at me. Naturally, I waited. I have my crew to think of." "Well, think of them. Get those valves open before we all have convulsions." A half-hour later, charcoal gas was mingling with oxygen outside the ship, and the crew was breathing it in, gratefully. Thinly dispersed and mixed with oxygen, it seemed all right, but Lawton had misgivings. No matter how attenuated a lethal gas is, it is never entirely harmless. To make matters worse, they were over the Atlantic Ocean. Far beneath them was an emerald turbulence, half obscured by eastward-moving cloud masses. The bubble was holding, but the morale of the crew was beginning to sag. Lawton paced the control room. Deep within him, unsuspected energies surged. "We'll last until the oxygen is breathed up," he exclaimed. "We'll have 4 or 5 days at most. But we seem to be traveling faster than an ocean liner. With luck, we'll be in Europe before we become carbon dioxide breathers." "Will that help matters, Dave?" said the captain wearily. "If we can blast our way out, it will." The captain's sagging body jackknifed erect. "Blast our way out? What do you mean, Dave?"
"I've clamped expulsor discs on the cosmic ray absorbers and trained them downward. A thin stream of accidental neutrons directed against the bottom of the bubble may disrupt its energies. Wear it thin. It's a long gamble, but worth taking. We're staking nothing, remember?"
Forrester sputtered. "Nothing but our lives. If you blast a hole in the bubble, you'll destroy its energy balance. Did that occur to you? Inside a lopsided bubble, we may careen dangerously or fall into the sea before we can get the rotary started." "I thought of that. The pilots are standing by to start the rotaries the instant we lurch. If we succeed in making a rent in the bubble, we'll break out of the helicoptic veins and descend vertically. The rotaries won't backfire again. I've had their burnt-out cylinder heads replaced." An agitated voice came from the visiplate on the captain's desk. "Tuning in, sir." Lawton stopped pacing abruptly. He swung about and grasped the desk edge with both hands, his head touching Forrester's as the two men stared down at the horizontal face of Petty Officer James Caldwell. Caldwell wasn't more than 22 or 3, but the screen's opalescence silvered his hair, misted the outlines of his jaw, giving him the aspect of senility. "Well, young man," Forrester growled, "what is it? What do you want?" The irritation in the captain's voice seemed to increase Caldwell's agitation. Lawton had to say, "All right, lad, let's have it," before the information which he had seemed bursting to impart could be wrenched out of him. It came in erratic spurts. "The bubble is all blooming, sir. All around inside there are big yellow and purple growths. It started up, above, and spread around. First there was just a clouding over of the sky, sir, and then stalks shot out." For a moment Lawton felt as though all sanity had been squeezed from his brain. Twice he started to ask a question, and thought better of it. Pumpings were superfluous when he could confirm Caldwell's statement in a half a minute for himself. If Caldwell had cracked up, Caldwell hadn't cracked. When Lawton walked to the quartz port and stared down, all the blood drained from his face. The vegetation was luxuriant and unearthly. Floating in the sky were serpentine tendrils as thick as a man's wrist, purplish flowers, and ropey fungus growths. They twisted and writhed and shot out in all directions, creating a tangle immediately beneath him and curving up toward the ship amidst a welter of seed pods. He could see the seeds dropping from pods which reminded him of the darkly horned skate egg sheaths which he had collected in his boyhood from sea beaches at ebb tide.
It was the unwholesomeness of the vegetation which chiefly unnerved him. It looked dank, malarial. There were decaying patches on the fungus growths, and a miasmal mist was descending from it toward the ship. The control room was completely still when he turned from the quartz port to meet Forrester's startled gaze.
"Dave, what does it mean?"
The question burst explosively from the captain's lips. "It means life has appeared and evolved and grown rotten ripe inside the bubble, sir, all in the space of an hour or so."
"But that's impossible."
Lawton shook his head. "It isn't at all, sir. We've had it drummed into us that evolution proceeds at a snailish pace. But what proof have we that it can't mutate with lightning-like rapidity? I've told you there are gases outside we can't even make in a chemical laboratory. Molecular arrangements that are alien to Earth."
"But plants derive nourishment from the soil," interpolated Forrester.
"I know. But if there are alien gases in the air, the surface of the bubble must be reeking with unheard-of chemicals. There may be compounds inside the bubble which have so sped up organic processes that 100 million-year cycle of mutations has been telescoped into an hour." Lawton was pacing the floor again. It would be simpler to assume that seeds of existing plants became somehow caught up and imprisoned in the bubble. But the plants around us never existed on Earth. I'm no botanist, but I know what the Congo has on tap, and the green rainforests of the Amazon.
"Dave, if the growth continues, it will fill the bubble. It will choke off all our air."
"Don't you suppose I realize that? We've got to destroy that growth before it destroys us." It was pitiful to watch the crew's morale sag. The miasmal tent of the ominously proliferating vegetation was soon pervading the ship, spreading demoralization everywhere. It was particularly awful straight down. Above a ropey tangle of livid vines and creepers, a kingly stenchweed towered, purplish and bloated and weighted down with seed pods. It seemed sentient somehow. It was growing so fast that the evil odor which poured from it could be correlated with the increase of tension inside the ship. From that particular plant, minute by slow minute, there surged a continuously mounting offensiveness, like nothing Lawton had ever smelt before. The bubble had become a blooming horror sailing slowly westward above the storm-tossed Atlantic, and all the chemical agents which Lawton sprayed through the ventilation valves failed to impede the growth or destroy a single seed pod. It was difficult to kill plant life with chemicals which were not harmful to man. Lawton took dangerous risks, increasing the unwholesomeness of their rapidly dwindling air supply by spraying out a thin diffusion of problematically poisonous acids. It was no sale. The growths increased by leaps and bounds, as though determined to show their resentment of the measures taken against them by marshalling all their forces in a demoralizing plantkrieg. Thwarted, desperate, Lawton played his last card. He sent 5 members of the crew, equipped with blowguns. They returned screaming. Lawton had to fortify himself with a double whiskey soda before he could face the look of reproach in their eyes long enough to get all of the prickles out of them. From then on, pandemonium reigned. Blue funk seized the petty officers, while some of the crew ran amuck. One member of the engine watch attacked 4 of his companions with a wrench. Another went into the ship's kitchen and slashed himself with a paring knife. The assistant engineer leapt through a chute opening, after avowing that he preferred impalement to suffocation. He was impaled. It was horrible. Looking down, Lawton could see his twisted body dangling on a crimson-stippled thorn-like growth 40 feet in height. Slashaway was standing at his elbow in that Waterloo moment, his rough-hewn features twitching.
"I can't stand it, sir. It's driving me squirrely."
"I know, Slashaway. There's something worse than marijuana weed down there." Slashaway swallowed hard.
"That poor guy down there did the wise thing."
Lawton husked. "Stamp on that idea, Slashaway. Kill it. We're stronger than he was. There isn't an ounce of weakness in us. We've got what it takes."
"A guy can stand just so much."
"Bosh! There's no limit to what a man can stand." From the visiplate behind them came an urgent voice.
Radio room tuning in, sir. Lawton swung about. On the flickering screen, the foggy outlines of a face appeared and coalesced into sharpness.
The Perseus radio operator was breathless with excitement.
Our reception is improving, sir. European shortwaves are coming in strong. The static is terrific, but we're getting every station on the continent, and most of the American stations. Lawton's eyes narrowed to exultant slits. He spat on the deck, a slow tremor shaking him. Slashaway, did you hear that? We've done it. We've won against hell and high water.
We've done what, sir?
The bubble, you ape. It must be wearing thin. Hell's bells, do you have to stand there gaping like a moronic ninepin? I tell you, we've got it licked.
I can't stand it, sir. I'm going nuts.
No, you're not. You're slugging the thing inside you that wants to quit. Slashaway, I'm going to give the crew a first-class pep talk. There'll be no stampeding while I'm in command here. He turned to the radio operator. Tune in the control room. Tell the captain I want every member of the crew lined up on this screen immediately. The face in the visiplate paled. I can't do that, sir. Ship's regulations. Lawton transfixed the operator with an irate stare. The captain told you to report directly to me, didn't he? Yes, sir, but if you don't want to be cashiered, snap into it. Yes, sir. The captain's startled face preceded the duty muster vis-a-vis by a full minute, seeming to project outward from the screen. The veins on his neck were thick blue cords.
Dave,
he croaked,
are you out of your mind? What good will talking do now?
Are the men lined up? Lawton rapped impatiently. Forrester nodded.
They're all in the engine room, Dave.
Good. Block them in. The captain's face receded, and a scene of tragic horror filled the opalescent visiplate. The men were not standing at attention at all. They were slumping against the Perseus's central charging plant in attitudes of abject despair. Madness burned in the eyes of 3 or 4 of them. Others had torn open their shirts and raked their flesh with their nails. Petty Officer Caldwell was standing as straight as a totem pole, clenching and unclenching his hands. The second assistant engineer was sticking out his tongue. His face was deadpan, which made what was obviously a terror reflex look like an idiot's grimace. Lawton moistened his lips. Men, listen to me. There is some sort of plant outside that is giving off deliriant fumes. A few of us seem to be immune to it. I'm not immune, but I'm fighting it, and all of you boys can fight it too. I want you to fight it to the top of your courage. You can fight anything when you know that just around the corner is freedom from a beastliness that deserves to be licked, even if it's only a plant. Men, we're blasting our way free. The bubble's wearing thin. Any minute now, the plants beneath us may fall with a soggy plop into the Atlantic Ocean. I want every man-jack aboard this ship to stand at his post and obey orders. Right this minute, you look like something that cat dragged in. But most men who cover themselves with glory start off looking even worse than you do. He smiled wryly. I guess that's all. I've never had to make a speech in my life, and I'd hate like hell to start now. It was Petty Officer Caldwell who started the chant. He started it, and the men took it up until it was coming from all of them in a full-throated roar. I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman, careless and all that, do you see? Never at fate a railer. What is time or tide to me? All must die when fate shall will it. I can never die but once. I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman. He who fears death is a dunce. Lawton squared his shoulders. With a crew like that, nothing could stop him. Ah, his energies were surging high. The deliriant weed held no terrors for him now. They were stout-hearted lads, and he'd go to hell with them cheerfully, if need be. It wasn't easy to wait. The next half-hour was filled with a steadily mounting tension, as Lawton moved like a young tornado about the ship, issuing orders and seeing that each man was at his post. Steady, Jimmy. The way to fight a deliriant is to keep your mind on a set task. Keep sweating, lad. Harry, that winch needs tightening. We can't afford to miss a trick. Yeah, it will come suddenly. We've got to get the rotary started the instant the bottom drops out. He was with the captain and Slashaway in the control room when it came.
There was a sudden grinding jolt, and the captain's desk started moving toward the quartz port, carrying Lawton with it.
"Holy Jiminy cricket!"
exclaimed Slashaway. The deck tilted sharply, then righted itself. A sudden gush of clear, cold air came through the ventilation valves as the triple rotary started up with a roar. Lawton and the captain reached the quartz port simultaneously. Shoulder to shoulder, they stood staring down at the storm-tossed Atlantic, electrified by what they saw. Floating on the waves far beneath them was an undulating mass of vegetation, its surface flecked with glinting foam. As it rose and fell in waning sunlight, a tainted seepage spread about it, defiling the clean surface of the sea. But it wasn't the floating mass which drew a gasp from Forrester and caused Lawton's scalp to prickle. Crawling slowly across that Sargasso-like island of noxious vegetation was a huge, elongated shape which bore a nauseous resemblance to a mottled garden slug. Forrester was trembling visibly when he turned from the quartz port.
"God, Dave, that would have been the last straw. Animal life. Dave, I can't realize we're actually out of it."
"We're out all right," Lawton said hoarsely.
"Just in time, too. Skipper, you'd better issue grog all around. The men will be needing it. I'm taking mine straight. You've accused me of being primitive. Wait till you see me an hour from now."
Dr. Stephen Halliday stood in the door of his Appalachian Mountain laboratory, staring out into the pine-scented dusk, a worried expression on his bland, small-featured face. It had happened again. A portion of his experiment had soared skyward in a very loose group of highly energized wavicles. He wondered if it wouldn't form a sort of sub-electronic macrocosm high in the stratosphere, altering even the air and dust particles which had spurted up with it, its uncharged atomic particles combining with hydrogen and creating new molecular arrangements. If such were the case, there would be 8 of them now. His bubbles floating through the sky. They couldn't possibly harm anything, way up there in the stratosphere, but he felt a little uneasy about it all the same. He'd have to be more careful in the future, he told himself. Much more careful. He didn't want the controllers to turn back the clock of civilization a century by stopping all atom-smashing experiments. End of The Sky Trap by Frank Belknap Long. Recording by Bill Yallowly.
Special Delivery by Damon Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Special Delivery by Damon Knight. Len and Moira Connington lived in a rented cottage with a small yard, a smaller garden, and too many fir trees. The lawn, which Len seldom had time to mow, was full of weeds, and the garden was overgrown with blackberry brambles. The house itself was clean and smelled better than most city apartments, and Moira kept geraniums in the windows. However, it was dark on account of the firs. Approaching the door one late spring afternoon, Len tripped on an unnoticed flagstone and scattered examination papers all the way to the porch. When he picked himself up, Moira was giggling in the doorway. That was funny. The hell it was, said Len. I banged my nose. He picked up his chemistry B papers in a stiff silence. A red drop fell on the last one. Damn it! Moira held the screen door for him, looking contrite and faintly surprised. She followed him into the bathroom. Len, I didn't mean to laugh. Does it hurt much? No, said Len, staring fiercely at his scraped nose in the mirror. It was throbbing like a gong. That's good. It was the funniest thing. I mean funny, peculiar, she clarified hastily. Len stared at her. The whites of her eyes were showing. "Is there anything the matter with you?" he demanded. "I don't know," she said on a rising note. "Nothing like that has ever happened to me before. I didn't think it was funny at all. I was worried about you, and I didn't know I was going to laugh." She laughed again, a trifle nervously. "Maybe I'm cracking up." Moira was a dark-haired young woman with a placid, friendly disposition. Len had met her in his senior year at Columbia with, looking at it impartially, which Len seldom did, regrettable results. At present, in her 7th month, she was shaped like a rather bosomy Cupid doll. Emotional upsets, he remembered, may occur frequently during this period. He leaned to get past her belly and kissed her forgivingly. "You're probably tired. Go sit down and I'll get you some coffee." Except that Moira had never had any hysterics till now, or morning sickness either. She burped instead. And anyhow, was there anything in the literature about fits of giggling? After supper, he marked 17 sets of papers desultorily in red pencil, then got up to look for the baby book. There were 4 dog-eared paper-bound volumes with smiling infants' faces on the covers, but the one he wanted wasn't there. He looked behind the bookcase and on the wicker table beside it. "Moira?" "Where the devil is the other baby book?" "Oh, I've got it." Len went and looked over her shoulder. She was staring at a drawing of a fetus lying in a sort of upside-down yoga position inside a cross-sectioned woman's body. "That's what he looks like," she said. "Mama." The diagram was of a fetus at term. "What was that about your mother?" Len asked, puzzled. "Don't be silly," she said abstractedly. He waited, but she didn't look up or turn the page. After a while he went back to his work. He watched her. Eventually she leafed through to the back of the book, read a few pages, and put it down. She lighted a cigarette and immediately put it out again. She fetched up a belch. "That was a good one," said Len admiringly. Moira sighed. Feeling tense, Len picked up his coffee cup and started toward the kitchen. He halted beside Moira's chair. On the side table was her after-dinner cup, still full of coffee, black, scummed with oil droplets, stone cold. "Didn't you want your coffee?" he asked solicitously. She looked at the cup. "I did, but—" She paused and shook her head, looking perplexed. "Well, do you want another cup now?" "Yes, please." "No." Len, who had begun a step, rocked back on his heels. "Oh, which, damn it?" Her face got all swollen. "Oh, Len, I'm so mixed up," she said, and began to tremble. Len felt part of his irritation spilling over into protectiveness. "What you need," he said firmly, "is a drink." He climbed a step-ladder to get at the top cabinet shelf which cached their liquor when they had any. Small upstate towns and their school boards being what they were, this was one of many necessary financial precautions. Inspecting the doleful few fingers of whiskey in the bottle, Len swore under his breath. They couldn't afford a decent supply of booze or new clothes for Moira. The original idea had been for Len to teach for a year while they saved enough money so that he could go back for his master's degree. More lately, this proving unlikely, they had merely been trying to put aside enough for summer school, and even that was beginning to look like the wildest optimism. High school teachers without seniority weren't supposed to be married. Or graduate physics students, for that matter. He mixed 2 stiff highballs and carried them back into the living room. "Here you are. Skål." "Ah," she said appreciatively, "that tastes— ugh." She set the glass down and stared at it with her mouth half open. "What's the matter now?" She turned her head carefully, as if she were afraid it would come off. "Len, I don't know." "Mama!" "That's the second time you've said that. What is this all—" Said what? Mama. Look, kid, if you're... I didn't. She appeared a little feverish. Sure you did, said Len reasonably. Once when you were looking at the baby book, and then again just now when you said ugh to the highball. Speaking of which... Mama drink milk, said Moira, speaking with exaggerated clarity. Moira hated milk. Len swallowed half his highball, turned and went silently into the kitchen. When he came back with the milk, Moira looked at it as if it contained a snake. Len, I didn't say that. Okay. I didn't say Mama, and I didn't say that about the milk. Her voice quavered. And I didn't laugh at you when you fell down. Len tried to be patient. It was somebody else. It was. She looked down at her gingham-covered bulge. You won't believe me. Put your hand there. No, a little lower. Under the cloth, her flesh was warm and solid against his palm. Kicks? He inquired. Not yet. Now, she said in a strained voice, you in there. If you want your milk, kick 3 times. Len opened his mouth and shut it again. Under his hand there were 3 explicit kicks, one after the other. Moira closed her eyes, held her breath, and drank the milk down in one long, horrid gulp. Once in a great while, Moira read, cell cleavage will not have followed the orderly pattern that produces a normal baby. In these rare cases, some parts of the body will develop excessively, while others do not develop at all. This disorderly cell growth, which is strikingly similar to the wild cell growth that we know as cancer. Her shoulders moved convulsively in a shudder. Bleh! Why do you keep reading that stuff if it makes you feel that way? I have to, she said absently. She picked up another book from the stack. There's a page missing. Len attacked the last of his medium-boiled egg in a non-committal manner. It's a wonder it's held together this long, he said, which was perfectly just. The book had had something spilled on it, partially dissolving the glue, and was in an advanced state of anarchy. However, the fact was that Len had torn out the page in question 4 nights ago after reading it carefully. The topic was psychoses in pregnancy. Moira had now decided that the baby was male, that his name was Leonardo, not referring to Len, but to Da Vinci, that he'd informed her of these things along with a good many others, that he was keeping her from her favorite foods and making her eat things she detested, like liver and tripe, and that she had to read books of his choice all day long in order to keep him from kicking. It was miserably hot. With commencement only 2 weeks away, Len's students were torpid and galvanic by turns. Then there was the matter of his contract for next year, and the possible opening at Oster High, which would mean more money, and the parent-teachers thing tonight at which Superintendent Greer and his wife would be regally present. Moira was knee-deep in Volume 1 of Der Untergang des Abendlandes. Moving her lips, an occasional guttural escaped her. Len cleared his throat. Moi? Und also das Tragischen? What in God's name does he mean by that? What, Len? He made an irritated noise. Why not try the English edition? Leo wants to learn German. What were you going to say? Len closed his eyes for a moment. About this PTA business, you sure you want to go? Well, of course. It's pretty important, isn't it? Unless you think I look too sloppy. No, damn it. But are you feeling up to it? There were faint violet crescents under Moira's eyes. She'd been sleeping badly. Sure, she said. All right. And you'll go see the doctor tomorrow? I said I would. And you won't say anything about Leo to Mrs. Greer or anybody? She looked slightly embarrassed. Not till he's born, I think, don't you? It would be an awful hard thing to prove. Even you wouldn't have believed me if you hadn't felt him kick. This experiment had not been repeated, though Len had asked often enough. All little Leo had wanted, Moira said, was to establish communication with his mother. He didn't seem to be interested in Len at all. Too young, she explained. And still, Len recalled the frogs his biology class had dissected last semester. One of them had had 2 hearts. This disorderly cell growth, like a cancer, unpredictable extra fingers or toes or a double dose of cortex. And I'll burp like a lady, if at all, Moira assured him cheerfully as they got ready to leave. The room was empty except for the ladies of the committee, 2 nervously smiling male teachers, and the impressive bulk of Superintendent Greer when the Conningtons arrived. Card table legs squeaked on bare floor. The air was heavy with wood polish and musk. Greer advanced, beaming fixedly. "Well, isn't this nice? How are you young folks this warm evening?" "Oh, we thought we'd be earlier, Mr. Greer," said Moira with pretty vexation. She looked surprisingly schoolgirlish and chic. The lump that was Leo was hardly noticeable unless you caught her in profile. "I'll go right now and help the ladies. There must be something I can still do." "No, now, we won't hear of it. But I'll tell you what you can do. You can go right over there and say hello to Mrs. Greer. I know she's dying to sit down and have a good chat with you. Go ahead now. Don't worry about this husband of yours. I'll take care of him." Moira receded into a scattering of small shrieks of pleasure, at least half of them arcing across a gap of mutual dislike. Greer, exhibiting perfect dentures, exhaled Listerine. His pink skin looked not only scrubbed but disinfected. His gold-rimmed glasses belonged in an optometrist's window, and his tropical suit had obviously come straight from the cleaners. It was impossible to think of Greer unshaven, Greer smoking a cigar, Greer with a smudge of axle grease on his forehead, or Greer making love to his wife. "Well, sir, this weather... When I think of what this valley was like 20 years ago, at today's prices..." Len listened with growing admiration, putting in comments where required. He'd never realized before that there were so many absolutely neutral topics of conversation. A few more people straggled in, raising the room temperature about 0.5 degree per capita. Greer did not perspire. He merely glowed. Across the room, Moira was now seated chummily with Mrs. Greer, a large-bosomed woman in an outrageously unfashionable hat. Moira appeared to be telling a joke. Len knew perfectly well that it was a clean one, but he listened tensely all the same until he heard Mrs. Greer yelp with laughter. Her voice carried well. "Oh, that's priceless! Oh, dear, I only hope I can remember it." Len had resolutely not been thinking of ways to turn the conversation toward the Oster vacancy. He stiffened again when he realized that Greer had abruptly begun to talk shop. His heart began pounding absurdly. Greer was asking highly pertinent questions in a good-humored but business-like way, drawing Len out, and not even bothering to be the slightest bit Machiavellian about it. Len answered candidly, except when he was certain that he knew what the superintendent wanted to hear. Then he lied like a Trojan. Mrs. Greer had conjured up a premature pot of tea, and, oblivious to the stares of the thirsty teachers present, she and Moira were hogging it, heads together, as if they were plotting the overthrow of the Republic or exchanging recipes. Greer listened attentively to Len's final reply, which was delivered with as pious an air as if Len had been a Boy Scout swearing on the manual. But since the question had been, "Do you plan to make teaching your career?" there was not a word of truth in it. He then inspected his paunch and assumed a mild theatrical frown. Len, with that social sixth sense which is unmistakable when it operates, knew that his next words were going to be, "You may have heard that Oster High will be needing a new science teacher next fall." At this point, Moira made a noise like a seal. The ensuing silence was broken a moment later by a hearty scream, followed instantly by a clatter and a bone-shaking thud. Mrs. Greer was sitting on the floor, legs sprawled, hat over her eye. She appeared to be attempting to perform some sort of excessively pagan dance. It was Leo, Moira incoherently told Len at home. You know she's English. She said of course a cup of tea wouldn't hurt me, and she insisted I go ahead and drink it while it was hot, and I couldn't. No, wait, said Len in a controlled fury. What? So I drank some, and Leo kicked up and made me burp the burp I was saving, and... Oh, Lord. Then he kicked the teacup out of my hand into her lap, and I wish I was dead. On the following day, Len took Moira to the doctor's office, where they read dog-eared copies of the Rotarian and Field and Stream for an hour. Dr. Barry was a round little man with soulful eyes and a 24-hour bedside manner. On the walls of his office, where it's customary for doctors to hang all sorts of diplomas and certificates of membership, Barry had only 3. The rest of the space was filled with enlarged colored photographs of beautiful, beautiful children. When Len followed Moira determinedly into the consulting room, Barry looked mildly shocked for a moment, then apparently decided to carry on as if nothing outre had happened. You could not say that he spoke or even whispered. He rustled. Now, Mrs. Connington, we're looking just fine today. How have we been feeling? Just fine. My husband thinks I'm insane. That's good. Well, that's a funny thing for him to think, isn't it? Barry glanced at the wall midway between himself and Len, then shuffled some file cards rather nervously. Now, have we had any soreness in our stomach? Yes, he's been kicking me black and blue. Barry misinterpreted Moira's brooding glance at Len, and his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. The baby, said Len. The baby kicks her. Barry coughed. Any headaches? Dizziness? Vomiting? Swelling in our legs or ankles? No. All righty. Now let's just find out how much we've gained, and then we'll get up on the examination table. Barry drew the sheet down over Moira's abdomen as if it were an exceptionally fragile egg. He probed delicately with his fat fingertips, then used a stethoscope. Those x-rays, said Len, have they come back yet? Mm-hmm, said Barry. Yes, they have. He moved the stethoscope and listened again. Did they show anything unusual? Len asked. Barry's eyebrows twitched a polite question. We've been having a little argument, Moira said in a strained voice, about whether this is an ordinary baby or not. Barry took the stethoscope tubes away from his ears. He gazed at Moira like an anxious spaniel. Now let's not worry about that. We're going to have a perfectly healthy, wonderful baby, and if anybody tells us differently, why, we'll just tell them to go jump in the lake, won't we? The baby is absolutely normal, Len said in a marked manner. Absolutely. Barry applied the stethoscope again. His face blanched. What's the matter? Len asked after a moment. The doctor's gaze was fixed and glassy. Vagitus uterinus, Barry muttered. He pulled the stethoscope off abruptly and stared at it. No, of course it couldn't be. Now, isn't that a nuisance? We seem to be picking up a radio broadcast with our little stethoscope here. I'll just go and get another instrument. Moira and Len exchanged glances. Moira's was almost excessively bland. Barry confidently came in with a new stethoscope, put the diaphragm against Moira's belly, listened for an instant, and twitched once all over, as if his mainspring had snapped. Visibly jangling, he stepped away from the table. His jaw worked several times before any sound came out. "Excuse me," he said, and walked out in an uneven line. Len snatched up the instrument he had dropped. Like a bell ringing under water, muffled but clear, a tiny voice was shouting. "You bladder-headed pilbusher! You bedside vacuum! You fifth-rate tree surgeon! You inflated—" A pause. "Is that you, Connington? Get off the line! I haven't finished with Dr. Bedpan yet!" Moira smiled like a Buddha-shaped bomb. "Well," she said. "We've got to think," Len kept saying over and over. "You've got to think." Moira was combing her hair, snapping the comb smartly at the end of each stroke. "I've had plenty of time to think ever since it happened. When you catch up—" Len flung his tie at the carved wooden pineapple on the corner of the footboard. "Moy, be reasonable. The chances against this kid kicking 3 times in any 1-minute period are only about 1 in 100. The chances against anything like—" Moira grunted and stiffened for a moment. Then she cocked her head to one side with a listening expression, a new mannerism of hers that was beginning to send intangible snakes crawling up Len's spine. "What now?" he asked sharply. "He says to keep our voices down. He's thinking." Len's fingers clenched convulsively and a button flew off his shirt. Shaking, he pulled his arms out of the sleeves and dropped the shirt on the floor. "Look, I just want to get this straight. When he talks to you, you don't hear him shouting all the way up past your liver and lights." "What?" "You know perfectly well he reads my mind." "That isn't the same as—" Len took a deep breath. "Let's not get off on that. What I want to know is, what's it like? Do you seem to hear a real voice, or do you just know what he's telling you without knowing how you know?" Moira put the comb down in order to think better. "It isn't like hearing a voice. You'd never confuse one with the other. It's more— the nearest I can come to it, it's like remembering a voice, except you don't know what's coming." Len picked his tie off the floor and abstractedly began knotting it on his bare chest. "And he sees what you see. He knows what you're thinking. He can hear when people talk to you?" "Of course." "This is tremendous." Len began to blunder around the bedroom, not looking where he was going. "They thought Macaulay was a genius. This kid isn't even born. I heard him. He was cussing Barry out like Monty Woolley." "He had me reading The Man Who Came to Dinner 2 days ago." Len made his way around a small bedside table by trial and error. "That's another thing. How much would you say about his personality? I mean, does he seem to know what he's doing, or is he just striking out wildly in all directions?" He paused. "Are you sure he's really conscious at all?" Moira began, That's a silly—" and stopped. "Define consciousness," she said doubtfully. "All right. What I really mean, why am I wearing this necktie?" He ripped it off and threw it over a lampshade. "What I mean—" "Are you sure you're really conscious?" "Okay. You make joke, I laugh. Ha ha. What I'm trying to ask is, have you seen any evidence of creative thought, organized thought, or is he just integrating along the lines of instinctive responses? Do you—" "Yeah, I know what you mean. Shut up a minute. I don't know." "I mean, is he awake or asleep and dreaming about us like the Red King?" "I don't know." "And if that's it, what'll happen when he wakes up?" Moira took off her robe, folded it neatly, and maneuvered herself between the sheets. "Come to bed." Len got one sock off before another thought struck him. "He reads your mind. Can he read other people's?" He looked appalled. "Can he read mine?" "He doesn't. Whether it's because he can't, I don't know. I think he just doesn't care." Len pulled the other sock halfway down and left it there. In a stiffer tone, he said, "One of the things he doesn't care about is whether I have a job." No, he thought it was funny. I wanted to sing through the floor, but I had all I could do to keep from laughing when she fell down. "Len, what are we going to do?" He swiveled around and looked at her. "Look," he said, "I didn't mean to sound that gloomy. We'll do something. We'll fix it. Really." "I hope so." Careful of his elbows and knees, Len climbed into the bed beside her. "Okay now?" Moira tried to sit up suddenly and almost made it. She wound up propped on one elbow and said indignantly, "Oh, no." Len stared at her in the dimness. "What?" She grunted again. "Len, get up." "All right." "Len, hurry." Len fought his way convulsively past a treacherous sheet and staggered up, goose-pimpled and tense. "What's wrong?" "You'll have to sleep on the couch. The sheets are in the bottom." "On that couch? Are you crazy?" "I can't help it," she said in a small, faint voice. "Please don't let's argue. You'll just have to." "Why?" "We can't sleep in the same bed," she wailed. "He says it's so unhygienic." Len's contract was not renewed. He got a job waiting on tables in a resort hotel, an occupation which pays more money than teaching future citizens the rudiments of 3 basic sciences, but for which Len had no aptitude. He lasted 3 days at it. He was then idle for a week and a half until his 4 years of college physics earned him employment as a clerk in an electrical shop. His employer was a cheerfully aggressive man who assured Len that there were great opportunities in radio and television, and firmly believed that atom bomb tests were causing all the bad weather. Moira, in her 8th month, walked to the county library every day and trundled a load of books home in the perambulator. Little Leo, it appeared, was working his way simultaneously through biology, astrophysics, phrenology, chemical engineering, architecture, Christian Science, psychosomatic medicine, marine law, business management, yoga, crystallography, metaphysics, and modern literature. His domination of Moira's life remained absolute, and his experiments with her regimen continued. 1 week she ate nothing but nuts and fruit, washed down with distilled water. The next she was on a diet of porterhouse steak, dandelion greens, and haddock. With the coming of full summer, fortunately, few of the high school staff were in evidence. Len met Dr. Barry once on the street. Barry started, twitched, and walked off rapidly in an entirely new direction. The diabolical event was due on or about July 29th. Len crossed off each day on their wall calendar with an emphatic black grease pencil. It would, he supposed, be an uncomfortable thing at best to be the parent of a super prodigy. Leo would no doubt be dictator of the world by the time he was 15, unless he would be assassinated first. But almost anything would be a fair price for getting Leo out of his maternal fortress. Then there was the day when Len came home to find Moira weeping over the typewriter with a half-inch stack of manuscript beside her. "It isn't anything. I'm just tired. He started this after lunch. Look." Len turned the face-down sheaf the right way up. "Droning, abrasing the demiurge. Here begleams the tale. Eyes undotted, grueling and looking, turns off alarm, sees us close. Stewed beerly, a wretch pants, therefore choose we pawns. Let the pants take air of themselves." The first 3 sheets were all like that. The 4th was a perfectly good Petrarchan sonnet reviling the current administration and the political party of which Len was a registration day member. The 5th was hand-lettered in the Cyrillic alphabet and illustrated with geometric diagrams. Len put it down and stared shakily at Moira. No, go on, she said. Read the rest. The 6th and 7th were obscene limericks, and the 8th, 9th, and so on to the end of the stack were what looked like the first chapters of a rattling good historical adventure novel. Its chief characters were Cyrus the Great, his jaunty-bosomed daughter Ligeia, of whom Len had never previously heard, and a one-armed Greco-Mede adventurer named Xanthes. There were also courtesans, spies, apparitions, scullery slaves, oracles, cutthroats, lepers, priests, and men-at-arms in magnificent profusion. "He's decided," said Moira, "what he wants to be when he's born." Leo refused to be bothered with mundane details. When there were 80 pages of manuscript, it was Moira who invented a title and byline for it. The Virgin of Persepolis by Leon Len, and mailed it off to a literary agent in New York. His response, a week later, was cautiously enthusiastic. He asked for an outline of the remainder of the novel. Moira replied that this was impossible, trying to sound as unworldly and impenetrably artistic as she could. She enclosed the 30-odd pages Leo had turned out through her in the meantime. Nothing was heard from the agent for 2 weeks. At the end of this time, Moira received an astonishing document, exquisitely printed and bound in imitation leather, 32 pages including the index, containing 3 times as many clauses as a lease. This turned out to be a book contract. With it came the agent's check for $900. Len tilted his mop handle against the wall and straightened carefully, conscious of every individual gritty muscle in his back. How did women do housework every day, 7 days a week, 52 goddamn weeks a year? It was a little cooler now that the sun was down, and he was working stripped to shorts and bat slippers, but he might as well have been wearing an overcoat in a Turkish bath. The faint whisper of Moira's monstrous new electrical typewriter stopped, leaving a fainter hum. Len went into the living room and sagged on the arm of a chair. Moira, gleaming sweatily in a flowered housecoat, was lighting a cigarette. "How's it going?" he asked, hoping for an answer. He hadn't always received one. She switched off the machine warily. Page 289. Xanthes killed Alexander. "I thought he would. How about Ganesh and Zeusius?" "I don't know," she frowned. "I can't figure it out. You know who it was that raped Marianne in the garden?" "No, who?" "Ganesh." "You're kidding." "Nope." She pointed to the stack of typescript. "See for yourself." Len didn't move. "But Ganesh was in Lydia, buying back the sapphire. He didn't return till—" I know, but he wasn't. That was Zeusius in a putty nose with his beard dyed. It's all perfectly logical, the way Leo explains it. Zeusius overheard Ganesh talking to the 3 Mongols. You remember, Ganesh thought there was somebody behind the curtain, only that was when they heard Ligeia scream, and while their backs were turned— All right, but for God's sake, this fouls everything up. If Ganesh never went to Lydia, then he couldn't have had anything to do with distempering Cyrus's armor, and Zeusius couldn't either, because— It's exasperating. I know he's going to pull another rabbit out of the hat and clear everything up, but I don't see how. Len brooded. It beats me. It had to be either Ganesh or Zeusius or Philomenes, though that doesn't seem possible. Look, damn it, if Zeusius knew about the sapphire all the time, that rules out Philomenes once and for all, unless— No, I forgot about that business in the temple. Do you think Leo really knows what he's doing? I'm certain. Lately I've been able to tell what he's thinking even when he isn't talking to me. I mean, just generally, like when he's puzzling over something or when he's feeling mean. It's going to be something brilliant, and he knows what it is, but he won't tell me. We'll just have to wait. I guess so. Len stood up, grunting. Do you want me to see if there's anything in the pot? please." Len wandered into the kitchen, turned the flame on under the silex, stared briefly at the dishes waiting in the sink, and wandered out again. Since the onslaught of the novel, Leo had relinquished his interest in Moira's diet, and she'd been living on coffee. Small blessings. Moira was leaning back with her eyes closed, looking very tired. "How's the money?" she asked without moving. "Lousy. We're down to $21. She raised her head and opened her eyes wide. "We couldn't be. Len, how could anybody go through $900 so fast?" Typewriter and the dictaphone that Leo thought he wanted till about half an hour after it was paid for. We spent less than $50 on ourselves, I think. Rent, groceries. It goes when there isn't any coming in. She sighed. "I thought it would last longer." "So did I. If he doesn't finish this thing in a few days, I'll have to go look for work again." "Oh, that isn't so good. How am I going to take care of the house and do Leo's writing for him?" "I know, but—" "All right. If it works out, fine. If it doesn't, he must be near the end by now." She stubbed out her cigarette abruptly and sat up, hands over the keyboard. "He's getting ready again. See about that coffee, will you? I'm half dead." Len poured 2 cups and carried them in. Moira was still sitting poised in front of the typewriter with a curious, half-formed expression on her face. Abruptly the carriage whipped over, muttered to itself briefly, and thumped the paper up twice. Then it stopped. Moira's eyes got bigger and rounder. "What's the matter?" said Len. He looked over her shoulder. The last line on the page read, "To be continued in our next." Moira's hands curled into small, helpless fists. After a moment, she turned off the machine. "What?" said Len incredulously. "To be continued? What kind of talk is that?" "He says he's bored with the novel," Moira replied dully. "He says he knows the ending, so it's artistically complete. It doesn't matter whether anybody else thinks so or not." She paused. "But he says that isn't the real reason." "Well?" "He's got 2 reasons. One is that he doesn't want to finish the book till he's certain he'll have complete control of the money it earns." "Yes," said Len, swallowing a lump of anger. "That makes a certain amount of sense. It's his book, if he wants guarantees." "You haven't heard the other one." "All right, let's have it." "He wants to teach us, so we'll never forget who the boss is in this family." "Len, I'm awfully tired," Moira complained piteously late that night. "Let's just go over it once more. There has to be some way. He still isn't talking to you?" "I haven't felt anything from him for the last 20 minutes. I think he's asleep." "All right, let's suppose he isn't going to listen to reason." "I think we'd better." Len made an incoherent noise. "Well, okay. I still don't see why we can't write the last chapter ourselves. It would only be a few pages." "Go ahead and try." "Not me. You've done a little writing. Damn good, too. And if you're so sure all the clues are there... Look, if you say you can't do it, all right, we'll hire somebody, a professional writer. It happens all the time. Thorne Smith's last novel... "It wasn't Thorne Smith's, and it wasn't a novel," she said dogmatically. "But it sold. What one writer starts, another can finish." "Nobody ever finished The Mystery of Edwin Drood." "Oh, hell." "Then it's impossible." "It is. Let me finish. If you're thinking we could have somebody rewrite the last part Leo did..." "Yeah, I just thought of that." "Even that wouldn't do any good. You'd have to go all the way back, almost to page 1. It would be another story when you got through. Let's go to bed." Moy, do you remember when we used to worry about the law of opposites? The law of opposites. When we used to be afraid the kid would turn out to be a pick and shovel man with a pointy head? He turned. Moira was standing with one hand on her belly and the other behind her back. She looked as if she were about to start practicing a low bow, and doubted she could make it. "What's the matter now?" he asked. "Pain in the small of my back." "Bad one?" "No." "Belly hurt, too?" She frowned. "Don't be foolish. I'm feeling for the contraction. There it comes." But you just said the smaller your back." "Where do you think labor pains usually start?" The pains were coming at 20-minute intervals, and the taxi had not arrived. Moira was packed and ready. Len was trying to set her a good example by remaining calm. He strolled over to the wall calendar, gazed at it in an offhand manner, and turned away. "Len, I know it's only the 15th of July, she said impatiently. "Huh? I didn't say anything about that." "You said it 7 times. Sit down. You're making me nervous." Len perched on the corner of the table, folded his arms, and immediately got up to look out the window. On the way back, he circled the table in an aimless way, picked up a bottle of ink and shook it to see if the cap was on tight, stumbled over a wastebasket, carefully upended it, and sat down with an air of "Ici je suis, ici je reste." "Nothing to worry about," he said firmly. "Women have kids all the time." "True." "What for?" he demanded violently. Moira grinned at him, then winced slightly and looked at the clock. 18 minutes this time. They're getting closer." When she relaxed, Len put a cigarette in his mouth and lighted it in only 2 tries. "How's Leo taking it?" "Isn't saying. He feels," she concentrated, "apprehensive. He tells me he's feeling strange and he doesn't like it. I don't think he's entirely awake. Funny." "I'm glad this is happening now," Len announced. "So am I, but—" "Look," said Len, moving energetically to the arm of her chair, "we've always had it pretty good, haven't we? Not that it hasn't been tough at times, but, you know." "I know." "Well, that's the way it'll be again once this is over. I don't care how much of a super brain he is. Once he's born, you know what I mean? The only reason he's had the edge on us all this time is that he could get at us and we couldn't get at him. If he's got the mind of an adult, he can learn to act like one. It's that simple." Moira hesitated. "You can't take him out to the woodshed. He's going to be a helpless baby physically, like anybody else's. He has to be taken care of." "All right, there are plenty of other ways. If he behaves, he gets read to. Things like that." "That's right. But there's one other thing I thought of. You remember when you said, suppose he's asleep and dreaming, and what happens if he wakes up?" "Yeah." "That reminded me of something else, or maybe it's the same thing. Did you know that a fetus in the womb only gets about half the amount of oxygen in his blood that he'll have when he starts to breathe?" Len looked thoughtful. "I forgot." "Well, that's just one more thing Leo does that babies aren't supposed to do." "Use as much energy as he does, you mean? What I'm getting at is, it can't be because he's getting more than the normal amount of oxygen, can it? I mean, he's a prodigy, not me. He must be using it more efficiently. And if that's it, what'll happen when he gets twice as much?" They'd prepared and disinfected her along with other indignities, and now she could see herself in the reflector of the big delivery table light, the image clear and bright like everything else, but very haloed and swimmy, and looking like a bat statue of Sita. She had no idea how long she'd been there. That was the dope, probably. But she was getting pretty tired. "Bear down," said the staff doctor kindly, and before she could answer, the pain came up like violins, and she had to gulp at the tingly coldness of laughing gas. When the mask lifted, she said, "I am bearing down." But the doctor had gone back to work and wasn't listening. Anyhow, she had Leo. "How are you feeling?" His answer was muddled because of the anesthetic, but she didn't really need it. Her perception of him was clear: darkness and pressure, impatience, a slow, satanic anger, and something else: uncertainty, dread. 2 or 3 more ought to do it. Bear down. Fear, unmistakable now, and a desperate determination. "Doctor, he doesn't want to be born." "Seems that way sometimes, doesn't it? Now bear down good and hard." "Tell him to stop. They're too dangerous to stop. I feel worried. Tell him to stop." "What, Leo? What?" "Bear down," the doctor said abstractedly. Faintly, like a voice under water, gasping before it drowns. "Hurry! I hate you! Tell him sealed incubator, 10th oxygen, 9/10 inert gases. Hurry, hurry, hurry!" "An incubator," she panted. "He'll need an incubator to live, won't he?" "Not this baby. A fine, normal, healthy one." "He's an idiot, lying, stupid fool. Need incubator, 10th oxygen, 10th. Hurry before it's—" The pressure abruptly ceased. Leo was born. The doctor was holding him up by the heels, red, wrinkled, puny, but the voice was still there, very small, very far away. "Too late. Same as death." Then a hint of the old, cold arrogance. "Now you'll never know who killed Cyrus." The doctor slapped him smartly on the minuscule behind. The wizen, malevolent face writhed open, but it was only the angry squall of an ordinary infant that came out. Leo was gone, like a light turned off beneath the measureless ocean. Moira raised her head weakly. "Give him one for me," she said. End of special delivery by Damon Knight.
The Stutterer by R.R. Merlis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. A man can be killed by a toy gun. He can die of fright, for heart attacks can kill. What then is the deadly thing that must be sealed away, forever locked in a buried concrete? A thing or an idea? Out of the 20, only one managed to escape the planet, and he did it very simply, merely by walking up to the crowded ticket window at one of the rocket ports and buying passage to Earth. His army identification papers passed the harassed inspection of the agent, and he gratefully and silently pocketed the small plastic stub that was handed him in exchange for his money. He picked his way with infinite care through the hordes of ex-soldiers clamoring for passage back to the multitudinous planets from which they had come. Then he slowly climbed the heavy ramp into the waiting rocket. He saw with relief that the seats were strongly constructed, built to survive the pressure of many gravities, and he chose one as far removed as possible from the other passengers. He was still very apprehensive, and, as he waited for the rocket to take off, he tried hard to remember the principles of the pulse drive that powered the ship, and whether his additional weight would upset its efficiency enough to awake suspicion. The seats filled quickly with excited, hurrying passengers. Soon he heard the great door clang shut, and saw the red light flicker on, warning of the take-off. He felt a slow surge of pressure as the ship arose from the ground, and his chair creaked ominously with the extra weight. He became fearful that it might collapse, and he strained forward trying to shift some of the pressure through his feet to the floor. He sat that way, tense and immobile, for what seemed a long time, until abruptly the strain was relieved, and he heard the rising and falling whine of the rockets that told him the ship was in pulse drive, flickering back and forth across the speed of light. He realized that the pilots had not discovered his extra weight, and that the initial hazards were over. The important thing was to look like a passenger, a returning soldier like the others, so that no one would notice him and remember his presence. His fellow travelers were by this time chatting with one another, some playing cards, and others watching the teledepth screens. These were the adventurers who had flocked from all corners of the galaxy to fight in the first national war in centuries. They were the uncivilized few who had read about battle and armed struggle in their history books and found the old stories exciting. They paid no attention to their silent companion who sat quietly looking through the quartz windows at the diamond-bright stars tacked against the blackness of infinity. The fugitives scarcely moved the entire time of the passage. Finally, when Earth hung out in the sky like a blue balloon, the ship cut its pulsations and swung around for a tail landing. The atmosphere screamed through the fins of the rocket, and the continents and the countries and then the rivers and the mountains took shape. The big ship settled down as gently as a snowflake, shuddered a few times, and was quiet. The passengers hurriedly gathered up their scattered belongings and pushed toward the exit in a great rush to be out and back on Earth. The fugitive was the last to leave. He stayed well away from the others, being fearful that if he should touch or brush up against someone, his identity might be recognized. When he saw the ramp running from the ship to the ground, he was dismayed. It seemed a flimsy structure, supported only by tubular steel. 5 people were walking down it, and he made a mental calculation of their weight. About 800 pounds, he thought. He weighed 5 times that. The ramp was obviously never built to support such a load. He hesitated, and then he realized that he had caught the eye of the stewardess waiting on the ground. A little panicky, he stepped out with one foot, and he was horrified to feel the steel buckle. He drew back hastily and threw a quick glance at the stewardess. Fortunately, at the moment, she was looking down one field and waving at someone. The ramp floor was supported by steel tubes at its edges and in its exact center. He tentatively put one foot in the middle over the support and gradually shifted his weight to it. The metal complained creakily, but held, and he slowly trod the exact center line to Earth. The stewardess' back was turned toward him as he walked off across the field toward the customs house. He found it comforting to have under his feet what felt like at least 1 yard of cement. He could step briskly and not be fearful of betraying himself. There was one further danger, the customs inspector. He took his place at the end of the line and waited patiently until it led him up to a desk at which a uniformed man sat, busily checking and stamping declarations and traveling papers. The official, however, did not even look up when he handed him his passport and identification. "Human, you don't have to go through immigration," the agent said. "Do you have anything to declare?" No, the traveler said. "I didn't bring anything in." "Sign the affidavit," the agent said, and pushed a sheet of paper toward him. The traveler picked up a pen from the desk and signed John Hall in a clear, perfect script. The agent gave it a passing glance and tossed it into a wire basket. Then he pushed his uniform cap back, exposing a bald head. "You're my last customer for a while, until the rocket from Sirius comes in. Guess I might as well relax for a minute." He reached into a drawer of the desk and pulled out a package of cigarettes, of which he lit one. "You been in the war too?" he asked. Hall nodded. He did not want to talk any more than he had to. The agent studied his face. "That's funny," he said after a minute. "I never would have picked you for one of those so-called adventurers. You're too quiet and peaceful looking. I would have put you down as a doctor, or maybe a writer." "No," Hall said. "I was in the war." "Well, that shows you can't tell by looking at a fellow," the agent said philosophically. He handed Hall his papers. "There you are. The left door leads out to the copter field. Good luck on Earth." Hall pocketed the stamped documents. "Thanks," he said. "I'm glad to be here." He walked down the wide station room to a far exit and pushed the door open. A few steps farther, and he was standing on a cement path dug into a hillside. Across the valley, bright in the noon sun, lay the pine-covered slopes of the Argus Mountains, and at his feet the green Mojave flowering with orchids stretched far to the north and south. Between the trees in the center of the valley, the Sacramento River rolled southward in a man-made bed of concrete and steel, giving water and life to what had, the century before, been dry, dead earth. There was a small outcropping of limestone near the cement walk, and he stepped over to it and sat down. He would have been happy to rest and enjoy for a few moments his escape and his triumph, but he had to let the others know so that they might have hope. He closed his eyes and groped across the stars toward Grismet. Almost immediately he felt an impatient tug at his mind, strong because there were many clamoring at once to be heard. He counted them. There were 17. So one more had been captured since he had left Grismet. "Be quiet," he told them. "I'll let you see after a while. First I have to reach the two of us that are still free." Obediently the 17 were still, and he groped some more and found another of his kind deep in an ice cave in the polar regions of Grismet. "How goes it?" he asked. The figure on Grismet lay stretched out at full length on the blue ice, his eyes closed. He answered without moving. "They discovered my radiation about an hour ago. Pretty soon they'll start blasting through the ice." The one on Earth felt the chill despair of his comrade and let go. He groped about again until he found the last one, the only other one left. He was squatting in the cellar of a warehouse in the main city of Grismet. "Have they picked up your trail yet?" he asked. "No," answered the one in the cellar. "They won't for a while. I've scattered depots of radiation all through the town. There'll be some time tracking them all down before they can get to me." In a flash of his mind, Hall revealed his escape, and the one on Grismet nodded and said, "Be careful. Be very careful. You are our only hope." Hall returned then to the 17, and he said with his thoughts, "All right, now you can look." Immobile in their darkness, they snatched at his mind, and as he opened his eyes, they too saw the splendors of the mountains and the valley, the blue sky, and the gold sun high overhead. The new man was young, only 26. He was lean and dark, and very enthusiastic about his work. He sat straight in his chair, waiting attentively while his superior across the desk leafed through a folder. "Jordan, Tom Jordan," the older man finally said. "A nice old Earth name. I suppose your folk came from there?" "Yes, sir," the new man said briskly. The chief closed the folder. "Well," he said, "your first job is a pretty important one." "I realize that, sir," Jordan said. "I know it's a great responsibility for a man just starting with a commission, but I'll give it everything I have." The chief leaned back in his seat and scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Normally we start a beginner like you working in a pair with an older man, but we just haven't got enough men to go around. There are 8,000 planets there." He pointed with his thumb over his shoulder to a wall-sized map of the galaxy, "and we've got to cover every one. It seems reasonable that if he escaped this planet, he'll go to another that will, by its atmosphere or its temperature, give him some natural advantage over us. Some place that is either burning hot or at absolute zero, or perhaps with a chlorine or sulfur dioxide atmosphere. That's why," he hesitated a minute, but continued because he was a truthful man, "I picked you for Earth. It's the most populated of all the planets, and it seems the least likely one that he would choose." Jordan's face dropped a little bit when he heard the last piece of information, but he said, "I understand, sir, and if he's there, I'll bring him back." The chief slouched farther back in his seat. He picked up a shard of rubidium that served as a paperweight and toyed with it. "I guess you know most of the facts. They are made out of permalium. Have you ever seen any of the stuff?" The new man shook his head. "I read about it, though. Some new alloy, isn't it?" "Plenty new. It's the hardest stuff anybody has ever made. If you set off 100 successive atom blasts over a lump of permalium, you might crystallize and scale maybe a micron off the surface. It will stand any temperature or pressure we can produce. It just means there's no way to destroy it." Jordan nodded. He felt a little honored that the chief was giving him this explanation in person rather than just turning him over to one of the scientific personnel for a briefing. He did not understand that the old man was troubled and was talking the situation through as much as for his own sake as for anyone else's. "That's the problem," the chief continued. "Essentially, an indestructible machine with a built-in source of power that one can't reach. It had to be built that way, a war instrument, you know." He stopped and looked squarely at the bright young man sitting across the desk. "This lousy war. You'd think the human race would grow up sometime, wouldn't you?" He filled a pipe with imported earth tobacco and lit it and took a few deep puffs. "There's something else. I don't know how they do it, but they can communicate with one another over very long distances. That made them very useful for military purposes. They are loyal to one another, too. They try to protect each other and keep one another from being captured. Do you find that surprising?" The question caught Jordan unprepared. "Well, yes, it is, kind of," he said. "They are only machines." The chief closed his eyes for a moment. He seemed tired. "Yes," he repeated, "they are only machines. Anyway, we don't know everything about them, even yet. There are still a few secret angles, I think. The men who could tell us are either dead or in hiding. There's one fact, though, that gives us a great advantage. Their brain—" he stopped on the word and considered it. "I mean, their thinking apparatus gives off a very penetrating short-wave length radiation which you can pick up on your meters anywhere in a radius of 2,000 miles, and you can locate the source accurately if you get within 50 miles. The only problem you'll have in finding them is the confusion created by illegal atomic piles. You'd be surprised how many of them we have turned up recently. They are owned by private parties and are run illegally to keep from paying the tax on sources of power. You have to track those down, but once you get them labeled, it will be clear sailing." He stopped to take a few puffs on his pipe. "Don't try to be a hero," he said after a few moments. "Don't get close to the thing you are hunting. None of them yet has injured any of us, but if one should want to, he could crush you to death with 2 fingers. Use the permalium nets and net bombs if you locate him." He tamped his pipe out. "Well, that's it," he said. The new man arose. "I want you to know that I appreciate the trust you have put in me." "Sure, sure," the chief said, but it was not unfriendly. "Do you like the job?" "It is a great opportunity," Jordan said, and he meant it. "What do you think about what we do to them after we capture them?" The new man shrugged. "I suppose it's the only thing to do. It's not as though they were human." "Yeah," the chief said, "I guess so. Anyway, good luck." Jordan arose and shook the chief's hand. However, just as he was stepping through the door, his superior asked him another question. "Did you know that one of them stutters?" He turned back, puzzled. Stutters? Why would he stutter? How could that be? The chief shook his head and started cleaning out his pipe. "I don't know for sure. You'd better get started." He sat back in his seat and watched the back of the new man as he disappeared through the doorway. That young fellow has a lot to learn, he thought to himself. But even so, maybe he's better off than I am. Maybe I've had too much experience. Maybe too much experience puts you back where you started from. You've done the wrong thing so many times and profited so many times from your mistakes that you see errors and tragedies in everything. He was depressed, and he did something that usually made him feel better again. He reached under the edge of his desk and pulled a little switch that made the galactic map on the wall light up in three-dimensional depth. Then he swung around in his chair so he could see it. 8,000 planets that his race had conquered. 8,000 planets hundreds of light years apart. Looking at the map gave him a sense of accomplishment and pride in humanity which even a stupid war and its aftermath could not completely destroy. John Hall, the fugitive, walked along the highway leading south from the rocket port. There was very little traffic, only an occasional delivery truck carrying meat or groceries. The real highway was half a mile overhead, where the copters shuttled back and forth up and down the state in neat, orderly layers. The 17 were inside his head, looking through his eyes, and feasting on the blueness of the sky and the rich green vegetation that covered the fertile fields. From time to time they talked to him, giving advice, asking questions, or making comments, but mostly they looked, each knowing that the hours of their sight might be very few. After walking a while, Hall became aware of someone's footsteps behind him. He stopped suddenly in apprehension and swung around. A dozen or so paces away was a red-headed boy of about 10 or 11, dressed in plastic overalls, and carrying a basket of ripe raspberries. The stains about his mouth showed that not all the raspberries were carried in the basket. Hall's anxiety faded, and he was glad to see the child. He had hoped to meet someone who was not so old that they would become suspicious, but old enough that they might give him directions. He waited for the lad to catch up. "Hello," the boy said. "I've been walking behind you most of a mile, but I guess you didn't hear me." "It looks as though you've been picking raspberries," Hall said. "Yep, my dad owns a patch by the river. Want some?" He proffered the basket. "No, thank you," Hall answered. He resumed his walk up the highway with the boy at his side. "Do you live around here?" he asked. "Just up the road a ways." The lad studied his companion for a minute. "You stutter, don't you?" "A little." "There was a boy in my class who used to stutter. The teacher said it was because he thought so far ahead of what he said, he got all tangled up." The boy reached in his basket for a handful of berries and chewed them thoughtfully. "She was always after him to talk slower, but I guess it didn't do any good. He still stutters." "Is there a power plant around here?" Hall asked. "You know, where the electricity comes from." "You mean the place where they have the nuclear fission?" The boy stumbled on the unfamiliar word, but got it out. "And they don't let you in because you get poisoned or something?" "Yes, I think that's it." "There are two places. There's one over at Red Mountain and another over at Ballarat." "Where are they?" "Well," the boy stopped to think. "Red Mountain's straight ahead, maybe 10 miles, and Ballarat's over there." He pointed west across the orange groves. "Maybe 15 miles." "Good," Hall said. "Good." And he felt glad inside of himself. Maybe it could be done, he thought. They walked along together. Hall sometimes listening to the chattering of the boy beside him, sometimes listening to and answering the distant voices of the 17. Abruptly, a few hundred yards before the house that the boy had pointed out as his father's, a small sports car whipped down the highway, coming on them almost without warning. The lad jumped sideways, and Hall, to avoid touching him, stepped off the concrete road. His leg sank into the earth up to the mid-calf. He pulled it out as quickly as he could. The boy was looking at the fast retreating rear of the sports car. "Gee," he said, "I sure didn't see them coming." Then he caught sight of the deep hole alongside the road, and he stared at it. "Gosh, you sure made a footprint there," he said wonderingly. "The ground was soft," Hall said. "Come along." But instead of following, the boy walked over to the edge of the road and stared into the hole. He tentatively stamped on the earth around it. "This ground isn't soft," he said. "It's hard as a rock." He turned and looked at Hall with big eyes. Hall came close to the boy and took hold of his jacket. "Don't pay any attention to it, son. I just stepped into a soft spot." The boy tried to pull away. "I know who you are," he said. "I heard about you on the teledeck." Suddenly, in the way of children, panic engulfed him, and he flung his basket away and threw himself back and forth, trying to tear free. "Let me go!" he screamed. "Let me go! Let me go!" "Just listen to me, son," Hall pleaded. "Just listen to me. I won't hurt you." But the boy was beyond reasoning. Terror-stricken, he screamed at the top of his voice, using all his little strength to escape. "If you promise to listen to me, I'll let you go," Hall said. "I promise," the boy sobbed, still struggling. But the moment Hall let go of his coat, he tore away and ran as fast as he could over the adjacent field. "Wait! Don't run away!" Hall shouted. "I won't hurt you. Stay where you are. I couldn't follow you anyway. I sink to my hips." The logic of the last sentence appealed to the frightened lad. He hesitated, and then stopped and turned around, 100 feet or so from the highway. "Listen," Hall said earnestly. "The teledepths are wrong. They didn't tell you the truth about us. I don't want to hurt anyone. All I need is a few hours. Don't tell anyone for just a few hours, and it'll be all right." He paused because he didn't know what to say next. The boy, now that he seemed secure from danger, had recovered his wits. He plucked a blade of grass from the ground and chewed on an end of it, looking for all the world like a grown-up farmer thoughtfully considering his fields. "Well, I guess you could have hurt me plenty, but you didn't," he said. "That's something." "Just a few hours," Hall said. "It won't take long. You could tell your father tonight." The boy suddenly remembered his raspberries when he saw his basket and its spilled contents on the highway. "Why don't you go along a bit?" he said. "I would like to pick up those berries I dropped." "Remember," Hall said, "just a few hours." He turned and started walking again toward Red Mountain. Inside his mind, the 17 asked anxiously, "Do you think he'll give the alarm? Will he report your presence?" Back on the highway, the boy was gathering up the berries back into his basket while he tried to make his mind up. Jordan reached Earth atmosphere about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He immediately reported in to the terrestrial police force, and via the teledept screen spoke with a bored lieutenant. The lieutenant, after listening to Jordan's account of his mission, assured him without any particular enthusiasm of the willingness of the terrestrial forces to cooperate, and of more value, gave him the location of all licensed sources of radiation in the Western Hemisphere. The galactic agent set eagerly to work, and in the next several hours uncovered 2 unlisted radiation sources, both of which he promptly investigated. In one case north of Eugene, he found in the backyard of a metal die company a small atomic pile. The owner was using it as an illegal generator of electricity, and when he saw Jordan snooping about with his detection instruments, he immediately offered the agent a sizable bribe. It was a grave mistake, since Jordan filed charges against him via teledept not only for evading taxes, but also for attempted bribery. The second strike seemed more hopeful. He picked up strong radiation in a rather barren area of Montana. However, when he landed, he found that it was arising from the Earth itself. From a short conversation with the local authorities, he learned that the phenomenon was well known. An atomic fission plant had been destroyed at that site during the Third World War. He was flying over the lovely blue water of Lake Bonneville when his teledept screen flickered. He flipped the switch on, and the lieutenant's picture flooded in. "I have a call I think you ought to take," the Earth official said. "It seems as though it might be in your line. It's from a sheriff in a small town in California. I'll have the operator plug him in." Abruptly, that picture switched to that of a stout, red-faced man wearing the brown uniform of a county peace officer. "You're the galactic man?" the sheriff asked. "Yes, my name is Tom Jordan," Jordan said. "Mine's Burkhammer." It must have been warm in California, because the sheriff pulled out a large handkerchief and mopped his brow. When he was done with that, he blew his nose loudly. "Hay fever," he announced. "Want to see my credentials?" "Oh, sure," the sheriff hastily replied. He scrutinized the card and badge that Jordan displayed. After a moment he said, "I don't know why I'm looking at those. They might be fakes for all I know. Never saw them before, and I'll probably never see them again." "They're genuine." "The deuce with formality," the sheriff said heavily. "There's some kid around here who thinks he saw that machine you're supposed to be looking for." "When was that?" Jordan asked. "About 4 hours ago. Here, I'll let you talk to him yourself." He pulled his big hulk to one side, and a boy and his father walked into the picture. The boy was red-eyed, as though he had been crying. The father was a tall, stoop-shouldered farmer, dressed like his son in plastic overalls. The sheriff patted the boy on the back. "Come on, Jimmy, tell the man what you saw." "I saw him," the boy said sullenly. "I walked up the highway with him." Jordan leaned forward toward the screen. "How did you know who he was?" "I knew because when he stepped on the ground, he sank into it up to his knee. He tried to say the ground was soft, but it was hard. I know it was hard." "Why did you wait so long to tell anybody?" Jordan asked softly. The boy looked at him with defiance and dislike in his eyes, and kept his small mouth clamped shut. His father nudged him roughly in the ribs. "Answer the man," he commanded. Jimmy looked down at his shoes. "Because he asked me not to tell for a while," he said curtly. "Stubborn as nails," the father said, not without pride in his voice. "Got more loyalty to a lousy machine than to the whole human race." "Which way did he go, Jimmy?" "Toward Red Mountain. I think maybe to the power house. He asked me where it was." "What do you think he wants with that?" the sheriff asked of Jordan. Jordan shrugged and shook his head. "Maybe it's all in the kid's head," the sheriff suggested. "These wild teledepth programs they look at give them all kinds of ideas." "It isn't in my head," Jimmy said violently. "I saw him. He stepped on the ground and stuck his foot into it. I talked to him, and I know something else. He stutters." "What?" said the sheriff. "Now I know you're lying." The father started dragging the boy by the arm. "Come on home, Jimmy. You've got one more licking coming." Jordan, however, was sure the boy was not lying. "Leave him alone," he said. "He's right. He did see him." He took a fast look at the timepiece on his panel board. "I'll be down in an hour and a half. Wait for me." He flicked the switch off and kicked up the motors. The ship shot southward almost as rapidly as a projectile. He had topped the Sierras and had just turned into the great Central Valley of California when, with the impact of a blow, a frightening thought occurred to him. He flicked the screen on again, and he caught the sheriff sitting behind his desk industriously scratching himself in one armpit. "Listen," Jordan said, speaking very fast. "You've got to send out a national alarm. You must get every man you can down to the power plant. You've got to stop him from getting in." The sheriff stopped scratching himself and stared at Jordan. "What are you so het up about, young man?" "Do it, and do it now!" Jordan almost shouted. "He'll tear the pile apart and let the hafnium go off. It'll blow half the state off the planet." The sheriff was unperturbed. "Mr. Starboy," he said sarcastically, "any grammar school kid knows that if someone came within 100 yards of one of those powerhouse piles, he'd burn like a matchstick. And besides, why would he want to blow himself to pieces?" "He's made out of permalium!" Jordan was shouting now. The sheriff suddenly grew pale. "Get off my screen. I'm calling Sacramento." Jordan set the ship for maximum speed, well beyond the safety limit. He kept peering ahead into the dusk, momentarily fearful that the whole countryside would light up in one brilliant flash. In a few minutes he was sweating and trembling with the tension. Over Walnut Grove he recognized the series of dams, reservoirs, and water lifts where the Sacramento was raised up out of its bed and turned south. For greater speed he came close to the earth, flying at emergency height reserved ordinarily for police, firemen, doctors, and ambulances. He set his course by sight, following the silver road of the river, losing it for 10 or 15 miles at a time when it passed through subterranean tunnels, picking it up again at the surface, always shooting south as fast as the atmosphere permitted. At 7:30, when the sun had finally set, he sighted the lights of Red Mountain, and he cut his feet and swung in to land. There was no trouble picking out the power plant. It was a big dome-shaped building surrounded by a high wall. It was so brilliantly lit up that it stood out like a beacon, and there were several hundred men milling about before it. He settled down on the lawn inside the walls, and the sheriff came bustling up, a little more red in the face than usual. "I've been trying to figure out for the last hour what the devil I would do to stop him if he decided to come here," Berkhammer said. "He's not here, then?" The sheriff shook his head. "And not a sign of him. We've gone over the place 3 times." Jordan settled back in relief, sitting down in the open doorway of his ship. "Good," he said wearily. "Good!" the sheriff exploded. "I don't know whether I'd rather have him show up or not. If this whole business is nothing more than the crazy imagination of some kid who ought to get tanned and a star cop with milk behind his ears, I'm really in the soup. I've sent out an alarm, and I've got the whole state jumping. There's a full mechanized battalion of state troops waiting in there." He pointed toward the power plant. "They've got artillery and tanks all around the place." Jordan jumped down out of the ship. "Let's see what you've got set up here. In the meantime, stop fretting. I'd rather see you fired than vaporized along with 50 million other people." "I guess you're right there," Berkhammer conceded. "But I don't like to have anyone make a fool out of me." At Ballarat, an old man, Eddie Yudovich, was the watchman and general caretaker of the electrical generation plant. Actually, his job was a completely unnecessary one, since the plant ran itself. In its very center, buried in a mine of graphite, were the tubes of hafnium, from whose nuclear explosions flowed a river of electricity without the need of human thought or direction. He had worked for the company for a long time, and when he became crippled with arthritis, the directors gave him the job so that he might have security in his latter years. Yudovich, however, was a proud old man, and he never once acknowledged to himself or to anyone else that his work was useless. He guarded and checked the plant as though it were the storehouse of the terrestrial treasury. Every hour punctually he made his rounds through the building. At approximately 7:30 he was making his usual circuit when he came to the second level. What he discovered justified all the years of punctilious discharge of his duties. He was startled to see a man kneeling on the floor, just above where the main power lines ran. He had torn a hole in the composition floor, and as Yudovich watched, he reached in and pulled out the great cable. Immediately, the intruder glowed in the semi-darkness with an unearthly blue shine, and sparkles crackled off his face, hands, and feet. Yudovich stood rooted to the floor. He knew very well that no man could touch that cable and live, but as he watched, the intruder handled it with impunity, pulling a length of wire out of his pocket and making some sort of a connection. It was too much for the old man. Electricity was obviously being stolen. He roared out at the top of his voice and stumped over to the wall where he threw the alarm switch. Immediately 100 arc lights flashed on, lighting the level brighter than the noon sun, and a tremendously loud siren started wailing its warning to the whole countryside. The intruder jumped up as though he had been stabbed. He dropped the wires, and after a wild look around him, he ran at full speed toward the far exit. "Hold on there!" Yudovich shouted and tried to give chase, but his swollen, crooked knees almost collapsed with the effort. His eyes fell on a large wrench lying on a work table, and he snatched it up and threw it with all his strength. In his youth he had been a ball player with some local fame as a pitcher, and in his later life he was addicted to playing horseshoes. His aim was, therefore, good, and the wrench sailed through the air, striking the runner on the back of the head. Sparks flew, and there was a loud metallic clank, the wrench rebounding high in the air. The man who was struck did not even turn his head, but continued his panicky flight and was gone in a second. When he realized there was no hope of effecting a capture, Yudovich stumped over to see the amount of the damage. A hole had been torn in the floor, but the cable itself was intact. Something strange caught his attention. Wherever the intruder had put his foot down, there were many radiating cracks in the composition floor, just as though someone had struck a sheet of ice with a sledgehammer. "I'll be danged," he said to himself. "I'll be danged and double danged." He turned off the alarm and then went downstairs to the teledesk screen to notify the sheriff's office. A few hundred yards from the powerhouse, John Hall stood in the darkness, listening to the voices of his fellows. There were 18 of them, not 17, for a short while before the one in the ice cave had been captured, and they railed at him with a bitter, hopeless anger. He looked toward the bright lights of the powerhouse, considering whether he should return. "It's too late," said one of them. "The alarm is already out." "Go into the town and mix with the people," another suggested. "If you stay within a half-mile of the hafnium pile, the detection man will not be able to pick up your radiation, and maybe you will have a second chance." They all assented in that, and Hall, weary of making his own decisions, turned toward the town. He walked through a tree-lined residential street, the houses with neatly trimmed lawns, and each with a copter parked on the roof. In almost every house the teledeps were turned on, and he caught snatches of bulletins about himself. "Is known to be in the Mojave area. About 6 feet in height and very similar to a human being. When last seen he was dressed in. Governor Leibowitz has promised speedy action, and Attorney General Markle has stated." The main street of Ballarat was brilliantly lighted. Many of the residents, aroused by the alarm from the powerhouse, were out, standing in small groups in front of the stores and talking excitedly to one another. He hesitated, unwilling to walk through the bright street, but uncertain where to turn. 2 men talking loudly came around the corner suddenly, and he stepped back into a store entrance to avoid them. They stopped directly in front of him. One of them, an overalled farmhand from his looks, said, "He killed the kid just a little while ago. My brother-in-law heard it." "Murderer," the other said viciously. The farmer turned his head, and his glance fell on Hall. "Well, a new face in town," he said after a moment's inspection. "Say, I bet you're a reporter from one of the papers, aren't you?" Hall came out of the entrance and tried to walk around the two men, but the farmer caught him by the sleeve. "A reporter, huh? Well, I've got some news for you. That thing from Grismet just killed the kid." Hall could restrain himself no longer. "That's a lie," he said coldly. The farmer looked him up and down. "What do you know about it?" he demanded. "My brother-in-law got it from somebody in the State Guard." "It's still a lie." "Just because it's not on a teledept, you say it's a lie?" the farmer said belligerently. "Not everything is told on the teledept, Mr. Weisenheimer. They're keeping it a secret. They don't want to scare the people." Hall started to walk away, but the farmer blocked his path. "Who are you, anyway? Where do you live? I never saw you before," he said suspiciously. "Ah, Randy," his companion said, "don't go suspecting everybody. I don't like anyone to call me a liar." Hall stepped around the man in his path and turned down the street. He was boiling inside with an almost uncontrollable fury. A few feet away, catastrophe suddenly broke loose. A faulty section of the sidewalk split without warning under his feet, and he went pitching forward into the street. He clutched desperately at the trunk of a tall palm tree, but with a loud snap it broke, throwing him head-on into a parked road car. The entire front end of the car collapsed like an eggshell under his weight. For a long moment the entire street was dead quiet. With difficulty Hall pulled himself to his feet. Pale, astonished faces were staring at him from all sides. Suddenly the farmer started screaming, "That's him! I knew it! That's him!" He was jumping up and down with excitement. Hall turned his back and walked in the other direction. The people in front of him faded away, leaving a clear path. He had gone a dozen steps when a man with a huge double-barreled shotgun popped out from a storefront just ahead. He aimed for the middle of Hall's chest and fired both barrels. The blast and shot struck Hall squarely, burning a large hole in his shirt front. He did not change his pace, but continued step by step. The man with the gun snatched 2 shells out of his pocket and frantically tried to reload. Hall reached out and closed his hand over the barrel of the gun, and the blue steel crumpled like wet paper. From across the street, someone was shooting at him with a rifle. Several times a bullet smacked warmly against his head or his back. He continued walking slowly up the street. At its far end, several men appeared dragging a small howitzer, probably the only piece in the local armory. They scurried around it, trying to get it aimed and loaded. "Fools! Stupid fools!" Hall shouted at them. The men could not seem to get the muzzle of the gun down, and when he was a dozen paces from it, they took to their heels. He tore the heavy cannon off its carriage and with one blow of his fist caved it in. He left it lying in the street, broken and useless. Almost as suddenly as it came, his anger left him. He stopped and looked back at the people cringing in the doorways. "You poor, cruel fools!" Hall said again. He sat down in the middle of the street on the twisted howitzer barrel and buried his head in his hands. There was nothing else for him to do. He knew that in just a matter of seconds the ships with their permalium nets and snares would be on him. Since Jordan's ship was not large enough to transport John Hall's great weight back to Grismet, the terrestrial government put at the agent's disposal a much heavier vessel, one room of which had been hastily lined with permalium and outfitted as a prison cell. A pilot by the name of Wilkins went with the ship. He was a battered old veteran given to cigar smoking, clandestine drinking, and card playing. The vessel took off, rose straight through the atmosphere for about 40 miles, and then hung idly circling Earth, awaiting clearance before launching into the Pulse Drive. A full course between Earth and Grismet had to be plotted and cleared by the technicians at the dispatch center, because the mass of the vessel increased so greatly with its pulsating speed that if any 2 ships passed within 100,000 miles of each other, they would at least be torn from their course and might even be totally destroyed. Wilkins had proposed a pinochle game, and he and Jordan sat playing in the control room. The pilot had been winning, and he was elated. $76 so far, he announced after some arithmetic. The easiest day's pay I made this month. Jordan shuffled the cards and dealt them out 3 at a time. He was troubled by his own thoughts, and so preoccupied that he scarcely followed the game. "Spades again," the pilot commented cheerfully. "Well, ain't that too bad for you?" He gave his cigar a few chomps and played a card. Jordan had been looking out of the window. The ship had tilted, and he could see without rising the rim of the earth forming a beautiful geometric arc, hazy and blue in its shimmering atmosphere. "Come on, play," the pilot said impatiently. "I just led an ace." Jordan put down his cards. "I guess I'd better quit," he said. "What the devil?" the pilot said angrily. "You can't quit like that in the middle of a deal. I got a flush and aces." "I'm sorry," Jordan said, "but I'm going to lie down in my cabin until we are given clearance." He opened the door of the little room and went into the hall. He walked down past his own cabin and stopped in front of another door, a new one that was sheathed in permalium. He hesitated a few moments. Then he snapped open the outside latch and walked in, letting the door swing closed behind him. Hall lay unmoving in the middle of the floor, his legs and arms fastened in graves of permalium. Jordan was embarrassed. He did not look directly at the robot. "I don't know whether you want to talk to me or not," he started. "If you don't want to, that's all right. But I've followed you since you landed on Earth, and I don't understand why you did what you did. You don't have to tell me, but I wish you would. It would make me feel better." The robot shrugged, a very human gesture, Jordan noted. "Go ahead and ask me," he said. "It doesn't make any difference now." Jordan sat down on the floor. "The boy was the one who gave you away. If not for him, no one would have ever known what planet you were on. Why did you let the kid get away?" The robot looked straight at the agent. "Would you kill a child?" he asked. "No, of course not," Jordan said, a little bit annoyed. "But I'm not a robot either." He waited for a further explanation, but when he saw none was coming, he said, "I don't know what you were trying to do in that powerhouse at Ballarat, but whatever it was, that old man could have stopped you. What happened?" "I lost my head," the robot said quietly. "The alarm and the lights rattled me, and I got into a panic." "I see," said Jordan, frustrated, not really seeing it all. He sat back and thought for a moment. "Let me put it this way. Why do you stutter?" Hall smiled a wry smile. That used to be a military secret," he said. "It's our one weakness, the one Achilles heel in a machine that was meant to be invulnerable." He struggled to a sitting position. "You see, we were made as soldiers, and had to have a certain loyalty to the country that made us. Only living things are loyal, machines are not. We had to think like human beings." Jordan's brows contracted as he tried to understand the robot. "You mean you have a transplanted human brain?" he asked incredulously. "In a way," Hall said. "Our brains are permalium strips on which the mind of some human donor was magnetically imprinted. My mind was copied from a man who stuttered and who got panicky when the going got rough, and who couldn't kill a child no matter what was at stake." Jordan felt physically ill. Hall was human, and he was immortal. And according to galactic decree, he, like his fellows, was to be manacled in permalium and fixed in a great block of cement, and that block was to be dropped into the deep silent depths of the Grismet Ocean, to be covered slowly by the blue sediment that gradually filters down through the miles of ocean water, to stay immobile and blind for countless millions of years. Jordan arose to his feet. He could think of nothing further to say. He stopped, however, with the door half open, and asked, "One more question. What did you want with the electrical generator plants on Earth?" Slowly and without emotion, Hall told him. And when he understood, he became even sicker. He went across to his cabin and stood for a while looking out the window. Then he lit a cigarette and lay down on his bunk thinking. After a time he put out the cigarette and walked into the hall, where he paced up and down. As he passed the cell door for about the 10th time, he suddenly swung around and lifted the latch and entered. He went over to the robot, and with a key that he took from his pocket, he unlocked the greaves and changed. "There's no point in keeping you bound up like this," he said. "I don't think you're very dangerous." He put the key back in his pocket. "I suppose you know that this ship runs on an atomic pile," he said in a conversational tone of voice. "The cables are just under the floor in the control room, and they can be reached through a little trap door." Jordan looked directly into Hall's face. The robot was listening with great intentness. Well, the agent said, we'll probably be leaving Earth's atmosphere in about 15 minutes. I think I'll go play pinochle with the pilot. He carefully left the door of the cell unlatched as he left. He walked to the control room and found Wilkins, a dry cigar butt clenched between his teeth, absorbed in a magazine. Let's have another game, Jordan said. I want some of that $76 back. Wilkins shook his head. I'm in the middle of a good story here, real sexy. I'll play you after we take off. Nothing doing, Jordan said sharply. Let's play right now. Wilkins kept reading. We got an 18-hour flight in front of us. You have lots of time. The agent snatched the magazine out of his hands. We're going to play right now in my cabin, he said. You quit when I have aces and a flush, and now you come back and want to play again. That's not sportsmanlike, Wilkins complained, but he allowed himself to be led back to Jordan's cabin. I never saw anybody so upset about losing a miserable $76, was his final comment. The robot lay perfectly still until he heard the door to Jordan's cabin slam shut, and then he arose as quietly as he could and stole out into the hall. The steel of the hall floor groaned, but bore his weight, and carefully, trembling with excitement inside of his ponderous metallic body, he made his way to the control room. He knelt and lifted the little trapdoor and found the naked power cable pulsating with electrical current. In a locker under the panel board he found a length of copper wire. It was all he needed for the necessary connection. Since his capture, his fellows on Grismet had been silent with despair, but as he knelt to close the circuit, their minds floated in on him, and he realized with a tremendous horror that there were now 19, that all except he had been found and fixed in their eternal cement prisons. We are going to have our chance, he told them. We won't have much time, but we will have our chance. He closed the circuit, and a tremendous tide of electric power flowed into his head. Inside that 2-inch shell of permalium was a small strip of metal tape on whose electrons and atoms were written the borrowed mind of a man. Connected to the tape was a minute instrument for receiving and sending electromagnetic impulses, the chain by which the mind of one robot was tied to that of another. The current surged in, and the tiny impulses swelled in strength and poured out through the hull of the ship in a great cone that penetrated Earth's atmosphere in a quadrant that extended from Baffinland to Omaha and from Hawaii to Labrador. The waves swept through skin and bone and entered the sluggish, gelatinous brain of sentient beings, setting up in those organs the same thoughts and pictures that played among the electrons of the permalium strip that constituted John Hall's mind. All 19 clamored to be heard, for Hall to relay their voices to Earth, but he held them off, and first he told his story. The Cassiopean delegate to the Galactic Senate was at the moment finishing his breakfast. He was small and furry, not unlike a very large squirrel, and he sat perched on a high chair eating salted roast almonds, of which he was very fond. Suddenly a voice started talking inside of his head, just as it did at that very second inside the heads of 13 billion other inhabitants of the northwest corner of Earth. The Cassiopean delegate was so startled that he dropped the dish of almonds, his mouth popping open, his tiny red tongue inside flickering nervously. He listened, spellbound. The voice told him of the war on Grismet, and of the permalium-constructed robots, and of the cement blocks. This, however, he already knew, because he had been one of the delegates to the peace conference who had decided to dispose of the robots. The voice, however, also told him things that he did not know, such as the inability of the robots to commit any crime that any other sane human being would not commit, of their very simple desire to be allowed to live in peace, and most of all, of their utter horror for the fate a civilized galaxy had decreed for them. When the voice stopped, the Cassiopean delegate was a greatly shaken little being. Back on the ship, Hall opened the circuit to the 19, and they spoke in words, in memory pictures, and in sensations. A copter cab driver was hurrying with his fare from Manhattan to Oyster Bay. Suddenly, in his mind, he became a permalium robot. He was bound with cables of the heavy metal, and was suspended upside down in a huge cement block. The stone pressed firmly on his eyes, his ears, and his chest. He was completely immobile, and worst of all, he knew that above his head for 6 miles lay the great Grismet Ocean, with the blue mud slowly settling down, encasing the cement in a stony stratum that would last till the planet broke apart. The cab driver gasped. What the hell? His throat was so dry he could scarcely talk. He turned around to his fare, and the passenger, a young man, was pale and trembling. You seeing things too? The driver asked. I sure am, the fare said unsteadily. What a thing to do! For 15 minutes, over the northwest quadrant of Earth, the words and the pictures went out, and 13 billion people knew suddenly what lay in the hearts and minds of 19 robots. A housewife in San Rafael was at the moment in a butcher shop buying meat for her family. As the thoughts and images started pouring into her mind, she remained stock still, her package of meat forgotten on the counter. The butcher, wiping his bloodied hands on his apron, froze in that position, an expression of horror and incredulity on his face. When the thoughts stopped coming in, the butcher was the first to come out of the trance-like state. Boy, he said, that's sure some way of sending messages. Sure beats the teledeps. The housewife snatched her meat off the counter. Is that all you can think of? She demanded angrily. That's a terrible thing that those barbarians on Grismet are doing to those people. Why didn't they tell us that they were human? She stalked out of the shop, not certain what she would do, but determined to do something. In the ship, Hall reluctantly broke off the connection and replaced the trapdoor. Then he went back to his cell and locked himself in. He had accomplished his mission. Its results now lay in the opinions of men. Jordan left the ship immediately on landing and took a copter over to the agency building. His conversation with his superior was something he wanted to get over with as soon as possible. The young woman at the secretary's desk looked at him coldly and led him directly into the inner office. The chief was standing up in front of the map of the galaxy, his hands in his pockets, his eyes an icy blue. I've been hearing about you, he said without a greeting. Jordan sat down. He was tense and jumpy, but tried not to show it. I suppose you have, he said, adding after a moment, Sir? How did that robot manage to break out of his cell and get to the power source on the ship in the first place? He didn't break out, Jordan said slowly. I let him out. I see, the chief said, nodding. You let him out. I see. No doubt you had your reasons. Yes, I did. Look, Jordan wanted to explain, but he could not find the words. It would have been different if the robot's messages had reached Grismet. He would not have had to justify himself then. But they had not, and he could not find a way to tell this cold old man of what he had learned about the robots and their unity with men. I did it because it was the only decent thing to do. I see, the chief said. You did it because you have a heart. He leaned suddenly forward, both hands on his desk. It's good for a man to have a heart and be compassionate. He's not worth anything if he isn't. But, and he shook his finger at Jordan as he spoke, that man is going to be compassionate at his own expense, not at the expense of the agency. Do you understand that? I certainly do, Jordan answered. But you have me wrong if you think I'm here to make excuses or to apologize. Now, if you will get on with my firing, sir, I'll go home and have my supper. The chief looked at him for a long minute. Don't you care about your position in the agency? He asked quietly. Sure I do, Jordan said almost roughly. It's the work I wanted to do all my life. But as you said, what I did at my own expense. Look, sir, I don't like this any better than you do. Why don't you fire me and let me go home? Your prisoner's safely locked up in the ship. For answer, the chief tossed him a telegram. Jordan glanced at the first few words and saw that it was from Galactic Headquarters on Earth. He put it back on the desk without reading it, though. I know that I must have kicked up a fuss. You don't have to spell it out for me. Read it, the chief said impatiently. Jordan took back the telegram and examined it. It read, To Captain Lawrence McCrae, Detection Agency, Grismet. From Crandall Aminoterran, Delegate from Cassiopeia, Chairman, Grismet Peace Committee of the Galactic Senate. Message. You are hereby notified that the committee, by vote of 17-0, has decided to rescind its order of January 18, 2214, directing the disposal of the Permalium robots of Grismet. Instead, the committee directs that you remove from their confinement all the robots and put them in some safe place where they will be afforded reasonable and humane treatment. The committee will arrive in Grismet some time during the next month to decide on permanent disposition. Jordan's heart swelled as he read the gram. It worked, he said. They have changed their minds. It won't be so bad being discharged now. He put the paper back on the desk and arose to go. The chief smiled, and it was like sunlight suddenly flooding over an Arctic glacier. Discharged? Now who's discharging you? I'd sooner do without my right arm. He reached in a desk drawer and pulled out a bottle of Old Earth bourbon and 2 glasses. He carefully poured out a shot into each glass and handed one to Jordan. I like a man with heart, and if you get away with it, why then you get away with it, and that's just what you've done. He sat down and started sipping his whiskey. Jordan stood uncertainly above him, his glass in his hand. Sit down, son, the old man said. Sit down and tell me about your adventures on Earth. Jordan sat down, put his feet on the desk, and took a sizable swallow of his whiskey. Well, Larry, he started, I got into Earth atmosphere about 2:40 o'clock. This is the end of The Stutterer by R.R. Merlis. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com.
The Slizzers by Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Laughlin. The Slizzers by Jerome Bixby. The main trouble is you'd never suspect anything was wrong. You'd enjoy associating with Slizzers, so long as you didn't know. They're all around us. I'll call them the Slizzers because they slizz people. Lord only knows how long they've been on Earth and how many of them there are. They're all around us, living with us. We are hardly ever aware of their existence because they can make themselves look like us, and do most of the time. And if they can look like us, there's really no need for them to think like us, is there? People think and behave in so many cockeyed ways anyhow. Whenever a Slizzer fumbles a little in his impersonation of a human being and comes up with a puzzling response, I suppose we just shrug and think, he could use a good psychiatrist. So, you might be one, or your best friend, or your wife, or husband, or that nice lady next door. They aren't killers or rampaging monsters, quite the contrary. They need us, something like the way we'd need maple trees if it came to the point where maple syrup was our only food. That's why we're in no comic book danger of being destroyed, any more than maple trees would be in the circumstances I just mentioned, or are as things go. In a sense, we're rather well treated and helped along a bit, the way we care for maple trees. But sometimes a man here or there will be careless, or ignorant, or greedy, and a maple tree will be hurt. Think about that the next time someone is real nice to you. He may be a slizzer, and a careless one. How long do we live? Right, about 60, 70 years. You probably don't think much about that because that's just the way things are. That's life. And what the hell? The doctors are increasing our lifespan every day with new drugs and things, aren't they? Sure. But perhaps we'd live to be about 1,000 if the Slizzers left us alone. Ever stop to think how little we know about why we live? What it is that takes our structure of bones and cold cuts and gives it the function we call life? Some mysterious life substance or force the doctors haven't pinned down yet, you say, and that's as good a definition as any. Well, we're maple trees to the Slizzers, and that life stuff is the sap we supply them. They do it mostly when we're feeling good, feeling really terrific. It's easier to tap us that way, and there's more to be had. Maybe that's what makes so-called manic depressives. They track Slizzers when they feel tip-top, the Slizzers feed, and flume, depressive. Like I say, think about all this next time someone treats you just ginger peachy and makes you feel all warm inside. So see how long that feeling lasts, and who is hanging around you at the time. Experiment. See if it doesn't happen again and again with the same people. If you don't usually end up wondering where in hell your nice warm feeling went off to. I found out about the Slizzers when I went up to Joe Arnold's apartment last Friday night. Joe opened the door and let me in. He flashed me his big junior exec's grin and said, "Sit, Jerry. I'll mix you a gin, and the others will be along in a while, and we can get the action started. I sat down in my usual chair. Joe had already fixed up the table. Green felt top, ashtrays, coasters, cards, chips. I said, if Mel, that's his name, isn't it, the new guy? If he starts calling wild games again when it comes his deal, I'll walk out. I don't like him. I looked at the drink Joe was mixing. More gin. Joe crimped half a lime into the glass. He won't call any crazy stuff tonight. I told him that if he did, we wouldn't invite him back. He nearly ruined the whole session, didn't he? I nodded and took the drink. Joe mixes them right, just the way I like them. They make me feel good inside. How about a little blackjack while we're waiting? Sure, they're late anyway. I got first ace and dealt. We traded a few chips back and forth, nothing exciting. And on the ninth deal, Joe got blackjack. He shuffled, buried a tray, and gave me an ace down, duck up. Hit me, I said contentedly. Joe gave me another ace. Mama, hit me again. A 4. Son, I told him, you're in for a royal beating. Again. A deuce. Joe winced. I turned up my whole ace and said, give me a 6th, you poor son. I can't lose. A 9. 19 and 6, I crowed. I counted up my bets. $5. You owe me $15. Then I looked up at him. I'll repeat myself. You know that hot flush of pure delight, of high triumph, even of mild avarice that possesses you from tingling scalp to tingling toe when you've pulled off a doozy? If you play cards, you've been there. If you don't play cards, just think back to the last time someone complimented the pants off you, or the last time you clinched a big deal, or the last time a sweet kid you've been hot after said yes. That's the feeling I mean, the feeling I had, and Joe Arnold was eating it. I knew it somehow the moment I saw his eyes and hands. His eyes weren't Joe Arnold's blue eyes any longer. They were wet balls of shining black that took up half his face, and they looked hungry. His arms were straight out in front of him. His hands were splayed tensely about a foot from my face. The fingers were thinner and much longer than I could recall Joe's being, and they just looked like antennae or electrodes or something, stretched wide open that way and quivering. And I just knew that they were picking up and draining off into Joe's body all the elation, the excitement, the warmth that I felt. I looked at him and wondered why I couldn't scream or move a muscle. Guess I made a boo-boo, he said. He blinked his big black globes of eyes. No harm done, though. His head had thinned down, just like his fingers, and now came to a peak on top. He had practically no shoulders. He smiled at me, and I saw long black hair growing on the insides of his lips. What are you? I screamed at him to myself. Joe licked his hairy lips and folded those long inhuman hands in front of him. It hurts like hell, he said in a not human voice, to be slizzing you, and then have you chill off on me that way, Jerry. But it's my own fault, I guess. The doorbell rang. 2 soft tones. Joe got up and lit in the other members of our Friday night poker group. I tried to move and couldn't. Fred raised his eyebrows when he saw Joe's face and hands. Jerry isn't here yet? Relaxing a little? Then he saw me sitting there and whistled. Oh, you slipped up, eh? Joe nodded. You were late and I was hungry, so I thought I'd go ahead and take my share. I gave him a big kick and he really poured it out. Radiated like all hell. I took it in so fast that I flooped and lost my plasmic control. We might as well eat now then, Ray said, before we get down to playing cards. He sat down across the table, his eyes now suddenly enormous and black, eagerly on me. I hate like hell waiting until you deal him a big pot. No, Joe said sharply. Too much at one time, and he'd wonder what hit him. We'll do it just like always. One of us at a time, and only a little at a time. Get him when he rakes in the loot. They never miss it when they feel like that. He's right, Fred said. Take it easy, Ray. He went over to the sideboard and began mixing drinks. Joe looked down at me with his black ends of eggplant eyes. Now to fix things, he said. I blinked and shook my head. You owe me $15, I said. Lord, Joe wailed. Did this Gonif just take me? Ray groaned sympathetically from the chair across the table where he'd been watching the slaughter. And how? Joe pushed 15 blue chips at me. I began stacking them. Well, that's life, I grinned. Then I shook my head again. It's the damnedest thing.
What?
Fred asked. He'd been over at the sideboard mixing drinks for the gang while I'd taken Joe over the bumps. Now he brought the tray over and shoved a tall one into Joe's hand.
Don't cry, Joe. What's the damnedest thing, Jerry?
You know, that funny feeling that you've been someplace before. The same place, the same people, saying the same things, but you can't remember where the hell or when for the life of you. Had it just a moment ago when I told Joe he owed me $15. What did they call it again? Déjà vu, said Alan, who's sort of the scholarly type. Means seen before in French, I think, or something like that. That's right, I said. Déjà vu. It's the damnedest, funniest feeling. I guess people have it all the time, don't they? Yes, Alan said. Then he paused. People do. Wonder what causes it. Joe's blue eyes were twinkling. Don't know. The psychologists have an explanation for it, but it's probably wrong. Wrong why? Knowing Joe expected a gag. I got it. Well, Joe said, let me make up a theory. Ooh, ha. Well, it's like this. There are monsters all around us, see, but we don't know they're monsters, except that every once in a while one of them slips up in his disguise and shows himself for what he really is. But this doesn't bother our monsters. They simply reach into our minds and twiddle around and zoop. You're right back where you were before the slip was.
Very funny, Fred said boredly. Maybe losing $15 made you lose a little sense, Joe. You wouldn't want to lose more than $15, would you? You need some caution in the games we play, no? So cut the nonsense and let's run 'em. Ray licked his lips. Yeah, let's play, huh, fellows? Ray's always eager to get started. We played until 3 a.m. I won $46. I usually do win. I guess over a period of 6 months or so, I'm about $500 ahead of the game, which is why I like to play over at Joe's, even though I am always so damn tired when I leave. Guess I'm not as young as I was. Sometimes I wonder why the odds go my way right down the line. I almost never lose. But hell, it must be an honest game. If they're willing to go on losing to Lucky Bixby, I'm perfectly willing to go on winning. After all, can you think of any reason that makes any sense for someone to rig a game week after week to let you win? October 20th. Frederick Bowles, author's agent. 2200 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York. Dear Fred, well, here's a new story. I've cleared it with Joe. He says it's okay to use his name. You know his sense of humor. I've used your name too, but you can change it if you want to, being the shy, retiring sort you are. Frankly, I'm a little dubious about the yarn. It's the result of last Friday's poker session. I actually did have the déjà vu sensation, as you'll recall. On the way home, I stopped in to pick up a chaser, feeling tired as all hell. Like I always do, these long grinds are too much for me, I guess, just like the guy in the story. And the idea came to me to slap the old "we are fodder" angle into the thing as it happened and write it up. But it's still an old plot, and one angle is left unexplained. How is the narrator able to know all about the Slizzers and write about them after Joe gives them the déjà vu treatment? Well, maybe the readers won't mind. I've gotten away with bigger holes than that. Try it on Bob Lowndes. I still owe him on that advance. It's up his alley. Hope. Jerry. October 22nd, 1952. Jerome Bixby, 862, Union Street, Brooklyn, New York. Dear Jerry, I don't go for the Slizzers. It just ain't convincing. As you say, it's an old idea, and besides, again as you say, how does the narrator know what happened? The manuscript looks good in my wastebasket. Forget about it. Sympathies, Fred.
October 23rd, 1952. Frederick Bowles, author's agent. 2200 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York. Dear Wet Blanket, aren't you a little old for that? Respectfully, nuts to you. After proper browbeating, I think I'll try the yarn on Lowndes. It's no masterpiece, but I think it's got a chance. He likes an off-trail bit now and then. I made a carbon natch, so your ditching of the original comes to naught. Funny thing, every time I read it over, I get the doggondest déjà vu feeling. Real dynamic thing, almost lifts my hair. Hope it does the same for the readers, them as can read. Maybe Joe didn't quite do the job of making me forget what happened that night. Haha. Say, maybe that could explain the narrator's remembering what happened. Or maybe, hey, a real idea. Remember Joe's kidding us about monsters? Remember you got a little sore because he was holding up the game, you money-hungry son? I think I'll rewrite the ending to include that. which ought to take care of the narrator's remembering. Joe can be sort of a dopey slizzer, a blat mouth, and his screwy theory, which is true in the story or will be when I write it in, say isn't this involved, can trigger our hero's memory just a bit, shake the block a mite, undiddle synapses, etc., and then I'll have you, Platinum Butt, step in to head Joe off under pretense of a poker itch. You know, it's wonderful the way there are hot story ideas and plain old everyday things. So long. Gonna revise. Jerry. October 23rd, 1952. Mr. Robert W. Lowndes, Columbia Publications Incorporated, 241 Church Street, New York, 13, New York. Master. Herewith a story, The Slizzers, which Fred and I don't quite see eye to eye on. He thinks it stinks on ice. I'm sure you will disagree to the tune of nice money. J. Enclosed, The Slizzers. 1952, October 24th, AM 9:06. NB 168 PD, New York, New York, 63110B. Jerome Bixby, 862 Union Street, Apartment 6H. Brooklyn. Jerry, urge strongly that you don't try to sell Slizzers. Stop. It's just no damn good. Stop. You've got your reputation to think of. Stop. Why louse up your good name with a lemon at this late date? Stop. Kill it. Stop. I've talked it over with Joe, and he isn't feeling humorous anymore. Stop. Prefers not to have name used. Stop. Repeat. Kill the thing for your own good. Fred. 1952, October 24th, AM 11:14. KL 300 PD, New York, New York, 12604B. Jerome Bixby, 862 Union Street, Apartment 6H. Brooklyn. Son. Like Slizzers. Stop. Preposterous but cute. Stop. Disagree with Fred to the tune of nice money, but nice money stays in my pocket. Stop. You now owe me only $50 of advance August 16th. Stop. Do I hear a scream, poor boy? Bob. October 24th, 1952. Frederick Bowles, author's agent, 2200 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York. Dear Fred, your telegram came too late, and besides, the hell with it. Sent the yarn to Bob yesterday. Groceries and rent wait for no man, you know, and he bought it, like the sensitive and discerning editor he is. What are you and Joe getting your tails in uproar about? It's only a gag, so relax. Joe will change his mind when he sees his name in print. Would like to have included another angle, by the way. If the narrator's amnesia job had been botched, wouldn't the Slizzers decide pretty damn quick that he was a menace to them and get rid of him? Think I'll send Bob a line or two to stick on the end. You know, the old incompleted sentence deal. Just as if while the narrator was finishing the story, the Slizzers came in and... End of The Slizzers by Jerome Bixby.
This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. Lou Phillips sat on the cold metal deck of the control room, seething with a growing dislike for the old man. "What you're here for," the other had told him when the guards had brought Phillips in, "is a simple crime of violence. You'll do, I'm sure." The old man paced the deck impatiently while a pair of armed guards maintained a watchful silence by the door. Two more men in plain grey shirts and trousers sat beside Phillips, leaning back sullenly against the bulkhead. He guessed that they were waiting for a fourth, remembering that 3 other figures had been hustled aboard with him at the lunar spaceport. The door slid open, allowing another youth in grey uniform to stumble inside. One of the guards in the corridor beyond shoved the newcomer forward, and Phillips's eyebrows twitched as he had a closer look. This last prisoner was a girl. He thought she might have been pretty, with a touch of lipstick and a kinder arrangement of her short ash-blonde hair, but he lowered his eyes as her hard, wary stare flickered past him. She walked over to the bulkhead and took a seat at the other end of the little group. The old man turned, scanning their faces critically. "I'm in charge of a peculiar project," he announced abruptly. "The director of the lunar detention colony claims that you four are the best he has for our purposes." Long habit kept the seated ones guardedly silent. Seeing, apparently, that they would not relax, he continued. "You were chosen because each of you has received a sentence of detention for life because of tendencies toward violence in one form or another. In our 22nd century civilization, such homicidal inclinations are quite rare, due to the law-abiding habits of generations under the Interplanetary Council." He'd been pacing the cramped space left free by the equipment, the guards, and the four seated prisoners. Now he paused, as if mildly astonished at what he was about to say. "In fact, now that we're faced by a situation demanding illegal violence, it appears that no normal citizen is capable of committing such an act. Using you may eliminate costly screening processes and save time. Incidentally, I'm Anthony Varrett, Under Secretary for Security in the Council." None of the four showed any overt sign of being impressed. Phillips knew that the others, like himself, were scrutinizing the old man with cold, secretive stares. They had learned through harsh experience to keep their own counsels. Varrett shrugged. "Well then," he said dryly, "I might as well call the roll. I've been supplied with accurate records." He drew a notebook from his pocket, consulted it briefly, then nodded at the man next to the girl. "Robert Brecken," he recited, "age 31, 6 feet, 185 pounds, hair reddish-brown, eyes green, complexion ruddy. Convicted of unjustified homicide by personal assault while resisting arrest for embezzlement. Detention record unsatisfactory. Implicated in 2 minor mutinies." He glanced next at the youth beside Phillips. "Raymond Truesdale, age 22, 5 feet 5, 130. Hair black, eyes dark brown, complexion pale. Convicted of 2 suicide attempts following failures in various artistic fields. Detention record fair. Psychological report poor." His frosty eyes met Phillips's. "Louis Phillips, age 26, 5'10", 180. Hair brown, eyes brown, complexion darkly tanned." That was before Luna, wasn't it, Phillips? "Convicted of unjustified homicide, having assaulted a jet mechanic so as to cause death. Detention record satisfactory." The blonde girl was the last in Varrett's review. "Donna Bailey, age 23, 5'5", 115. Hair blonde, eyes blue, complexion fair. Convicted of manslaughter by negligence while piloting an atmosphere sport rocket in an intoxicated condition. Detention record satisfactory." Varrett fell silent, regarding them with cynical disgust. His lips twisted slightly with distaste. "There we have it," he said. "A violent-tempered thief from the business world, an over-expensive purchase by a rich playboy who became his widow by her own negligence, a mentally unstable fool who thought he was artistically gifted, and a rocket engineer who was too brutally careless with his own strength when irritated by a space-fatigued helper. I wonder if you'll do." Phillips felt impelled at last to speak. "Just what plans do you have for us?" he demanded harshly. "Nothing complicated," replied Varrett, matching his tone. "We need you to perform a mass murder." Phillips blinked, despite his prison-learned reserve. He heard the girl suck in her breath sharply and felt the youth beside him begin to tremble. "I've shocked you, I see," sneered Varrett. "Well, I assure you it shocks me also, probably a good deal more since I've lived the normal life. However, this is the background. About 3 months ago we had reports of the outbreak of a deadly plague in one of the asteroid groups. As near as can be determined, it was spread by the crew of an exploratory rocket after the discovery of a new asteroid. It began to sweep through the mining colonies out there with the velocity of an expanding nova. "Where was your health department?" asked the man named Brecken in a sneering tone. Varret frowned at him. "Several members gave their lives trying to learn the nature of the disease. We have no information to date, except a theory that it attacks the nervous and circulatory systems, because the reports indicate that the reason of the victim is markedly affected as the disease progresses. Not a single survivor is known. They all die in raving insanity. We don't even know with certainty how it's communicated." "What are you doing?" asked Phillips. "Isolation. It's all we can do, until our medical men can make some progress. We evacuated an asteroid colony and began to ship into it any person showing any of the symptoms, using a cruiser piloted by remote control. That was where we slipped." "How?" "On the last trip, unless we have not really collected all the sufferers, we lost control. Someone being transported knew his spaceships. Shortly thereafter, a gibbering lunatic got on the screen and threatened the escorting rocket. He announced the cruiser would head for Mars, where the passengers would demand their freedom, their past reasoning with." "Can't say I really blamed them," Phillips remarked. "Blamed them? Of course not. Neither do I. What has that got to do with it? What has the Council so worried is that this thing will get loose on Mars, that it may even be carried to Earth and Venus. There are over 100 persons in that ship, no longer responsible for their actions, but capable of causing deaths by the billions. We want to help them, but we simply must hold the line on this quarantine until we solve the medical problem." They stared at him in silence, and Phillips noticed that the old man's forehead was moist with tiny beads of perspiration. "Don't you see? They're as good as dead. No knowledge or help of man can save them, as of this moment. If we are ever to be of any help, we must prevent a worse catastrophe." "Yes, the survival ship is a world in itself, but this world must die." For a minute or two, it seemed to Phillips that he could hear each person in the control room breathing. Finally, there was a small sound of cloth rubbing on metal as Brecken stirred. "Why pick on us?" he rasped from his seat on the deck. "I'm no volunteer." "I know what you are," replied Varret sharply. "I know what all of you are. You've been chosen for this mission of murder because you're the only people in our culture who are capable of this kind of violence. You've broken our laws, and this is your punishment. It would take us too long to find others like you who had merely never faced the same circumstances that sent you forward to Luna. We've made attempts to attack this vessel. Manned by normal men, our ships could accomplish nothing." "Why not?" asked Phillips. "The crews found that they couldn't kill." "What?" "It amounts to that. One pilot blacked out at the start of an offensive approach. He lost contact before recovering. You realize how quickly that happens at interplanetary speeds. On several other ships, there were passive mutinies. One was destroyed. How, we don't know." "Why don't you get some men in your Department of Security?" sneered Brecken. Varret sighed. It was far from simple cowardice. The crews had fine records. We've been civilized too long, so long that the idea of deliberate killing unnerved them. As to the one ship that did make some motion to attack, it may have been destroyed by the cruiser's defenses, or even by sabotage. Somebody may quite possibly have found the mission too repulsive to face with complete sanity. He was interrupted by a uniformed man who slid the door open and gestured significantly. Varret paused. He nodded, and the newcomer retired. "I have only a few minutes," said the old man, facing them again. "To be brief, this patrol vessel is armed with the best we have in guided atomic missiles and sensitive detection devices. Technical manuals are supplied for everything we could think of, though I doubt you'll need them. We've brought you to within a few hundred miles of them." In a few minutes, my men and I will transfer to an escort ship. We will slip in behind Deimos, not too far away, and pick you up afterward to land you on Mars. Any questions? Yes, said Phillips. What? Why should we do anything at all? Varret's lips tightened. The guard shrugged contemptuously. I was told to expect that attitude, the old man admitted. I suppose it's part of the character we now think is needed for such an expedition. You could hardly expect cooperation, Phillips pointed out. Laws against any kind of homicide are all well enough, but I, for one, don't see why I should draw the same sentence as a murderer. I had to protect myself or die, probably through having that crazy fool blow up my rocket room. You'll make a cold landing on Sol before you get any help from me, Brecken added defiantly. The girl said nothing, but Truesdale muttered darkly. Please, said Varret, I have no time to argue about our social and legal codes. The Council foresaw that the threat of being yourself subject to this plague might not be enough. If you succeed in destroying or even immobilizing the cruiser, I can offer you anything you want short of unsupervised liberty. You must still be watched as potential dangers to society, but you may otherwise be as wealthy or independent as you wish. He motioned to the guards, who'd begun to fidget impatiently. Wordlessly, they left the compartment. You can settle your relations among yourselves, said Varret. We chose Bailey partly because she's piloted rockets privately, and Phillips because he was a space engineer. Perhaps Brecken could handle the torpedoes. I do not know. He rubbed his chin uneasily. Frankly, I find intimate discussions of the affair repulsive. I hope you'll decide to do what is necessary for the welfare of Earth. He turned abruptly and left the control room. They heard distant voices exhorting him to hurry. 2. Brecken arose and crept furtively to the door. He leaned out to peer down the corridor. The nervous Truesdale bounced up to crowd behind him. Phillips and the girl looked at each other. She shrugged, and they too got to their feet. She turned to the instrument panels, and after a moment Phillips joined her. "How have they got it?" he asked. "Controls locked?" "No," murmured Donna. "Don't need to. We're just coasting. Nice job, though. Fast as a racer, I imagine." "You know something about racers?" "I used to think I did," she answered shortly. He saw pain darken her blue eyes and decided to probe no further. Instead, he wandered about, inspecting the instruments. A few minutes later, with a spaceman's indefinable alertness, he felt a change in the ship. "They still aboard?" he called to Truesdale, who remained at the door, although Brecken had disappeared. The youth glanced over his shoulder, but did not trouble to reply. Phillips's jaw set, and he took a quick step toward the other. Before he reached the doorway, however, Brecken returned from the corridor. Shouldering Truesdale aside, he strode into the control room. "Well," he announced, "the old fool hopped off like he said. Got a viewer in here?" "I have it on now," called Donna from the instrument desk. "There he goes." They gathered around the screen to watch. Near one edge was the image of another ship, with several spacesuited figures clustered around its entrance port. The girl made an adjustment, and the view crept over to the center of the screen just as the last of the figures vanished into the opening. Almost immediately, the other rocket slanted away on a new course. Donna followed it on the screen until the brief flashes of its jets were dimmed by a new radiance, the ruddy disk of Mars. "We are where he said," she admitted. "Now what?" She looked at Phillips, who merely shrugged. "What do you make of it?" she insisted. "Pretty much as he said, probably," answered the engineer. "He's heading for Deimos, I suppose. I hear they're landscaping the whole moon. It's only about 5 miles in diameter, and building a new space station for a radio beacon and relay." "Does that log say anything about the plague ship?" asked Truesdale nervously. Donna scanned the observation record, then adjusted the viewer. The red radiance of Mars fled, to be replaced by a dimmer scene of distant stars. In there someplace, she said, out of range of the screen, but we could probably locate it with detector instruments. Why all the jabber? Demanded Brecken. Let's get going. Philip stared at him. What's the rush? Did he sell you that easily? Huh? Oh, hell no. I mean, let's make a dive for Mars. They were dumb to set us loose with a fast ship. We're dumber if we don't use it. That's right, agreed Truesdale eagerly. We don't owe them anything. They owe us for the years they took out of our lives. Truesdale had a point there, Phillips felt. This could grow into quite a discussion, and he was not sure which side he wanted to take. He had no great urge to become a hero, but on the other hand, there was something about Brecken that aroused a certain obstinacy in him. Wait a minute, Donna protested. What do you think you're going to do? Slip into a curve for Mars, said Brecken. Slow down enough to take the chutes and let the scan smack up in the desert somewhere. They'll never know if we got out, and we'll be on our own. The girl turned to Phillips. How about you? She asked. Don't you think we should at least consider what Bart told us? If this plague is as dangerous as he says, this is no time to... Do you have to be so bloodthirsty? Complained Truesdale. I don't want to kill anybody, declared the girl. Maybe we could just disable the cruiser. Ah, kill your jets, Brecken broke in. I've been waiting for a chance like this for years. Don't get any ideas. But listen, pleaded Donna. It's a terrible thing, but if we don't do it, we won't be safe on Mars ourselves. They'll land and set an epidemic loose. I'll take my chances with it, said Brecken. You're supposed to know something about piloting. Now get us on a curve for Mars and be snappy about it. Donna turned desperately to Phillips. Why not look over the ship, the engineer suggested, before we blast off on half our jets? We can make up our minds when we see what we have for fuel and weapons. Brecken opened his mouth to object, but was smitten by an unpleasant thought. Suppose they didn't leave us enough fuel to make Mars. We can find out soon enough, said Phillips, leading the way to the door. They trooped down the corridor on his heels, past a few closet-like compartments set aside for living quarters. It was a single-deck ship with storage compartments above and below for fuel, oxygen, and other necessities. The corridor was liberally supplied with handrails, apparently in case of failure of the artificial gravity system. About halfway to the end, another passage crossed the fore and aft one, and a few steps farther was a ladder. This extended up and down a vertical well, which in space amounted to a second cross corridor. Phillips was right when he guessed that the door beyond opened into the rocket room. The others were bored by the power plant of the ship. The engineer, however, could not repress a thrill at once more standing surrounded by the gauges, valves, and pumps with which he'd formerly lived. He strode about, examining and comprehending such appliances as seemed new since his last service in space. How about it? Demanded Brecken. Can you handle it? Sure, answered Phillips confidently. Mostly automatic, anyway. Then we can get moving whenever we want? I suppose so. The tanks are nearly full. Let's find those space torpedoes the old man mentioned. Maybe it won't hurt at that, grumbled Brecken. He led the way out, but paused indecisively. Phillips stepped past him and considered the cross passages near the midpoint of the corridor. Those in the plane of the control room deck probably led to port and starboard airlocks, he reasoned, so the others might lead to the torpedo turrets. He went to the vertical well and started up the ladder, hearing the others follow. At the top he was confronted by a hatch with a red danger sign. Glancing about, he located the gauges that reported the air pressure beyond. Normal. Make a little room, he said, looking down to Brecken. The big, ruddy face retreated a few rungs. Phillips could hear the others scrambling farther down. He got his head out of the way before pulling the switch that opened the hatch. With a subdued humming of electric motors, the massively constructed door swung down. One after another, they pulled themselves up into the compartment. "This must be where they set controls for launching," guessed Phillips, leaning back against a rack of emergency spacesuits. "That intercom screen on the bulkhead is probably plugged into the control room. Looks as if the torpedoes themselves are stored under that hatch at the other end." "How do they kick them off?" asked Brecken. "Those conveyor belts run them into tubes in the forward bulkhead. A charge of compressed air blows them out, and then the rockets are started and controlled by radio." "You mean we have to point at a target to fire?" "Oh, no. Once the rockets are going, the torpedo can be maneuvered and aimed anywhere by remote control." "I've seen enough," announced Truesdale. "I'm hungry." At that, they all decided to return to the main deck. Phillips carefully closed the airtight hatch as they left, then followed the others in search of the galley. Later, after a very unsatisfactory meal of packaged concentrates, they loitered sullenly in the control room once more while Donna studied the controls. Phillips had finally decided that he could wear the third spacesuit on the rack if he had to. He was idly examining the tools supplied with it when his thoughts were interrupted. Young Truesdale had been monkeying with the range indicator for some time, but now his sharp outcry drew all eyes to him. The others immediately gathered to peer over his shoulder. A needle flickered wildly from one side of the dial to the other. "Here, get it balanced," said Phillips, thrusting a powerful arm between the crowded bodies. As his deft adjustment steadied the needle, he stepped back and leaned against the bulkhead to study their faces. Truesdale's was pale. "It's them," he panted. "Well," asked Donna, "what'll it be?" "What do you mean?" demanded Brecken, red-faced. "It'll be get damn well out of here, that's what it'll be." "Let's see you go," invited the girl coolly. "How well do you pilot a rocket?" Brecken's jaw dropped. "What? You crazy? Did you swallow all that stuff the old man told you?" he sputtered. "Why not?" asked Donna. "They didn't bring us all the way out here for nothing. Varret was scared. If it's that dangerous, somebody just has to do it. And we're here." "Not for long," said Brecken in an ugly tone. "Get hot on those controls. You, Phillips, run back to that rocket room and see that thing's work." "You try it," suggested the engineer quietly. He would have preferred to avoid the trouble the girl had been stirring up, but he did not relish Brecken's tone. A few days off Luna, he reflected, and already he was getting independent. "Listen," said Donna, encouraged in her defiance. "When I touch those controls, we'll go right up and touch noses with them. You better have a torpedo ready." She turned to the banks of buttons and switches. Muffled thunder from the stern jets trembled through the hull as the men staggered. 3. Brecken recovered his balance first. With a snarl, he grabbed the girl by the nape of the neck and shook her roughly. Glimpsing Phillips's cold sneer, he reached back and seized a heavy metal bar from the spacesuit rack. "Now, damn it," he grated, "you'll do like I tell you. And you, get back there and see that those tubes recharge okay." Phillips felt a hard anger swelling in his throat. From the corner of his eye, he saw Truesdale shrinking back against the bulkhead. He glanced about desperately for something with which to parry Brecken's bar. It was the girl who broke the tense silence. With a gasping intake of breath, she reached up to claw at Brecken's face. Cursing, the man twisted his head away to protect his eyes. He released his grip on the girl's neck and swung a clumsy backhand blow at her head. Donna stumbled and collapsed to the deck. Now or never, Phillips told himself. Without waiting to think, he hurled himself forward. Brecken saw him coming and tried to shift around to meet the engineer's charge. Phillips crashed into him shoulder first, and they both brought up against the opposite bulkhead with a thud. He concentrated all his strength into wringing the other's forearm until he heard the bar clang to the deck. Brecken clubbed him on the side of the head with a wild left swing, and Phillips found the big man's foot in the way when he tried to sidestep. He lost his balance, but kept his grasp on the other so that they went down together, thrashing about for some opening. Brecken was red-faced with a maniacal rage. Beads of saliva sprayed from his twisted lips as he sputtered curses. The engineer let go suddenly and jolted the other under the chin with the heel of his left hand. The man arched backward, but Phillips caught a knee in the chest that sent him slithering across the deck. As he drove to twist to his hands and knees, he saw Brecken groping for the bar. Never reach him, thought Phillips frantically. Thrusting one foot against the leg of an anchored data desk, he raised himself half upright as he lunged desperately at Brecken. Strangely, it occurred to Phillips for a fleeting lapse of time that old Varrett had been reasonably astute in his selections, if he desired violent-tempered throwbacks. Then the breath was knocked out of him as he smashed into Brecken with a force that sent them both hurtling into the bulkhead. The other's grunt of pain was almost lost beneath the sharp smack of bone against metal. Phillips scrambled up hastily, but his opponent lay still. Over by the data desk, Donna was beginning to squirm quietly and make groping motions with her outstretched hands. Truesdale had retreated to the forward end of the control room, his features blanched by apprehension. "I'll bet," thought Phillips, "that old Varrett slipped up in your case, my lad. Your reaction to violence must be what they call normal." He beckoned brusquely. "Give me a hand with him," he ordered. Brecken still showed no sign of consciousness. Truesdale approached warily, and with his aid Phillips lifted the unconscious man. With their burden limp in their hands, they staggered down the corridor to one of the sleeping compartments. There they slung him into a bunk. "He needs attention," said Truesdale. "He won't get it from me," snapped Phillips. "Lumps on the head were his idea. There's no time to fool with him." He pulled the sliding door shut, noticing that it had no lock. Since Brecken would probably be some time recovering, however, he put that out of his mind. Having returned to the control room, they discovered Donna sitting up. At the sight of them, she pulled herself somewhat shakily to a standing position and brushed back her blonde hair. "What happened?" she asked. "He bumped his head on the bulkhead," said Phillips shortly. This was accepted without comment. They turned to the instruments and examined the dial of the range indicator. "They aren't very far away," said Donna quietly. "Where do you stand now, Phillips?" "I suppose we better do it," he admitted. "Pretty vicious, aren't you?" "No," she snapped. "I don't like it either. I've never caused the death of any human being." "Oh, sure, that's why you were on Luna." She looked at him levelly in the eye, but her shoulders drooped a trifle with the resignation of one who's often been disbelieved. "My husband was a nice guy," she murmured, "but he never did know when he had a drink too many for piloting his jet. He passed out trying to give me a wild ride, and I got to the controls just in time to crash-land the rocket. That's where they found me before I came to." "Oh," said Phillips. "Not half as hard as I'm trying to pretend," Donna went on, "even after a year on Luna. But I was a nurse before I was married. I'm thinking about what it'll be like if this plague hits the planets before they find something to fight it with. The children. Imagine that, will you?" Phillips stared at the range indicator. It seemed there were times when an ugly thing had to be done for the common good. He wondered how the old-time executioners had felt in the days when there had been judicial homicide. There were still jailers, for that matter, and men who butchered cattle. "Call it a mercy killing," murmured Donna between pale lips. "Maybe you think that isn't still done once in a while, in spite of modern society." Phillips grunted. "Well, if you can watch at this end, Truesdale and I can go set up a couple of torpedoes. I hope those rocket blasts didn't give us away. According to Varret, said Truesdale, there can't be many of them still able to think straight enough to stand on watch. I wonder what it's like. Phillips glanced askance at him, but led the way into the corridor. First of all, he stopped at the rocket room to check the tube readings. The fire jets had been automatically recharged. They left the rocket room and climbed the ladder to the turret. Once inside, Phillips spent the first few minutes inspecting the equipment and thumbing through the manuals left there by Varret. Finally, the bored Truesdale broke in upon his study. That old goat must be crazy to think he could toss us out here and have us act like a trained crew. How can we even hope to do anything right without blowing ourselves up? We could try, said Phillips coldly. It shouldn't be impossible to get one started at least. He found the twin control panels in the bulkhead and pulled a pair of switches. There was a smooth humming and a slight click as two hatches in the deck slid open. Slanting metal chutes rose out of the dark apertures just behind the conveyor belts. Look at those babies, breathed Phillips. The snouts of two miniature spaceships protruded from the storage hold. Phillips touched other switches, and the sleek missiles were prodded into the belts and moved forward until the full 20-foot lengths were in view. Phillips, you better be careful with those things, quavered Truesdale, as the engineer unscrewed a small hatch on one. Afraid I'll blow it up? Asked Phillips, peering inside. Why not? You never touched one before. You go ahead and believe that, retorted the engineer. Now, I'll just turn on the radio controls, check the batteries, and feed the bad news into the launching tubes. Watch. Replacing the hatch and securing it, he thought out the procedure to use at the remote control panels. Turning on the screen above one of them produced a cross-haired image of the bulkhead directly in front of the near torpedo. He tried various manipulations until he'd focused the view and caused it to sweep all around the interior of the turret. After idly watching himself and Truesdale appear on the screen, he returned the view to dead ahead, switched it off, and turned to the other panel. Now I guess I can finish checking, he said. Truesdale clambered hastily down the ladder. Phillips shook his head. Don't know what use he'll be, he muttered. Too bad Brecken wouldn't listen. He at least... Oh well. He wondered whether he himself would stand up when the time came. What Varret had asked did not sound like much. Just a quick shot and watch them blow apart. What inhibitions made men black out rather than carry it through? It was not as if there were any hope for these people. Surely it was obvious that to permit them in their deranged state to spread the catastrophic plague was inconceivable. But perhaps emotions were stronger than reason. I'll find out pretty soon, he reflected. There was little more to do in the turret, except to run the torpedoes into the launching tubes and bring up a new pair in reserve. With that much done, he closed the hatch and climbed down the ladder. In the control room, he found Donna and Truesdale peering into the screen. He crowded close to look over their shoulders. A small blob of light floated near the center of the view. That it? He asked. Yes, answered Donna. Just enough Mars light to show it. How near are we? Asked Phillips. About 150 miles. I have quite a large magnification, but they may spot us if they're alert. Are you ready to do something? Reasonably, said Phillips. Where's Brecken? You probably killed him, Truesdale broke in accusingly. I found a first aid kit and gave him a shot, said Donna. He has a nasty lump on the head, but he might sleep it off. Phillips was watching Truesdale. The youth was visibly nervous. Was it the thought of Brecken, the engineer wondered, or fear of what they were planning to do? Perhaps it would be best to clear the air now before it was too late. I guess you could handle it here, Donna, he said. Truesdale and I will go to the turret and stand by. The youth shrank away. No, I won't go up there again. You can't make me do this. Do what? Demanded Phillips. It's murder. You both know it is. They won't even have any warning. I hope not, said Phillips dryly. They might get us. You would put it that way, sneered Truesdale. You're homicidal at heart anyway. He turned on Donna, wiping perspiration from his forehead. Are you going to let him do it? He shrilled. Are you going to help him commit such a crime? The girl stared at him with a worried look in her blue eyes, but said nothing. Come on, Truesdale, said Phillips, making an effort at a peaceful, persuasive tone. It'll be either their lives or ours if they spot us, and millions more if they get by. They'll be too desperate to think of us. Do you want to die? The instant he spoke the last words, he remembered the other's record and wished he'd kept quiet. He saw a strange, wild expression creep over Truesdale's features. It changed into a look of hateful cunning as the youth began to sidle toward the door. I'm not afraid to die, he boasted in a low-pitched but tense voice. But how about you, Phillips? How about the big, brutal space engineer who's proud of smashing men's skulls against steel walls, who'd like nothing better than to blow up a shipload of innocent people? How do you really know they're dangerous? Well, you don't care, do you? Truesdale, snapped Phillips, calm down. I'll calm you down with me, shouted the other hysterically. I'll show you who's afraid to die. He ducked through the door toward which he'd been backing. Phillips lunged after him, just barely missing a grip. On your toes, he shouted over his shoulder to Donna, and turned on all jets. But Truesdale, driven by his peculiar fury, not only stayed ahead as they raced along the corridor, but actually gained. He was 15 or 20 feet out in front as they reached the midway point. Phillips, expecting him to take refuge in the rocket room, was completely fooled when Truesdale leaped for the ladder in the vertical well. He stumbled and grabbed a handrail to stop himself. The other was swarming upward. Phillips sprang to follow. Hardly had he climbed half a dozen rungs, however, than he saw he was outdistanced. Truesdale's feet were already disappearing beyond the hatchway. Phillips waited for the airtight door to slam shut. It remained open. Then a thrill of instinctive fear shot through him as he thought of what Truesdale might do, probably was doing at that very instant. 4. Throwing his feet clear of the rungs, he plunged back toward the deck, guided only by his hands brushing the sides of the ladder. As Phillips reached the junction of the passages, he kicked desperately away from the ladder. He landed with a thump that would have hurt had he been in a calmer state. Rolling over toward the control room, he came to his feet in time to glimpse Donna looking out the doorway before a jarring shock floored him again. The deafening roar of an explosion resounded in the corridor as a brilliant light was luridly reflected from somewhere behind him. The bewildering force hurled him at the deck. He saw he couldn't prevent his head from striking. Phillips found himself on hands and knees, staring stupidly at the deck a few inches past his nose. As in a nightmare, he seemed to spend an eternity pushing himself painfully to his feet. Clutching a handrail, he finally made it. He saw Donna kneeling in the doorway, hand to head. As he watched, the girl looked at her hand and dazedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe off the blood. Then Phillips became aware of a high breeze in his face. Behind him, the sound of rushing air rose to a moan, then to a shriek. That shocked him to his senses. "Button up!" he screamed above the noise, bringing his hands together in an urgent gesture understood by all spacemen. As the girl staggered to her feet, he whirled and leaped toward the junction of the cross corridors. He wasted no time in a vain glance upwards. He knew what Truesdale had done. Only setting off the torpedoes, rockets in the enclosed turret compartment would have caused an explosion just severe enough to rupture the ship's skin. If the warheads had gone off, he never would have known it. Diving headlong through the opening in the deck, he experienced a dizzying shift of gravity as he passed through the plane of the main deck. When he had his bearings again, he scrambled up the ladder toward the belly turret. By the time he got the airtight hatch open, he was beginning to pant in the thinning air. He pulled himself through at last and sealed the compartment. Philip sucked in a deep, luxurious breath while he glanced about. This turret, he saw, was a duplicate of the other. He immediately located the intercom screen and called the control room. Donna's worried face appeared. "Where are you?" was her relieved inquiry. Phillips explained what had happened. "The only thing," he concluded, "is to try it from here." "I think they must have spotted the flash," Donna told him. "The instruments show a shift in their course." "Blast right at them," said Phillips. "We might get away with it if we're quick." He turned away, leaving the intercom on. A few quick steps took him to the control panels in the bulkhead. Guided by his lessons in the other turret, and by faded memories of space school on Earth, he brought up 2 of the torpedoes. He checked the radio controls and ran the missiles into the launching tubes. As he worked, with nervous sweat running into his eyes, he was aware of the intermittent jar of rocket blasts. "Run him down," he muttered, trying to steady his hand on the controls. He had a hand at each panel, with the torpedoes poised viciously in the tubes, when he heard Donna shout, shrill with excitement, over the intercom. Instantly he launched the missiles. He started the rockets by remote control and scanned the screens for sight of the other vessel. For a moment his view was confused by the expanding puff of air, then that froze and drifted back to the hull, and he could see the stars. Donna's voice, strained but coldly controlled, came over the intercom with readings from her instruments. He corrected his courses accordingly. Then he saw the image of their target centered on one screen, so he concentrated on steering the other missile. He made the nose yaw, but was unable to locate anything on its screen. "You're sending one of them too far above, I think," Donna reported. "I have something wrong," he shouted. "I can't spot them at all for that one. The jets must be out of line and shooting it in a curve." Nevertheless, he fired a corrective blast on the weight of the guess before returning his attention to the first torpedo. This one was right on the curve. He could see the massive hull of the cruiser plainly now. It was almost featureless until, as he watched, several sections seemed to slide aside. The screen showed him a momentary glimpse of a swarm of small, flame-tailed objects spewing forth from one of the openings. Then the view went dark. "Interceptor rockets with proximity fuses," he muttered. "They'll be after us next, crazy mean and frantic." Over the intercom, he heard Donna exclaim in dismay. He caught a fleeting sight of her face and realized that the situation must be torture for the girl, as for himself or any normal person of their civilization. Cursing himself for an optimist, he raised 2 more of the missiles from the magazine. Hopping about like a jet checker 5 minutes before takeoff time, he made them ready. It seemed like hours before he got them into the launching tubes and blew them out into the void. Again he watched the other vessel appear ahead of his torpedoes, this time on both screens. Before the gap narrowed, he had a better opportunity to see the defenses of the cruiser in action. A whitish cloud of gas was expelled from his target's hull, bearing a myriad of small objects which promptly acquired a life of their own. Both screens were filled with flashing, diverging trails of flame. Then nothing. "They're heading at us," called Donna. "Hang on." Phillips had already pulled the switches to bring up a new pair of torpedoes. Hearing the urgency in Donna's tone, he leaped toward a rack of spacesuits and grabbed. The next instant he was pinned forcibly against the rack by acceleration as Donna made the ship dodge aside. From one side he heard a screech of grating metal. The fresh missiles must have jammed halfway out of the storage compartment. It gave him a weird feeling of unreality as he hung there helplessly to see one of the screens on the bulkhead pick up something moving, gleaming, metallic. "Donna," he shouted hoarsely, "let up." "I don't dare," she gasped over the intercom. "I lost them, but they were starting after us." "Let up," repeated Phillips. "They're dead ahead of that wild shot of ours. Let me get to the controls." He dropped abruptly to the deck as the acceleration vanished. One leap carried him to the radio controls. The metallic gleam had swelled into a huge spaceship. The cruiser was angling slightly away from the point from which he seemed to be viewing it. How soon, he wondered, would they detect the presence of his torpedo? Or would they neglect this direction, being intent upon the destruction of those who were attempting to frustrate their mad dash for Mars? Philip stood before the screen, clenching his fists. There was, after all, nothing for him to do but watch. The gleaming hull expanded with a swelling rush. Details of construction, hitherto invisible, leaped out at him. A crack finally appeared as the section began to slide back. This time, however, there was no blinding flare of rockets. The blacking out of the screen coincided with Donna's scream. "It hit!" In the silence that follows, he thought he heard a sob. "Oh, Phillips," she said, recovering. "We did it. There." "Hang on," said Phillips. "I'll climb into a spacesuit and come forward." He switched off the intercom and dragged the suit from the rack. It took him a good 15 minutes to get the helmet screwed on properly and to check everything else. He realized that he was very tired. He opened the exit hatch, seized the top of the ladder and his gauntlets as the air exploded out of the turret, and climbed back to the main deck. Clumping forward through the airless corridor, he stopped to look into the compartment where he'd left Brecken. He quickly slid the door shut again. He found that Donna had sealed off the corridor just short of the control room by closing a double emergency door that must have been designed to form an airlock in just such a situation. He hammered upon it, and she slid it open from the control desk. It closed again behind him, and he entered the control room through the usual door. The girl helped him to remove the suit and motioned him toward the screen. Phillips regarded the scene without enthusiasm. The sight of the dead man had reminded him of what the compartments of that other vessel must look like by now. Its parts were beginning to scatter slowly. He looked at Donna and found her regarding him soberly. "What will they do with us now?" she asked. She looked exhausted. He extended an arm, and she leaned against him. "You heard what Varret said," he told her. "Yes, but will he keep his word? They might be ashamed of us now that it's done. Even if they're not, I can't bear the thought of going back to Earth and having them stare at me." Phillips nodded. He remembered the morbid curiosity during his own trial, the crowds who'd watched him with a kind of shrinking horror, and he'd actually been responsible for saving the spaceship and its crew, had they cared to look on that side of the affair. But he had killed. That was no longer the action of a normal human being, according to popular thinking. "I guess you and I are the only ones who will understand one another from now on," he shrugged. Donna smiled faintly, just as the signals sounded on the communication screen. It was Varret, looking pale and strained. He listened to Phillips's account, including the deaths of Truesdale and Brecken, and apologized for his appearance. He had, he informed them, been unpleasantly ill when he'd seen the explosion. "It was a terrible thing," Varret continued sadly, "but necessary. They were beyond reasoning with and a deadly menace." He pulled himself together and tried to hide his agitation by reminding them of his promise. He suggested that they consider their request while his ship attempted to tow them into Deimos. Phillips glanced speculatively at Donna. They would be two outcasts, however much their deed might be respected abstractly, however much official expressions of gratitude were employed to gloss over the fact. He might as well take one chance more. "We've already decided," he said boldly. I hear you're building a new space station on Deimos. The old man nodded, surprised. We will ask for a deed to that moon, and a contract to operate the beacon and radio relay station, Philip stated flatly. Barrett blinked, then smiled slightly in a sort of understanding admiration. Reasonable and astute, he murmured after a moment's hesitation. I think I appreciate the motive. Perhaps if that ship can be repaired and remodeled, we can include it, so that you may take short visits to Mars. He warned them to watch for the emergency crew he would send to their aid, and switched off. Phillips then dared finally to turn and look inquiringly at Donna. Her smile was relaxed for the first time since they'd met. Nice bargaining, she said, and Phillips felt like the king of something larger than a tiny Martian satellite. End of This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. The Worshippers by Damon Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. The Worshippers by Damon Knight. It was a very different thing, Algernon Weaver decided, actually to travel in space. When you read about it or thought about it in terms of what you read, it was more a business of going from one name to another. Algol to Sirius, Aldebaran to Epsilon Ceti. You read the names and the descriptions that went with them, and the whole thing, although breathtaking in concept, of course, when you really stopped to meditate on it, became rather ordinary and prosaic and somehow more understandable. Not that he'd ever approved. No, he had that at least to look back upon. He'd seen the whole enterprise as pure presumption, and had said so, often. The heavens were the heavens, and earth was earth. It would have been better, much better for all concerned, if it had been left that way. He had held that opinion, he reminded himself gratefully, from the very beginning, when it was easy to think otherwise. Afterward, of course, when the first starships came back with the news that space was aswarm with creatures who didn't even resemble man, and had never heard of him, and didn't think much of him when they saw him, well, who but an idiot could hold any other opinion? If only the Creator had not seen fit to make so many human beings in his image, but without his common sense. Well, if he hadn't, then for one thing, Weaver would not have been where he was now, staring out an octagonal porthole at an endless sea of diamond-pierced blackness, with the empty ship humming to itself all around him. It was an entirely different thing, he told himself. There were no names and no descriptions and no feeling of going from one known place to another known place. It was like standing outdoors on a still summer night and looking up at the dizzying depths of the stars, and then looking down to discover that there was no planet under your feet, and that you were all alone in that alien gulf. It was enough to make a grown man cry, and Weaver had cried often in the empty red twilight of the ship, feeling himself hopelessly and forever cut off, cast out and forgotten. But as the weeks passed, a kind of numbness had overtaken him, till now, when he looked out the porthole at the incredible depth of sky, he felt no emotion but a thin, disapproving regret. Sometimes he would describe himself to himself, just to refute the feeling that he was not really here, not really alive. But his mind was too orderly, and the description would come out so cold and terse. Algernon James Weaver, 1942 to present, historian, civic leader, poet, teacher, philosopher. author of Development of the School System in Schenectady and Schoharie Counties, New York, pamphlet 1975, An Address to the Women's Clubs of Schenectady, New York, pamphlet 1979, Rhymes of a Philosopher, 1981, Parables of a Philosopher, 1983, Reflections of a Philosopher, 1986, born in Detroit, Michigan, son of a Methodist minister, educated in Michigan and New York public schools, B.A., New York State University, 1959, M.A., NYSU Extension, 1964, unmarried, surviving relatives. That was the trouble. It began to sound like an obituary, and then the great humming metal shell would begin to feel like a coffin. Presumption, pure presumption. None of these creatures should have been allowed to get loose among the stars, man least of all. It cluttered up the universe. It undermined faith, and it had got Algernon Weaver into the devil of a fix. It was his sister's fault, actually. She would go, in spite of his advice, up to the moon, to the UN sanatorium in Aristarchus. Weaver's sister, a big-framed, definite woman, had a weak heart and 75 superfluous pounds of fat. Doctors had told her she would live 20 years longer on the moon. Therefore she went and survived the trip and thrived in the germ-free atmosphere, weighing just 1/6 of her former 210 pounds. Once she was there, Weaver could hardly escape visiting her. Harriet was a widow with large resources, and Weaver was her only near relative. It was necessary, it was prudent for him to keep on her good side. Moreover, he had his family feeling. He didn't like it, not a minute of it, not the incredible trip, rising till the earth lay below like a botched model of itself, not the silent mausoleum of the moon. But he duly admired Harriet's spacious room in the sanatorium, the recreation rooms, the auditorium. Space-suited, he walked with her in the cold earthlight. He attended her on the excursion trip to Layfield, the interstellar rocket base on the far side of the moon. The alien ship was there, all angles and planes. It came from Zeta Aurigae, they told him, and was the second foreign ship to visit Sol. Most of the crew had been ferried down to Earth, where they were inspecting the people, without approval, Weaver was sure. Meanwhile, the remaining crewman would be pleased to have the sanatorium party inspect him. They went aboard, Harriet and 2 other women, and 6 men, counting the guide and Weaver. The ship was a red-lit cavern. The crewman turned out to be a hairy horror, a 3-foot headless lump shaped like an eggplant, supported by 4 splayed legs, and with an indefinite number of tentacles wriggling below the stalked eyes. "They're more like us than you'd think," said the guide. "They're mammals. They have a nervous organization very like ours. They're susceptible to some of our diseases, which is very rare, and they even share some of our minor vices." He opened his kit and offered the thing a plug of chewing tobacco, which was refused with much tentacle waving, and a cigar, which was accepted. The creature stuck the cigar into the pointed tip of its body, just above the 6 beady black eyes, lit it with some sort of flameless lighter, and puffed clouds of smoke like a volcano. "And, of course, as you see, they're oxygen breathers," the guide finished. "The atmosphere in the ship here is almost identical to our own. We could breathe it without any discomfort whatever." "Then why don't we?" Weaver thought irritably. He'd been forced to wear either a breathing mask or a pressure suit all the time he'd been on the moon, except when he'd been in his own sealed room at the sanatorium, and his post-nasal drip was unmistakably maturing into a cold. He'd been stifling sneezes for the last half hour. He was roused by a commotion up ahead. Someone was on the floor, and the others were crowding around. "Help me carry her," said the guy's voice sharply in his earphones. "We can't treat her here. What is she, a heart case? Good Lord. Clear the way there, will you?" Weaver hurried up, struck by a sharp suspicion. Indeed, it was Harriet who was being carried out, and a good thing, he thought, that they didn't have to support her full weight. He wondered vaguely if she would die before they got her to a doctor. He could not give the thought his full attention or feel as much fraternal anxiety as he ought, because he had to sneeze. The others had crowded out into the red-lit space of the control room where the airlock was. Weaver stopped and frantically tugged his arm free of the rubberoid sleeve. The repressed spasm was an acute agony in his nose and throat. He fumbled the handkerchief out of his pocket, thrust his hand up under the helmet, and blissfully let go. His eyes were watering. He wiped them hurriedly, put the handkerchief away, worked his arm back into the sleeve, and looked around to see what had become of the others. The airlock door was closed, and there was no one in the room but the hairy eggplant shape of the Aurigian, still puffing its cigar. "Hey," said Weaver, forgetting his manners. The Aurigian did not turn, but then which was its front or back? The beady black eyes regarded him without expression. Weaver started forward. He got nearly to the airlock before a cluster of hairy tentacles barred his way. He said indignantly, "Let me out, you monster! Let me out, do you hear?" The creature stood stock still in an infuriating attitude until a little light on the wall changed from orange to red-violet. Then it crossed to the control board, did something there, and the inner door of the lock swung open. "Well, I should think so," said Weaver. He stepped forward again, but his eyes were beginning to water. There was an intolerable tickling far back in his nostrils. Eyes squeezed shut, his whole body contorted with effort. He raised his arm to begin the desperate race once more. His hand brushed against something. His kit, slung just above his waist. There were handkerchiefs in the kit, he recalled suddenly, and he remembered what the guide had said about Aurigian air. He tugged the kit open, fumbled, and found a handkerchief. He zipped open the closure of his helmet and tilted the helmet back. He brought up the handkerchief and gave himself over to the spasm. He was startled by a hoarse boom, as if someone had scraped the strings of an amplified bull fiddle. He looked around, blinking, and discovered that the sound was coming from the Aurigian. The monster, with its tentacles tightly curled around the tip of its body, was scuttling into the corridor. As Weaver watched in confusion, it vanished, and a sheet of metal slid across the doorway. More boomings came shortly from a source Weaver finally identified as a grill over the control panels. He took a step that way, then changed his mind and turned back toward the airlock. Just as he reached the nearer airlock door, the farther one swung open, and an instant torrent of wind thrust him outward. Strangling, Weaver grabbed desperately at the door frame as it went by. He swung with a sickening thud into the inner wall, but he hung on and pulled himself back inside. The force of the wind was dropping rapidly. So was the air pressure. Ragged black blotches swam before Weaver's eyes. He fumbled with his helmet, trying to swing it back over his head, but it stubbornly remained where it was. The blow, when he struck the airlock wall, he thought dimly, it must have bent the helmet so that it would not fit into its grooves. He forced himself across the room toward the faint gleam of the Aurigian control board. Shaped like a double horseshoe it was, around the two lattice-topped stools and bristling with levers, knobs, and sliding panels. One of these, he knew, controlled the airlock. He slapped blindly at them, pulling, pushing, turning, as many as he could reach. Then the floor reeled under him, and as he fell toward it, changed into a soft, grey, endless mist. When he awoke, the airlock door was closed. His lungs were gratefully full of air. The Aurigian was nowhere to be seen. The door behind which he had disappeared was still closed. Weaver got up, stripped off his spacesuit, and, by hammering with the sole of one of the boots, managed to straighten out the dent in the back of the helmet. He put the suit back on, now looked doubtfully at the control board. It wouldn't do to go on pulling things at random. He might cause some damage. Tentatively, he pushed a slide he remembered touching before. When nothing happened, he pushed it back. He tried a knob, then a lever. The inner door of the airlock swung open. Weaver marched into it, took one look through the viewport set in the outer door, and scrambled back out. He closed the airlock again and thought a minute. In the center of each horseshoe curve of the control board was a gray translucent disc with 6 buttons under it. They might, Weaver thought, be television screens. He pressed the first button under one of them, and the screen lighted up. He pressed the second button, then all the others in turn. They all showed him the same thing, the view he'd seen from the viewport in the airlock. Stars, and nothing but stars. The moon, incredibly, had disappeared. He was in space. His first thought, when he was able to think connectedly again, was to find the Aurigian and make him put things right. He tried all the remaining knobs and levers and buttons on the control board, reckless of consequences, until the door slid open again. Then he went down the corridor and found the Aurigian. The creature was lying on the floor with a turnip-shaped thing over its head, tubes trailing from it to an open cabinet in the wall. It was dead and decaying. He searched the ship. He found storerooms with cylinders and bales of stuff that looked as if it might possibly be food. He found the engine room with great piles of outlandishly sculptured metal and winking lights and swinging meter needles. But he was the only living thing on board. The view from all 6 directions, in the control room telescreens and in the ship's direct viewports alike, was exactly the same. The stars, like dandruff on Weaver's blue serge suit, no one of them apparently any nearer than the others, no way to tell which, if any of them, was his own. The smell of the dead creature was all through the ship. Weaver closed his helmet against it. Then, remembering that the air in his suit tank would not last forever, he lugged the corpse out to the airlock, closed the inner door on it, and opened the outer one. It was hard for him to accept the obvious explanation of the Aurigian's death, but he finally came to it. He recalled something the guide had said about the Aurigian's susceptibility to earthly infections. That must have been it. That had been why the creature had bellowed and run to seal itself off from him. It was all his fault. If he'd not sneezed with his helmet open, the Aurigian would not be dead. He would not be marooned in space, and the other Aurigians down on Earth would not be marooned there, though they, he decided wistfully, would probably get home sooner or later. They knew where home was. As far as he could, he made himself master of the ship and its contents. He discovered, by arduous trial and error, which of the supposed foods in the storerooms he could eat safely, which would make him sick, and which were not foods at all. He found out which of the control board's knobs and levers controlled the engines, and he shut them off. He studied the universe around him, hoping to see some change. After nearly a month, it happened. One star grew from a brilliant pinpoint to a tiny disk, and each time he awoke it was larger. Weaver took counsel with himself and pasted a small piece of transparent red tape over the place on the telescreen where the star appeared. He scratched a mark to show where the star was on each of 3 succeeding days. The trail crawled diagonally down toward the bottom of the screen. He knew nothing about astrogation, but he knew that if he were heading directly toward the star, it ought to stay in the same place on his screen. He turned on the engines and swung the steering arm downward. The star crawled toward the center of the screen, then went past. Weaver painstakingly brought it back, and so, in parsec-long zigzags, he held his course. The star was now increasing alarmingly in brightness. It occurred to Weaver that he must be traveling with enormous speed, although he had no sensation of movement at all. There was a position on the scale around the steering arm that he thought would put the engines into reverse. He tried it. and now he scratched the apparent size of the star into the red tape. First it grew by leaps and bounds, then more slowly, then hardly at all. Weaver shut off the engines again and waited. The star had planets. He noted their passage in the telescreen, marked their apparent courses, and blithely set himself to land on the one that seemed to be the nearest. He was totally ignorant of orbits. He simply centered his planet on the screen as he had done with the star, found that it was receding from him, and began to run it down. He came in too fast the first time, tore through the atmosphere like a lost soul and frantically out again, sweating in the control room's sudden heat. He turned out in space and carefully adjusted his speed so that ship and planet drifted softly together, gently, as if he'd been doing this all his life. Weaver took the ship down upon a continent of rolling greens and browns, landed it without a jar, saw the landscape begin to tilt as he stepped into the airlock, and barely got outside before the ship rolled 10,000 feet down a gorge he'd not noticed and smashed itself into a powdering of fragments. 2 days later, he began turning into a god. 2. They had put him into a kind of enclosed seat at the end of a long rotating arm, counterweighted at the opposite side of the air car proper, and the whole affair swung gently in an eccentric path around and up and down as the air car moved very slowly forward through the village. All the houses were faced with broad wooden balconies stained blood red and turquoise, umber and yellow, gold and pale green, and all of these were crowded to bursting with the blue and white horny chests and the big-eyed faces of the buck things. Weaver swung in his revolving seat past first one level and another, and the twittering voices burst around him like the stars of a 4th of July rocket. This was the 5th village they'd visited since the buck things had found him wandering in the mountains. At the first one he'd been probed, examined, and twittered over interminably. Then the air car had arrived. They'd strapped him into this ridiculous seat and begun what looked very much like a triumphal tour. Other air cars without the revolving arm preceded and followed him. The slowly floating cars and their riders were gay with vari-colored streamers. Every now and then one of the bug things in the cars would raise a pistol-like object to fire a pinkish streak that spread out high in the air and became a gently descending, diffusing cloud of rosy dust. And always the twittering rose and fell, as Weaver revolved at the end of the swinging arm. One had to remember, he reminded himself, that earthly parallels did not necessarily apply. It was undignified, certainly, to be revolving like a child on a merry-go-round while these crowds glared with bright alien eyes. But the important thing was that they had not once offered him any violence. They had not even put him into the absurd revolving seat by force. They led him to it gently, with a great deal of gesturing and twittered explanation. And if their faces were almost nauseatingly unpleasant, with the constantly moving complexity of parts that he'd seen in live lobsters, well, that proved nothing except that they were not human. Later, perhaps, he could persuade them to wear masks. It was a holiday, a great occasion. Everything testified to that. The colored streamers, the clouds of rosy dust like skyrockets, the crowds of people lined up to await him. And why not? Clearly they had never before seen a man. He was unique, a personage to be honored, a visitor descended from the heavens, clothed in fire and glory, like the Spaniards among the Aztecs, he thought. Weaver began to feel gratified, his ego expanding. Experimentally he waved to the massed ranks of buck things as he passed them. A new explosion of twittering broke out, and a forest of twig-like arms waved back at him. They seemed to regard him with happy awe. "Thank you," said Weaver graciously. "Thank you." In the morning there were crowds massed outside the building where he'd slept, but they did not put him into the air car with the revolving arm again. Instead, 4 new ones came into his room after he'd eaten the strange red and orange fruit that were all of the bug diet he could stomach, and began to twitter very seriously at him while pointing to various objects, parts of their bodies, the walls around them, and Weaver himself. After a while, Weaver grasped the idea that he was being instructed. He was willing to cooperate, but he did not suppose for a moment that he could master the bird-like sounds they made. Instead, he took an old envelope and a stub of pencil from his pocket and wrote the English word for each thing they pointed out. Orange, he wrote. It wasn't an orange, but the color was the same, at any rate. Thorax, wall, man, mandibles. In the afternoon they brought a machine with staring lenses and bright lights. Weaver guessed that he was being televised. He put a hand on the nearest buck thing's shoulder and smiled for his audience. Later, after he'd eaten again, they went on with the language lesson. Now it was Weaver who taught, and they who learned. This, Weaver felt, was as it should be. These creatures were not men, he told himself. He would give himself no illusions on that score, but they might still be capable of learning many things that he had to teach. He could do a great deal of good, even if it turned out that he could never return to Earth. He rather suspected that they had no spaceships. There was something about their life, the small villages, the slowly drifting air cars, the absence of noise and smell and dirt, that somehow did not fit with the idea of space travel. As soon as he was able, he asked them about it. No, they had never traveled beyond their own planet. It was a great marvel. Perhaps he could teach them how sometime. As their command of written English improved, he catechized them about themselves and their planet. The world, as he knew already, was much like Earth as to atmosphere, gravity, and mean temperature. It occurred to him briefly that he'd been lucky to hit upon such a world, but the thought did not stick. He had no way of knowing just how improbable his luck had been. They themselves were, as he had thought, simple beings. They had a written history of some 12,000 of their years, which he estimated to be about 9,000 of his. Their technical accomplishments, he had to grant, equaled Earth's, and in some cases surpassed them. Their social organization was either so complex that it escaped him altogether, or unbelievably simple. They did not, so far as he could discover, have any political divisions. They did not make war. They were egg-layers, and they controlled their population simply by means of hatching only as many eggs as were needed to replace their natural losses. Just when it first struck Weaver that he was their appointed ruler, it would be hard to say. It began, perhaps, that afternoon in the air car, or a few days later when he made his first timid request for a house of his own. The request was eagerly granted, and he was asked how he would like the house constructed. Half timidly, he drew sketches of his own suburban home in Schenectady, and they built it, swarms of them working together down to the hardwood floors and the pneumatic furniture and the picture moldings and the lampshades. Or perhaps the idea crystallized when he asked to see some of their native dances, and within an hour the dancers assembled on his lawn, 500 of them, and performed until sundown. At any rate, nothing could have been more clearly correct once he'd grasped the idea. He was a man, alone in a world of outlandish creatures. It was natural that he should lead. Indeed, it was his duty. They were poor things, but they were malleable in his hands. It was a great adventure. Who knew how far he might not bring them? Weaver embarked on a tour of the planet, taking with him 2 of the bug things as guides, and a third as a pilot and personal servant. Their names in their own tongue he had not bothered to ask. He had christened them Mark, Luke, and John. All 3 now wrote and read English with fair proficiency. Thus Weaver was well served. The trip was entirely enjoyable. He was met everywhere by the same throngs, the same delight and enthusiasm as before, and between villages there seemed to be nothing on the planet that could be called a city. The rolling green countryside, dotted with bosquets of yellow and orange flower trees, was most soothing to the eye. Weaver noted the varieties of strangely shaped and colored plants, and the swarms of bright flying things, and began an abortive collection. He had to give it up for the present. There were too many things to study. He looked forward to a few books to be compiled later, when he had time, for the guidance of Earthmen at some future date. The flora of Terra Nova, the fauna of Terra Nova. All that was for the distant future. Now he was chiefly concerned with the Terra Novans themselves, how they lived, what they thought, what sort of primitive religion they had, and so on. He asked endless questions of his guides, and through them of the villagers they met, and the more he learned, the more agitated he became. "But this is monstrous," he wrote indignantly to Mark and Luke. They had just visited a house inhabited by 17 males and 12 females. Weaver was now beginning to be able to distinguish the sexes, and he had inquired what their relations were. Mark had informed him calmly that they were husbands and wives, and when Weaver pointed out that the balance was uneven, had written, "No, not 1-to-1, all to all husband and wife of each other." Mark held Weaver's indignant message up to his eyes with one many-jointed claw, while his other 3 forelimbs gestured uncertainly. Finally he seized the notepad and wrote, "Do not understand, monstrous, please forgive. They do for more change, so not to make each other have tiredness." Weaver frowned and wrote, "Does not your religion forbid this?" Mark consulted in his own piping tongue with the other 2. Finally he surrendered the notepad to Luke, who wrote, "Do not understand religion to forbid, please excuse. With us many religion, some say spirits and flower, some say in wind and sun, some say in ground. Not say to do this, not to do that. With us all people the same, no one tell other what to do." Weaver added another mental note to his already lengthy list. "Build churches." He wrote, "Tell them this must stop." Mark turned without hesitation to the silently attentive group and translated. He turned back to Weaver and wrote, "They ask, please, what to do now instead of the way they do?" Weaver told him, they must mate only 1-to-1, and for life. To his surprise, the translation of this was greeted by unmistakable twitterings of gladness. The members of the adulterous group turned to each other with excited gestures, and Weaver saw a pairing-off process begin with much discussion. He asked Mark about it later as they were leaving the village. "How is it that they did this thing before, for more variety, as you say, and yet they seem so glad to stop?" Mark's answer was, "They very glad to do whatever thing you say. You bring them new thing. They very happy." Weaver mused on this, contentedly on the whole, but with a small undigested kernel of uneasiness, until they reached the next village. Here he found a crowd of Terra Novans of both sexes and all ages, at a feast of something with a fearful stench. He asked what it was. Mark's answer had better not be revealed. Feeling genuinely sick with revulsion, Weaver demanded, "Why do they do such an awful thing? This is 10 times worse than the other." This time Mark answered without hesitation, "They do this like the other for more change. It is not easy to learn to like, but they do, so not to make themselves have tiredness." There were 3 more such incidents before they reached the village where they were to sleep that night, and Weaver lay awake in his downy bed, staring at the faint shimmer of reflected starlight on the carved roof beams, and meditating soberly on the unexpected, the appalling magnitude of the task he had set himself. From this he came to consider that small dark kernel of doubt. It was of course dreadful to find that his people were so wholly corrupt, but that at least was understandable. What he did not understand was the reason they could be so easily weaned from their wickedness. It left him feeling a little off balance, like a man who has hurled himself at his enemy and found him suddenly not there. This reminded him of jiu-jitsu, and this in turn of the ancient Japanese, to whom, indeed, his Terra Novans seemed to have many resemblances. Weaver's uneasiness increased. Savage peoples were notoriously devious. They smiled and then thrust knives between your ribs. He felt a sudden prickling coldness at the thought. It was improbable. It was fantastic that they would go to such lengths to gratify his every wish if they meant to kill him, he told himself, and then he remembered the Dionysian rites, and a host of other too similar parallels. The king for a day or a year, who ruled as an absolute monarch and then was sacrificed, and Weaver remembered with a stab of panic, usually eaten. He'd been on Terra Nova for a little over a month by the local calendar. What was his term of office to be? 2 months? 6? A year? 10 years? He slept little that night, woke late in the morning with dry, irritated eyes and a furred mouth, and spent a silent day inspecting each new batch of natives without comment, and shivering inwardly at each motion of the clawed arms of Mark, Luke, or John. Toward evening he came out of his funk at last, when it occurred to him to ask about weapons. He put the query slyly, wording it as if it were a matter of general interest only, and of no great importance. Were they familiar with machines that killed, and if so, what varieties did they have? At first, Mark did not understand the question. He replied that their machines did not kill, that very long ago they had done so, but that the machines were much better now, very safe and not harmful to anyone. Then, wrote Weaver carefully, you have no machines which are made for the purpose of killing? Mark, Luke, and John discussed this with every evidence of excitement. At last Mark wrote, "This very new idea to us." "But do you have in this world no large dangerous animals which must be killed? How do you kill those things which you eat?" "No dangerous animals. We kill food things, but not use machines. Give some things food, which make them die. Give some no food, so they die. Kill some with heat. Some eat alive." Weaver winced with distaste when he read this last, and was about to write, "This must stop," but he thought of oysters and decided to reserve judgment. After all, it had been foolish of him to be frightened last night. He'd been carried away by a chance comparison which, calmly considered, was superficial and absurd. These people were utterly peaceful. In fact, spineless. He wrote, "Take the air car up farther, so that I can see this village from above." He signaled John to stop when they had reached a height of a few 100 feet. From this elevation he could see the village spread out beneath him like an architect's model, the neat cross-hatching of narrow streets separating the hollow curves of rooftops, dotted with the myriad captive balloons launched in honor of his appearance. The village lay in the gentle hollow of a wide valley, surrounded by the equally gentle slopes of hills. To his right it followed the bank of a fair-sized river. In the other 3 directions the checkered pattern ended in a careless, irregular outline, and was replaced by the larger pattern of cultivated fields. It was a good site, the river for power, sanitation, and transportation, the hills for a sheltered climate. He saw suddenly, in complete sharp detail, how it would be. "The trip is over," he wrote with sudden decision. "We will stay here and build a city." 3. The most difficult part was the number of things that he had to learn. There was no trouble about anything he wanted done by others. He simply commanded, and that was the end of it. But the massive knowledge about the Terra Novans and their world before he came appalled him not only by its sheer bulk, but by its intricacy, the unexplained gaps, the contradictions. For a long time after the founding of New Washington, later New Jerusalem, he was still bothered a little by doubt. He wanted to learn all there was to learn about the Terranovans, so that finally he would understand them completely, and the doubt would be gone. Eventually he confessed to himself that the task was impossible. He was 47 years old. He had perhaps 30 years ahead of him, and it was not as if he were able to devote them solely to study. There was a written history of the Terranovans, which covered minutely a period of 9,000 years, though not completely. There were periods and places which seemed to have left no adequate records of themselves. The natives had no reasonable explanation of this phenomenon. They simply said that the keeping of histories sometimes went out of fashion. Then there was the biology of the Terranovans and the countless other organisms of the planet. Simply to catalogue them and give them English names, as he had set out to do, would have occupied him the rest of his lifetime. There was the complex and puzzling field of social relations. Here again, everything seemed to be in unaccountable flux, even though the overall pattern remained the same and seemed as rigid as any primitive people's. There was physics, which presented exasperating difficulties of translation. There was engineering, there was medicine, there was economics. When he finally gave it up, it was not so much because of the simple arithmetical impossibility of the job, as because he realized that it didn't matter. For a time he'd been tempted away from the logical attitude toward these savages of his, a foolish weakness of the sort that had given him that ridiculous hour or two when, he now dimly recalled, he'd been afraid of the Terranovans, afraid of all things that they were fattening him for the sacrifice. Whereas it was clear enough, certainly, that the former state of the Terranovans, their incomprehensible society and language and customs, simply had no practical importance. He was changing all that. When he was through, they would be what he had made them, no more and no less. It was strange, looking back, to realize how little he'd seen of his destiny there at the beginning. Timid little man, he thought, half in amusement, half contemptuously, nervous and fearful, seeing things small. Build me a house like the one I had in Schenectady. They had built him a palace. No, a temple. And a city. And they were building him a world. A planet that would be his to the last atom when it was done. A corner of the universe that was Algernon James Weaver. He recalled that in the beginning he'd felt almost like these creatures' servant. Public servant, he had thought, with self-righteous, lukewarm pleasure. He'd seen himself as one who built for others, the more virtuous because those others were not even men. But it was not he who built. They built, and for him. It was strange, he thought again, that he should not have seen it from the first, for it was perfectly clear, and all of a pattern. The marriage laws, thou shalt not live in adultery. The dietary laws, thou shalt not eat that which is unclean. And the logical concomitant, the law of worship, thou shalt have no gods before me. The apostles, Mark, Luke, and John, later Matthew, Philip, Peter, Simon, Andrew, James, Bartholomew, and Thomas. He had a feeling that something was wrong with the list besides the omission of Judas. Unluckily, he had no Bible. But it was really an academic question. They were his apostles, not that others. The pattern repeated itself, he thought, but with variations. He understood now why he had shelved the project of Christianizing the natives, although one of his first acts had been to abolish their pagan sects. He had told himself at first that it was best to wait until he'd put down from memory the salient parts of the Holy Bible, Genesis, say, the better-known Psalms, and a condensed version of the Gospels, leaving out all the begats and the Jewish tribal history and awkward things like the Songs of Solomon. Thy mandibles are like pomegranates. No, it wouldn't do. And of course he'd never found time to rack his brains for the passages that eluded him, but all that had been merely a subterfuge to soothe his conscience, while he slowly felt his way into his new role. Now it was almost absurdly simple. He was writing his own holy book, or rather, Luke, Thomas, and a corps of assistants were putting it together from his previous utterances, to be edited by him later. The uneasy rustling of chitinous arms against white robes recalled him from his meditation. The swarm of priests, altar boys, and the rest of his retinue was still gathered around him, waiting until he should deign to notice them again. Really, God thought with annoyance, this whole gathering, at such a moment. The worshippers were massed in the temple. A low, excited twittering rose from them as he appeared and walked into the beam of the spotlight. The dark lenses of television cameras were focused on him from every part of the balcony at the rear of the hall. The microphones were ready. Weaver walked forward as the congregation knelt and waited an impressive moment before he spread his hands in the gesture that meant, "Rise, my children." Simon, previously coached, translated. The congregation rose again, rustling, and then was still. At a signal from Simon, the choir began a skirling and screeching which the disciples warranted to be music, religious music composed to fit the requirements he had laid down. Weaver endured it, thinking that some changes must come slowly. The hymn wailed to an end, and Weaver gripped the lectern, leaning carefully forward toward the microphones. "My children," he began, and waited for Solomon's twittering translation. "You have sinned greatly," twitter, "and in many ways," twitter, "but I have come among you," twitter, "to redeem your sins," twitter, "and make them as though they'd never been," twitter. He went on to the end, speaking carefully and sonorously. It was not a long sermon, but he flattered himself that it was meaty. At the end of it he stepped back a pace and folded his arms and their long silk-white sleeves across his chest. Simon took over now, and so far as Weaver could judge, he did well. He recited a litany which Weaver had taught him, indicating by gestures that the congregation was to repeat after him every second speech. The low chirping welled from the hall, a comforting, warming sound almost like the responses of a human congregation. Weaver felt tears welling to his eyes, and he restrained himself from weeping openly only by a gigantic effort. After all, he was a god of wrath, but the love which swept toward him at this moment was a powerful thing to gainsay. When it was all over, he went back to his sanctum, dismissed all his retinue except his regular assistants, and removed the ceremonial robes. "The people responded well," he said. "I am pleased." Simon said, "They will work hard to please you, Master. You bring great happiness to them." "That is well," said Weaver. He sat down behind his great desk, while the others stood attentively below him in the sunken foresection of the sanctum. "What business have you for me today?" "There's the matter of the novel, Master," said Mark. He stepped forward, mounted a single step to Weaver's dais, and laid a sheaf of papers on the desk. "This is a preliminary attempt which one called Peter Smith has made with my unworthy help." "I will read it later," Weaver told him. It was poor stuff, no doubt. What else could one expect? But it was a start. He would tell them what was wrong with it, and they would try again. Literary criticism, armaments, tariffs, manners. There was no end to it. "What else?" Luke stepped forward. "The plans for the large weapons you commanded your servants to design, Master." He put 3 large sheets of parchments on the desk. Weaver looked at the neat tracery on the first and frowned. "You may come near me," he said. "Show me how these are meant to operate." Luke pointed to the first drawing. "This is the barrel of the weapon, Master," he said. "As you commanded, it is rifled so that the missile will spin." Here the missile is inserted at the breech according to your direction. Here is the mechanism which turns and aims the weapon as you commanded. It is shown in greater detail on the second sheet. And here on the third is the missile itself. It is hollow and filled with explosive powder as you ordered, and there is in the tip a device which will attract it to the target. Weaver gravely nodded. Has it been tested? In models only, Master. If you direct, the construction will begin at once. Good. Proceed. How many of these can you make for me within a month? Luke hesitated. Few, Master. At first all must be done by hand methods. Later it will be possible to make many at a time, 50 or even 100 in 1 month. But for the first 2 or 3 months, Master, 2 weapons in a month is all that your unworthy servants can do. Very well, said Weaver. See to it. He turned and examined the large globe of the planet which stood on his desk. Here was another product of his genius. The Terranovans had scarcely had maps worthy of the name before his coming. The 3 major continents trailed downward like fleshy leaves from the North Pole. He had called them America, Europe, and Asia, and they were so lettered on the globe. In the southern hemisphere, besides the tips of Europe and Asia and fully a third of America, there was a 4th continent, shaped rather like a hat, which he had called Australia. There was no Africa on Terra Nova, but that was small loss. Weaver had never thought highly of Africa. The planet itself, according to the experts who had been assigned the problem, was little more than 10,000 miles in diameter. The land area, Weaver thought, probably amounted to more than 50 million square miles. It was a great deal to defend, but it must be done. Here is your next assignment, he told Luke. Put a team to work on selecting and preparing sites for these guns when they're built. There must be one in every 1,000 square miles. Luke bowed and took the plans away. For otherwise, Weaver thought somberly, another ship might land some day, and how could I trust these children not to welcome it? Sunlight gleamed brilliantly from the broad white marble plaza beyond the tall portico. Looking through the windows, he could see the enormous block of stone in the center of the plaza, and the tiny robot aircar hovering near it, and the tiny ant-shapes of the crowd on the opposite side. Beyond, the sky was a clear, faultless blue. "Are you ready now, Master?" asked Luke. Weaver tested his limbs. They were rigid and almost without sensation. He could not move them so much as the fraction of an inch. Even his lips were as stiff as that marble outside. Only the fingers of his right hand, clutching a pen, felt as if they belonged to him. A metal frame supported a notepad where his hand could reach it. Then he wrote, "Yes, proceed with the statue." Luke was holding a tiny torpedo-shaped object that moved freely at the end of a long, jointed metal arm. He moved it tentatively toward Weaver's left shoulder. Outside, the hovering air-car duplicated the motion. The grinder at its tip bit with a screech into the side of the huge stone. Weaver watched, feeling no discomfort. The drug Luke had injected was working perfectly. Luke moved the pantograph pointer again and again until it touched Weaver's rope body. With every motion, the aircar bored a tunnel into the stone to the exact depth required and backed out again. Slowly, a form was beginning to emerge. The distant screech of the grinder was muffled and not unpleasant. Weaver felt a trifle sleepy. The top of one extended arm was done. The aircar moved over and began the other, leaving the head still buried in stone. After this, Weaver thought, he could rest. His cities were built, his church founded, his guns built and tested, his people trained. The Terranovans were as civilized as he could make them in 1 generation. They had literary societies, newsstands, stock markets, leisure and working classes, baseball leagues, armies. They had had to give up their barbaric comfort, of course. So much the better. Life was real. Life was earnest. Weaver had taught them that. The mechanism of his government ran smoothly. It would continue to run, with only an occasional guiding touch. This was his last major work, the monument. Something to remember me by, he thought drowsily. Myself in stone, long after I am gone. That will keep them to my ways, even if they should be tempted. To them I will still be here, standing over them, gigantic, imperishable. They will still have something to worship. Stone dust was obscuring the figure now, glittering in the sunlight. Luke undercut a huge block of the stone, and it fell, turning lazily, and crashed on the pavement. Robot tractors darted out to haul the pieces away. Weaver was glad it was Luke whose hand was guiding the pantograph, not one of the bright, efficient younger generation. They'd been together a long time, Luke and he, almost 10 years. He knew Luke as if he were a human being, understood him as if he were a person. And Luke knew him better than any of the rest, knew his smiles and his frowns, all his moods. It had been a good life. He'd done all the things he set out to do, and he'd done them in his own time and his own way. At this distance it was almost impossible to believe that he had once been a little man among billions of others, conforming to their patterns, doing what was expected of him. His free hand was growing tired from holding the pen. When all the rest was done, Luke would freeze that hand also, and then it would be only a minute or so until he could inject the antidote. He scribbled idly. "Do you remember the old days before I came, Luke?" "Very well, master," said the apostle. "But it seems a long time ago." "Yes," Weaver told himself contentedly, "just what I was thinking. We understand each other, Luke and I." He wrote, "Things are very different now, eh?" "Very different, master. You made many changes. The people are very grateful to you." He could see the broad outlines of the colossal figure now, the arms in their heavy ecclesiastical sleeves outstretched in benediction, the legs firmly planted. But the bowed head was still a rough, featureless mass of stone, not yet shaped. "Do you know," Weaver wrote on impulse, "that when I first came I thought for a time that you were savages who might want to eat me?" That would startle Luke, he thought. But Luke said, "We all wanted to, very much. But that would have been foolish, master. Then we would not have had all the other things. And besides, there would not have been enough of you for all." The air car screeched, driving a tunnel along the edge of the parted vestments. God felt a cold wind down the corridor of time. He'd been that close, after all. It was only because the natives had been cold-bloodedly foresighted that he was still alive. The idea infuriated him, and somehow he was still afraid. He wrote, "You never told me this. You will all do a penance for it." Luke was dabbing the pointer carefully at the bald top of Weaver's head. His horny, complicated face was unpleasantly close, the mandibles unpleasantly big even behind his mouth veil. Luke said, "We will, very gladly, except that perhaps the new ones will not like it." Weaver felt bewildered. In one corner of his mind he felt a tiny darkness unfolding, the kernel of doubt forgotten so long but there all the time, growing larger now, expanding to a ragged, terrifying shape. He wrote, "What do you mean? Who are the new ones?" Luke said, "We did not tell you. We knew you would not like it. A spaceship landed in Asia 2 months ago. There are 3 people in it. One is sick, but we believe the other 2 will live. They are very funny people, master." The pantograph pointer moved down the side of God's nose, and another wedge of the stone fell in the plaza. They have 3 long legs and a very little body, and a head with 1 eye in front and 1 behind. Also, they have very funny ideas. They're horrified at the way we live, and they're going to change it all around." Weaver's fingers jerked uncontrollably, and the words wavered across the page. "I don't understand. I don't understand." "I hope you're not angry, Master," said Luke. "We are very grateful to you. When you came, we were desperately bored. There had been no new thing for more than 7,000 years since the last ship came from space. You know that we have not much imagination. We tried to invent new things for ourselves, but we could never think of anything so amusing as the ones you gave us. We will always remember you with gratitude." The pantograph was tracing Weaver's eyelids and then the unfeeling eyes themselves. "But all things must end," said Luke. "Now we have these others who do not like what you have done, so we cannot worship you any more. And anyway, some of the people are growing tired. It has been 10 years. A long time." One thought pierced through the swirling fear in Weaver's mind. The guns, built with so much labor, the enormous guns that could throw a shell 200 miles, the crews manning them night and day to destroy the first ship that came in from space, and they had never meant to use them. Anger fought with caution. He felt peculiarly helpless now, locked up in his own body like a prison. "What are you going to do?" he scrawled. "Nothing that will hurt, Master," said Luke. "You remember I told you long ago we had no machines for killing before you came. We used other things, like this drug which paralyzes. You will feel no pain." Algernon Weaver's hand, gripping the pen as a drowning man holds to a stave, was moving without his volition. It was scrawling in huge letters over and over, "No, no, no." "It's too bad we cannot wait," said Luke, "but it has to be done before the new ones get here. They would not like it, probably." He let the pointer go, and it hung where he had left it. With 2 jointed claws he seized Weaver's hand and straightened it out to match the other, removing the pen. With a 3rd claw he thrust a slender needle under the skin. Instantly the hand was as rigid as the rest of Weaver's body. Weaver felt as if the last door had been slammed, the telephone wires cut, the sod thrown on the coffin. "This is the way we have decided," said Luke. "It is a shame, because perhaps these new ones will not be as funny as you after all, but it is the way we have decided." He took up the pantograph pointer again. In the plaza, the air-car grounded the huge stone head, outlining the stern mouth, the resolute, bearded jaw. Helplessly, Weaver returned the stare of that remorseless, brooding face, the face of a conqueror. End of The Worshippers by Damon Knight.